History's Strongest Husband Chapter 613 to Chapter 637. Upon hearing the arrival of Xiankong Temple's abbot, not only Shenlang, but even sect leader Ren was shocked. "Your Majesty, did you invite Abbot Jikong?" Sect leader Ren asked. Shenlang shook his head. "No, I'm not close to him." He wasn't lying. Shenlang really wasn't close to Abbot Jikong. "Is that so?" Sect leader Ren said, "That's weird. Abbot Jikong is someone who transcends the mortal world. Why would he suddenly visit Stupa Mountain? Also, he didn't receive any invitation." Shenlang was also very curious. Could it be that this Gang One really came for him? Sect leader Ren bowed. "Your Majesty, please wait for a moment. I'll go welcome him now." Shenlang didn't say anything, but his gaze was questioning. Sect leader Ren immediately said, "Your Majesty is the ruler of Great Qian, of course, you don't have to welcome him. No matter how transcendent Abbot Jikong is, he's still below you." When he said that, sect leader Ren looked at Shenlang with doubt. A few years ago, when Shenlang had left the ancient ruins in the southern sea region, he had received help from Xiankong Temple's elder Xianxia. Both parties were on good terms. Of course, sect leader Ren didn't say that out loud. He brought a few Stupa Mountain elders out. Then, Shenlang didn't have to wait for long. Sect leader Ren returned with another person. As expected, it was Gang Yi, who was Xiankong Temple's elder Jikong. When Shenlang saw him, he wanted to shout, "Demon, where are you running to?" This person was just too handsome, and it was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. He really wanted to snatch away the title of the most handsome man in Shenlang. A few months ago, Shenlang had seen him in the ghost city of the Great Robbery Palace. To be honest, Shenlang didn't know what the so-called ghost city was. Was it a real space or was it just a pure spiritual space? Therefore, his meeting with Gang One at that time was like a dream. Not only Shenlang, but almost everyone present was seeing Jikong Abbot for the first time. All of them were shocked. Jikong was too mysterious. Even the elders of Stupa Mountain had never seen him before. However, it was conceivable that in everyone's minds, Jikong should be an eminent monk with white hair and a beard. They didn't expect him to be a handsome man whose age and gender could not be determined at all. This was the true definition of a flawless face. Moreover, when he walked over, it was as if he was bathed in a warm light. He seemed especially intimate, like a gust of spring wind brushing against one's face. Everyone else was shocked as well. Why did this Xiankong Temple's Abbot Jikong come? He had never shown his face before. Jikong greets the great gone Emperor Lord. Jikong placed his palms together towards Shenlang. Shenlang stood up and said, "Lang greets Abbot." Next, Master Jikong said, "Your Majesty Shenlang, I came to Tianjing first before coming to Stupa Mountain." Shenlang was stunned. "Master, you came for me?" Master Jikong said, "Yes." Shenlang asked, "Master, why are you looking for me?" Previously, he tried to take over Shenlang's body in Ghost City but failed. Shenlang obtained the Great Calamity Wisdom King's soul. Shenlang thought that Gang would come to find him, but he didn't. But now, he came again. What was this? What did he want to do? Master Jikong got right to the point and said, "I am here to give you a scripture." Then, he took out a scroll from his sleeve. It was a very ordinary scroll. It looked like silk, cloth, and even a rolled-up stone. Shenlang walked down the stairs and took the scripture with both hands. No matter what, Jikong had a very high status. After taking it, Shenlang immediately opened it and took a look. Indeed, this was a scroll of scripture, and it was very profound and rare. However, other than that, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. Could it be that there was something special about this scripture? Gang came all the way here just to give this scripture? "Thank you, Master. I will definitely read it well," Shenlang said. Jikong, Gang One, said, "Since the scripture is here, I shall take my leave. Goodbye." Then, Abbot Jikong left immediately. He really waved his hand and didn't take anything with him. During the entire process, it was as if he had never been there. He stayed for less than 5 minutes from start to end. Gang One, your actions could easily arouse sect leader Ren's suspicion. He was probably the most suspicious person in the world. But from sect leader Ren's behavior, there didn't seem to be anything strange. He even personally sent Ji Kong off. But from start to end, Abbot Ji Kong didn't communicate with sect leader Ren at all. After sending Abbot Ji Kong off, sect leader Ren acted as if nothing had happened. He bowed to Shenlang and said, "Your Majesty, shall we continue?" Shenlang, "Okay, let's continue." Next, Stupa Mountain's allegiance ceremony officially began. The entire scene was very solemn and even sacred. This made Shenlang even more astonished. What kind of show is sect leader Ren putting on? It's just an act. Is there a need to be so solemn and sacred if you want to make me your puppet? By doing this, you will unknowingly elevate my sacred status in Stupa Mountain. After all, this is the Eastern world. Once a person's status was deified, it would really be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Over time, even if sect leader Ren treated Shenlang as a puppet, he would still become a king in the hearts of everyone in Stupa Mountain. Even Lu Xia at the end of the Han dynasty could take off his clothes and wear an imperial edict. The title of a legitimate emperor was very valuable. Yingguang pursued it all his life but couldn't achieve it. First, sect leader Ren respectfully kowtowed to Shenlang 3 times and 9 times in front of everyone. The real 3 kowtows and 9 bows were done meticulously. Moreover, it was accompanied by a solemn background music. Kneel. Bow. Kowtow. Kowtow again. Under the command of the great eunuch Yun Hai, sect leader Ren completed this solemn ceremony in front of thousands of people on Stupa Mountain. Shenlang couldn't help but be even more astonished. It was just an act. Was there a need to be so engrossed? Stupa Mountain's elder guild, the various hall masters, and the various generals were all here. If sect leader Ren kowtowed 3 times and 9 times in front of Shenlang, what exactly were you trying to do? After sect leader Ren completed the 3 kowtows and 9 bows, the 13 elders performed the 3 kowtows and 9 bows in front of Shenlang to begin the loyalty ceremony. At this moment, the background music changed again, but it was very different from the previous one. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't be able to hear it. Every detail was impeccable, and it was completed completely according to the etiquette of the Eastern royal family. This was truly amazing. Just this simple music alone couldn't be produced in Fury Tide City, nor did they have such a complete repertoire. After the 13 elders performed the 3 kowtows and 9 bows, it was time for the tens of substitute elders, tens of hall masters, and tens of hall masters to perform the 3 kowtows and 9 bows. Over 100 people kowtowed to Shenlang, kneeled, and crawled, and performed an unprecedented ceremony. Finally, everyone shouted, "Long live His Majesty, long live, long live." Wasn't this loyalty ceremony a little too serious? There was no need to do this. What exactly was sect leader Ren up to? At this moment, someone outside said respectfully, "Reporting to His Majesty, reporting to sect leader." Before he could finish his sentence, sect leader Ren said angrily, "Slap yourself, you still have to call me sect leader at this time. From today onwards, Stupa Mountain will only be His Majesty's temporary imperial residence. There will no longer be a transcendent force." What sect leader? There will only be a grand preceptor, no sect leader Ren. Immediately, 2 eunuchs went forward and ruthlessly slapped that person. That person didn't dare to cry out in pain. After the beating, he respectfully said again, "Reporting to His Majesty, reporting to Grand Preceptor." Sect leader Ren said again, "Slap yourself, how many times have I said that there is no more Stupa Mountain, only Stupa Palace? There is only one master here, and that is the Supreme His Majesty. You can just report to His Majesty, why do you have to bring me along? Are you trying to frame me for disloyalty? Huh? That's too much, too much. Sect leader Ren, your acting is too much. It is very dangerous. It will really send a strong signal and make the entire Stupa Mountain think that Shenlang is the master." At this moment, Shenlang was a little stunned. Things seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. This sect leader Ren doesn't seem to completely treat me as a puppet. Is there a need to keep elevating my status? Moreover, he seems so impatient, as though he wants to forge a golden body for Shenlang in an instant. The person outside continued to kowtow and said, "Reporting to His Majesty, the great Yan Empire's Prince Lian is here to visit." Shenlang was stunned. Prince Lian is here? He came so quickly and just in time. Shen Lang has only been at Stupa Mountain for less than 2 days, and he has already rushed here. What is Prince Lian trying to do? Is he trying to stop the alliance between Shen Lang and Stupa Mountain? However, in Shen Lang's heart, he and sect leader Ren were just a fake alliance. Shen Lang looked at sect leader Ren and said, Grand Tutor, this Prince Lian should be looking for you, right? Sect leader Ren knelt down and kowtowed. His Majesty is supreme, so it is entirely up to you to summon Prince Lian from the Great Yan Empire. Shen Lang realized that when it was just him and sect leader Ren's attitude was rather casual. However, in this public setting, sect leader Ren's attitude couldn't be described with just the word respectful. He was completely like an extremely respectful official. Shen Lang said, since he is already here, let's meet him. Yes, Your Majesty. Sect leader Ren replied. Then, he faced the outside and said, His Majesty summons Prince Lian from the Great Yan Empire for an audience. Then, outside the palace, the voice really spread in waves. His Majesty summons Prince Lian from the Great Yan Empire for an audience. His Majesty summons Prince Lian from the Great Yan Empire for an audience. Shen Lang had finally encountered such a scene that was only seen in movies. He thoroughly enjoyed the treatment of an emperor. After a while, the young Prince Lian from the Great Yan Empire walked in. He did not salute Shen Lang. Instead, he cupped his fists at sect leader Ren and said, Greetings, sect leader Ren. Sect leader Ren meticulously returned the greeting and said, Your Highness Prince Lian, let me correct you. From now on, there will no longer be Stupa Mountain. There will only be Stupa Palace in the Great Qian Empire. The title of sect leader Ren will no longer exist. Only the Crown Prince of the Great Qian Empire, the Grand Tutor Ren. Prince Lian was slightly taken aback. Was it that thorough? Sect leader Ren continued, Prince Lian, I know what you want to say, and I also know what you want to talk to me about. However, there is no need for that. There is no room for negotiation between us. If you are here as a diplomatic envoy to witness our loyalty ceremony, you are more than welcome. However, if you are here to negotiate with me, then please leave. Also, please do not disrespect His Majesty. Otherwise, I will let you know that the sword of Stupa Palace is still very sharp. After saying that, sect leader Ren placed his hand on the hilt of the dragon's sword. F***ck, this. Are you trying to become Shenlong's most loyal subject? Prince Lian was slightly taken aback. Then, he smiled and said, Interesting. In that case, I shall be a guest and witness this loyalty ceremony. Sect leader Ren knelt and kowtowed, Your Majesty, shall the loyalty ceremony continue? Shen Lang said, Yes. Then, the solemn and grand loyalty ceremony continued. After more than an hour, the allegiance ceremony finally came to an end. As expected, Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire remained silent. Finally, sect leader Ren announced in a clear voice, Everyone, from today onwards, there will only be Stupa Palace and no more Stupa Mountain. Everyone present here is no longer the elders and hall masters of Stupa Mountain, but the subjects of the Great Qian Empire and His Majesty. Under sect leader Ren's lead, more than 1,000 people kowtowed to Shen Lang and said, Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Prince Lian smiled and said, Your Majesty Shen Lang, it seems like there is no room for negotiation between me and Stupa Mountain. Farewell. Then, the young Prince Lian left right away. After the loyalty ceremony, it was time for the state banquet. At this moment, Shen Lang suddenly said, Grand Preceptor, I want to issue a decree. Is that possible? Sect leader Ren immediately knelt and said, Your subject is afraid. Your subject will obey any decree Your Majesty has. Please issue a decree, Your Majesty. Shen Lang said, Raging Tide City's supply of nightmare stones has been depleted, but research cannot be stopped for even a day. Grand Tutor, please send a batch of nightmare stones to Raging Tide City. Sect leader Ren kowtowed and said, Your subject obeys. Then, he stood up and said, His Majesty has decreed that Dark Castle in the Southern Sea must immediately transport all of its nightmare stones to Raging Tide City. Subsequently, sect leader Ren personally wrote down this decree, and then he passed it to Shen Lang with both hands and said, Your Majesty, please take a look. Is there anything you need to consider in this decree? Shen Lang, very good, Grand Tutor's handwriting is very good. Thank you for the praise, Your Majesty. Sect leader Ren unfolded the decree and placed it on the table. Your Majesty, please stamp it. Shenlang took out his personal seal and stamped it on the imperial edict. This wasn't against the rules because many emperors in ancient China also liked to use their personal seals for their decrees. For example, the famous Shi Quan old man. Generally speaking, an imperial decree needed two seals. One was the emperor's seal, and the other was the official seal. Otherwise, it would be considered an imperial decree. Sect leader Ren knelt on the ground and said, "The great Qian Empire's official is not here. Your subject fears and wishes to stamp the Stupa Palace's seal. Your Majesty, please decide." So formal? Very well, Shenlang said. Then, sect leader Ren carefully took out a seal and stamped it on the decree. It really was the official seal of the Stupa Palace. You're really something. You even carved this seal in advance. Once the decree came into effect and a ship of nightmare crystals was shipped from Dark Castle to Wrath Tide, the decree would become authoritative. Even the Stupa Palace's seal would become authoritative. After stamping the decree, it was put into a box and sealed with wax. Mr. Wu, bring this imperial edict to Dark Castle and tell them to deliver the Nightmare Dream Stone to Rage Tide as soon as possible. Any delays will be severely punished, Sect Master Ren said. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Ju bowed. He took the box with both hands and bowed. I'll be taking my leave. Wu Ju kept retreating. After exiting the palace gates, he immediately mounted the ancient vulture and flew towards the southern sea. When everything was done, Yunhai asked, Your Majesty, shall we begin the feast? Yes. Shenlang nodded. The great eunuch Yunhai shouted, His Majesty has decreed, let the feast begin. Then, the music changed again. It was still solemn, but it was not as solemn as before. Instead, it seemed more cheerful. Next was the so-called Great Qian National Banquet. Almost everyone was flattering Shenlang, praising his achievements to the heavens. Sect Master Ren didn't try to steal Shenlang's limelight. He didn't even look like a powerful official. When the banquet was over, Shenlang tried to ask, Grand Tutor, is my ancient dragon box in Stupa Mountain? How important was this dragon box? Would Sect Master Ren refuse it? Your Stupa Mountain should be thinking of seizing this ancient treasure for yourself, right? Sect leader Ren replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Because of Yingguang, the dragon box is contaminated. I've already had it cleaned. Then send it to my room, Shenlang said. Yes, Your Majesty. Sect Master Ren didn't refuse. Oh right, where's Ying? Shenlang asked. She's still in the underground tomb. She stays there for a long time. I think it's beneficial for her recovery. Bring her back, Shenlang probed again. Her skin is no longer transparent, and she's not afraid of sunlight. Sect Master Ren bowed. I'll send someone to bring her back. He still didn't refuse. After the banquet, Shenlang returned to his quarters to rest. Sect Master Ren, as well as all the elders and hall masters of Stupa Mountain, left. There was only Shenlang, 1,000 eunuchs, and a few thousand palace maids in the entire Stupa Palace. He was truly the supreme master of this place. From the beginning to the end, every word that Shenlang said was completely obeyed by the entire Stupa Mountain. There was no disobedience at all. This is really strange. He didn't look like a puppet at all. He really looked like an autocratic monarch. What was the Sect Master Ren trying to do? However, he cast aside these distracting thoughts. To Shenlang, the most important thing was to save Princess Reninging and wake her up. And Gang Yi, he came all the way here just to deliver a scripture to Shenlang. Shenlang picked up the scripture and studied it carefully. He discovered that it was just an ordinary scripture. However, after scanning it with an X-ray, he immediately discovered that it was different. Was there a technique hidden in this scripture? No, it wasn't exactly a technique. It was more like a spiritual secret manual. It was engraved in the scripture like an ancient book. There were tens of thousands of words and complicated pictures. After Shenlang briefly read through it, he was surprised to discover that this was actually a set of extremely profound mental power cultivation technique. Its function was very simple. It was to revive a person's spiritual soul. And the name of this technique was Living Death Scripture. This was too awesome. Moreover, this was only the first volume. Its principles were very advanced and simple. The death of a person, in the final analysis, was the death of the soul. In modern terms, it was brain death. Even if the heart was pierced, it wasn't because the heart was pierced, but because the heart was pierced and couldn't supply blood to the brain, resulting in brain death. To some extent, as long as the soul didn't die, the person would never die. Therefore, there was the 1,000-year inheritance of the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's soul. According to the theory of the Living Death Scripture, after death, the soul would vanish, but there would still be countless imprints left in the brain. And this spiritual technique of the Living Death Scripture could attack the brain with powerful spiritual power according to these soul imprints, allowing the whole person to be resurrected again. Therefore, it was called the Living Death Scripture. What did this mean? Resurrection of a vegetable? This was just the minimum. According to this theory, even if a person died, as long as the body and brain didn't decay, they could be resurrected to a certain extent. Of course, after resurrection, they were called the living dead and puppets. Of course, this was the highest level of the Living Death Scripture. Gang Yi only gave Xianxia the first volume. What did this mean? Help in the hour of need? At this moment, Xianxia was thinking of a way to save Princess Reningyi. She had undergone a nirvana transformation, and her martial arts cultivation had become very shocking. However, she was still in a deep sleep. Her mind had been destroyed by sect head Ren, and she had become a walking corpse. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already come up with a plan to save Princess Reningyi. It required the use of the Nightmare Stone, as well as a powerful mental strength. Unexpectedly, the last genius of the Great Tribulation Palace, Gang Yi, actually sent him the Living Death Scripture. This was like sending a pillow to him when he was dozing off. Many of Xianxia's ideas were verified. How to save Princess Reningyi and how to wake her up were all written clearly in the first volume of the Living Death Scripture. Did you know how to read minds? You knew that I wanted to save Reningyi, so you immediately sent me this scripture? Back in Ghost City, Xianxia realized that Gang Yi knew many of Xianxia's secrets. He even knew that Xianxia didn't belong to this world. This person was really demonic and unimaginable. Most importantly, was he a friend or foe? Also, according to Xianxia's imagination, there had to be at least one person secretly monitoring Xianxia's every move, right? Previously in the underground tomb, the majestic female warrior Ren Tao had been keeping an eye on him at all times. There was also a twin in the room next to him, monitoring Xianxia's every move at all times. But now, while Xianxia was researching the Living Death Scripture, there wasn't a single person within 100 meters. No one was monitoring him, and no one was listening in on him. Also, the ancient dragon box had been cleaned and placed in Xianxia's bedroom. He didn't seem to be under house arrest, nor did he seem like a puppet. However, Xianxia once again threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. He focused on the goal in front of him, which was to save Princess Reningyi. According to sect head Ren, Princess Reningyi would be sent to Buddha Palace within 2 days. For now, it was better to sleep peacefully. The next day, after Xianxia woke up, dozens of palace maids and eunuchs immediately waited on him to wash up. It was time for him to eat breakfast. This was unprecedented luxury, much better than the treatment he received in the angry Tidewater City. Xianxia had always enjoyed a luxurious life, but it was rare to see such extravagance. Your Majesty, is there a morning court session today? Eunuch Yunhai asked. Morning court session? Such a high-level game? I didn't even have morning court sessions in the angry Tidewater City. Are you really going to turn Buddha Mountain into my, Xianxia's, temporary imperial residence? Xianxia said, alright, then let's have morning court session. Next, Xianxia really did have morning court session. This was the first time he had ever had one. The music and the process were even more professional than when Ning Yuanxian of the State of Yu attended court sessions. And this was just a minor court session. In the grand and luxurious hall, Xianxia wore a dragon robe and a crown. Hundreds of officials stood in 2 rows below him. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. If there is a memorial, the court session will be dismissed, Eunuch Yunhai said. Xianxia wanted to know if there would really be anyone who would report to the Supreme Court. Also, he realized that the traces of Buddha Mountain had been wiped clean. Everyone present was wearing the official robes of the Great Qian Empire. All the soldiers of the Hell Army were also wearing the Great Qian Empire's insignia. At first glance, he really felt that this was the real Great Qian Palace. It was even more formal than the one in Qian capital. "I have a memorial," Sect Master Ren said. Shenlang said, "Speak." Sect Master Ren stepped out of the ranks, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, our Futu Palace has just completed its restructuring. This subject has worked overnight to come up with a name list that requires the officials of the original Futu Mountain to be conferred official positions." Then, eunuch Yunhai took Sect Master Ren's memorial. There were 1,000 names on it. They were all important figures in Buddha Mountain. Sect Master Ren said, "If your Majesty thinks it is okay, send 2 copies of the name list to Qian capital and Raging Tide City. Invite the Imperial Secretariat and the Imperial Privy Council to send officials to Buddha Palace to guide the appointment and removal of officials." Shenlang said, "Okay, approved." Immediately, more than 10 special warriors flew out of Buddha Palace and flew to Qian capital and Raging Tide City with the official document. It was too formal, much more formal than Shenlang's Great Qian Empire. Shenlang suddenly said, "Grand Tutor, when Ren Tianxiao left Qian capital, did he take 3 sets of dragon power with him?" Sect Master Ren said, "Yes." Because Buddha Mountain hadn't completely merged with the Great Qian Empire, these 3 sets of dragon power were strategic resources for Buddha Mountain. But now that the loyalty ceremony has been completed, all of these resources will be distributed by your Majesty. Shenlang said, "Then, send 2 of them to Qian capital and the other to Raging Tide City." Sect Master Ren said, "Your Majesty, I will do it immediately." This request was too much. He could even agree to this? This was a strategic resource, and Shenlang had decided to monopolize it all. Shenlang said again, "Now that the Great Yan Empire and the Great Qian Empire are like fire and water, and Qian capital is very close to the Great Yan Empire, we only have 50,000 troops stationed there. We also lack aerial troops. This is very disadvantageous. Please immediately send 1,000 snow eagles to Qian capital and hand them over to Marshal Chou Yao'er." Shenlang was asking for too much. How much military strength was 1,000 snow eagles? It was almost a portion of Buddha Mountain's aerial forces. Shenlang just casually asked for them to be sent to Qian capital? If they were sent there, Buddha Mountain would never get them back. In the end, Sect Master Ren didn't hesitate and kowtowed, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Then, an hour later, the 1,000 snow eagles flew into the sky towards Qian capital. They were really empty. There were no special warriors on them, just over 100 aerial cavalry escorting the snow eagles. This was just too shocking. Were they still puppets? Every word that Shenlang said was like an imperial edict. Buddha Mountain carried it out without any reservations and didn't try to avoid it. Not only that, the morning court session was unprecedentedly formal. They were really discussing court matters. Sect Master Ren reported the defense of Buddha Mountain, the Black Castle in the Southern Ocean region, the secret base, and the training of the new Hell Army. If he could say it publicly, he would say it publicly. If he couldn't, he would just write a memorial. Therefore, Sect Leader Ren, oh no, Grand Preceptor Ren, actually presented the memorial for 4 whole hours during the morning court assembly. How was this the sect master of a transcendent faction? He really was like a pillar of the Great Qian Empire. He was even more like a prime minister than Sua Xian. This meeting went all the way to noon and it still hadn't ended. "Your Majesty, I still have one last book." Sect Master Ren said. Shenlang said, "Speak." Sect Master Ren said, "The Wu, Chu, and Yu Kingdom secretaries and the Privy Council will send their core officials to Raging Tide City for training. Emperor Jiangli once said that he wanted to unravel civilization. Raging Tide City is already at the forefront and is developing with each passing day. On the other hand, my Stupa Palace is conservative to a certain extent. Some of our officials have just changed their identities and are sticking to the rules. This subject requests that Stupa Mountain send a group of young officials to Raging Tide City to learn and train." Not only did he want all 3 of them to work together, but he also wanted them to become one. It seemed like he wanted to merge Buddha Mountain into the Great Qian Empire. Approved. Shenlang said. I thank you for your kindness. Sect Master Ren said. Shenlang asked, Renying, when can you come? She will probably be sent back to Buddha Palace tomorrow morning. Sect Master Ren said. He directly changed the way he addressed her and didn't call her Renying. He also didn't call her his daughter and just called her lady. This had always been a way to accentuate Shenlang's supreme status. What exactly was this sect leader Ren trying to do? The sun was setting in the west. In a secret underground cave in Buddha Mountain, it was a very, very deep underground cave. This was a forbidden area that only Sect Master Ren could enter. After entering the deepest secret room, he opened the stone door. There was a young corpse lying inside. It was completely frozen and had a very familiar handsome face. The temperature here was very low. Sect Master Ren took out a large mirror and looked at it. He took off the Great Qian Empire's imperial tutor's robe. Next, he took off the silk lining and revealed his body. Even though he was already over 70 years old, he looked like he was in his 40s or 50s. It made people feel that he could live for at least a few more decades. However, his body beneath his robes was a ghastly sight to behold. His chest and abdomen were all dark and rotten. They looked like they were going to rot through. Furthermore, it wasn't the rotting of flesh. There was no pus or ulceration. It was pure dark rot. Sect Master Ren looked at his rotting chest and abdomen in pain. He trembled and said, Senior Ji Kong, how long can I live? Note, today's update is close to 16,000. Not to mention the word in danger, but the monthly votes ranking is indeed in danger. Brothers with votes, please help me out. Thank you. Thank you, Xianxia, for the 10,000 coins. A bald man with a handsome face walked out from the darkness. He was the master of the Xiankong Temple, the last genius of the Great Tribulation Temple, Gang Yi. He didn't answer sect leader Ren's question directly. Instead, he walked up to the young corpse and gently poked his hand into the hole in his heart. He sighed softly. It's a pity that this little snake turned into a flood dragon and died suddenly. His miraculous life seemed to have come to an abrupt end. Gang Yi said, Ying clan lost their chance once Ying Wuming died. Although Ying Guang was stronger in martial arts, he was much weaker than Ying Wuming in other aspects. Sect leader Ren said indignantly, Senior brother Ji Kong, I'm asking you, how long do I have left to live? Gang Yi said, perhaps, a year or so. Brother Ren, you should be content with what you have. You were supposed to die more than 30 years ago, but you've lived until now. You've already stolen more than 30 years of time. Then, his eyes still fell on Ying Wuming's corpse, and he said again, what a pity, what a pity. Sect leader Ren said, Gang Yi, about the soul cleansing array you gave me last time. Gang Yi said, no problem. Didn't you succeed? Did you turn Shenlang's subordinate, Bitter Joy, into a walking corpse? A few decades ago, didn't you successfully turn your wife into a zombie? There was no problem with the mental cultivation technique I gave you at the beginning and the soul cleansing array later. Sect leader Ren said, but I failed to erase Shenlang's memory and destroy his mind. Gang Yi said, because he has two brains, he can completely store his memories in the other brain, so it's useless for you to erase one. Sect leader Ren said, a person can have two brains? That's impossible. Gang Yi said, there are many strange things in this world. Sect leader Ren's gaze fell on Ying Wuming's face, and he seemed to be in pain. This is the most perfect body. It's young and powerful enough. Moreover, it just so happens to be my successor. Once I possess it, I can seamlessly take over Stupa Mountain and even inherit the new Qian kingdom. Sect leader Ren lamented, it's all for naught, all for naught. Hearing this, everyone's hair stood on end and their bodies trembled. Sect leader Ren had casually revealed the most terrifying and vicious conspiracy. Previously, many people, including Shenlang, had wondered why Sect Master Ren treated Ying Wuming so well. Ying Wuming had become the Stupa Mountain's young lord almost immediately after Jiang Li's demise. How many years had it been? At least 20 years. After Shenlang came to this world, Ying Wuming was practically the young lord of Stupa Mountain. At that time, Shenlang was very surprised. Why, Ying Wuming was just the young lord of the new Qian kingdom. What right did he have to be the successor of the sect master? Later on, it was rumored that sect master Ren had betrothed his daughter to Ing Wuming, and that his son-in-law had become the heir. However, no matter how one looked at it, Shenlang was more suitable for Ren Yingying. First of all, his background was more noble, and secondly, his martial arts were lower, so he was more suitable to control. Most importantly, Shenlang was absolutely a famous doctor. It was very likely that he could really cure Ren Yingying and allow him to have children. Furthermore, he would be able to produce a descendant with the most heaven-defying bloodline and become the new master of Stupa Mountain. Most importantly, Shenlang could also launch Regret of the Dragon. No matter how one looked at it, Shenlang was the best son-in-law for sect leader Ren. However, sect leader Ren had never changed his mind. He had always regarded Ing Wuming as the heir and even let him represent Stupa Mountain to attend the Transcendence Conference. The most bizarre thing was that Ing Guang had concealed and even lied to sect leader Ren twice. However, sect leader Ren had forgiven him and continued to support Ing Wuming unreservedly. He had even vigorously promoted the union between Stupa Mountain and the new Qian Kingdom, Ing Kingdom. This was simply too strange. Was sect leader Ren a saint? Was he really so magnanimous? Absolutely not. This person was the most selfish and vicious of all. Now, the truth was out. Sect leader Ren had nurtured Ing Wuming for more than 20 years just to possess him. According to sect leader Ren's plan, when he was about to die, he would immediately possess Ing Wuming. Not only would he become the master of Stupa Mountain, but he would also become the king of the new Qian Kingdom. This was simply the biggest and most cost-effective deal in the world. Therefore, sect leader Ren had done everything he could for Ing Wuming over the past few decades. This plan was very similar to the Great Tribulation Temple, but it was more thorough. The previous Great Tribulation gods only inherited their spiritual memories and wisdom. They wouldn't possess their heirs, turn them into walking corpses, and replace them with their own souls. What sect leader Ren wanted to do was to possess Ing Wuming completely. He wanted Ing Wuming's soul to be annihilated so that sect leader Ren's soul could completely control this new body. This was simply too terrifying. However, he didn't expect that all his plans would be destroyed by Shenlang. In a duel of strength, Ing Wuming died instantly. At that time, sect leader Ren's pain was actually far greater than Ing Guang's. Ing Guang had only lost his heir, but he had invested all his emotions and hopes into the dragon egg. On the other hand, sect leader Ren had invested the rest of his life into Ing Wuming. That was his body for the next few decades. In the end, it was killed by Shenlang just like that. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. After that, he tried his best to restore Ing Wuming's body, hoping that he could continue to possess it. However, there was no doubt that he failed. Gang Yi had clearly told him that the one who had been possessed would only lose all consciousness and memories, but he couldn't die. To put it more clearly, the one who had been possessed would lose his soul, but he couldn't lose his soul. Ing Wuming's soul was completely gone, and his heart had been blown through. This body couldn't be used anymore. What about sect leader Ren? Then, he made a decision that was almost inhumane. His target was Ren Yingying. Regardless of whether she was his biological daughter or not, she was still his daughter. At least, he had raised her since she was young. Sect leader Ren was very greedy, and he couldn't simply possess anyone. The person he wanted to possess had to fulfill 3 conditions. First, the person had to be young enough to live for a few more decades. Second, the person's body had to be strong enough. Even though it was very difficult to be as strong as sect leader Ren, the person had to be a top-notch expert, and not a weakling. Third, and also the most important condition, the person had to inherit the Stupa Mountain without any obstacles. There were only 2 people who could fulfill these 3 conditions. One was Ing Wuming, and the other was Ren Yingying. Of course, Ren Yingying had no choice. If she didn't have a choice, who would be willing to become a woman? But for the sake of life and power, it wasn't unacceptable to become a woman. However, Ren Yingying's body was too special, and it wasn't part of sect leader Ren's plan. Hence, he had long cultivated the world's #1 venomous insect in Ren Yingying's body. Moreover, her body was transparent, and she couldn't be exposed to light. She could only live in the underground tomb for many years. How could this be? Hence, sect leader Ren first used the soul cleansing technique and soul cleansing spell to destroy his daughter's consciousness and memories, turning her into a puppet. Then, he tried to extract the world's #1 venomous insect from her body. Of course, he failed, and only obtained the world's #1 venomous insect's derivative. Of course, even so, the derivative of the world's #1 venomous insect was astonishingly mysterious and powerful. Just 10 milliliters of it could kill thousands of people. He used this venomous insect as a strategic deterrent against the eyes. However, obtaining the world's #1 venomous insect's derivative was not sect leader Ren's original intention. He wanted to cure Ren Yingying and restore her body to that of a normal person. Only then would he be able to possess her. However, he didn't succeed no matter how hard he tried. Then, he thought of Xianxia. Xianxia had boasted countless times that he would cure Ren Yingying. Moreover, he had indeed created many miracles. Hence, sect leader Ren pinned his hopes on Xianxia. That was why Ren Yingying was betrothed to Xianxia. Sect leader Ren also closed one eye and allowed Ren Yingying to leave the Qian capital on Dachao and return to the Angry Tide City. He even pretended to send people to intercept her. Actually, he couldn't wait for Ren Yingying to go to the Angry Tide City to receive treatment. He also felt that if there was anyone in the world who could cure Ren Yingying, that person would definitely be Xianxia. It was also because of this that Ren Yingying stayed in the Angry Tide City for 8 months. Sect leader Ren seemed to have completely forgotten about this daughter of his. However, half a month ago, sect leader Ren felt that it was about time, so he personally went to the Angry Tide City. In the end, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Ren Yingying had really been cured. Her transparent skin had disappeared, and she could see sunlight again. Moreover, she was still a walking corpse without any consciousness. This was simply too perfect. However, he didn't expect Ren Yingying's body to undergo a drastic change. Her face changed, her eyes changed, and even bone spikes appeared on her back. This drastic change was just the beginning, and she had reached a bottleneck. In the future, there would be even more shocking changes. However, sect leader Ren was very happy to see this change because after Ren Yingying transformed, she became much stronger. If he could possess her, wouldn't he be able to obtain this heaven-defying body? However, when he brought Ren Yingying back, Gang Wan immediately shattered his fantasies. It's impossible for you to possess Ren Yingying because she isn't a human. However, sect leader Ren didn't believe it. Even if Ren Yingying was an ancient human, it wasn't impossible to possess her. Gang Wan sneered. The mental strength of an ancient human is tens to hundreds of times that of an ordinary human. Furthermore, the structure of the brain is also different. In fact, Ren Yingying isn't even an ancient human but an even more terrifying species. You want to possess her? Courting death. What you destroyed was only Ren Yingying's superficial memories and consciousness. As an ancient race's consciousness, she will start from zero. Once she wakes up, she will gradually recover. An ordinary human soul won't be able to suppress her. You want to possess her? You will be instantly annihilated by her consciousness. At that time, sect leader Ren really felt a sense of despair. The two people who fulfilled the conditions for him to possess couldn't do it anymore. Could it be that he wanted to possess Bitter Joy? In that case, he wouldn't have any objections. He would just have to continue living and wouldn't be able to inherit the new Qian kingdom or Stupa Mountain. Possession was something that absolutely could not be leaked out. Could it be that after possessing Bitter Joy, he would tell everyone in Stupa Mountain that he was Ren Yingying and that everyone would continue to support him and be loyal to him? After countless moments of despair, an even more shocking news came. Yingguang was dead, and he died in the hands of Xianxia. This meant that the entire New Qian kingdom, Great Ying Kingdom, had fallen into Xianxia's hands. This meant that Xianxia controlled more than 4.5 million square kilometers of land, hundreds of millions of people, and millions of soldiers. Then, sect leader Ren shivered and couldn't help but set his sights on Xianxia. Possess Xianxia? Could he? This didn't meet his conditions at all. Firstly, Xianxia was too weak. Secondly, he couldn't inherit Stupa Mountain. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that Xianxia wasn't weak. Xianxia had amazing ancient royal equipment on him that could instantly kill a top-notch expert like Ying Wuming. Sect leader Ren tried every possible way to get his hands on Xianxia's Sword of the Dragon. After studying it for more than half a year, he realized that it was useless and couldn't display any of its power. At this moment, the sword of the dragon was in sect leader Ren's hands. There's no need to try anymore. This ancient royal sword can only be used by Xianlang, Gangyi said. Gangyi said, Xianlang named it the dragon sword. He also has a dragon's heart and an ancient king's ring. Only by combining them would he be able to display a formidable power and instantly kill a peerless expert like Ying Wuming. Sect leader Ren said, therefore, Xianlang isn't weak. Gangyi said, as long as his mental power is strong enough, he can be invincible. In the ancient world, the Jiang dynasty had such a world's peak expert. He was exactly the same as Xianlang. He did not even have the strength to truss a chicken, and he relied on his equipment and spirit power to move unhindered. Sect leader Ren said, actually, I have no other choice. He indeed had no other choice. His chest and abdomen were almost rotten through. According to Gangyi, he could live for another year at most. Moreover, taking over Xianlang's body seemed to be the best choice. Only he could fire the dragon's regret, only he could use the dragon's sword, only he could wear the ancient king's ring, only he could command the Wu Chiwei kingdom, and only he could control the raging Tidewater city. It could be said that in the entire Eastern world, Xianlang was the most powerful person after the emperor of the Great Yan Empire. Once he seized Xianlang's body, it was equivalent to sect leader Ren ruling half the world. However, he wouldn't be able to rule Stupa Mountain. The entire Stupa Mountain wouldn't listen to the orders of the Great Qian Emperor. However, to make sect leader Ren give up Stupa Mountain, impossible. This was the foundation of his family for hundreds and thousands of years. How could he bear to give it up? Sect leader Ren was so greedy that no one could take away what belonged to him. What should he do? Therefore, sect leader Ren thought of a very bizarre idea. He would remove Stupa Mountain and turn it into the Stupa Palace of the Great Qian Empire. He would hold a loyalty ceremony so that the entire Stupa Mountain would be completely loyal to Xianlang. Not only that, he would also personally lead by example and act as the most loyal official. He would set an example for the entire Stupa Mountain. He only had one goal, and that was to elevate Xianlang's status in the shortest time possible. He might even deify his status. Not only that, but he also wanted to turn the marriage between Xianlang and Ren Yinging into reality. He wanted Xianlang to truly become the son-in-law of Stupa Mountain. This way, when sect leader Ren seized Xianlang's body in the future, he would be able to take over Stupa Mountain without any obstacles. However, the time was really too tight. This was completely a pot of half-cooked rice. It was like raising a pig or a chicken. It would take at least half a year to a month. If you wanted to raise a chicken completely in a month, was it possible, huh? Alright, it was really possible. On Earth, KFC only took 35 days to slaughter a chicken from hatching. Therefore, the genius grandmaster of Stupa Mountain, Ren, started to raise chickens at KFC. He used all means possible to make Xianlang the supreme ruler of Stupa Mountain in the shortest time possible. He used a brainwashing method to make all the elders and hall masters of Stupa Mountain swear loyalty to Xianlang. He held a loyalty ceremony, kowtowed 3 times and bowed 9 times, and agreed to all of Xianlang's conditions. No matter how harsh or unreasonable they were, he agreed to all of them. In short, he wanted every word that came out of Xianlang's mouth to become an imperial edict. Of course, even this was too rushed. It would be good if there was a buffer of 3 to 5 years. However, sect leader Ren didn't have that much time. He didn't even have a year left. Therefore, during this period of time, Xianlang was more than just a boss. He was practically a god. With a single call, he was the supreme god of the entire Stupa Mountain. This was sect leader Ren's plan. This Ren was really awesome. He had subverted everyone's imagination time and time again. No one would have thought that a person could be so evil, despicable, shameless, and terrifying. Ying Guang was a downright tragic character. He almost became a loyal subject, but at the crucial moment, he was afraid of death and didn't dare to resist the Great Yan Empire. As a result, he became a coward who surrendered. Once he knelt down, most people would never get up again. On the surface, Ying Guang was an ambitious and ruthless person. In reality, he was a coward. One wrong move led to a series of wrong moves. In the end, he massacred the entire Jiang clan and became a traitor that was condemned by the world. Therefore, compared to sect leader Ren, be it in terms of political power or scheming, he was simply too inferior. Previously, during the union between the New Qian Kingdom and Stupa Mountain, both parties seemed to be equal on the surface. In reality, there was only one true leader, and that was sect leader Ren. Yingguang was a person who put on airs, acted aloof, and desperately acted like an emperor. Gang said, "Brother Ren, next, you will desperately raise Shenlang's status and even deify him so that his supreme position will be engraved in everyone's hearts, right?" "Yes," sect leader Ren replied. Gang said, "That means that every word that Shenlang says cannot be disobeyed. It will become an imperial edict." "Yes," sect leader Ren replied. Gang asked, "What if he wants to leave Stupa Mountain?" Sect leader Ren said, "We have an agreement beforehand that he cannot leave Stupa Mountain." Gang said, "Is Shenlang someone who will abide by an agreement? He is the supreme emperor. Every word that he says is an imperial edict. If he wants to leave Stupa Mountain and return to Qian capital or Furious Tide City, what will you do? Will you stop him from leaving? Then the golden body that you have forged for him will immediately be destroyed." Sect leader Ren said, "At the very least, he will not leave Stupa Mountain before accomplishing one thing." Gang said, "Save Ren Ying." Sect leader Ren said, "Yes, he has always wanted to kill me, especially when he is holding the dragon sword. He is extremely cunning, so when he handed the dragon sword to me, it was a scheme." Gang said, "Of course it was a scheme. Even if the dragon sword is not in his hands, it still listens to his will and can also kill people. So you guessed correctly, he has always wanted to kill you." Sect leader Ren said, "But if he makes a move to kill me now, he will not be able to escape and will be dismembered into 1,000 pieces." Gang said, "So he must first save Ren Ying. She is the number 2 person in Stupa Mountain and is extremely powerful. Once you die, everyone in Stupa Mountain will instinctively swear loyalty to Ren Ying, and Ren Ying will stand on Shenlang's side. Then, he will be able to escape unscathed. From then on, Stupa Mountain will no longer be a threat to him, and he can even become an ally of the great Qian Empire." Sect leader Ren said, "Yes, that is what he thinks, so I appeared today with the dragon sword." Shenlang was very tempted, but he did not make a move in the end. Damn, this is a true peak confrontation. There was no such clash of wits between Shenlang and Yingguang. Gang said, "So, once he wakes Ren Ying up, he will immediately make a move to kill you. This person is very decisive and will definitely not hesitate." Sect leader Ren said, "So, we have to make the first move. Directly destroy his consciousness and memories, turning him into a puppet?" Gang said, "Yes." Sect leader Ren said, "That will be very disadvantageous to my next plan. It is very difficult for me to deify a puppet, and it is very difficult for everyone in Stupa Mountain to swear loyalty to him." Gang said, "Brother Ren, I feel that it is more important for you to survive. He is your only choice. Right now, Shenlang already has the right to rule Stupa Mountain. In the future, if you take over his body, so what if someone in Stupa Mountain wants to rebel? You can just use the dragon sword to kill them. Also, everyone admires the strong. With Shenlang sitting on the entire Great Qian Empire, your people might not be unwilling to submit to him and enjoy the glory and splendor. Of course, the prerequisite is that the Great Qian Empire can withstand the destruction of Yan capital." Sect leader Ren closed his eyes and began to consider his choice. Gang said, "Perhaps tomorrow, Shenlang will test you further. If he wants to leave and return to Qian capital, what will you do?" Sect leader Ren opened his eyes and said, "Okay, immediately make a move to destroy his consciousness and memories. We failed last time, can we succeed this time?" Gang said, "Mental technique, combined with the powerful Nightmare Stone Soul Cleansing Array, destroy both his brains at the same time. We can succeed and turn him into a puppet." Sect leader Ren said, "Then, now?" Gang said, "No, we will definitely fail if we make a move now. Because he has the ancient king's ring, it can block any energy attack from hell and make Shenlang unharmed. Of course, that includes mental attacks, unless his soul and body are separated. But that needs to be in a specific area, like the Ghost City. It cannot be done here." Sect leader Ren said, "So, we have to think of a way to take the ancient king's ring from Shenlang?" You can't. Gengi said, not just his ancient king's ring, even the dragon core has completely fused with his body. Sect leader Ren said, if necessary, we can cut off his hands and sew them back together. Gengi said, the most bizarre thing is that even if you cut off his hands, you can't take away his ancient king's ring. I'm not too familiar with this thing, but the way it protects its owner is very bizarre. Even Xianlang himself doesn't know about it. I think no one can cut off his hands right now. How is that possible? Xianlang doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Cutting off his hands and taking away the ancient king's ring would be a piece of cake. Gengi said, if you don't believe me, you can try. Sect leader Ren waved his hand and a person walked in. It was actually Kutu Huan, a super beast that had completely turned into a walking corpse. Gengi stretched out his hand and said, cut off my hand. Then, he stretched out his arm without any resistance, allowing Kutu Huan to cut it. Kutu Huan pulled out his blade and slashed down without saying a word. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After slashing for dozens of times, a very strange scene appeared. Obviously, every slash was aimed at Gengi, but it was as if he was slashing the air, slashing at a shadow. Gengi's hand was completely unharmed. Sect leader Ren waved his hand and the puppet beast, Kutu Huan, left. Gengi said, did you see that? The ancient king's ring might be even worse than this. So, no one can forcefully take away Xianlang's ancient king's ring, unless he takes it off himself. Sect leader Ren said, he will take it off himself? Gengi said, yes, he will, because he wants to save Reninging. Sect leader Ren said, so, you sent him a scroll of scripture. Gengi said, that scroll of scripture is called Living Dead Scripture. Sect leader Ren said, is it fake? Gengi said, no, it's real. For an extremely intelligent person like Xianlang, you must never take the initiative to deceive him, and also don't try to lead him into a trap. Let him take the initiative to do everything. Sect leader Ren said, then tonight, Ren Yingying can send it to his room. Gengi said, prepare the strong nightmare stone soul cleansing spell, and prepare your soul cleansing spell. He has 2 brains, so we must attack and destroy them together in order to successfully destroy his consciousness. Sect leader Ren said, set the time. Then, he took out his pocket watch and said, how about 4 in the morning? Gengi said, okay, then let's set it at 4 in the morning. When Xianlang takes off the ancient king's ring and puts it on Ren Yingying's hand, we will immediately take action. Sect leader Ren said, okay. Afternoon, Xianlang returned to Buddha Palace and continued to study the Living Dead scripture in his mind. This spiritual technique was real, and it could really wake Ren Yingying up. But the whole process could be very dangerous. Because Ren Yingying's consciousness and memory had already been destroyed, her brain was very weak. And in order to revive her brain, Xianlang had to use a very strong spiritual power to attack instantly. This was a bit like an electric shock to the heart, right? Yes, this was a very simple but extremely complicated spiritual resurrection technique. Xianlang had to use his spiritual power to form an extremely complicated spiritual energy array that corresponded to every key neuron in Ren Yingying's brain. He needed about 100,000 of them. This was actually quite similar to the energy whirlpool attack at that time. It was using spiritual power and the energy of the dragon's core together to build an energy program. The only difference was that the energy whirlpool was used to kill people, while the spiritual resurrection technique was used to revive the brain. He needed to accurately stimulate 100,000 neurons in Ren Yingying's brain in an instant. During this process, the released spiritual power was very large. Ren Yingying's fragile brain might not be able to withstand it. Not only would she not be revived, but she would also be completely destroyed. So at this time, he needed to use some kind of protective measures. Originally, this spiritual resurrection technique needed to be carried out in a powerful nightmare stone protection array. In the ancient world, it was probably equivalent to a nightmare stone operating table. But now, where could Xianlang build this nightmare stone protection array? The only way was to put the ancient king's ring on Ren Yingying's finger and, with Xianlang's permission, protect Ren Yingying's brain. Then, Xianlang instantly used the spiritual resurrection technique to wake Ren Yingying up. Yes, this was the only way. Only after waking Ren Yingying up could he kill sect leader Ren. But there must be a reason for this abnormality. These 2 days, sect leader Ren's behavior was too abnormal. He completely acted like the world's most loyal official and was almost eager for quick success and instant benefits to elevate Shenlang to the point of deifying Shenlang. Why was that? He must not underestimate the enemy. Sect leader Ren was different from Yingguang. He was definitely an old fox, sinister and cunning to the extreme. There was also Gangwen. He did not appear earlier or later, but he just had to appear at this time and even delivered a scroll of the living death scripture. Interesting. The battle situation was far more complicated than what Shenlang had imagined. But it seemed to be more advantageous than what he had imagined and could create more miracles. It was 3:50 in the morning. Shenlang was sleeping. Suddenly, the eunuch Yunhai said, Your Majesty, Her Majesty has brought Her Majesty Ren. Ren Yingying is here, Shenlang said, bring her in. Yes. Then, 2 female warriors walked in and carried Ren Yingying onto Shenlang's bed. The moment she entered, the entire room was instantly enveloped by an incomparably powerful aura. How strong did she become after her transformation? Also, Shenlang couldn't tell what species she was at all. What were the bone spurs on her back? Would they become wings in the future? What kind of ancient race was this? And her eyes were too mysterious and deep. Of course, she was still unconscious. What should I do? Should I wake her up? Should I wake her up now? Perhaps there was a fatal trap waiting for me. Once Shenlang started to rescue her, the entire process would be very fast. It would take no more than 10 minutes. Even if he released the spiritual resurrection technique, it would only take an instant. Shenlang's mind was in deep thought. He made a choice and pondered. Finally, after thinking through all aspects, he made a decision. He would save Ren Yingying. After taking a deep breath, he took off the ancient king ring on his hand and put it on Ren Yingying's finger. At the same time, sect leader Ren, who was thousands of meters away, almost held his breath. His heart trembled violently. It was a success. Shenlang took the initiative to take off the ancient king ring. Next, the Nightmare Stone Soul Cleansing Array and a powerful spiritual cleansing technique instantly attacked. Even if Shenlang had 2 brains, he would instantly become a walking corpse. Note, first update sent, begging for monthly votes, grateful tears. Some people might ask, didn't Shenlang already receive the soul inheritance of the Great Tribulation Wisdom King? Why didn't he have the soul cleansing technique or the memory of the living death scripture? This was because the spiritual memory couldn't be read in Shenlang's mind. It was like a hidden disk symbol in a computer. It was obvious and occupied a lot of space, but it couldn't be seen. Shenlang looked at the ancient king ring in Ren Yingying's hand and her face. Her face had changed drastically. Even her skin didn't seem like that of a human anymore. It was filled with a mysterious and bizarre luster. The powerful energy aura that was released along with her breathing was simply suppressing all the auras in the surroundings. Shenlang couldn't help but be puzzled. What kind of species was this? Was she destined to be like this, or was it related to the so-called world's #1 goo that sect leader Ren cultivated, following which, Shenlang's gaze landed on the bone spur on her back. As it hadn't fully grown, it was just a little adorable. Therefore, he really didn't know what it was. At the same time, a few thousand meters away, sect leader Ren took out his pocket watch while looking at Gang Yi. He was using his eyes to signal if they should take action immediately to destroy Shenlang's consciousness and memory. Everything was prepared. The super-powerful Nightmare Stone Soul Cleansing Array and the spiritual technique Soul Cleansing Art were all prepared. Gang Yi shook his head. Following which, his voice seemed to be ringing in sect leader Ren's mind. There's no hurry. Shenlang has already taken off the ancient king ring and lost its protection. However, this isn't the best time to take action. Gang Yi said, I gave him the living death scripture. Next, he will execute the spiritual technique to stimulate Ren Yingying's brain. At this moment, he will be completely focused and unaware of his surroundings. At that time, we will destroy him silently and even wash away his memory, turning him into a walking corpse. Sect leader Ren nodded. Then, the 2 of them waited quietly for Shenlang to execute the living death scripture. They waited for a total of 3 minutes. Every second seemed to be torturous. Finally, Shenlang was about to start the rescue. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, gathered his spiritual power, and executed the spiritual technique in the living death scripture. The time needed to save Reninging would be very short. The stimulation would be instantaneous, and the result would be instantaneous. However, it would take some time to construct this mental energy array. This was because he had to construct hundreds of thousands of mental energy points and stimulate Reninging's hundreds of thousands of neurons at the same time. At this time, Xianlang had indeed entered a state of complete concentration. All the senses around him had disappeared, and he had completely entered a very unique mental state. At this time, not to mention a slap, even if he was stabbed, he wouldn't feel anything. Ding! It was as if in an instant, Xianlang had completely entered a state of selflessness. Bit by bit, he used his spiritual perception to weave the living death scripture's spiritual array. At this moment, Gangwon's voice echoed in Sect Head Ren's mind, "Do it." Then, a stunning scene happened. The figures of the two people really floated over like lightning. Without any ancient equipment, they could only rely on their internal energy cultivation. After a while, the two of them floated into Xianlang's room. Destroy. Sect Head Ren and Gangwon took action at the same time. One of them suddenly activated the Nightmare Stone Soul Cleansing Array, which was similar to the energy whirlpool that the former sect head forged. He used this thing to completely destroy the consciousness and memory of Bitter Joy and Reninging. However, this time, the power of his Nightmare Stone Soul Cleansing Array was much stronger. Swoosh! Instantly, something similar to an energy whirlpool suddenly passed through Xianlang's body and through Xianlang's brain. At the same time, a light and shadow separated from Gangwon's body. The golden light and shadow suddenly passed through Xianlang's brain. The entire process took less than half a second. There was no sound and only a slight tremble in the air. Everything was over in an instant. Sect Head Ren and Gangwon looked at each other. Was it a success? Were Xianlang's consciousness and memory destroyed? It couldn't be seen from the surface. After a few seconds, Xianlang's body, which was originally sitting upright, directly drooped down as if his soul had been sucked out. "Your Majesty, wake up, wake up," Sect Head Ren said. Xianlang opened his eyes. His pupils were completely scattered and had no focus. Gangwon opened Xianlang's eyes and looked at his pupils carefully. "It's a success." "Look," Gangwon said. Sect Head Ren went forward to take a look and was instantly in disbelief. This was because Xianlang's pupils were completely scattered. Not only that, his eyes were very strange. They were far more three-dimensional, deep, and complicated than others. At this moment, these two layers of pupils seemed to have completely separated. It looked very strange up close, as if there were double images in his eyes. Gangwon said, "This is a person with double pupils. Normally, you can't see it because they are almost overlapping. However, when you look at his eyes, it feels especially deep and mysterious. This is the characteristic of Jiang Li's descendants. Now that his soul has flown away, his spirit is still here. Therefore, the two layers of pupils have completely separated." Sect Head Ren let out a long sigh of relief. "I didn't expect him to actually have two souls and brains. No wonder the previous soul cleansing failed." Following that, Sect Head Ren said, "Your Majesty, it's time to sleep." After that, Xianlang was like a puppet that was being controlled. He lay down on the bed and slept peacefully. In the following period of time, Xianlang was completely like a puppet. He could get up and eat, but he couldn't speak. He was completely like a puppet on strings and would do whatever he was told to do. However, no one in the entire Stupa Mountain knew about this. Sect Head Ren had kept this a secret from everyone. Only the great eunuch Yunhai, who was taking care of Xianlang, and a few palace maids discovered Xianlang's bizarre state. They realized that he had already become a walking corpse. Next, Sect Head Ren tried to do something. He wanted to remove the ancient king's ring from Reninging's finger. However, he failed. It was as if it had taken root and couldn't be removed at all. Although he had successfully cleansed Xianlang's soul, he was still very anxious. This was because there wasn't enough time. He wanted to raise Xianlang's status infinitely so that everyone in Stupa Mountain would be loyal to him in the shortest time possible. This way, after he took over Xianlang's body, he would be able to seamlessly take over Stupa Mountain. However, Xianlang had the appearance of a walking corpse. How could he be wise and mighty? How could he be deified? How could he be supreme? Therefore, Sect Headren thought of an idea. He used a semi-transparent screen to block the vision of Xianlang and everyone in Stupa Mountain. Then, he got Gangwon to dub in the dark to imitate Xianlang's voice. Every day, he would play the game of attending court and discuss the state affairs. Sect Headren, the Great Qian Empire's Grand Preceptor, played the role of the most loyal official almost all the time. It was as if he was willing to go through fire and water for Xianlang. Moreover, he led the entire Stupa Mountain to pledge loyalty to Xianlang. This was probably a form of brainwashing. He used the incomparably majestic palace and himself as a stepping stone to mold a golden body for Xianlang. The effect was very good, especially after Gangwon dubbing for Xianlang. His spiritual power was extremely powerful. Imperceptibly, he used his powerful spiritual force to permeate into the minds of everyone in Stupa Mountain and gradually nurtured and condensed Xianlang's supreme ideology. However, the time was too short and too rushed. A few days later, the rotting cracks on Sect Headren's chest and abdomen spread again. He once again felt the arrival of the Grim Reaper. "Senior brother Ji Kong, there isn't enough time," Sect Headren said. Gangwon said, "Why is there not enough time? You still have more than a year to live. You should be able to use this time to continuously deify Xianlang and brainwash everyone in Stupa Mountain." Sect Headren said, "However, the Great Yen Empire will carry out a destructive attack on Raging Tide City in 20 days at most. They will carry out a destructive attack on the Great Qian Empire." Gangwon said, "What does that have to do with you? It won't hit Stupa Mountain. You have the ancient interception device. What are you afraid of?" Sect Headren said, "What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Once I possess Xianlang, I will be the emperor of Great Qian Empire. Raging Tide City will be my foundation. The Wu, Chu, and Yu nations, as well as the Qian nation will be my territory. Am I supposed to watch them be destroyed by the Flame Capital?" Gangwon said in shock, "Brother Ren, isn't it too early for you to have the spirit of a master?" Sect Headren said, "Gangwon, once I possess Xianlang, do you think the Great Qian Empire or Stupa Mountain is more important? Which is more important, Raging Tide City or Stupa Mountain?" Gangwon thought for a while and nodded. "Raging Tide City is more important because it is the foundation for us to conquer the world in the future. Stupa Mountain's current strategic equipment can only be used for defense. There is no room for development. The future lies in Raging Tide City." Sect Headren said, "That's it. I can't watch Raging Tide City be destroyed by the Flame Capital. Because it already belongs to me." Gangwon said, "Brother Ren, what do you want to do?" Sect Headren said, "Possession in advance." Gangwon said, "But the deification of Xianlang has not ended yet. Stupa Mountain has not truly pledged their loyalty to him." Sect Master Ren said, "It's too late. If Xianlang wants to gain the loyalty of Stupa Mountain, he has to display great power and a wise and heroic attitude. Even if there's a screen blocking him, he will be discovered sooner or later. I have to possess him immediately and save Raging Tide City." Gangwon said, "You will disappear after possessing him. Stupa Mountain will rebel? What should we do?" Sect Headren said, "I have a substitute. I can show myself when necessary. Also, I will gradually hide and think of a way to push Xianlang to the front." Gangwon said, "Boss Ren, you are too anxious." Sect Headren said, "Senior brother Gangwon, our interests are the same. Don't you want the Great Tribulation Temple to stand tall in the Eastern world? Once I take over the world, it will be the only national religion in the Eastern world." Gangwon said, "Brother Ren, what you are saying is too far away. I only remember one thing. I owe you back then. Everything else is meaningless." Sect Headren said, "Senior brother Gangwon, get ready to possess Xianlang." Gangwon said, "Of course. That's your business. I'll help you, but the decision is still yours." The next day, morning court. The court was busy as usual. Sect Headren was no longer the only one in charge. The other members of Stupa Mountain seemed to be in the zone as well. Dozens of young elites actually left Stupa Mountain and headed to Raging Tide City for training. There were also letters from Qian and Raging Tide City saying that they would be sending a commissioner to the Stupa Palace. Prime Minister Zhang Chong would personally lead the team. Wu Ju also returned to Stupa Mountain and reported to Shenlang that Dark Castle had sent 50,000 kilograms of Nightmare Stone to Raging Tide City. Duke Jinzhua and Master Sua Xian personally received it and left behind official documents and signatures. Not only that, the Secretariat and Privy Council of the Great Qian Empire also sent official documents praising the Stupa Palace's actions and Grand Tutor Ren's loyalty. They also fully acknowledged Ren Wanguo's position in the empire and even invited him to take up a post in Raging Tide City. Duke Jinzhua directly wrote a letter of resignation to Shenlang, saying that he was willing to take over the position of the Great Qian Empire's privy emissary and asked the Grand Preceptor to take over the position of Great Qian Empire's privy emissary. In order to protect Raging Tide City, Ren Wanguo really sent tens of thousands of soldiers from Hell and hundreds of special forces to escort the ancient interceptors to Raging Tide City. This was to defend against Flame Capital's long-range attack on Raging Tide City. In Qian, Marshal Qiu Yao officially received the 1,000 snow eagles sent by Stupa Mountain. All of a sudden, the relationship between Stupa Mountain, Qianjing, and Raging Tide City became extremely close. All the other countries were shocked. It wasn't that they didn't understand, but that the world was changing too quickly. Stupa Mountain was too fickle. Yingguang's corpse hadn't even turned cold, and they had already completely submitted to Shenlang. Moreover, they were even kneeling and licking his boots. Not only did the Raging Tide City express their admiration, but the Wu, Chu, and Yu Kings also expressed their admiration for the Buddha Palace and welcomed Grand Preceptor Ren as an important subject of the Big Dry Empire. Not only that, the three kings also sent invitations to Ren Wanguo, asking him to come to the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms at a suitable time to inspect the new policies. Raging Tide City also sent a few documents, inviting Ren Wanguo to be the Privy Council envoy and to be in charge of the Great Qian Empire's new army. Everything was speeding up. Stupa Mountain and the Great Qian Empire were merging at an extremely fast speed. Ren Wanguo was happy about all of this and even took the initiative to speed up. He had just sent dozens of young generals to Raging Tide City, and the next day, he sent hundreds more, including the original hall masters and elders of Stupa Mountain, to the Raging Tide City. Everyone from Stupa Mountain was completely shocked by the scene. Was the sect leader serious? So thorough? Another morning court session. Ren Wanguo officially received an official document from Raging Tide City. The team led by Prime Minister Zhang Chong would arrive at Stupa Palace in 3 days to guide the appointment of all the officials of Stupa Palace. Everything was speeding up. At this time, even if Ren Wanguo didn't want to see Shenlang's body in advance, it would be impossible. After Zhang Chong arrived, he would definitely pay his respects to Shenlang. At that time, if he saw a zombie like Shenlang, what would he do? After the discussion, Ren Wanguo sighed. Your Majesty, and the officials of Stupa Palace, you might have seen that I am very anxious. It is as if I want to complete the merger of Stupa Mountain and the Great Qian Empire in the shortest time possible. This is for a reason. Everyone from Stupa Mountain was stunned. Ren Wanguo said, because I might not have much time left. As everyone knows, I was seriously injured 30 years ago. After holding on for dozens of years, I finally couldn't hold on anymore. But I am already completely satisfied because I have been living on borrowed time for dozens of years. When he said this, everyone was completely stunned. Sect Master Ren lifted his clothes, revealing the wound on his chest. Of course, this wound was completely concealed. The real wound was a kind of decay that was very terrifying. And now, he had faked it into a black shadow, giving people the feeling that he had been poisoned. Ren Wanguo said, of course, I still want to live for a few more decades and serve His Majesty for a few more decades. But time doesn't allow it. I must immediately go into seclusion and cultivate an ancient cultivation technique to expel this terrifying thing from my body. So in the following period of time, I will spend most of my time in seclusion. Everything in Stupa Palace will be handed over to His Majesty. When he said this, everyone from Stupa Mountain was shocked. Sect Master Ren was completely giving up power. What did he mean by going into seclusion? Would he still come out in the future? Would his life be in danger? Sect Master Ren said, of course, even if I am in seclusion, I will still be guarding Stupa Palace. If anyone dares to disrespect His Majesty or defy His Majesty's decree, I will appear and kill that traitor. Men! Sect Master Ren suddenly shouted. Instantly, a few hundred special warriors wearing the armor of the Great Dry Empire surged in. Capture them. Sect Master Ren ordered. Wu Ju took a name list and captured people one by one. A total of 93 people were captured. Among them were 1 elder, 3 substitute elders, 2 hall masters, and 5 deputy hall masters. They were all important people. After these people were captured, they said in terror, "Sect Master, why? Why? I am loyal and devoted, why did you capture me?" Ren Wanhua roared angrily, "You deserve to die just because you called me Sect Master. How many times have I said that the entire Stupa Palace only has His Majesty and no Sect Master? I am just a subject of His Majesty." Ren Wanhua walked in front of these people and said with a pained heart, "Many of you have followed me for many years and are even loyal and devoted to me. But of all the things you shouldn't have done, you shouldn't have blamed His Majesty in private and slandered him. Lord Lin, as a former Stupa Mountain elder, you are now an important subject of the Great Dry Empire. You are about to be conferred a title, but what did you say in private? You said that you would rather be an elder of Stupa Mountain than a subject of the T Great Dry Empire. Hall Master Li, what did you say? You said that pledging loyalty to the Great Dry Empire is equivalent to becoming enemies with the Great Yan Empire. Let me ask you, weren't we enemies with the Great Yan Empire previously?" Ren Wanhua appeared to be extremely pained and said with a trembling voice, "What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? You old fellows, we have worked together for decades. I don't want to kill you. It is a heart-wrenching pain. But I am already His Majesty's subject and have no choice but to be loyal. You have offended His Majesty, so you must be killed." Then, Ren Wanhua directly knelt and kowtowed, saying, "Your subject requests Your Majesty to behead these disobedient people in public." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Was he really going to go so far? The 90-odd people were also stunned. They actually wanted to behead them? On what basis? Why? Shenlang seemed to be in deep thought. Ren Wanhua said with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, disobedient people must be killed. Otherwise, who will fear Your Majesty in the future?" Instantly, the 90-odd people who had spoken were scared out of their wits. They kowtowed and said, "Sect Master, spare us. Sect Master, spare us. We won't dare to do it again. Kill." Sect Master Ren roared angrily and ordered, "You are still calling for Sect Master at this time? Kill." Swoosh. He raised his hand and swung his blade. Instantly, a dozen heads fell to the ground. The remaining 80 people came to their senses and kowtowed to Shenlang. "Your Majesty, spare us. Your Majesty, spare us." These dozens of people kowtowed until their heads bled. At this time, their fear came from the depths of their souls. Their reverence for Shenlang was also real. After a long while, Gang One voiced for Shenlang. "Grand Preceptor Ren, the Great Dry Empire is still benevolent. It is best not to start a crime because of words." Grand Preceptor Ren said, "Your Majesty, our Stupa Palace has just merged with the Great Dry Empire. This is a special time, so we must use severe punishments." Shenlang said angrily, "Don't tell me I don't keep my words. If I say I won't kill them, then I won't kill them." Ren Wanhua knelt down and kowtowed. With tears streaming down his face, he said, "This subject obeys Your Majesty." After that, he looked at the 80 people and slowly said, "Everyone, His Majesty said he won't kill you. As a subject, I don't dare to disobey. But the crimes you have committed, I don't have the face to see His Majesty. I will forgive you on your behalf." Ren Wanhua suddenly pulled out a dagger and slashed at his face. In an instant, blood was dripping. Everyone was completely stunned. They were really shocked to the core. After slashing his face, Ren Wanhua knelt down to Shenlang and said, "Your Majesty, these people have disobeyed Your Majesty. This subject didn't discipline them well. This subject requests Your Majesty to punish them." Shenlang said after a long while, "Grand Preceptor Ren, why is there a need to do this?" Ren Wanhua kowtowed and said, "This subject requests Your Majesty to punish me." After another long while, Shenlang said, "Grand Preceptor Ren didn't manage his subordinates well. His position as Grand Preceptor shall be stripped and he shall be demoted to Great Dry Empire's Crown Prince's Grand Protector." All officials who have disobeyed shall be punished with 90 strokes of the cane. Ren Wangwa kowtowed and said, "This subject accepts the decree and thanks for the grace." What followed was a big scene. A total of 80 people were punished with caning. All of them, including Ren Wanwo, were beaten up by the special warriors in the hall. Everyone on Stupa Mountain was beaten until they were trembling. Their gazes towards Shenlang were filled with reverence. Was this the might of the Son of Heaven? Sect Master Ren was really anxious. Originally, he had a year's time. Now, he only had over 10 days. To establish Shenlang's authority in the shortest amount of time, one step was like 10 steps. Therefore, he had no choice but to use his killer move. He used bloody heads to establish Shenlang's supreme prestige. Those who offended His Majesty Shenlang had to die. Of course, he used both kindness and power. After killing over 10 people, the remaining 80 were pardoned by Shenlang's words. In the end, he didn't even hesitate to beat himself up. He was stepping on his head to help Shenlang's authority. What a ploy! Within the underground cave of Stupa Mountain. Brother Ren, aren't you going too far? This is a huge blow to your own authority. Gongi said. Sect Master Ren said, Senior Brother Gongi, I have no other choice. Time is too tight and there can only be one voice in the entire Stupa Mountain. Gongi said, I feel like you have sunk into a state where you are blinded by greed. This is really dangerous. At that time, Guang threw his entire body and soul into the dragon egg, which was why he died. At this moment, you seem to be too engrossed in the Great Gon Empire and the position of Great Gon Emperor. Sect Master Ren bowed and said, Senior Brother Gongi is right, but I only have a year, so what do I care? Gongi was silent, and after a long while, he said, I will still say the same thing. Decades ago, you and I are indebted to you and to our Great Tribulation Temple. You should make the decision yourself. Sect Leader Ren said, Gangi Shixiang, I will never forget the kindness you have shown me all these years. Without you, I would have died decades ago and wouldn't have survived until today. That was true. Gongi had saved him more than once and extended his life more than once. Sect Master Ren said, Senior Brother Gongi, let's prepare to take over the body. Before that, can we experiment? After all, this is taking over a body and there are only a few cases of it in the world. Gongi said, pretty much none. Apart from our Great Tribulation Temple, there are no cases of it. Sect Leader Ren said, so, can we conduct an experiment before I begin the possession? After all, once I start, it will be the same as me abandoning my body. Gongi said, of course, how about we use your wife for the experiment? Sect Master Ren's face twitched before he nodded and said, all right. His wife was the princess of the Great Yan Empire. He had used the Nightmare Stone Soul Cleansing Formation to completely destroy her consciousness and memories decades ago. She had been a walking corpse for decades. She was the perfect subject for his experiments on possession. Senior Brother Gongi, once I take over Shenlang's body, will I have his memory? Sect Master Ren asked. Almost none, only some very fragmented memories. Moreover, it will take a long time for them to gradually emerge. Gongi said, however, the information about Shenlang that I gave you is complete enough. You should have memorized it completely. Most importantly, Shenlang is the Emperor of Great Qian, the Emperor. No one dares to ask if it is true or false. As for the matter of impersonating Shenlang, you should be able to do it, right? After all, there is a good example. Shenlang's substitute is perfect. As I said, there is no need to impersonate the Emperor. The Emperor is unpredictable and temperamental. Gongi said, Flame Capital will carry out a destructive attack on Furious Tide City. As long as you save Furious Tide City, then, no one will suspect you. A miracle is the best proof. Boom. A stone door opened. Inside was a luxurious boudoir. A stunning beauty lay on the bed. She was mature, quiet, beautiful, and gentle. She was Sect Master Ren's wife, the eldest princess of the Great Yan Empire. She was once the fiancée of Emperor Jiangli. She had been a walking corpse for decades. Gongi clapped his hands and said, come in. Immediately, an old figure walked in. She was hunched and had wrinkled skin and white hair. She was an unimaginably old woman. Greetings, martial uncle. Gongyi bowed. Sect Master Ren was stunned. This is Great Tribulation Temple's Master Yan? Once known as the Great Tribulation Goddess? Gongyi nodded and said, yes, it's her. Sect Master Ren was shocked. This Great Tribulation Goddess was over 100 years old. Moreover, she had another identity. She was one of the wives of the previous Great Tribulation God. She was still alive. This unimaginably old Great Tribulation Goddess came to the front of Sect Master Ren's wife and said, so young, so fresh, so beautiful. Almost as beautiful as when I was young. Gongyi said, martial uncle, shall we begin? It's starting. I can't wait. My body has already decayed. I can even smell the stench of a dead person, the goddess of tribulation said with a trembling voice. Her mouth was leaking air because none of her teeth were left. As soon as Gang walked outside, he carried in a strange luster, emitting fluorescent coffin. It actually did not look like a coffin. It was similar to the ancient dragon box. We call it the ghost coffin. This is it. Gongyi said. Sect Master Ren said, this is the ghost coffin? Very few people had heard of the ghost coffin. It was once one of the divine items of the Great Tribulation Temple. It was rumored that its biggest effect was to rejuvenate people, which was why numerous nobles were infatuated with it. Gongyi said, Senior Brother Ren, please place your wife in the ghost coffin. Sect Head Ren carried his wife and placed her in the ghost coffin. Instantly, a strange and mysterious energy floated around and mysterious runes appeared within the ghost coffin. It was as though there was an independent space inside and it was cold and dark green. It looked like the ghost city of the Great Tribulation Temple. Gongyi said, Martial uncle, please enter too. Before he could finish, the goddess of tribulation, who was more than 100 years old, jumped directly into the ghost coffin. As soon as Gongyi closed the ghost coffin, a burst of light flashed, and the entire room turned into a netherworld. This ghost coffin only has one use, which is to imitate the leakage of the soul. Gongyi said, after a human soul leaves the body, it is very weak and will instantly dissipate. Only the ghost coffin can seal the leakage of soul energy and allow it to enter the new body. Sect Master Ren said, is the possession process fast? Gongyi said, very fast. As expected, 15 minutes later, Gongyi opened the ghost coffin. The old Great Tribulation Goddess was already lying there motionless and had turned into a corpse. Sect Master Ren flew forward and held his breath as he looked at his wife's body. This concerned his life, his future, and his hegemony. Once the possession experiment succeeded, it would prove that he could possess Xianxia and live for 100 years. He could become the Great Qian Emperor and even the Eastern Human Emperor. A few seconds later, Sect Master Ren's wife's eyes turned. Previously, when she was a zombie, her pupils were unfocused. Now, however, they had become spirited again. Then, she sat up and stretched. She said slowly, what a young body, what a fresh body. It is as beautiful as I was decades ago, ha ha ha. Although it was his wife's voice, the tone was that of the Great Tribulation Goddess. Sect Master Ren trembled in joy. He succeeded, he actually succeeded. I am a little tired, I will sleep first. Scram. The Great Tribulation Goddess said before lying on the bed and sleeping. Sect Master Ren stood there motionlessly. The goddess of tribulation said, why? After having sex with my child, I'll possess your wife's body. Could it be that you want to sleep with me? Sect Master Ren bowed, I don't dare. The Great Tribulation Goddess said, then, why aren't you scram? Sect Master Ren and Gongyi left and brought the ghost coffin out. They placed the Great Tribulation Goddess's original body under the bed. Senior Brother Gongyi, the Great Tribulation Temple is really magical. Sect Master Ren said, of course, it is too evil. No wonder Emperor Jiangli attacked it. If I didn't witness it personally, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Gongyi shook his head and smiled bitterly, actually, if I inherit the position of the Great Tribulation Divine Master, I want to turn the situation around. The Great Tribulation Temple should be sacred and not evil. Unfortunately, Emperor Jiangli isn't willing to give us this chance. Sect Master Ren said, I'm willing to. After I possess Xianxia and become the Emperor of Great Qian, defeat the Great Yan Empire, and unify the Eastern world, I'm willing to make the Great Tribulation Temple a true sacred place. This is my promise. Gongyi said, let's talk about it later. Anyway, I only remember one thing. You saved me back then, and I will always remember this kindness. Sect Master Ren said, Senior Brother Gongyi, please don't say that. You have already returned what you owed me. I only saved you once, but you have saved me 5 times. Gongyi shook his head like he wasn't willing to talk about it anymore. Who knows what will happen in the future? Let's talk about it later. Sect Master Ren said, no, Senior Brother Gongyi, I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely make the Great Tribulation Temple a sacred place in the Eastern world. Gongyi didn't reply and asked, Brother Ren, do you still remember how to possess? Sect Master Ren said, I remember, the soul has to leave the body first before entering the body. It's hard but also easy. The living death scripture is really magical. Gongyi said, let's begin. Sect Master Ren said, Your Majesty Xianlang, come in. Following that, Xianlang walked into the room like a walking corpse. He was completely like a puppet, doing whatever he was told to do. Go in and lie down, Sect Master Ren said. Gongyi said, it's more suitable to sit cross-legged. Sect Master Ren said, enter the ghost coffin and sit cross-legged inside. Xianlang was still like a zombie. He entered the ghost coffin and stood there blankly. Gongyi said, the order to sit cross-legged is too complicated. He can't execute it. Next, Gongyi personally made Xianlang sit in the ghost coffin. Sect Master Ren took a deep breath and said to Gongyi, Senior Brother, I won't forget my promise. Then, he walked into the ghost coffin and sat cross-legged in front of Xianlang. Are you ready? Gongyi asked. Sect Master Ren suppressed his excitement and nervousness and said, I am ready to be reborn from the jaws of death. Gongyi said, is there any problem with the soul entering aperture technique? Sect Master Ren smiled and said, Senior Brother Gongyi, I have been preparing for this day for decades. I have also comprehended the living death scripture countless times. I can't be more familiar with it. Gongyi said, there must be no mistakes. Sect Master Ren said emotionally, Senior Brother Gongyi, I will never forget your affection for me. The future is ours. Gongyi said, you must be joking. You can't use this word carelessly. Then, Gongyi carefully covered the ghost coffin. The surroundings fell into darkness. Then, countless runes lit up inside the ghost coffin. These runes formed an independent space. It was small, but it gave off an incomparably huge feeling. It was like the space of a ghost city. It was a world completely formed by light and shadow. Sect Master Ren actually felt that everything around him was empty and he almost forgot about his own body. This ghost coffin was indeed an ancient divine item. It was almost as mystical as the dragon box. Was half of the miracles that the Great Tribulation Temple created because of this ghost coffin? Sect Master Ren sneered and said, Your Majesty Xianlang, your body will belong to me now. Your great Qian Empire will belong to me. Your women will also belong to me. Your bloodline talent will also belong to me. Your ancient king ring, dragon heart, and dragon sword will all belong to me. Your Majesty Xianlang, don't worry. I will definitely defeat the great Yan Empire for you and become the hegemon of the world. Let me complete the mission that your Majesty Jiangli couldn't complete. Then, Sect Master Ren began to possess the ghost coffin according to the second volume of the Living Death Scripture. Soul Leaving Aperture Technique. Suddenly, a magical scene occurred. Sect Master Ren felt that his soul had really left his body and he could see himself. This feeling was too strange. He couldn't feel the existence of his body at all. It was as if he was floating in an endless void. The ghost coffin was clearly very small, but it was incomparably huge as if he was in the vast universe. This feeling was very similar to the time when Xianlang was in the ghost city. Then, Sect Master Ren's soul could clearly see Xianlang's body. It was as if it could glow and was emitting a golden light. Your Majesty Xianlang, your body is indeed unique in this world. But now, it belongs to me. Then, Sect Master Ren's soul suddenly flew towards Xianlang's body and was about to enter his body to complete the possession. However, at this moment, Xianlang, who was originally a walking corpse and a puppet, suddenly opened his eyes. The double pupils that had already separated condensed again and emitted a dazzling radiance. Then, Shenlang revealed an extremely mischievous smile and said, "Sect Master Ren, I originally thought that Yingguang's death was already very strange. I didn't expect your death to be even more bizarre. Yingguang died of insanity. Sect Master Ren, you actually walked into the coffin and went to hell by yourself. This is too unique. Note, today, I updated nearly 18,000 votes. I really tried my best to rely on my diligence to obtain a few monthly votes and to maintain my position on the monthly votes list. Brothers, please, thank you, third young Master Kuang, for the 10,000 coins." In an instant, sect leader Ren Wangwa was completely stunned as he suffered an unprecedented shock to his soul. What had happened? Everything was going smoothly just now. Shenlang had clearly become a walking corpse and a puppet. Why did he suddenly wake up? Following that, sect leader Ren's soul flew towards Shenlang's body in an attempt to forcefully take over and bore into his body. However, he realized that everything was in vain. He felt as though his soul was flying, but the surrounding objects were completely motionless. He felt as though his soul was flying, but it was always so far away from Shenlang's body. Sect leader Ren screamed and howled with all his might, but he couldn't make any sound. The entire process was very similar to what happened to Shenlang. He couldn't feel the existence of his own body at all, and his soul was drifting helplessly. It was completely boundless and had nothing to rely on. He felt extremely weak and insignificant. What was going on? Why did this happen? Ren Wangwa had cultivated the Living Death Sutra countless times. He was extremely familiar with the soul entering aperture technique and the soul out-of-body technique. Sect leader Ren had cultivated the soul cleansing technique for more than 10 years, and there were many examples of how it could be used. Could it be that Shenlang was pretending again? It wasn't possible to erase his memories. However, even if he had 2 brains, they would have been destroyed by now. He and Gangyi had attacked at the same time, and the Nightmare Stone soul cleansing formation had been unleashed to the maximum. At this moment, the lid of the ghost coffin was opened, and Shenlang stood out from within. Sect leader Ren continued to sit there motionlessly. He had entered a very strange state, and it felt like his soul had left his body. His entire body was completely fixed in place, and his soul seemed to be floating above his head, but it couldn't sink down at all. The door to the room opened, and a beautiful lady walked out. She was sect leader Ren's wife, the eldest princess of the Great Yan Empire. She held a willow leaf knife in her hand. She came in front of sect leader Ren and slashed with the first knife. Sect leader Ren instantly became a eunuch. The second, third, fourth, and fifth knife slashed down. Sect leader Ren's limbs were all chopped off, leaving only his head and torso. This lady was very decisive, without any hesitation, and was very calm. This was a grudge that had been brewing for decades. But throughout the entire process, there wasn't a single scream. Sect leader Ren still maintained the feeling of his soul leaving his body. He could only watch as his 5 limbs were chopped off. There wasn't any pain and he didn't feel anything. But this was extremely scary. Okay, he could only watch helplessly as all of this happened, but he was completely powerless. His soul was trembling violently. What had happened? What had happened? Why was this happening? Oh my God, why did this happen? Oh God, why? Wasn't she the possession of the body of the saint? Why do you have such a great hatred for me? Although he had the body of sect master Ren's wife, his soul should be that of the goddess of tribulation, right? However, in the next second, another person walked out of the room. It was the extremely old goddess of tribulation, who had wrinkled skin and white hair. She walked out shakily with a cane. Ren Wangwa Ren Elder Master Ren Wang Staz. Ren to said, he said. Sect leader Ren's soul seemed to have returned to its original place, and his body was revived. But, it was better not to revive. Pain, coldness, terror, all these feelings were clear. His 4 limbs had been chopped off, and he had become a eunuch. These limbs had been separated from his torso. This kind of terrifying feeling was enough to make one's soul fly away. Why was it like this? What had happened? The goddess of tribulation blurted out, possession? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? How can there be possession in this world? Even if there is, it won't be your turn. The last volume of the Living Death Scripture? Have you seen it? Is it your turn to see it? Do you have enough mental strength? Is your spiritual wisdom enough? Possession? Even I don't have the right to possess it, let alone you. The saint said disdainfully, I just used the mental skill of the Living Death Scripture to wake up your wife. Oh right, Renwangs, you just got the Living Death Scripture and the soul cleansing art from Gangwon, so your wife only became a vegetable, and her memory was not completely destroyed. This ghost coffin is indeed protective. When I stimulated and resurrected her spirit, I needed to release hundreds of thousands of spiritual points to stimulate her neurons. Her brain might not be able to withstand it, so she needed the protection of this ghost coffin. She was very lucky to succeed on the first try, and it didn't cause much damage to her brain. You might be very curious as to why she spoke in the same tone as me the moment she woke up, right? The saint said, that's because I taught her to speak like that? You turned her into a vegetable, so she could see and hear for the past few decades. However, she lost control of her entire body and was like a walking corpse. Of course, that's what you wanted, right? If she didn't feel anything, what sense of accomplishment would you feel when you tortured her? Sect leader Ren's wife, Princess Ji, squatted down in front of Renwanyo and said slowly, Renwanyo, I remember every single thing that you did to me, those disgusting things that you did to me. So now, I want to take revenge. Sect leader Ren trembled and said, I was merciful back then and didn't completely destroy your brain. I only turned you into a vegetable. Princess Ji said, only by torturing me like that will you feel good, right? Otherwise, how would you feel torturing a wooden person? After saying that, Princess Ji's dagger slowly pierced into Renwang's left eye. During the entire process, Renwang still couldn't move at all, as if there was a layer between his soul and body. He could feel pain and fear, but he couldn't move at all. Therefore, Renwang's really watched as the dagger got infinitely close to his eyeball. Then, that I couldn't see anything, only endless darkness, pain, and swelling. Even Shenlang felt his hair stand on end as he watched from the side. This 30 years of hatred was really terrifying. Renwang's let out incomparably painful howls. It wasn't physical pain, but mental pain. Why was it like this, God, why was it like this? Gangwon, you and Shenlang worked together to harm me, why? Why? Renwang's trembled and said, these few decades, our relationship was special, even our feelings were special. How many times have you saved me over these few decades? Countless times. Do you still remember? When Emperor Jiangli led the army to encircle Great Robbery Palace, I was the one who saved you at the crucial moment, I saved you. Gangwon said slowly, right, these few decades, I saved you 5 times. Originally, you could be considered as my most important ally. No, accurately speaking, not an ally, but a chess piece. Renwangs, you aren't suitable to be an ally. You are too vicious, too unscrupulous. For benefits, you can sell everything. Such a person is destined to be unable to be an ally. During the Battle of Great Robbery Palace, you didn't really help me. You just wanted to tear down Emperor Jiangli's corner, you just wanted to harm her. Of course, I don't care about all of this. You have always been my most important chess piece, and that has never changed. Gangwon said, I used a few decades to save your life 5 times and passed the Living Dead Scripture to you. I even revealed a strange emotion that made you feel that I was the most trustworthy person in the world. Hearing this, Shenlang couldn't help but shiver. Gangwon continued, but recently, the situation has changed, bit by bit. Not long ago, when the total solar eclipse came, I followed the tradition of Great Robbery Temple and headed to Great Robbery Palace's Ghost City to carry out the Great Tribulation Wisdom Monarch's spiritual soul inheritance. In the end, I failed. Do you know what happened? Sect leader Ren couldn't help but shiver, and he looked towards Shenlang. Gangwon said, right, the Great Tribulation Wisdom Monarch's spiritual soul inheritance was given to Shenlang. Sect leader Ren said, then you took it back, Gangwon said, I can't take it back, the key is Great Tribulation Wisdom Monarch's choice. I arrived earlier than him, but Great Tribulation Wisdom Monarch didn't pass his spiritual soul to me. I wanted to take over his body, but I failed completely. I used all my efforts, but Great Tribulation Wisdom Monarch's spiritual soul was still given to Xianxia. What a pity. I have waited for that day for decades, because I prepared for decades, but it wasn't given to me, the last successor of Great Robbery Temple, but to an enemy. Sect leader Ren said, Senior brother Gangwon, there is still time, to kill Xianxia and take over his body again. He. Gangwon smiled and said, Sect leader Ren, that night, we didn't make any mistakes in destroying Xianxia and even his brain. Your nightmare stone soul cleansing formation wasn't wrong, and neither was my soul cleansing technique. But, to cleanse his soul is simply a fool's dream. Do you know how strong his spiritual power is? Great Tribulation Wisdom Monarch's spiritual soul is in his brain, how can it be cleansed? Xianxia said, then I have to clarify that Great Tribulation Wisdom Monarch's spiritual soul is indeed in my brain, but I can't read it at all. It's in a completely sealed state. Of course, my spiritual power is still very strong, and when I pretend to be a walking corpse, it's very realistic, right? Gangwon said, how can it not be realistic? You have such strong spiritual power and comprehended the living death scripture. How many spiritual scrolls have you comprehended? Your soulless technique is even more realistic than the real thing. Even the double layers of pupils are separated. When I saw it, I was really a little terrified. I thought that your soul had really been cleansed and you had become a walking corpse. Sect leader Ren said with a trembling voice, Senior brother Gangwon, this Xianxia took away something that belonged to you, so why are you still helping him? Why are you working together with him to harm me? Why? We have been friends for decades, and we have been through life and death together for decades. Why are you doing this to me? Gangwon said, Great Tribulation Wisdom Monarch passed down his spiritual soul to Xianxia to let him take on an important mission. He is the new Great Tribulation Wisdom Monarch, so I naturally have to help him. What else can I do? This is my lifelong mission. Sect leader Ren said angrily, since you want to help him harm me, just let him use the dragon sword to kill me. Why do you have to do this? Gangwon said, someone has to admit to the crime of killing you, and your wife is the most suitable one. I believe she will also be very grateful to me for helping her take revenge. She can finally return the 30 years of torture you have inflicted on her. Xianxia is still your majesty, and you are his most loyal subject. How can he kill you, right? Haven't you always been thinking of handing over Stupa Mountain to his majesty Xianxia? Then I'll help you. Sect leader Ren stared at Gangwon in disbelief and said sternly, you are so venomous, so venomous, so venomous. Gangwon said, there is no such thing as venomous. Our Great Tribulation Monastery does things like this. We look down on living beings, and I don't know which generation this problem has been passed down. Following which, Gangwon sighed softly, Brother Ren, I have always reminded you that you are too overboard and too eager for instant benefits. I even specially said a phrase, blinded by greed. After Yingguang obtained the dragon egg, he entered a state of blinded by greed. And after Brother Ren wanted to possess Xianxia and seize the foundation of the great Qian Empire, you also entered a state of blinded by greed. Gangwon said, once a person is too focused on a specific goal, they will neglect other traps, and it will be very easy for them to fall into a state of eternal damnation. Therefore, people can be passionate, but they must never be too invested in it. Otherwise, danger will descend upon them. Xianxia smiled, can't an artist be completely invested in painting? Can't a musician be completely invested in music? Yes, of course. Gangwon said, only by being absolutely invested can one become a true artist. But, did any of these true artists have a good ending? Huh? What you said made sense. Although it wasn't absolute, how many artists and musicians in history only became famous after they died? Xianxia asked, Master Gangwon, then are you invested in your mission? Gangwon said, my entire soul, my entire life. Xianxia said, then why are you still advising others not to do so? Gangwon said, because people like me are destined to not have a good ending. Huh. Alright, I still can't win against you. Gangwon looked at Xianxia and said, to a certain extent, this sentence is also directed at you. When a person is too focused on a certain goal and only has it in his eyes, he will neglect everything around him and it will be very easy for him to fall into a state of eternal damnation. And at this moment, sect leader Ren suddenly said, Gangwon, is there really possession in this world? Is there really such a thing? Gangwon said, there is, but it's basically not possible. Look at my huge spiritual power, but I still fail to possess Shenlang. This requires a strong spiritual power, spiritual wisdom, and an absolute environment, similar to Ghost City. At the very least, you have to practice the living death scripture to the highest level. Sect leader Rin said, in other words, you have always been lying to me. Gangwon said, it can't be said to be lying, because I also wanted to try. I also wanted to experiment whether I could complete possession without the special environment of Ghost City and without the 5th volume of the living death scripture. In the end, it was proven to be impossible. Great Tribulation Goddess said, if it could be possessed, would it have been your turn first? I'm already over 100 years old, and this body of mine has been whipped to the point of vomiting. I would have long gone to find a fresh and tender body to possess. Sect leader Rin suddenly shouted, Gangwon, His Majesty Jiangli is right, your Great Tribulation Temple is the #1 scourge in the world, the #1 scourge in the world. Gangwon looked at Shenlang and said, why don't we hurry up? Give sect leader Ren a quick death? Brother Ren, you must believe me, I also feel very bad if I harm you. Shenlang said, alright, then I will hurry up. Shenlang came in front of sect leader Ren and looked at his remaining eye. Sect leader Ren, you are the most vicious person I have ever met, and you are also the person with the least bottom line. Shenlang said slowly, but I originally had high expectations of you. I felt that you would become an outstanding person. But, in the end, you still disappointed me. I, Shenlang, have encountered many enemies, from Zhangchong to Sunan, to Yingguang, and now you, Wanhua. Each of your enemies is stronger than the other, but none of them are of a higher level than the other. You'll still be blinded by greed and lose your mind. You'll be toyed with by others. Even if you're an enemy, you're still extremely disappointing, said Shenlang. Renhua trembled and said, Shenlang, how much better can you be than me? Perhaps it will be your turn soon. In the end, you will realize that you are the most laughable and stupid person. Shenlang said, but no matter what, I won again. Another name is going to be erased from my list of enemies. He held a dagger and slowly pierced Renhua's other right eye. Renhua did not put on an act, and he immediately let out a miserable scream. Then, both of his eyes were blinded. Do you regret it? Sect leader Ren? Shenlang asked. Sect leader Ren laughed miserably and said, regret, so much regret. Shenlang said, do you regret offending me? No, I regret that I should not have been arrogant and made an enemy of the great Yan Empire. Sect leader Ren said miserably, Shenlang, you are also the cause of this disaster. If you had not helped us open the entrance to the ancient ruins in the Southern Sea region, if you had not allowed me to obtain such a huge ancient ruins, the development of Stupa Mountain in the past 4 years would have exceeded the previous 100 years. We would have obtained an astronomical number of ancient equipment, ancient weapons, dragon's regret, ancient intercepting devices. At that time, we were all stunned. What choice did I have when all this shocking wealth was suddenly piled up in front of me? Of course, I became arrogant. Suddenly rich after a long period of poverty, this was like a middle-aged man who had worked diligently for the past 20 years, earning $8,000 a month, which was neither high nor low. Suddenly, he won a lottery worth $200 million. It was hard for him not to become arrogant. Sect leader Ren continued, the Xianxia Pavilion has always been stronger than us. Even though Stupa Mountain has always been bluffing and bragging about the goo-worm weapons, our goo-worm research has been stagnant for decades. When we were developing the ancient ruins in the Southern Sea region, I felt that we were becoming stronger every day. After that, Shenlang, you returned from the Western world and easily defeated Zhu Hongshua's Blood Soul army. Then, you defeated Princess Ninghan's main force, causing the Xianxia Pavilion Sui to surrender. This made us even more arrogant. We felt that the Xianxia Pavilion was too weak. We felt that we were second only to the White Jade capital and could completely challenge the great Yan Empire. In addition, I was eager to helping Wu Ming ascend the throne and then possess him to inherit the New Qian Kingdom and Stupa Mountain. I lost my mind and asked him to represent Stupa Mountain to attend the Transcendence Conference. Now, it seems that I have really lost my mind. How laughable and foolish. Shenlang, just wait and see. Do you know how powerful we were at Stupa Mountain and how powerful the new Qian kingdom was? We tried to overthrow the order of the Great Yan Empire, but what happened in the end? The Great Yan Empire did not make a move from the beginning to the end. They only provoked us a little, but the Ying family dynasty was destroyed. Stupa Mountain is also finished. Mysterious and elusive. Sect leader Ren's eyes were bleeding. In addition, his face was mottled and had yet to recover. Hence, he looked extremely terrifying. Shenlang, I do not regret offending you, but I do regret offending the Great Yan Empire. It will be your turn soon. Trust me, Shenlang nodded and said, thank you for your guidance, sect leader Ren. Then, Shenlang stabbed his dagger into his mouth and twisted it. Sect leader Ren's tongue was instantly destroyed. Blood flowed out of his mouth and he could no longer speak. Sigh. What a pity. Shenlang had a feeling that if Yingguang's martial arts were so powerful, how powerful would sect leader Ren's martial arts be? In the end, he did not die on the battlefield, nor did he die in a duel between top-notch experts. Instead, he knelt on the ground and died in the most humiliating way. Your Royal Highness, I'll leave the last stab to you. Shenlang said, only you have the authority to kill him. Sect leader Ren's wife took the dagger, grabbed sect leader Ren's hair and walked out. Immediately, Shenlang was completely shocked. What was he trying to do? Gang Yi did not stop him at all. He looked at Shenlang and said slowly, Your Majesty Shenlang, what is your goal in coming to Stupa Mountain this time? Shenlang said, to kill sect leader Ren. Gang Yi said, that's it. I'll take my leave. Take care. Then, Gang Yi left without saying a word. The Great Tribulation Goddess looked at Shenlang's face for a long time. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this the new generation of Great Tribulation Wisdom King? Logically, you should be inheriting us, the Great Tribulation Goddesses. Do you still want me? How would you feel when a woman who was more than 100 years old, with wrinkled skin, white hair, a hunchback, and all her teeth missing said such words to you? Ga. Then, the goddess of tribulation let out a burst of strange cries and staggered behind Gangwon. She limped, but she walked very fast. Moreover, she carried a ghost coffin and soon disappeared from sight. Great Tribulation Wisdom King, the last Great Tribulation Wisdom King, he, the Great Tribulation is coming, the Great Tribulation is coming. The goddess of tribulation, who was more than 100 years old, left, but her strange voice and shrill laughter echoed in Shenlang's ears, as if she was possessed. After the Great Tribulation Goddess's voice disappeared, Gang Yi's voice sounded directly in Shenlang's mind. Your Majesty Shenlang, if I were you, I would leave Stupa Mountain immediately. Gang Yi said, Stupa Mountain is finished. It's going to be destroyed. It's going to be an unprecedented and magnificent destruction. Let's go quickly. Sect leader Ren's wife, the eldest princess of the Great Yan Empire, dragged sect leader Ren's body and walked out. They were soon discovered by the people of Stupa Mountain, and they looked at this scene in disbelief. This is the sect leader's wife? She's awake? And who's the person she's carrying in her hand? He looks a little familiar. He looks a little like the sect leader. But it's too tragic. He has no limbs, and his eyes are blinded. It can't be the sect leader. His martial arts are so high. Sect leader Ren's wife kept walking toward Stupa Palace. Behind her, more and more people followed. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of people surged forward. Finally, all of them rushed into the main hall of Stupa Palace. Quick, call His Majesty, call His Majesty. Immediately, someone in Stupa Mountain shouted. It seemed that sect leader Ren's brainwashing during this period was effective. When such a major event happened, they immediately reported it to Shenlang. Then, the eunuch Yunhai flew toward Shenlang's palace. Your Majesty, bad news. There's a change in the main hall in front. Your Majesty, please make a decision, Yunhai said. Although he was shouting, he wasn't shouting for Shenlang. Instead, he was shouting for Gangwon. That was because he knew that Xianlang had become a walking corpse. However, Xianlang, who was dressed in a dragon robe, appeared in front of him and said, "Let's go." Yunhai could not help but tremble. He could not believe his eyes. Didn't His Majesty Xianlang become a walking corpse? Why was he safe and sound? Without another word, Xianlang walked majestically toward the main hall of Stupa Palace. However, when Xianlang arrived, sect leader Ren's wife had already started. She had actually given sect master Ren the death of 1,000 cuts in front of everyone. 30 years of hatred, just how intense was it? His Majesty has arrived. Eunuch Yunhai shouted. Then, Xianlang walked out and sat down in the main hall. Everyone from Stupa Mountain was stunned. Then, they instinctively knelt down and kowtowed. "Your subjects greet your Majesty. Long live your Majesty." Sect leader Ren's wife, the eldest princess of the Great Yan Empire, and Jiang Li's former fiancé, looked at all of this mockingly. She said slowly, "Everyone, you might be very curious. Who is this person in my hand? Who is this person that I killed just now? That's right. He's the master of Stupa Mountain, Renwani." After saying that, she suddenly pulled out her sword and slashed at sect leader Ren's neck. Renwani's head fell to the ground. An ambitious person died tragically just like that. I, the eldest princess of the Great Yan Empire, the former lady of Stupa Mountain, have killed Renwani. How about that? Your Majesty Xianlang, right? I have killed the Great Qian Empire's Grand Tutor Renwani. How about that? Note, first update sent. Begging for monthly votes with tears in my eyes. Benefactor, please send some money. It's going to explode again. Xianlang's mind sank into some sort of deep thought. Why exactly did he come to Stupa Mountain? There was only one answer, and that was to kill sect leader Ren. Because Stupa Mountain was between Chugan and Chugan, Xianlang had to prevent sect leader Ren from stabbing him in the back at the crucial moment. In fact, Xianlang was worried that after Yingguang's death, would sect leader Ren compromise with the Great Yan Empire or even collude with them? Logically speaking, this was entirely possible. However, he didn't expect the situation to develop in such a bizarre and complicated manner after he came to Stupa Mountain. First was the loyalty ceremony, then Stupa Mountain became Stupa Palace, and then completely merged into the Great Qian Empire. Dazzling flower blossoms, this sentence couldn't be any more correct. At this moment, Xianlang had to search his heart and interrogate it. What was your original intention? What was your goal? To have no enmity, to completely erase Ren Wanwo's name from the list of enemies. Since this goal had been achieved, it was a success. Everything else wasn't that important anymore. At this moment, Xianlang looked at Princess Ji in front of him. He had never had any direct contact with her. Logically speaking, this person should be very close to Xianlang. After all, she was once Jiang Li's fiancé, and Jiang Li should be her only lover. Furthermore, she was also Ren Yingying's mother. Regardless of whether she gave birth to Ren Yingying, she was the one who raised her when she was a baby. Therefore, Xianlang didn't have any enmity towards her. However, Gangwon's intention was also very simple. Xianlang wanted to kill sect leader Ren, escape, and even obtain the loyalty of Stupa Mountain. This way, the crime of murder couldn't be placed on Xianlang's head. Someone had to take the blame, and that person was sect leader Ren's wife, Princess Ji. At this moment, the hearts of the people of Stupa Mountain were at their most chaotic and complicated. Therefore, logically speaking, Xianlang should be carrying the banner of taking revenge for sect head Ren, calling for Fu Tu to kill Princess Ji and take revenge for Ren Wanwo by tearing her into pieces on the spot. Then, he would have obtained the loyalty of the entire Stupa Mountain. However, Xianlang would never do such a lowly thing. Moreover, he was involved in killing sect leader Ren. Your Majesty Xianlang, I killed the Great Dry Empire's Grand Preceptor Ning Wanwo, what do you think? Princess Ji asked coldly once again. Xianlang narrowed his eyes. The other party's words were filled with enmity, enmity that was carved into his bones. Where did her hostility come from? Of course, it wasn't because of Xianlang, but because of Jiangli hate from love? This was very normal, because Jiangli had broken off the engagement with her, which was why she had married Renwani, a bastard. Xianlang, men, arrest Madame Ren. No matter what? Stupa Mountain had already become Stupa Palace, Xianlang had become the supreme ruler here, and Princess Ji was Renwanwo's murderer, so there was nothing wrong with taking them down first. Following Xianlang's order, hundreds of special samurai were ready to make a move and were about to capture them. Wait! Suddenly, someone shouted. This person was one of the elders of Stupa Mountain, Lin Miaotong. He was the one who had a grudge against Xianlang and was almost beheaded by sect leader Renwanwo. In the end, Xianlang spared him and punished him with 90 strokes of the cane. He went to sect leader Ren's corpse and examined it over and over again before shaking his head. No, this person isn't sect leader Ren. F***K, you are lying through your teeth. You checked so carefully, how could you not know whether he is sect leader Ren or not? This person is sect leader Ren's substitute. Lin Miaotong said. Sect leader Ren said clearly that he was going into seclusion to get rid of the black fog in his body. Unexpectedly, sect leader Ren's substitute didn't know his place and tried to stir up trouble. In the end, he was killed by Madame Ren, am I right? Lin Miaotong looked at Princess Ji and said again, Madame Ren, is this the case? A few decades ago, your brain was damaged and you fell into a coma. Sect leader thought of all ways and exhausted countless internal energy to save you countless times. This time, he is going into seclusion for a long period of time, so he risked using a terrifying ancient book to save you while he himself fell into danger, am I right? Princess Ji rolled her eyes and said slowly, yes, that is the case. Lin Miaotong said. Sect leader Ren said before that he felt that he didn't have much time left, so he went into seclusion. If you don't believe me, I can bring you to see him. Madam, you can bring us to see him. Princess Ji hesitated for a few seconds before leaving Stupa Palace with Lin Miaotong and headed towards the secret cave at the foot of the mountain. One group of people left, but another group of people didn't leave and stayed on the spot. One was Ren Tianxiao, the other was Wu Ju, and a few hundred special samurai. Wu Ju said, Your Majesty, what should we do next? Xianlang narrowed his eyes and looked at Wu Ju and Ren Tianxiao. The current situation was already very interesting, very interesting. The dead person in front of them was sect leader Ren. Almost all the higher-ups of Stupa Mountain knew that. Although they couldn't tell at the start because he was cut so badly that he didn't look like a human, they could confirm it after careful observation. At least, Ren Tianxiao was currently kneeling in front of Renwanwo, hugging his head in a daze. His eyes were already completely red. Wu Ju said, Your Majesty, the current situation is already very strange. Lin Miaotong and the others want to wash away Princess Ji's crime of murder. Sect leader is already dead, so their hearts have changed. They want to rely on the great Yan Empire through Princess Ji. Xianlang said, Wu Ju, what do you think? Wu Ju cowed out and said, My heart has never changed. No matter what sect leader Ren thinks, my heart is willing to be loyal to your Majesty. Xianlang suddenly said, You have seen the strange decaying wound on sect leader Ren's chest? Wu Ju was silent for a moment, then bowed and said, Yes, I have seen it. Xianlang looked at Ren Tianxiao and said, You, what do you think? Ren Tianxiao said, I don't think about anything, I don't think about anything. I will do whatever uncle wants me to do. Wu Ju said, Your Majesty, we have to be fast, fast. Otherwise, it will be too late if we wait for them to gather their momentum. Once sect leader is dead, no one will be able to suppress the heroes of Stupa Mountain. Xianlang said, The two of you, follow me and protect me. Following that, Xianlang quickly flew towards his bedroom. The last time he tried to save Ren Yingying, he was attacked by sect leader Ren before he even started. This time, he had to seize the time and immediately save Ren Yingying. However, when Xianlang rushed to his bedroom, he discovered that Ren Yingying had already disappeared. The ancient dragon box had also disappeared. The great eunuch Yunhai was carrying a box and running at full speed. When Wu Ju and Ren Tianxiao saw this, they rushed over like lightning and caught up to him in the blink of an eye. The great eunuch Yunhai put down the dragon box and placed the sharp sword on Ren Yingying's neck. He said coldly, Your Majesty Xianlang, don't force me. Xianlang sneered and said, as expected of someone brought by Princess Ji. Now you can't wait to pledge your loyalty to her. The great eunuch Yunhai said, No, this servant will only pledge her loyalty to the winner. Then he pressed the sharp sword on Ren Yingying's neck and made a small cut. He said slowly, Your Majesty Shenlang, please leave. If you stay any longer, you will be killed. During this period of time, sect leader Ren has been thinking of ways to deify your position and make you the master of this place. However, time is too short. Once sect leader Ren dies, they will retaliate. After all, I have served you for half a month. I really don't want to fall out with you, and I don't want to personally cut off Princess Reninging's head. Ha ha ha, this Stupa mountain is really full of death. It's really like a drama in hell. When sect leader Ren was still alive, he suppressed everyone and made them act obediently. They wore whatever masks they were told to wear. After sect leader Ren died, everyone revealed a ferocious expression. They were either malicious ghosts or demons. They immediately threw their masks aside and stopped acting. The solemn and sacred Stupa Palace turned into Stupa Mountain in the blink of an eye. The great eunuch Yunhai said, Your Majesty Shenlang, can't you see? Everyone doesn't trust you or the great Qian Empire. Once sect leader Ren is dead, everyone has to curry favor with someone stronger. Is there anyone stronger than the great Yan Empire in this world? Madame Ren is the eldest princess of the great Yan Empire. Therefore, even though she killed sect leader Ren, everyone is trying to shirk her guilt by saying that the person she killed was a substitute. All of you, get out of the way. If you take another step forward, I'll kill Princess Reninging, the great eunuch Yunhai said ferociously. I want to see if your sword is faster or mine. Your Majesty Shenlang, let's go. Otherwise, you'll die here. You might even be dismembered. Ha ha ha. You've had enough of being an emperor. The great eunuch Yunhai grabbed Reninging's hair and retreated. Ren Tianxiao looked at Shenlang and asked him what he should do. This person had always been like this. He was simple-minded and completely obeyed sect leader Ren. After sect leader Ren died, he instinctively obeyed Shenlang. Shenlang sneered. He had said before that the process of saving Reninging was very simple. He used the spiritual art of the living death scripture to build a spiritual program that was made up of hundreds of thousands of spiritual points. Then, he released it and activated Reninging's hundreds of thousands of neurons. Shenlang closed his eyes and started to build in his mind. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 150,000, 150,000 spiritual points formed a spiritual vortex. Go. Following Shenlang's order, a beam of light shot out. It looked like the energy vortex wanted to die. The great eunuch Yunhai was shocked. He thought that Shenlang had released an energy vortex attack on him. He instinctively used Princess Reninging as a shield. Whoosh! The spiritual vortex drilled into Reninging's brain. Then, there was silence. There was no reaction. Everyone was shocked, including the great eunuch Yunhai. What had happened? He placed the sharp sword on Princess Reninging's neck again. Dragging her hair, he retreated quickly and said coldly, Don't force me and don't do anything. Otherwise, I'll kill her immediately. Kill her. At this moment, Princess Reninging woke up. In that instant, the scene was completely indescribable. A beam of light flashed through her eyes. It was extremely bright and shocking. It was incomparably ferocious and ferocious. It made people tremble. Then, she slowly turned her head and looked at Yunhai. She let out a roar from her throat. The whole ground was shaking. The great eunuch Yunhai was completely shocked. Because Reninging really turned her head 180 degrees. She was facing him while her back was facing him. I'll kill you. The great eunuch Yunhai suddenly cut a huge cut on Reninging's neck. Almost half of her neck was cut off. Ren Tianxiao exclaimed and roared, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Then, he rushed toward the great eunuch Yunhai like lightning. However, the next second, he was completely shocked. Because Reninging's throat that had been cut was instantly restored. There was no scar at all. Then, Reninging grabbed the great eunuch Yunhai's sword and gently squeezed it. The extremely tough sword was directly smashed into pieces. Then, she stretched out her palm and patted the great eunuch Yunhai gently. Puff! The great eunuch directly disappeared from the world. With a burst of blood mist, the great master Yunhai was directly smashed into pieces. Not even the dregs of his bones could be found. He directly turned into a blood mist and disappeared without a trace. Wu Ju, Ren Tianxiao, and Shen Lang were completely shocked. What? What was this? Wasn't this strength a little too frightening? Even sect leader Ren wasn't this powerful. Ying. Shen Lang carefully stretched out his hand and said, Do you still remember me? I'm Shen Lang. I'm your fiancé. I saved you just now. Ren Ying's eyes flashed. Shen Lang really seemed to be burned by a strong light. She kept staring at Shen Lang, as if she wanted to search for any memory fragments in his mind, but she found nothing. I'm Shen Lang. I'm your fiancé. Shen Lang said gently as he slowly approached Ren Ying. Bang! Ren Ying pushed in the air. In an instant, Shen Lang's body flew out like a cannonball and directly flew hundreds of meters away. She really just pushed gently, and it was the air, not Shen Lang. This martial art was so powerful that it made people feel hopeless. But Shen Lang was not injured, and lightly landed on the ground. Ren Tianxiao walked over and said, I'm your brother, in the end. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Ren Tianxiao's body flew out like a cannonball and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ren Ying still casually pushed. Then, Ren Ying looked at Shen Lang. She really couldn't remember anything, but there seemed to be a spiritual connection, a spiritual resonance. Shen Lang realized that her current emotions and gaze were completely not like a human's. He didn't know what race she was. Suddenly, her gaze fell on her finger. It was Shen Lang's ancient king's ring. She stared blankly for a while, then suddenly took off the ancient king's ring and directly threw it at Shen Lang. Shen Lang caught the ancient king's ring and put it back on his finger. At the same time, Ren Ying's figure disappeared without a trace. She lightly tapped her feet and disappeared 100 meters away. She was so fast that she tore through the air with a loud crack. Shen Lang was completely stunned. What was she trying to do? She was so powerful. What was she trying to do? F***ck. Shen Lang cried out. Wu Ju was stunned as well. After a long while, he finally said, Your Majesty, Princess Ren Ying is heading south. She seems to be in a hurry to get somewhere. Shen Lang saw that Ren Ying was heading south in a straight line. No matter what she encountered, she would move in a straight line. Anything that blocked her path would be reduced to ashes. This was the ancient dragon box that allowed her to undergo nirvana. She had practically devoured all the dragon blood marrow energy in the ancient dragon box, and then, she became so powerful. Moreover, she seemed to be in the early stages of her transformation. Your Majesty, Princess Ren Ying has left. We'll have to face the next challenge alone, Wu Ju said. Shen Lang said, Wu Ju, the Great Yan Empire is much more powerful than me. Have you never thought of submitting to Great Yan? Wu Ju shook his head and said, What am I in Great Yan? I've told His Majesty in Qian capital that I want to take a gamble. Shen Lang looked at Ren Tianxiao. He had suffered significant damage from the radiation. I'll do whatever the sect master tells me to do, Ren Tianxiao said. Before sect master Ren died, he told everyone to swear loyalty to Shen Lang. Ren Tianxiao's bloodline had been modified. Even his brain had changed. He was straightforward. How could he decipher the meaning behind sect master Ren's words? It would be too difficult for him. Shen Lang said, All right, let's go and face them. Lin Miaotong and Madame Ren led a few hundred people into the underground cave of Stupa Mountain. They discovered sect master Ren. Naturally, this sect master Ren was a substitute. Ren Wanwo had mentioned him many times, but he never showed himself. When everyone saw him, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground in seclusion. He could not be awakened. Lin Miaotong lifted his shirt and revealed the shadow on his chest. He said, Did everyone see that? This shadow threatened the sect master's life. That's why he'll be cultivating in seclusion here for the next few years or even decades to expel the terrifying energy from his body. Everyone, disperse. We don't want to disturb the sect master's cultivation in seclusion. Then, the few hundred to 1,000 people left the underground cave. They returned to Stupa Palace again. The facts prove that the sect master is still safe and sound. Madame Ren killed his substitute. This person wanted to act recklessly when he saw the sect master in seclusion. He deserves to be killed. He deserves to be killed. Lin Miaotong knelt before Princess Ji and said, "Madam, the sect master is cultivating in seclusion, but Stupa Mountain can't be without a leader. Please take control of Stupa Mountain, madam." Subsequently, the few hundred people knelt before Princess Ji and kowtowed. "Please take control of Stupa Mountain, madam." There was nothing new in the world. Twisting the truth and calling a deer a horse were happening everywhere. Sect Master Ren, when you were alive, you manipulated everyone in Stupa Mountain. No one dared to resist. Once you died, everyone manipulated you. Until now, Ren Wanwo's corpse had been thrown on the ground and trampled by everyone. Only Ren Tianxiao had hugged Ren Wanwo's head and cried. From start to finish, only one person had truly cared about Ren Wanwo. Even Wu Ju didn't care. Just as Lin Miaotong finished speaking, Wu Ju sneered. "Lord Lin, your words are laughable." Grand Preceptor Ren said very clearly that after he enters seclusion, the entire Stupa Palace will be handed over to His Majesty Shenlang. Didn't you see clearly in this half a month? His Majesty is the highest master of Stupa Palace. Ren Tianxiao said angrily, "Lin Miaotong, what do you mean? Are you going to go against uncle's will?" Lin Miaotong was speechless. There were some things that couldn't be said directly. He couldn't say that Sect Master Ren was already dead. Everyone could ignore what he said. They didn't want to submit to the Great Qian Empire. They wanted to submit to the Great Yan Empire. If they followed Shenlang's Great Qian Empire, only death awaited them. At this moment, a snow eagle swooped down and rushed into the hall. He immediately knelt down and said, "Bad news, bad news. Your Majesty, Grand Preceptor, bad news." This special warrior didn't even know that a drastic change had occurred in Stupa Palace. Wu Ju said, "What happened?" The Special Forces warrior said, "A few hundred Special Forces warriors and 1,000 Hell Legion soldiers were escorting the ancient interceptors and draconic power launchers to raging Tidewater City. However, we were ambushed by the Great Yan Empire and were completely annihilated. The Dragon Power Launcher and the ancient intercepting device were all seized." Hearing this, Shenlang's expression changed. Wu Ju and the others' expressions changed drastically. Wu Ju said coldly, "Are you sure it was the Great Yan Empire? What army did they mobilize? What scale?" The special warrior said with a sorrowful expression, "I don't know. I still don't know what happened. We were almost completely wiped out. When I woke up, the Dragon Power Launcher and the ancient intercepting device had all disappeared." Immediately, everyone in the hall trembled. Was the Great Yan Empire really so powerful? Sect leader Ren had sent a few hundred special warriors and 1,000 soldiers from the Hell Legion to escort them. They hadn't even seen the enemy clearly and didn't know what had happened, but they were completely wiped out. In the face of such a powerful Great Yan Empire, was there any hope for them to follow Shenlang and the Great Qian Empire? After a long while, Madame Ren, Princess Ji, said slowly, "Let's get this straight. Sect leader Ren is no longer here. Stupa Mountain is now faced with two choices. One is to be loyal to the Great Yan Empire, and the other is to be loyal to Shenlang's Great Qian Empire." Was she not going to act anymore? Madame Ren said, "Sect leader Ren is dead. Stupa Mountain must find another backer. Are you willing to rely on the powerful Flame Capital or Shenlang's Qian Capital? Use your lives and your feet to make the choice." Once she said this, Elder Lin Miaotong knelt in front of Princess Ji without hesitation. Following that, dozens and hundreds of people knelt in front of her. Everyone used their feet to vote and chose Flame Capital. Sect leader Ren, after your death, the entire Stupa Mountain was in disarray. Over the past half a month, you tried your best to raise Shenlang's status and brainwash them, but it was useless. Everyone is smart. Ren Tianxiao knelt in front of Shenlang without hesitation. Wu Ju hesitated for 3 seconds, but he still knelt in front of Shenlang. Among the hundreds and thousands of people present, only 2 people knelt in front of Shenlang. Following that, dozens more came. Finally, more than 100 people knelt in front of Shenlang. These people had the same identity. They were all special warriors and generals from the Hell Legion. They were all trained by Ren Tianxiao and had been completely transformed. They were simple-minded and only knew how to obey orders. The queue had ended. Suddenly, someone in the crowd said coldly, "Everyone, capture His Majesty Xianlang and send him to Flame Capital. Make a great contribution." Damn, he was indeed awesome. He even had this thought. Instantly, hundreds of special warriors pulled out their swords and shouted, "You dare? Protect His Majesty, protect His Majesty." Ren Tianxiao suddenly blew the horn. Instantly, countless special warriors flew over on snow eagles. Countless hellish legions rushed up to the Stupa Palace. Following that, Lin Miaotong also blew his horn. Similarly, countless Stupa mountain warriors, grandmasters, some special warriors, and some hell legion swarmed over. A short hour later, 100,000 people swarmed into Stupa Palace. There were 30,000 who were loyal to Xianlang and 70,000 who were loyal to Madame Ren. This result was much better than what Xianlang had imagined. He was a pure outsider. Yet, under these special circumstances, there were actually 30,000 people who were loyal to him. It seemed like sect leader Ren's brainwashing performance over the past half a month wasn't for nothing. The two armies faced off at Stupa Palace. A civil war could break out at any moment. Wu Ju said in a low voice, "It's a pity that Princess Ren Yingying has lost all her memories and disappeared. Otherwise, with her on our side, more troops will be loyal to His Majesty. Capture Xianlang and report to Flame Capital for merit. Capture Xianlang and report to Flame Capital for merit. Capture Xianlang and take revenge." The two armies were getting more and more worked up. It seemed like a war was about to break out. The eldest princess of the Great Yan Empire looked on coldly with a mocking gaze. Xianlang suddenly stood on the high platform, picked up the Nightmare Stone sound wave amplifier, and slowly said, "Silence." Everyone looked towards Xianlang. "If I die, the entire Stupa mountain will be without a leader. Lin Miaotong and many others here have been putting on an act for half a month. Under Renwani's leadership, they kowtowed to me and were about to become subjects of the Great Qian Empire. In the end, Renwani suddenly died. You are no longer willing to put on an act and pledge your loyalty to me, Xianlang. That's nothing. I never force anyone to be loyal to me, nor do I force Stupa Mountain to join the Great Qian Empire. But you chose to be loyal to Madame Ren, the eldest princess of the Great Yan Empire and my father Jiang Li's fiancé? If that's the case, then you must be blind. She was tortured by Renwani for 30 years. How much hatred does she have? That's why she sentenced me to death in front of all of you. You are twisting the facts and saying that Renwani did not die. She only killed a substitute. That's not a problem. Distorting the truth happens everywhere. As subjects, you have never thought of taking revenge for sect leader Ren. You don't even want to seek the truth. That's not a problem either. You even want to kneel, swear loyalty, and surrender to the person who killed sect leader Ren. That's not a problem. In order to survive, we should do anything. But I have to tell everyone that Princess Ji does not just hate Renwani. She hates the entire Stupa Mountain. She wants to drag the entire Stupa Mountain down with her. She wants to kill every single one of you. The destruction of Stupa Mountain is coming. It will come very soon. Xianlang said, "Originally, I would have tried my best to save Stupa Mountain. But, you have never thought of pledging loyalty to me. So I won't flatter myself. If you want to follow Princess Ji and kneel to Flame Capital to beg for mercy and surrender, feel free to do so. Lin Miaotong, you are digging your own graves." Xianlang concluded, "You have surrendered to Princess Ji. Your death is near." Ha ha ha. Elder Lin Miaotong laughed. "Xianlang, don't try to scare us. It's useless. You want to trick the people of Stupa Mountain into pledging loyalty to the Great Qian Empire? Don't waste your energy. For the past half a month, we have been putting on an act under sect leader Ren's pressure. We kowtowed to you 3 times and called you Your Majesty. Did you really take it seriously? Did you really think that you were an emperor? How absurd and laughable. That was just an act. When we kowtowed to you, we treated you, Xianlang, like a clown. Do you think that sect leader Ren worshipped you out of kindness? Is he really loyal to you? Ha ha ha, how childish. In Stupa Mountain, you were just a clown from start to finish. That's right. We want to be loyal to the Great Yan Empire. We want to be loyal to the Princess Royal. So what? The Great Qian Empire is already in danger. You, Shenlang, can't even protect yourself. Don't try to drag us down with you. Why don't you just rush to your own death? Don't even think about bringing us along on the road to hell. You said that Princess Ji wants to destroy us. You said that Stupa Mountain is about to be destroyed. Stop acting. It's useless. Get lost. Get out of Stupa Mountain. The current Stupa Mountain belongs to Madame Ren. Then, Lin Miaotong led the tens of thousands of people to bow to Princess Ji. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Shenlang smiled. Interesting, interesting. Then, Shenlang ordered, a melon that is forcefully picked will not be sweet. If someone wants to die, let him be. All those who are loyal to me, leave Stupa Mountain. Let's go. Shenlang rode on Big Chow. Then, Wu Ju, Ren Tianxiao, and 1,000 special warriors rode on snow eagles. The remaining 30,000 soldiers of the Hell Army did not have flying mounts. They boarded dozens of ships. Go, go, go. A few hours later, Shenlang led the 30,000 people and left Stupa Mountain. He gave up everything on Stupa Mountain. Wu Ju trembled. Your Majesty, will everything you said happen? She is the Princess Royal of the Great Yan Empire. Stupa Mountain's allegiance is very meaningful to the Great Yan Empire. Flame Capital will really destroy Stupa Mountain. However, Wu Ju did not finish his sentence. Dozens of shooting stars flew over from the northern sky. Remorse of the Dragon. Super Remorse of the Dragon. Dozens of Super Remorse of the Dragon flew towards Stupa Mountain. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Stupa Mountain tried its best to stop them. But they all failed. Also, the ancient interception device was no longer functioning. A few minutes later, the dozens of Super Remorse of the Dragon smashed into the headquarters of Stupa Mountain. Boom 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 boom, the most magnificent destruction. Note, today's update is 15,000. The monthly votes are going to explode. I'm panicking. Brothers with tickets, please save me. After chasing away Shenlang, the people of Stupa Mountain celebrated. Sect leader Ren's head was taken away by Ren Tianxiao, but his dismembered body was thrown to the center of the hall and trampled on. Stupa Palace, which had been orderly and solemn for the past half a month, was now in a mess. Next, Lin Miaotong and the rest could not wait to recommend Princess Ji as the new sect leader of Stupa Mountain. This way, Stupa Mountain would also have the surname Ji, and they could enjoy the same treatment as Heaven Execution Pavilion, becoming a transcendent faction of Great Yan Empire. Therefore, a few female hall masters went forward and helped Madame Ren, Princess Ji, bathe and change into the sect leader's robe, and she wore the Stupa Jade sword. Of course, this sect leader robe was for men, but it did not matter. After wearing it, Princess Ji looked valiant and formidable. Next, everyone pushed Princess Ji up Stupa Palace to the throne. Hundreds and thousands of people knelt down neatly and kowtowed. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, sect leader. This was really like a drama. Just over half a month ago, sect head Ren had pushed Shenlang to this position and shouted, "Long live Shenlang." At this moment, Lin Miaotong and the rest had also pushed Princess Ji onto that position and once again knelt down and shouted loudly, wishing that they could kowtow 3 times and 9 times. Just like that, Ren Wanwo's murderer, the Great Yan Empire's eldest princess, became the new sect leader of Stupa Mountain. She really had the charm of Qin Qiao's rebellion. During the entire process, Princess Ji did not refuse, she just looked at everything coldly. After the ceremony, she directly entered a cave. That was the true secret place of Stupa Mountain. Why was Stupa Mountain built in the floating sea? It was because the entire mountain was an ancient ruin. Stupa Mountain's goo-worm culture was started from this ancient ruin. Stupa Palace was magnificent, but it was never the core of Stupa Mountain. Only the core control room of Stupa Mountain was the true key point. Inside, most of the ancient energy cores of Stupa Mountain could be controlled. It could also control the most important thing, the ancient interceptor. This item had been discovered in the ancient ruins of the Southern Sea region. It had taken a huge amount of manpower to transport it to the Stupa Mountain headquarters. The last time Flame Capital tried to attack Stupa Mountain with the super regret of the dragon, it was intercepted by an ancient interceptor in midair and detonated prematurely, causing no damage to Stupa Mountain. After the new sect leader, the first princess of the Great Yan Empire, entered the control center, she immediately shut down the ancient interception device. Then, he activated the equipment related to the Nightmare Stone and sent a signal to the sky. Not long after, the Empire of Great Yan's super regretful dragon had attacked, and there were dozens of them at once. The people left behind to guard Stupa Mountain discovered the dragon's regret even earlier than Xianxia, and they fell into fear and trembling. These regrets of the dragons were flying too fast, reaching an astonishing speed of about 3,000 meters per second, which was unprecedented. However, according to the power of the ancient interceptor, it should be able to intercept them in the air. Quick, go and intercept them. Quick, enter the core control room. Hundreds of special warriors and a few elders rushed toward the core control room. However, he discovered that the door was tightly shut and could not be opened at all. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as a terrifying feeling enveloped them. Sect leader, are you in there? Are you in there? Lin Miaotong trembled. I'm in there. Princess Ji's voice resounded through the Nightmare Stone, echoing throughout the entire Stupa Mountain. Lin Miaotong said, Sect leader, the Flame Capital's super regretful dragon is shooting over. There must be some misunderstanding. Quickly activate the ancient interception device. It can intercept these regretful dragons in the air, then we will explain to the eye. Yes, we will explain to the Flame Capital that we have nothing to do with Xianxia, and we have nothing to do with the Great Qian Empire. We have completely surrendered to the Great Yan Empire. Electing the clown Xianxia as the leader was not our intention. From today onwards, Stupa Mountain is the Great Qian Empire's mortal enemy, and Xianxia's mortal enemy. Sect leader, did you hear that? Princess Ji, did you hear that? After a moment, Princess Ji said, Don't worry, I heard it. Lin Miaotong said, Then have you activated the ancient interception device? Quick, it's almost too late. The super regretful dragon is extremely fast, there's less than half a minute left. Princess Ji said, The ancient interception device was originally activated, but I purposely turned it off. With that, everyone shuddered and felt a chill down their spines. Why? Lin Miaotong said, Princess Ji, we have just pledged our loyalty to you, to the Great Yan Empire, and for you, we have already become enemies with Xianxia. Princess Ji said plainly, because I want everyone on Stupa Mountain to die. Everyone trembled violently, because the other party's words were filled with bone-deep hatred. Princess Ji laughed coldly, Reninging, I am a beast, everyone on Stupa Mountain is a beast. How did you develop yourselves? Goo worms? This in itself means that you are all sinister and vicious. You should all die. Lin Miaotong roared, Stupa Mountain still has your daughter. Do you want your daughter to be blown up as well? Even a vicious tiger does not eat its cubs. Lin Miaotong actually knew that Princess Reninging was no longer around, but he tried to use this to move Princess Ji. Princess Ji said plainly, She is not my biological daughter. Reninging, that beast, does not have the ability to reproduce. Alright, just wait for your deaths. Don't waste your breath. Princess Ji became completely silent, hiding in the control center. A moment later, the super regretful dragon in the sky arrived. The first one smashed into the floating sea. It did not explode immediately, but burrowed into the deepest part of the floating sea. Boom 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 boom, the first super regretful dragon exploded at the bottom of the floating sea, shaking the heavens and earth and creating a shocking tsunami. This was not a real ocean, but just a huge lake. Yet, it still created a tsunami. A green fireball rose into the sky. Immediately after, the second super regretful dragon struck Constitutional Island. It penetrated half of the mountain and penetrated deep into the island's mountain before exploding. In an instant, the entire Constitutional Island was completely destroyed, truly erased from the world. Then, the third super regret of the dragon hit Hell Island. The fourth and fifth ones all hit Hell Island. Hell Island was erased from the world. The light that exploded was many times brighter than the sun. Lin Miaotong and the rest fell into boundless regret. It turned out that everything Xianxia said was true. The Great Yan Empire really wanted to destroy Stupa Mountain. Princess Ji really wanted everyone to die. She regretted not listening to His Majesty Shenlang. She regretted not listening to Shenlang. She was blinded by lard. Why didn't she leave with His Majesty Shenlang? Why did she stay here? I hate her so much. The Great Yan Empire and I are irreconcilable. Princess Ji, you deserve to be tortured to death. You will die a horrible death, a horrible death. Whoosh 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 whoosh, a total of 10 super regretful dragons smashed towards the headquarters of Stupa Mountain from all directions. Lin Miaotong let out a shrill laugh. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, laughable, laughable, boom 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 boom. Then, the magnificent Stupa Palace was smashed into pieces. The cliff of Stupa Mountain, which was thousands of meters tall, was torn from the middle. Next, the super regret of the dragon in his eyes continued whizzing over, hitting every island in the floating sea as if it was taking names. Boom boom boom, the bombardment lasted for a full 15 minutes. Then, Stupa Mountain was completely destroyed and disappeared from this world. More than 100,000 people were almost completely wiped out. The entire floating sea was seething, raising a shocking wave that gushed out in all directions, gushing towards the Chu country in the south. After a long while, the door of Stupa Mountain's control center opened. Princess Ji walked out from inside. Of course, she was not dead. The core control room's defensive capabilities were astonishing. It could withstand the super regretful dragon. Then, dozens of black shadows appeared in the sky. They were all ultrasonic flying beasts. That's right, they were the same as Dachao, but much larger. Because Dachao was the latest to come out, these ultrasonic flying beasts had been out for more than 10 years. They had been nurtured by the Great Yan Empire for more than 10 years. Dachao was about 30 meters long and had a wingspan of about 30 meters. The ultrasonic flying beasts of the Great Yan Empire were more than 45 meters long. Not only that, they looked much more ferocious than Dachao. This was because every one of them had been modified. The surface of their bodies was covered with thick and strange scales. Even in the air, they were impervious to weapons. This was only a small part of them. In the abyss, every cave represented an ultrasonic flying beast, and there were countless caves in the abyss. A supersonic flying beast landed. There was even a flight cabin fixed on its back. Princess Ji Xian walked out from it. Let's go home, Aunt, Princess Ji Xian said. Madame Ren, Princess Ji, entered the back cabin of the ultrasonic flying beast. Following Princess Ji Xian's order, dozens of ultrasonic flying beasts flapped their wings and flew thousands of meters high in the sky in the blink of an eye. Is the destruction complete? Princess Ji Xian asked. Madame Ren looked at this scene greedily. For the past 30 years, she had been dreaming of this scene. She had raised the entire Stupa Mountain to the ground. Now, she had finally done it. Why are you only here now? Where were you when I was being tortured by Ren Wuxuang? And where were you? Madame Ren said coldly, has my supreme brother emperor ever thought of saving me, his little sister? Princess Ji Xian said, first, even for the Great Yan Empire, many things only changed after the comet hit this world. Second, Yan capital needs to go through certain contracts to do certain things. Of course, this was also a contract that was only lifted after the comet hit. Of course, if there was no insider to shut down the ancient interception device, our super dragon's regret would have been wasted. Princess Ji Xian's words were very vague. There were not many people who could understand. Madame Ren said, what about the Great Qian Empire? Jiang Li's Great Qian Empire? Princess Ji Xian said, Aunt, do you urgently want the Great Qian Empire to perish? Madame Ren said indifferently, I hate Jiangli more than Ren Wuxuang. The humiliation he brought me is far greater than Ren Wuxuang. Princess Ji Xian glanced at Madame Ren and said, soon, soon. In half a month, the Fury Tide City will be completely erased from this world. Completely erased? Madame Ren, Princess Ji Xian said, yes, we have prepared more Super Dragon's regret for Shenlang. It can completely raze the Fury Tide City to the ground. There is still half a month. Madame Ren said, when that time comes, I will personally go and take a look. Princess Ji Xian said, Aunt, now I really believe that when hatred and anger condenses to a certain degree, it is no longer fire, but ice, ice that can burn the world. Madame Ren suddenly said, "Did Gang Yi tell you that I have awakened and become the master of Stupa Mountain?" Princess Xian said, "Yes." Madame Ren said, "Who is this person on? Is he a human or a ghost?" At this time, the team of ultrasonic flying beasts flew over a small island. There was a magnificent building on it, the Purple Jade Palace. This palace was specially built by sect leader Ren for Princess Ji to stay in. Xianlang also stayed here for a night after entering Stupa Mountain. There were dozens of maids cleaning and maintaining this place. At this time, they were panicking because the entire floating sea was boiling. This place was far from the headquarters of Stupa Mountain, so it was not affected by the explosion of regret of the dragon. "Destroy it," Princess Ji said. "Yes," Ji Xian said. Then, dozens of ultrasonic flying beasts swooped down. An older maid noticed Princess Ji and immediately shouted, Princess Royal, I am your maid Xiaoyu, save me, save me." There were indeed 4 or 5 maids here. They were all personally brought by Madame Ren and had grown up with her. Ji Xian looked at Madame Ren, but the other party turned a deaf ear. Her face was cold and indifferent. Dozens of ultrasonic flying beasts breathed at the same time. Dozens of incomparably powerful ultrasonic waves suddenly shot out. A breathtaking scene, a terrifying scene, appeared once again. The entire Purple Jade Palace was instantly turned into powder. The dozens of maids there were all smashed into pieces and turned into a mist of blood. "Princess Royal, I am Xiaoyu. My mother is your wet nurse, save me." Her voice had not even faded when her entire body was completely smashed. In a short moment, dozens of maids were completely killed and the entire Purple Jade Palace was razed to the ground. Madame Ren did not even look at it and directly left on her ultrasonic flying beast. The scene of Stupa Mountain's destruction was too shocking. Even though Xianlang and Wu Ju were over 200 li away, they could see it clearly. It was too terrifying. All the islands on the floating sea were erased from this world. Not only that, the monstrous water of the floating sea was like a tsunami, sweeping towards Chu in the south. This was 10,000 square kilometers of the floating sea. Chu was going to suffer a flood. It was unknown how many people would be buried in the flood. All special warriors, quickly ride the Snow Eagles south. If you find any Chu citizens drowned in the flood, immediately rescue them and place them on high ground. Xianlang ordered. Ren Tianxiao was surprised. "Yes, Your Majesty." Xianlang said, "After this mission, immediately fly to Raging Tide City with the special warriors. I will treat you, or you will die." "Yes, Your Majesty," Ren Tianxiao said. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Wu Ju said from the side. "Speak," Xianlang said. "Your Majesty loves the people. This is the demeanor of a benevolent ruler, a blessing for the world. But we're running out of time. The special warriors have to head south as fast as possible to Dark Castle. There's a powerful fleet there, tens of thousands of Hell soldiers, and more than 1,000 special warriors. Most importantly, there's the Dragon's Remorse and the Ancient Interceptor." Wu Ju knelt on the vulture's back and said, "Your Majesty, you saw it just now. Flame Capital has launched more than 20 Remorse of Dragon at Stupa Mountain. In the eyes of Great Yin, Raging Tide City is a greater threat than Stupa Mountain. You have already helped Great Yan's Emperor destroy Yinguang and Stupa Mountain. You are no longer of value to Flame Capital. There will be more Remorse of Dragon bombarding Raging Tide City. We need the Ancient Interceptors, or we will be finished." There were only 3 Ancient Interceptors in total. One was in Qian Capital. Sect Master Ren sent people to move it to Raging Tide City, but they were ambushed and robbed. The second one was in Stupa Mountain, but Madame Ren shut it down and erased the mountain completely. The third and only Ancient Interceptor was in Dark Castle in the Southern Sea region. "Your Majesty, we must reach Dark Castle as soon as possible, occupy it, and move the Ancient Interceptor to Raging Tide City," Wu Ju said. Xianlang looked at Wu Ju and said, "It's too late. If I'm not mistaken, Dark Castle has already fallen. It's either razed to the ground or completely occupied by Great Yin." Wu Ju's face twitched. He was smart enough to know that Xianlang was telling the truth. The Great Yan Empire is really generous, Wu Ju laughed bitterly. Shen Lang said, actually, from the moment Ing Wuming represented sect leader Ren at the Transcendence faction meeting, and from the moment sect leader Ren fired the regret of the dragon at the Great Yan dynasty's territories, it was already destined that he would never be forgiven by the Flame Capital. At that time, the Great Yan Emperor was already prepared to wipe Stupa Mountain off the face of the earth. Of course, he still sent Prince Lian to negotiate to see if they could make use of the trash. But Ren Wuming was adamant. So, Flame Capital made their move. I could have saved Stupa Mountain, Shen Lang said, but as you can see, no one can stop a man from courting death. Wu Ju trembled, Your Majesty, Flame Capital used such a great move to destroy Stupa Mountain. What will happen when they destroy Raging Tide City? An even greater move, Shen Lang said, let the entire world see it clearly. Great Yan's thunderous strike instantly pulverized Great Qian. Your Majesty, can you turn the tide and create another miracle? Wu Ju asked. Yes, of course. Shen Lang said. Wu Ju said, even if the Flame Capital launches a devastating attack, can you protect the Raging Tide City? What do you mean protect Raging Tide City? Shen Lang sneered, I will completely defeat Great Yan's invading army. Wu Ju knelt down on the back of the ancient vulture and kowtowed, from today onwards, I, Wu Ju, am your Majesty's lackey. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. The Great Yan Empire destroyed Stupa Mountain. Not only did they kill hundreds of thousands of Stupa Mountain residents, but they also brought a natural disaster to the two northern provinces of Chu. The explosion of dozens of super remorsive dragon almost caused the entire floating sea to surge. The monstrous flood overflowed the dam and surged towards Chu. Countless houses were destroyed, countless farmlands were submerged, and countless citizens were swept away. Hundreds of miles of land were turned into a swamp. Everything happened too quickly. It wasn't a rainstorm, nor was it a gale. Instead, it was a monstrous flood that came crashing down. The Chu officials did not have time to prepare. 3 counties and more than 20 cities were flooded. Countless citizens were swept away by the flood. It was a scene of despair. The Chu king's army would need at least 2 to 3 days to arrive. At this moment, densely packed black figures appeared in the sky. 1,000 special warriors rode snow eagles and descended from the sky. He rescued the victims who were drowned in the flood one by one. Of course, even if there were 1,000 snow eagles, they wouldn't be able to save everyone, but they brought hope and light. We are the aerial army of the Great Qian Empire. All drowned citizens, try your best to climb to the rooftops and grab onto anything that can float. Wave your colorful cloth and wait for us to rescue you. We are the aerial army of the Great Qian Empire. We are here on His Majesty's orders to provide disaster relief. Immediately, the despairing victims burst into tears and shouted, Long live the Great Qian Empire. A few hours later, another army of over 1,000 snow eagles flew south from Qian capital and entered Chu to provide disaster relief. Sunan and Zhao Lin, the deputy of the Great Qian Empire's Bureau of Military Affairs, rushed to the affected areas and organized large-scale rescue. Shen Lang rode Big Chow and landed in the Great Qian Palace. After Ren Wanai died, Yan capital launched a destructive attack on Stupa Mountain. About 20 super regret of the dragon landed on Stupa Mountain. Stupa Mountain has been erased from the world. According to my estimates, even Dark Castle in the southern sea can't be saved. From now on, there will be no more Stupa Mountain. Prince Jin said, we felt the tremors, like a small earthquake. Qian capital was far enough from Stupa Mountain. How could they feel the tremors? I brought 30,000 people from Stupa Mountain. The rest are all dead. Shen Lang sighed. Ying Wu Chang, who was tidying up books at the side, shuddered. Every member of the Ying family had to practice martial arts on Stupa Mountain. He had lived on Stupa Mountain from the age of 9 to 25. Ying Wu Chang, you are alive for now, Shen Lang said plainly. Ying Wu Chang knelt on the ground and sobbed, Your Majesty, I dare not compare myself to His Majesty Ning Yuanxian. I have no face to say that I will make the Ying family loyal to the Jiang family again. But I only have one thing to say. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will do my best to bring the surviving children of the Ying family to live on. If there is a chance, I am willing to pay any price to wash away the name of the Ying family. I am willing to sacrifice my life to regain a little bit of our reputation. Xianlang waved his hand and Ying Wucheng left. The Ying family was destroyed. Sect leader Ren was dead. Stupa Mountain was almost extinct. Now, all the conflicts had changed. The hatred between Xianlang and the Great Yan Empire had become the absolute mainstream. There were only 2 people left on his list of enemies. The Great Yan Emperor, Your Majesty, Flame Capital used more than 20 Regret of the Dragons to destroy Stupa Mountain. In half a month, there will only be more Regret of the Dragons shot at Raging Tide City, Prince Jin said. There will definitely be more. Xianlang said, it's not just the Regret of the Dragons. The abyss in the ancient plaza is the ancient empire's airbase. There are countless nests of ultrasonic flying beasts there. When I went there, I found that these nests were moved. In other words, someone entered the abyss in advance and took away almost all the ultrasonic flying beasts. For some reason, the Super Chow was left behind. Jing Jun sucked in a breath of cold air. One Super Chow was already so terrifying. What about countless ultrasonic flying beasts? What effect was that? Hundreds, thousands, or even more ultrasonic flying beasts could attack at the same time. That should be enough to destroy everything, right? The super flying fortress had no chance of survival in front of the ultrasonic flying beasts. Your Majesty, I have a question. Prince Jin said, logically speaking, Regret of the Dragon is a product of the ancient empire. Only the ancient royal family can launch it. That's why you can. What about the Ji clan? Xianlang said, in the ancient era, the last descendant of the Jiang clan, Crown Prince Xianxia, betrayed the Eastern world. He sold strategic secrets to the Western world's enemy, Empress Medusa of the Lost Empire. They became lovers. The ancient Jiang clan lost their throne and became a royal family. The ancient Ji clan became an emperor. That's why there were at least 2 royal families in the known ancient empire. If the Jiang clan can launch a strategic weapon like Regret of the Dragon, so can the Ji clan. Prince Jin said, what about the decisive battle at Raging Tide City in half a month? Xianlang said, if I'm not wrong, Princess Ji Xian will lead the Great Yan army to attack Raging Tide City. Then, Xianlang said, I'm sure we can win. But if the outcome isn't good, it will be very extreme. I don't want to be that extreme. I want to win beautifully and cleanly. Farewell, Brother Jin. Xianlang said, you only have one mission, and that is to keep Qian capital under control. No matter how insane the Great Yan Empire is, they won't launch Regret of the Dragon there. Xianlang only stayed in Qianjing for less than an hour before he once again rode on Dachao, flapping his wings and flying in the direction of Raging Tide City. A day later, Xianlang landed at Raging Tide City. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Jack Tang rushed up to him. Yesterday, Dark Castle in the southern sea region of Stupa Mountain was attacked by dozens of Regret of the Dragon. Stupa Mountain's fleet, Dark Castle, and the rest of the army are all annihilated. Just as Xianlang expected, Flame Capital's attack on Dark Castle occurred at almost the same time as Stupa Mountain's attack. Xianlang asked, didn't the ancient interceptor in Dark Castle work? Jack Tang said, no, less than 1,000 people escaped and entered Raging Tide City. According to them, there's a traitor in Stupa Mountain. They shut down the ancient interceptor at the critical moment. This result wasn't surprising at all. When Sect Master Ren gave the order to swear loyalty to Xianlang and the Great Qian Empire, many people in Stupa Mountain were already disloyal and easily bought over by the Great Yan Empire. The Great Yan Empire was truly impressive. They were truly generous. Dark Castle in the southern sea region was truly indestructible. Raging Tide City didn't even have the courage to attack. Flame Capital was wiped out without a second thought. Could Raging Tide City's defenses compare to Stupa Mountain's? Compared to Dark Castle? Of course not. At this time, Hila said, Your Majesty, look. Xianlang looked toward the sky, and then he couldn't help but be startled. So, awesome, there was a fiery red cloud above Raging Tide City. That wasn't strange. Burning clouds weren't rare. But the key was that this fiery red cloud neatly formed 2 words, 14. Yesterday was 15, Hila said. It was a countdown to Raging Tide City's destruction. Flame Capital had written it in a colorful cloud in the sky. We sent airships to the sky to destroy the two words, but we couldn't get close to the cloud. It's deadly, Hila said. Contempt, complete and utter contempt. After Xianlang destroyed Yinguang and Stupa Mountain, the great Yan Empire finally revealed its loftiness and arrogance. But if you're so awesome, why didn't you do it yourself? Can't you just destroy Yinguang and Stupa Mountain yourself? 14 days. 14 days until the great Yan Empire's destruction. Xianlang said, don't worry, we can win this battle. The key is to win beautifully. And Xianlang wanted to win beautifully. Take this ancient dragon box back. Xianlang handed the box to Hila. He wore the ancient king's ring and carried the dragon sword on his back. He rode Big Chow toward the sea. Where are you going? Hila asked. To find the next miracle, Xianlang said. A moment later, Big Chow cheered and dove into the sea. Deep into the sea, he entered one of the most mysterious ancient ruins, the ancient prison. After passing through 2 levels, Xianlang finally entered the legendary ancient prison again. The smallest cell was a few dozen cubic meters, and the largest was bigger than a few football fields. It was impossible to imagine what was locked inside. As mentioned before, this was the most powerful ancient prison. The greatest rebel of the ancient Eastern Empire, Empress Medusa's lover, the heart of the dragon, the creator of the sword of the dragon, and the last crown prince of the ancient Jiang clan, Xianxia, was merely the first prisoner imprisoned in this ancient prison. He was also the prisoner with the lowest rank. One had to know that Xianxia was invincible with his equipment. He was the one who ruined the throne of the Jiang clan and made the Ji clan the emperor of the ancient empire. He was also the one who defeated the ancient Eastern world, losing to Queen Medusa. Such a powerful person was only the first prisoner. The prisoner in the second cell was called the Queen of Darkness. She was guilty of monstrous crimes, creating natural disasters and slaughtering millions. Just hearing about this crime was enough to make one shudder. How powerful was she? But last time, Xianlang couldn't enter this cell. He could open its energy whirlpool, but he couldn't pass through it. In the first cell, Xianlang obtained the heart of the dragon and indirectly the dragon's sword, which allowed him to kill Ling Wuming instantly and intercept the dragon's regret in the air. In that case, what could Xianlang gain from the Queen of Darkness in the second cell? Xianlang came to the front of the second cell and placed his palm on it. Phew, the door of the second cell disappeared, and a complicated energy whirlpool appeared. Previously, he couldn't pass through this energy whirlpool and enter the Queen of Darkness cell because the level of the energy whirlpool was too high. Could he pass through it this time? Xianlang took a deep breath, gathered the powerful mental power in his mind, and held the dragon's sword in his hand. He held the dragon's sword and slowly walked in. He successfully passed through this high-level energy whirlpool and entered the Queen of Darkness cell. Note, you can only kneel down and lick my feet. Benefactor, I don't want to be killed. Help me if you have a ticket. The second cell was also less than 100 square meters. But after Xianlang entered, he was stunned. It was completely empty. There was not a single person in sight. Where was the Queen of Darkness? Where was the Queen of Darkness who had created natural disasters and slaughtered millions? Before, Xianlang had been imagining what she looked like. Could she be devastatingly beautiful, or as ugly as a ghost? Or could she be ordinary? Or could she be a demon? In the end, there was nothing but 2 words condensed in the air. Assassins. The 2 people filled with destructive auras floated silently in the air. Xianlang tried to touch them, but there was nothing. It was not a blood mist, nor was it a shadow, nor was it a solid object. And no matter what angle he looked at it from, it was the exact same assassins. That destructive aura made one tremble. What did this mean? The Queen of Darkness had broken out. When did this happen? Was it not long ago, or a long time ago? By not long ago, Xianlang meant within the last 1 or 2 years, which was when Xianlang had discovered and opened the ancient prison. If it was a long time ago, then it could have been thousands or even tens of thousands of years. He hoped that she had broken out a long time ago, and not in the last 1 or 2 years. This was the Queen of Darkness who had created natural disasters and slaughtered millions. If she was allowed to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xianlang could not help but recall the last time he had come to the ancient prison. He had touched the door of the second cell and triggered the energy whirlpool, but he could not enter, so he had given up. Could it be that the Queen of Darkness had taken the opportunity to escape at that time? At that time, Xianlang and Chou Yao had not discovered it. Could it be that the other party was too powerful and was invisible, so Xianlang had not discovered it? Of course, this was only the most extreme guess, and the possibility was not high. Perhaps the Queen of Darkness had broken out a long time ago, but with how powerful she was, once she had broken out, wouldn't it have caused the world to turn upside down? Why were there no legends about her, whether it was in the bridal chamber world or the Western world? Also, after she broke out, she had left these two words in the air. What was the meaning of this? Xianlang was puzzled. 15 minutes later, he exited the second cell and closed the door. Then, he came to the door of the third cell. Last time, he couldn't even trigger the energy whirlpool in the third cell because there was an even more terrifying prisoner there. The crime of the prisoner was written on the wall of each cell. The third cell was extremely huge. It was a few thousand square meters and 50 meters tall. So, the prisoner inside was also a super big guy. Of course, what was locked in the fourth cell was a behemoth. It had an area of tens of thousands of square meters and a height of over 200 meters. As for the fifth cell, it was extremely small, only a few dozen square meters in size. However, it held the ultimate ancient prisoner. Xianlang knew his limits. He definitely could not touch the fourth or fifth cell. Even if he did, it would be useless. He still arrived in front of the third cell and reached out to touch the cell door. As expected, the reaction was the same as before. He couldn't even trigger the energy whirlpool. Moreover, the words on the third cell were still mesmerizing. It was the language of an unfamiliar civilization, but it contained a completely different logic. Xianlang only studied it for a moment before he lost himself in it. A moment of carelessness later, he lost himself in it for 8 hours. His trip to the ancient prison this time was fruitless. No, it wasn't exactly fruitless. At the very least, he learned that the ancient Queen of Darkness had broken out. This was definitely shocking news. Of course, it wasn't something that Xianlang should be concerned about right now. There was only one thing in front of him, and that was how to defeat the first destructive attack from the Empire of Great Yin. Xianlang left the ancient prison and flew back to the surface of the sea. He didn't return to raging tidewater, but to the Devil Triangle instead. What kind of attack would the Empire of Great Yin launch against raging tidewater? One possibility was that the remorse of the dragon would raise raging tidewater to the ground. However, the Flame Capital had already performed these two attacks, completely erasing Stupa Mountain and Dark Castle from this world. There was another possibility, which was an attack from the air. The Snow Eagle army was hatched by Emperor Zhongli. He even specially allocated a mountain range to breed the Snow Eagle army. Of course, before this army was formed, Emperor Zhongli died, and the Academy's army was divided among the various factions in the world. After decades of breeding, Stupa Mountain had thousands of snow eagles. The Empire of Great Yin occupied the entire mountain range to breed the snow eagles. Of course, this was nothing. The scariest news was that the nest of the flying beasts in the abyss was completely empty. All the flying beasts inside were taken away. According to Xianlang's guess, there were only two factions that could take away these flying beasts. One was the Empire of Great Yin, the other was the White Jade Capital. However, only the snowy areas belonged to the White Jade Capital. Therefore, it was very likely that the Empire of Great Yin had taken them away. Once these flying beasts fell into the hands of the Empire of Great Yin, how many would there be? Xianlang couldn't imagine it. What if countless flying beasts attacked the Empire of Great Qian? No army or fleet could stop thousands of flying beasts at the same time. Xianlang's super sky fortress had no problem dealing with the snow eagles or the ancient vultures. However, it was completely useless against the flying beasts. Xianlang had said that he would definitely win this battle. The worst outcome would be an extreme victory. Then, what was an extreme victory? The Empire of Great Yin would definitely use the super regret of the dragon to wipe out the Raging Tide City in an instant. After which, they might send out countless supersonic flying beasts to clean up the mess and completely wipe out the Skeleton Society's fleet on Xianlang Sea. They would also wipe out all the armies and shipyards on Lijiao Archipelago. They would also wipe out all the workshops on Jinshan Island, as well as the garrison troops. In short, this annihilation would be like a complete purge. In the end, they would achieve one goal, which was to completely wipe out the so-called empire of Xianlang from this world. Not a single trace would be left. And Xianlang's extreme victory was to intercept the super regret of the dragon in the air. Then, he would launch the super regret of the dragon again and wipe out all the invading armies of the Empire of Great Yin. This meant that the super regret of the dragon would explode in the sky above Raging Tide City, in the sea, and everywhere else. Not just one or two, but many. However, the key point was that Xianlang didn't want to use up these super regret of the dragon. He wanted to keep these super regret of the dragon for future use as a strategic deterrent against the Empire of Great Yin. Also, why was the Empire of Great Yin able to carry out super long-range strategic attacks? They definitely couldn't launch the super regret of the dragon from thousands of kilometers away. They must have installed the dragon power launcher on some flying object. This flying object was at an altitude of 10 to 20,000 meters, so it couldn't be detected at all. Therefore, every time the Empire of Great Yin fired the super regret of the dragon, it was as if it came from the heavens. What was a beautiful victory! Xianlang wanted to completely seize this batch of super regret of the dragon and the super dragon power launcher of the Empire of Great Yin. If it was really as he expected, and the Empire of Great Yin really had countless supersonic flying beasts, then they would all be brothers and sisters. Xianlang wanted to find a way to capture them as much as possible. In this way, not only would Xianlang have a large number of super regret of the dragon, but he would also have the super dragon power launcher and a large number of top-notch aerial troops. All of them were gathered in an instant. The strategic balance that he had been dreaming of had been obtained in an instant. With these things, the Empire of Great Yin would no longer dare to attack the Wu, Chu, Yu, and Qian empires. Therefore, what he wanted was not to win, but to win to the extreme. He wanted to win the entire strategic balance. Winning would hurt the Yin capital and make them want to vomit blood. Once he had the strategic balance, Xianlang would have enough time to continue to develop the combination of technology and ancient civilization. His new Great Qian army could be trained continuously. When he had 300,000 or even 500,000 new Great Qian army, he would be able to launch another northern expedition and wipe out all the other countries. Therefore, up until now, no matter how dangerous the situation was, Xianlang had never displayed his ability to intercept the super regret of the dragon in the air. Someone in Stupa Mountain was courting death by expelling him, Xianlang. Although he was angry, he was secretly glad. If everyone in Stupa Mountain was loyal to him, Xianlang, then he really had the obligation to protect Stupa Mountain. If he really had to intercept the super regret of the dragon in the air, then his trump card would have been completely exposed. After flying for more than 10 hours, Xianlang once again entered the Devil's Triangle. Once again, he came to this world wall and once again felt the smell of hell. No matter when he came, the Devil's Triangle was always the same. Thick, dark fog that spans 6,000 to 7,000 miles connected the sky and the earth. Countless tornadoes and lightning seemed to burst forth randomly, but they were all following a certain pattern. In fact, during the previous battle at Raging Tide City, which was when Princess Ninghan led the destruction fleet to attack Raging Tide City, Xianlang had wanted to mobilize the terrifying sea monster army in the Devil's Triangle. However, he had been holding back. During the two battles at Raging Tide City, he did not have this thought, nor did he want his precious daughter to overdraft her energy for him. This time, facing the thunderous attack of the Great Yin Empire, Xianlang finally wanted to mobilize the terrifying Lost Empire's monster army. Of course, this time, he still did not bring his precious daughter. Within the Devil's Triangle, it was still dreamy and beautiful. The surface of the sea was like a mirror, and half of the city that stretched for thousands of miles was above the water, while the other half was below the water. There was not a single sea monster to be seen. Xianlang shouted, "Lost demonic mother, curse queen, I'm here again." There was no response. It seemed that she really did not want to pay attention to him. Previously, when Xianlang came to ask for the dragon sword, this lost demonic mother did not want to pay attention to him at all. She wanted to use a spiritual illusion to trick him into leaving, but Xianlang saw through it and successfully took the dragon sword. The lost demonic mother was a female. No matter how powerful she was still narrow-minded and would definitely hold a grudge. Shenlang said, "Lost demonic mother, I'm here, why don't you come and see me?" There was still no response from the other party. It seemed that even if Shenlang shouted himself hoarse, she would not show up. Shenlang smiled and said, "The last time I came to ask for the dragon sword, you did not show up at all. Why is that?" No one answered. Shenlang continued, "The spiritual power of the Lost Empire is much stronger than us humans, so in the legends, Queen Medusa can turn a person into a fossil with just a glance." The lost demonic mother still did not answer him. Shenlang continued, "Lost demonic mother, you are also very powerful. You have lived for thousands of years, constantly taking over the bodies of fresh humans, and then taking over the body of the giant octopus Shenlang. Your powerful spiritual power can actually cover the entire ruins of the Lost Empire. We humans can't do that. Our soul might be destroyed as soon as it leaves the body, so our possession can only be completed in special environments like ghost cities." The lost demonic mother still did not respond to him. Shenlang said, "Your Excellency lost demonic mother, last time in the ruins of the Lost Empire, I blew up that giant octopus of yours, and you lost your host body. However, you are still very powerful. Relying on your soul, you actually managed to escape 10 or 20,000 miles and arrived at the Great Devil Triangle. Your spiritual soul is truly boundlessly powerful. Although it can't compare to Medusa, it is absolutely amazing." The other party still ignored him. Shenlang said, "But your spiritual power is really too strong, so even if you want to possess someone, you can't find a body at all. The last time you took over Gila's mother, her brain also couldn't bear your soul, so she needed to take over the body of a supergiant octopus. So after coming to the Devil's Triangle, you didn't have a body for a few years, right?" A gust of wind blew past, and someone was angry. Shenlang said, "Since you don't have a body, your soul can't float around with the wind, that will continuously dissipate. What should you do then?" Suddenly, the sunny weather in the Devil's Triangle immediately became dark, as if it was the end of the world. Of course, it was an illusion created by the lost demonic mother because she was angry. Shenlang said, "There are countless sculptures in the Devil's Triangle, but they are not real sculptures, but fossils. They were swept by Queen Medusa's gaze and turned into fossils, standing for 10,000 years. Back then, an ancient human fossil couldn't contain your spirit and soul at all, but tens of thousands of ancient human fossils can. All these years, your spirit and soul have been residing in these countless human fossils. It's been hard on you." As soon as this was said, all the images changed. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the apocalyptic scene of dark clouds looming overhead had completely ended. Then, tens of thousands of human fossil sculptures appeared on the surface of the sea. They were not gathered together, but scattered in every corner. Just now, they were all invisible. Of course, it was not true invisibility, but a spiritual illusion created by the lost demonic mother. Every ancient human fossil was lifelike because they were frozen in an instant. Everyone's expression was not pain or fear, but blurry and intoxicated. Obviously, this was the last expression they had when they saw Queen Medusa. These were all the ancient empire's army. What did this mean? It meant that the hundreds of years before the great destruction of the ancient world had been a continuous war, with the Eastern world and the Western world constantly fighting. And Shenlang could roughly infer that the ancient Eastern world had the advantage in the beginning, but with the betrayal of Crown Prince Xianxia, who gave the strategic information to Queen Medusa, the war began to turn around. The Lost Empire continued to press on the Eastern world, and the Lost Empire even began to move the capital from the west to the east. And Queen Medusa had been at the forefront of the battlefield. This war might have lasted for a long time, hundreds of years. But for some reason, the ancient Eastern Empire had either developed by leaps and bounds, or obtained a deadly weapon, and the originally losing war began to turn around. Because countless ancient human armies had poured into the Devil's Triangle. This was the new capital of the Lost Empire, and the human army had actually reached the city. The ancient human fossils that Shenlang saw at this time were only a small part of the human army that had attacked the Lost Empire at that time. Shenlang said, "Lost demonic mother, the feeling of losing your body must be very uncomfortable, especially when your soul is scattered among countless human fossils. This feeling is very lonely, right? I have also tried it, and I can't stand it after a few hours, but you have persisted for a few years. The last time I came to the Devil's Triangle, you never showed up, probably because you didn't want me to find out. After a long time, the lost demonic mother's voice sounded, if you have something to say, say it. Xianxia said, Lost demonic mother, does the Lost Empire have an air army? The lost demonic mother said, of course. Xianxia said, but I have never seen it. Every time I come to the Devil's Triangle, I see countless sea monsters, even sea monsters that are bigger than the castle, but I have never seen an air army. Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately shut his mouth. Because an incomparably huge sea monster directly flew into the sky. Xianxia was completely stupefied. Wasn't this too huge? An incomparably huge jellyfish emerged from the sea and then flew into the sky. How big was it? Its diameter was more than 300 meters, which was 100,000 square meters. It easily flew directly to the sky tens of thousands of meters high. However, what kind of attack does such a huge jellyfish have? Then, it directly self-destructed. Endless poisonous gas filled the air in an instant. The radius of the explosion was more than 3,000 meters. Xianxia had the ancient king's ring, so he was not hurt, so he didn't know how powerful the jellyfish's self-destruction was. After it self-destructs, the nerve gas emitted can destroy any enemy, no matter how ancient the armor is, said the lost demonic mother. During the East-West War, I don't know how many air armies died in its self-destruction. Xianxia said, then, does it die by self-destruction? The lost demonic mother was silent for a moment and said, you do have some conscience. Then, the lost demonic mother said, it is not dead. Its body is very small, only about the size of a fist. Once it self-destructs, its body will fall into the sea and continue to grow. It will take more than 10 years for it to become so huge again and self-destruct again. Xianxia said, in other words, to show off its self-destruction just now, it wasted 10 years of a jellyfish's time. The lost demonic mother smiled miserably. We have all the time. We have been waiting for Her Majesty's return for countless years. What is 10 years? During festivals, these air jellyfish fly into the sky and self-destruct for fun. Huh? Xianxia asked, apart from the jellyfish that self-destruct in the sky, is there any air army? The lost demonic mother said, of course, but are you ready? The power of this air army is subversive. What's so scary? Xianxia said, I'm ready. Let them show up and broaden my horizons. The lost demonic mother said, show up. Immediately, the entire sea began to boil. Xianxia only took one look and felt creeped out. Because the sea was densely packed with sea snakes, each of which was dozens of meters long and about 2 meters in diameter. At first, they rolled and hovered in the sea. Bam, 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 bam. Then, the sea snakes suddenly flew into the sky. They had wings and were flying very fast. Once they entered the sky, they were not flying, but catapulted. Their bodies that were dozens of meters long suddenly bent and instantly bounced out, as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, thousands of them flew into the sky and began to hover. Every sea snake had a hideous face. There were barbs on their necks, and their wings were more like fins. Most importantly, their mouths were full of teeth that were as sharp as daggers. Xianxia said, they look very fierce and powerful, but, before he could finish his sentence, a strange scene appeared. The sea snakes instantly disappeared. This was not an illusion created by the lost demonic mother. These sea snakes were completely invisible. Damn, there are chameleon genes? They can even become invisible? Awesome, awesome. However, even if they could become invisible, they would not be able to defeat the ultrasonic flying beasts. What was so awesome about the ultrasonic flying beasts was that they could launch long-range attacks and shoot ultrasonic waves. Before Xianxia could finish this thought, the scene that unfolded before his eyes caused him to be completely stunned. Because these sea snakes' mouths suddenly spat out lightning hundreds of meters long. The voltage and electric current were astonishing. After Xianxia opened his mouth, he could not close it anymore. What the F***ck, this is too awesome. Super electric eel clone, what kind of flying snake army is this? The shape of the sea snake could fly and catapult. The chameleon gene could become invisible and could also shoot lightning like an electric eel. Generally, electric eels were only about 2 meters long and weighed about 20 kilograms. They could release 800 volts of electricity and instantly knock a person out. And these lost flying snakes in front of him were more than 100 times more powerful than electric eels. They were dozens of meters long and weighed more than a few tons. The voltage they released was probably more than tens of thousands of volts. This was super high voltage electricity. Electric eels could only release electricity in the water, but these lost flying snakes could directly burst out lightning in the air. The ultrasonic flying beasts could release lightning for hundreds of meters, and the flying snakes could also release lightning for hundreds of meters. However, no matter how fast ultrasonic waves were, they could not be faster than lightning. What was the most amazing thing? The lightning released by these flying snakes might not be able to kill the ultrasonic flying beasts in one go, but it would only knock them out. This was too perfect. These were all Daqiao's brothers and sisters. Xianxia only wanted to capture them as much as possible and not kill them. If he could borrow the Lost Empire's flying snake army and aerial jellyfish army, then not only would he definitely win the first battle against the Great Yan Empire, he would definitely win beautifully. It really makes people salivate with desire. Xianxia knew that there was an amazing army in the Devil Triangle. He did not expect that other than the sea monsters that were as big as the castle, there was also such a bizarre aerial army. No wonder the ancient Eastern Empire was caught unprepared at the beginning. Of course, the Lost Empire also had its flaws. It was a typical empire on the sea, so it was invincible on the sea. However, it was difficult for it to penetrate deep into the land. Therefore, even though the Lost Empire had been winning for hundreds of years, it could not destroy the ancient Eastern Empire, nor did it occupy the cities on the land. Even this flying snake army could not leave the sea for too long. Xianxia immediately licked his face and said, "Sister Demon Mother." The other party sneered. Xianxia said again, "Sister Demon Queen of Curses." The lost demon mother said, "Your Excellency Xianxia, don't forget that I am thousands of years older than you. Secondly, we are enemies. You destroyed my giant octopus body." Xianxia said, "Sister Demon Mother, the most important thing to do is to look forward. I once had an enemy, his name was Sunan. We used to be mortal enemies, and I destroyed his entire clan. Guess what happened now? He actually became my subject, and a loyal subject who would go through fire and water for me." The lost demon mother sneered, "Really? Then he really is broad-minded." Xianxia said, "Although I have never met you, I think you are even more broad-minded." The lost demon mother said, "Sorry, I am narrow-minded and narrow-minded." "Huh," Xianxia said, "I am the descendant of Crown Prince Xianxia. Although we are humans, we stand on the side of the Lost Empire. We are friends." The lost demon mother said, "Crown Prince Xianxia is a traitor of the ancient humans. Are you also a traitor of humanity?" Xianxia said seriously, "I can. As long as you lend me the flying snake army and the self-destructing jellyfish army, I can betray humanity and join the Lost Empire's camp at any time." The lost demon mother said, "Crown Prince Xianxia betrayed the ancient humans because of his deep sense of justice and love. And you are completely shameless." Xianxia said, "Sister Demon Mother, look, these self-destructing jellyfish and the flying snake army are so boring to stay in the Devil's Triangle. They even have to self-destruct for fun. I might as well bring them out to see the world. The outside world is very interesting. Don't worry, I will bring them back after a month at most." The lost demon mother said, "You are clearly borrowing soldiers, but you say you are bringing them out to play. Crown Prince Xianxia has such a shameless descendant?" Xianxia said, "Sister Demon Mother, do you know of the ancient Ji clan? The clan that stole the Jiang clan's throne?" The lost demon mother said, "Of course I do. Back then, the army that attacked the Lost Empire was the army of the ancient Ji dynasty. These human fossils you see are all from the Ji clan. Was the ancient Ji clan that powerful? Of course, the current Ji clan was also very powerful." Xianxia said, "You don't know, Sister Demon Mother. This time, the ones attacking my Raging Tide City are also the Ji clan of the Great Yan Empire. They are your enemies from 10,000 years ago. Back then, they attacked the Lost Empire, and now they are attacking my raging tide city. This is intolerable. We should fight side by side. Sister Demon Mother, lend me the aerial jellyfish core and the flying serpent core. I promise to kill them. I promise to make the Ji clan's emperor vomit blood. I promise to avenge the lost empire. The lost demon mother said, Xianlang, you have been hesitating for a long time. The first time in the Great Devil Triangle, you wanted to borrow soldiers, but you did not. The second time, you still did not lend them. This time, you finally spoke. Unless it is absolutely necessary, you do not want the Lost Empire's army to leave the Great Devil Triangle, and you do not want them to enter the human seas. Xianlang said, Isn't that so? Unless it is absolutely necessary, who would bear to trouble you, Sister Demon Mother? The Lost Demon Mother said, I can lend you an aerial jellyfish core and 3,000 flying lightning serpent core. Xianlang said, That's great. I promise to make the Ji clan of the Great Yan Empire suffer a crushing defeat. The Lost Demon Mother said, But I have a condition. If you agree to it, I will lend you the army. Note, this chapter is very difficult to write. It took me a few hours to finish. Still updating 16,000. Brothers with monthly votes, please support me. The monthly votes ranking is in danger. Condition? What condition? Even though he had already guessed it, Xianlang still felt a headache coming on. Seriously, Lost Demon Mother, why aren't you generous or noble at all? We are allies after all, and my daughter has the spiritual inheritance of Queen Medusa. What's wrong with lending me an army? Hee, friendship? Lost Demon Mother said, Your Majesty Xianlang, please be clear. I am not of the same generation as the ancient Lost Kingdom, and neither are you and Crown Prince Xianxia. Don't make it sound like there's some special relationship between us. Let's talk about a deal instead of friendship. Damn, your mind-reading skills are really impressive. Not only could she guess what Xianlang was thinking, but she could also predict what Xianlang was about to say in his mind. What condition? Tell me, Xianlang said. Lost Demon Mother said, Didn't you just mock me for not having a body? Didn't you mock me for possessing thousands of human fossils? As long as you find me a body, I will lend you my army. Xianlang said, Sister Demon Mother, this is a bit difficult. If you can't find it yourself, of course I can't find it either. Lost Demon Mother said, Your Majesty Xianlang, if you didn't see this weakness of mine, would you have come to me confidently to ask for an army? She was too smart. There was no way to talk to her. Xianlang said, Fine, I will find a body for you, but you need to at least give me a hint. Lost Demon Mother said, You are such a smart person. How can you not know? Xianlang said, Your body is in the ruins of the Lost Kingdom? Lost Demon Mother said, See, I was right. You are that smart. Then continue. Where is my body in the ruins of the Lost Kingdom? Xianlang said, In the pyramid at the top of the snowy mountain? Lost Demon Mother said, Your Majesty Xianlang, your intelligence is boundless. Xianlang said, But it's too far. It's almost 20,000 miles. Lost Demon Mother said, So you have to hurry, or you won't have enough time. Xianlang said, The mysterious force on the pyramid is very scary. It's very ancient. I'm a little scared. The Lost Demonic Mother said, You should be afraid. Xianlang said, May I ask exactly how long the history of that mysterious power of the pyramid is? The Lost Demonic Mother said, I don't know. In any case, her history is longer than mine? Huh? This really frightened Xianlang. Empress Medusa was the #1 empire in the Lost World, which was the ancient era countless years ago. The Lost Demonic Mother was the second Lost Empire and had a history of more than 3,000 years. That was why the Lost Demon Mother kept saying that she and Queen Medusa were not of the same generation. To be precise, the Lost Demoness was a descendant of the ancient Lost Empire, and the second Lost Empire that she had built was actually built on the ruins of the Lost Empire. There was a certain overlap in terms of geographical location, but the civilization of the second Lost Empire was a lot behind. So, what kind of race was the Lost Demonic Mother? Xianlang had no idea. And how did her second Lost Empire fall? Xianlang did not know either, and she would not tell Xianlang. However, the pyramid at the top of the tall snow mountain on the ruins of the Lost Empire had a history of more than 3,000 years. This was indeed shocking and overturned Xianlang's previous judgment. Xianlang had noticed that mysterious force a long time ago because when he was in the ruins of the Lost Empire, he often saw the pyramid light up. Xianlang had guessed at the start that the pyramid was the ancestor of the Western world. Moreover, after the fall of the Second Lost Empire, some experts discovered the treasured land of the Lost Empire. Ruins and occupied the pyramid at the top of the mountain, becoming a mysterious force. However, they had existed before the Second Lost Empire. This was too shocking. Also, they had done something before. After the skeleton party entered the ruins of the Lost Empire, they were completely trapped there. In order to save the skeleton party, Angela, who was also the leader of the skeleton party, went to the pyramid at the top of the mountain to ask for help. The other party gave her a choice, which was to choose the last red battle horn. In the end, she died in the stomach of a sea monster and became the body of the lost demonic mother. From this point of view, the role of the mysterious pyramid at the top of the snow mountain was not very glorious. Xianlang asked, "Lost demonic mother, who are the people in this pyramid? Why is your body in their hands?" The lost demonic mother was silent for a moment before saying, "Because they are too strong, so my body fell into their hands." This answer still surprised Xianlang. This lost demonic mother was already very strong, but her body still fell into the hands of the mysterious pyramid? Just how strong was the other party? Isn't it because you want to live forever, but your body will die, so you keep taking over new bodies? Xianlang asked. "I am not a human," the lost demonic mother said. "Don't think of me as a human. Our way of reproduction and inheritance are completely different from what you think. Of course, you don't need to know too much now. You just need to go and get my body." Xianlang thought for a while and said, "Then the mysterious force in the pyramid at the top of the snow mountain, are they humans?" "No comment," the lost demonic mother said. "To be precise, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but that I can't. You just need to go and get my body, and I will lend you my army." "Why didn't you mention this last time when I came for the sword of the dragon?" Xianlang asked. The lost demonic mother said, "Last time was last time, and this time is this time. You've changed, haven't you?" What changed in Xianlang? Did he receive the soul inheritance of the Great Tribulation Wisdom King? Then, will they give your body to me? Xianlang asked. "I don't know," the lost demonic mother said. "What do you mean you don't know?" Xianlang asked. The lost demonic mother said, "If they give you my body, it means that the time has come. Otherwise, it means that the time has not come." These words were getting more and more mysterious. Then, the lost demonic mother said, "Your Majesty Xianlang, you must have guessed and expected all of this, or you wouldn't have come to me with such confidence. Don't try to get any more secrets out of me. If I were you, I would go immediately. After all, the journey is very long." From the looks of it, it was indeed impossible to get any information out of her. Xianlang directly said, "Farewell." Then, he rode Big Chow and flew toward the east. After flying out of the Devil's Triangle, Xianlang began an extremely long sea flight. This place was more than 20,000 kilometers away from the ruins of the Lost Kingdom. Back then, Princess Helen killed her way through the undersea passage of the Lost Kingdom. She killed her way from the Devil's Triangle to the ruins of the Lost Kingdom. Fortunately, Xianlang had Big Chow. Otherwise, it would have taken at least a month to reach the ruins by boat. But for Big Chow, it only took 3 days, after a full 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, Xianlang rode Big Chow and flew above the ruins of the Lost Kingdom. It's been a long time. After 4.5 years, Xianlang finally came here again. At that time, he saved the skeleton party here and blew up the giant octopus that the lost demonic mother was in. It really felt like a day had passed. When he came to this area, the first thing he saw was the summit of the snowy mountain. It was a full 10,000 meters above sea level, higher than Mount Everest, and pierced the sky. The last time Xianlang saw the pyramid on the summit of the snowy mountain, his heart was filled with some hostility, but he was not that respectful because he did not know much about it. But this time, the pyramid on the summit of the snowy mountain was much more mysterious in his eyes. Princess Helen was born to be adventurous. She dared to go anywhere and was full of the spirit of courting death. But a few years ago, when she stepped into the ruins of the Lost Kingdom, she did not climb to the summit of the snowy mountain and did not visit the pyramid. Why? It should be because she was filled with instinctive reverence and felt that the time was not yet right. She felt that she could not visit. At this time, the pyramid was still shining. Moreover, Dachao's reaction was also quite strange. It seemed to be afraid and timid. Even it was afraid. Previously, it was lawless and fearless, but now it was afraid of this pyramid. What exactly was inside? What kind of people were inside? Go. Xianxia patted Dachao's neck. Dachao actually took a deep breath and flew towards the pyramid. A moment later, Dachao landed on the flat ground in front of the pyramid. This pyramid was about 1,000 meters long and 1,000 meters tall. It was really huge, surpassing any pyramid on Earth. Moreover, it was completely one, and there was no trace of it being made of stone. At this time, the door of the pyramid was closed. Xianxia, Eastern World, Daqian Empire, Xianxia is here to visit. There was no response from inside the pyramid. Xianxia said again, Westluan Dynasty's Deputy Emperor Helen's younger brother is here to visit. Still no response. Xianxia shouted again, Skeleton Party leader Loki's son is here to visit. Jiang Li's son is here to visit. Ancient Jiang royal family, Xianxia's descendant is here to visit. Xianxia called out all his identities, but there was no response from inside the pyramid, as if there was no one inside. Jean Milan's husband is here to visit. China's famous doctor, Xianxia is here to visit. Beijing Medical Third Hospital's master, Xianxia is here to visit. United Nations Medical Team's African Deputy Team Leader, Xianxia is here to visit. F***CK, does this mean that you want to give up on treatment? What kind of nonsense is this? Who can understand your words? There was still no response from inside the pyramid. What the hell? Next, Xianxia came to the pyramid's door, trying to find any handprints or ring dents on it. He wanted to enter the pyramid the way he entered the ancient ruins. In the end, the door was as smooth as jade, without any dents or any carvings. What should I do? The lost demon mother asked me to ask for the body, but I can't even enter the pyramid. Xianxia scanned the pyramid with his X-ray eyes, trying to see inside. Of course, he couldn't find anything. Then, he directly released an energy vortex and attacked fiercely. He was trying to break the door with brute force, but when the indestructible energy vortex hit the pyramid's door, it flashed and disappeared without a trace. What should I do? Suddenly, Xianxia thought of something and said, the grandson of the White Jade Capital's ruler, Xianxia, is here to visit. This identity is amazing enough, right? You should open the door for me. Master Lang is indeed a normal person. As soon as he came, he directly said, my father is Jiang Li, my grandfather is the ruler of the White Jade Capital, and my ancestor is Xianxia. This is quite like, my father is Li Gong. But it was still useless. The pyramid still ignored him. In that case, was Xianxia at his wit's end and was at his wit's end? No, he was just making a mistake. He always had an answer in his heart, but he didn't want to admit it. Xianxia had asked the lost demon mother before, why didn't you ask me to come to the pyramid in the ruins of the lost nation to ask for the body the last time I came? This time, you asked for this condition, and the lost demon mother said you have changed. What did Xianxia change during this time? He received the spiritual inheritance of the Great Tribulation Wisdom King. Xianxia sighed and said, the last Great Tribulation Wisdom King, Xianxia, is here to visit. Then, a voice came from the pyramid. Welcome, Your Majesty. As expected, he only recognized this identity. This mysterious power of the pyramid was actually related to the Great Tribulation Temple? Isn't this a little strange? In terms of mystery and power, the White Jade Capital surpassed the Great Tribulation Temple. What can I do for you, Your Majesty? The voice from the pyramid continued. Xianxia said, I'm here to get the body of the lost demon mother, the cursed empress, the second empress of the lost nation. The voice from the pyramid said, I know her. Her body is indeed with us. Xianxia said, then may I ask if you can give me her body? The voice from the pyramid fell silent and said, Your Majesty, actually, it's not time yet. You're a little early. Xianlang said, whether it's early or late, you have your own judgment, and I have mine. The voice from the pyramid said, you're still early. At the very least, you know nothing about the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's soul, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be acting like this, and you wouldn't be here now. This sentence contained a lot of information, so much so that Xianlang fell into deep thought again. After a long while, Xianlang said, it seems like I should follow certain steps and arrangements to complete everything. Step by step? The voice from the pyramid fell silent and said, these things can't be judged because it hasn't happened yet, so we don't know if it's good or bad. We don't know if it means life or death. Is it that serious? I'm early, and it means life? Or death? After another long while, the voice from the pyramid said, of course, if everything goes according to plan, it basically means failure, because everything in the world is changing, and the only thing that doesn't change is change. Xianlang said, my coming to this pyramid is more important, far more important than obtaining the lost demon mother's body, right? The voice from the pyramid said, yes, Your Majesty. Xianlang continued, so, my early arrival means that the timeline that all of you have imagined has changed, and the future has become even more mysterious? The voice from the pyramid said, yes, Your Majesty. Xianlang said, then, is this change a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know, the voice from the pyramid said, but it seems like a bad thing. Xianlang said, then, can you give me the lost demon mother's body? Yes, the voice from the pyramid said, just one condition? Another condition? Xianlang frowned when he heard this. When the lost demon mother mentioned the condition, he knew what it wanted. But when the person from the pyramid mentioned the condition, Xianlang didn't know. Your Majesty, please don't misunderstand. The reason why we are mentioning the condition is not because we want anything from you, but because we want to ensure that you at least enter a certain state, a certain stage, the voice from the pyramid said. Xianlang said, please tell me, what is the condition? The voice from the pyramid said, we will write a word, and you only need to recognize the word. Xianlang was stunned. So simple, but he knew that in this world, the simpler something was, the harder it was. Xianlang said, all right, please begin. After a while, a white gas appeared in front of Xianlang, forming a special character. Sure enough, Xianlang didn't recognize it at all. This is a word, because it was constantly changing, although very subtle, the changes were everywhere, surging. This didn't belong to any language in this world, not just in this world, but also on Earth. Xianlang had seen similar characters before. It was in the ancient prison, on the walls of the third cell. The characters on the walls represented a completely different civilization's logic. Every time, Xianlang would be completely immersed in it, and if he wasn't careful, he would be immersed in it for a few hours without realizing it. But the key was that every time he was immersed in it for a few hours, he still didn't recognize a single word. He was only comprehending the special logic of these characters. But the characters on the walls of the third cell in the ancient prison wouldn't change, and the one in front of him was constantly changing. Your Majesty, we don't mean to make things difficult for you. The voice from the pyramid said, we only want to deduce which stage you have entered. You came here earlier than we planned, which is already surprising. But once we respond to your call, it will be difficult to reject your request directly. At the very least, we need to deduce your bottom line. You sound like you're scolding me? Your Majesty, in order to ensure the accuracy of our deduction, you only have one chance to answer. The voice from the pyramid said, we can roughly guess your goal in asking for the lost demonic mother. It should be to borrow the Lost Empire's army to defeat your enemies. But please believe us, compared to your true mission to get in touch with us, this is nothing. It is absolutely insignificant. Xianlang said, I like to take one step and see 3 or 4 steps. But that is a game with the enemy. As for my future goal, I can be considered short-sighted. My life's ideal has never changed, no enmity in the world. No enmity in the world? The voice from the pyramid seemed to become a little bitter. This ideal is quite good. Damn, I don't even know if your tone is sincere or sarcastic. But Xianlang could also feel that he had indeed come early. But since he was already here, he couldn't change it, nor could he pretend that he hadn't been here. He could only work hard to achieve his goal. Xianlang sat cross-legged and entered deep thought, research, and comprehension. At this time, it was useless to rely on tricks and guesses. He could only rely on comprehension. The character in front of him was still evolving in front of his eyes. It wasn't just a way of expression, but also a way of energy. Xianxia first used his eyes to comprehend, then his heart, and finally his spirit and soul, completely immersing himself in it. The first thing he felt was the sky, boundless freedom, soaring. Then he felt anger, a monstrous anger, like the anger of a volcano about to erupt. The last thing he felt was destruction, flames. The feeling of ultimate destruction, world-shaking, world-destroying flames. It was like the explosion of the dragon's regret, but more terrifying, more intense. The explosive flames of the dragon's regret seemed to be one of the countless pixels in this character. It was just a character, but it seemed more like a piece of history. Awesome, really awesome. Just a character, and he could see the entire history? Of course, what Xianxia saw right now was just a drop in the ocean, just a tiny claw. But the amount of spiritual energy invested was already endless. The process of comprehending and researching this character was like a computer calculating a certain goal, and it needed to use up CPU resources. If it was the previous Xianxia, he would have fainted before he even started, because the amount of information in this character was too much. Only after receiving the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's spiritual inheritance did he have the spiritual energy to comprehend this character. In fact, he already knew the answer not long after he started comprehending. But he didn't end it immediately. Instead, he continued to comprehend. What he had comprehended just now was only a very superficial history. If he continued to delve deeper, he could even comprehend the special energy method, the beginning, process, and end of the destructive flames. Was this a true advanced civilization? Just a single character was able to display so much information. The utilization rate of this type of character had almost instantly surpassed any other character that Xianxia knew of. Characters were the foundation of a civilization. There were many mathematical characters in the history of Earth, including binary, octal, decimal, and so on. But imagine, if there were no Arabic numerals, how would the development of mathematical civilization be? Xianxia continued to study this character because it was too important. From it, he could even comprehend the formation principle of the dragon's remorse. But unfortunately, after just a few hours, Xianxia's spiritual energy could no longer support it, and his brain could no longer support it. The study of this character was stopped. He fainted, and at the same time, the changing character in front of him disappeared. The other party was right. Xianxia had come early. The Great Tribulation Wisdom King's spiritual memory was still in a sealed state in his brain. He did not have enough wisdom in certain aspects, so he came to the pyramid. Of course, it could be said that when his spiritual energy was strong enough, he could comprehend it again. But it could not be said that, because this kind of comprehension was unique. Not long after, Xianxia woke up and said slowly, "Your Excellency, you are right. I came early." The person in the pyramid said, "Everything is destined. Maybe coming early is also a kind of fate?" Xianxia said, "I came early this time. Will I come early next time?" The person in the pyramid said, "To be precise, some processes will also be advanced. You have comprehended something this time. Can you not think about it? Can you not use it?" Xianxia said, "I can't." The person in the pyramid said, "So, let's leave everything to fate, Your Majesty. Things are changing and destined. This is a bad start, but it doesn't necessarily mean a bad ending." Xianxia said, "Do you need me to say the answer?" The person in the pyramid said, "Of course we know that you have answered correctly, but we still have to go through the procedure. Please tell us what word we wrote just now." Xianxia said, "Dragon." Then Xianxia added, "To be precise, it was originally a kind of cognition. It has no pronunciation, no noun, but when translated into the language of our world, it is dragon." The person in the pyramid said, "You answered correctly, Your Excellency Wisdom King. Now, please put aside everything and prepare to enjoy your victory." Then, the door of the pyramid opened, but nothing could be seen inside, not even a shadow of a person. A coffin floated out and slowly stopped in front of Xianxia. Xianxia instinctively wanted to open the coffin because it contained the body of the lost demon mother. He wanted to know what kind of race the lost demon mother was. But after a moment, Shenlang changed his mind. He didn't want to look. He went forward and picked up the coffin. It was completely light, as if it weighed nothing. The material of the coffin was very strange. It actually had a zero-gravity effect. Then, goodbye, Shenlang said. The person in the pyramid didn't respond. He didn't say goodbye. What did that mean? Never to see him again? Shenlang could only visit once? He could only comprehend it once. Shenlang rode on Big Chow and gently placed the coffin on Big Chow's back. Let's go back, Shenlang said. Big Chow couldn't wait. He spread his wings and flew high, leaving the pyramid at the top of the snowy mountain and flying in the direction of the Devil's Triangle. 2 days and 3 nights later, Shenlang returned to the Devil's Triangle. Success? Your Majesty Shenlang, you actually succeeded? As soon as he entered the Devil's Triangle, he heard the lost demon mother's excited voice. Before, she kept talking about you, and her tone was very cold. Now, she immediately changed it to you, and even addressed him as Your Majesty Shenlang. Sister Lost Demon Mother, you're really practical. A body that had been lost for thousands of years had been regained. It seemed that she was really excited. Your Majesty Shenlang, you succeeded, but you're not as excited as I thought, the Lost Demon Mother suddenly said. Shenlang, it's nothing. I'm very excited. I've said it before. It's best not to have such a long-term strategic vision. Being down to earth and achieving the goal in front of you is the right thing to do. You, Shenlang, have never said such a thing. But Shenlang quickly put all these distracting thoughts aside. He would think about the future in the future. Enjoying the current victory was the most important thing. Lost Demon Mother, it's time for you to fulfill the contract. Lend me your army, Shenlang said. At this time, the seawater on the surface of the sea turned into a soft giant hand, holding the coffin and slowly sinking it into the sea. The Lost Demon Mother had taken her body. Of course, the aerial suicide destructor jellyfish and the 3,000 lost shooters are already on their way. You just left the Devil's Triangle for the ruins of the Lost Nation. Not long after, I sent them north to the Raging Tide City, the Lost Demon Mother said. If you chase after them now, you'll probably see them tomorrow. Trick, what a trick. The Lost Demon Mother said, you're right. Regardless of whether you can successfully take back my body or not, I'll still lend you my army. Because you're the descendant of Crown Prince Xianxia, we're allies. Farewell, Shenlang said. The Lost Demon Mother said, Your Majesty Shenlang, don't you want to know what I actually look like? Without another word, Shenlang flew away and left the Devil's Triangle. As expected, after a day and a night, Shenlang saw the Lost Empire's army that he had borrowed. Damn, this is too amazing, too shocking. The few thousand lost shooters and the suicide destructor jellyfish were all flying in the air instead of swimming in the sea. However, the places they flew past were all shrouded in dark clouds, and countless lightning bolts struck down. It was like a mini Devil's Triangle. Wherever they flew, the dark clouds would cover that area. After Shenlang flew over, the Flying Snake Legion and the jellyfish in the air all stopped and swarmed over, surrounding Shenlang. The 3,000 flying shooters, each 100 meters long, actually bowed in the air. Pa 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 pa, countless shooters spat out hundreds of meters long lightning bolts, covering the sky above Shenlang. The area within a radius of tens of thousands of meters was filled with shocking lightning. This was their welcome ceremony, a short ceremony of allegiance. What a powerful army in the air. Great Yen Empire, hurry up and attack my Raging Tide City. This is the first battle between you and me. I, Shenlang, will definitely win beautifully. After paying such a huge price, I will definitely make your flame capital vomit blood. Let's go. Following Shenlang's order, he led the Lost Empire's army in the air and flew majestically towards the Raging Tide City. Wherever he went, dark clouds would cover the area. It was as though the Devil King had descended. Note, while adjusting my schedule, I'm sleepy but unable to fall asleep. Thank you, benefactor, for the monthly votes, keep my ranking, and let me sleep in peace. Had the Emperor come out of seclusion? Not yet, he had been in seclusion for about 2 to 3 years. During this time, the Crown Prince of Great Yen had been in charge. no matter what happened, the emperor never showed up. Along the way, Stupa Mountain and Yinguang wanted to become independent, and Shenlang and Yinguang fought. Finally, Stupa Mountain was completely erased from the world. However, these things seemed insignificant to the emperor. He was still in the Forbidden Tower, and no one knew what he was doing. It was the new year again. Time seemed to have passed very quickly ever since Shenlang returned from the west. The last time Shenlang celebrated the new year was when he had just rescued Prince Jin and the others from Jingang Peak. The Great Qian Empire and the new Qian Kingdom were at odds. There was no festive atmosphere in the Eastern world. This time, there was still no festive atmosphere. That was because every new year, something big would happen that would attract the attention of the entire world. Currently, the entire Eastern world was in awe and fear of the Great Yan Empire. Half a month ago, Stupa Mountain and Dark Castle in the southern seas were completely erased from the world by the Great Yan Empire. Before this, the Great Yan Empire claimed that it was a tsunami and an earthquake. They would never admit that it was the regret of the dragon. However, this time, Flame Capital was silent. Silence was a tacit admission. The entire world was stunned. Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms, as well as the vassal states of the Great Yan Empire, all of them were trembling in fear. Flame Capital was too terrifying, too powerful, and had become cruel. Now that Yinguang was gone and Stupa Mountain was gone, Shenlang was the only enemy left in the Eastern world. Flame Capital immediately gave the Great Qian Empire's Wrath Tide City a countdown. Everyone was waiting for the countdown to end. They were waiting for the regret of the dragon to sound again. They were waiting for Wrath Tide City to be completely erased from the world. The fate of the Great Qian Empire seemed to have been decided. Even the ancient interception device of Stupa Mountain could not stop the regret of the dragon. Was there anything else in the world that could? Nothing at all. In the palace of Flame Capital, a New Year's Eve banquet was being held. This year, there was one more person, and that was the eldest princess, who was also sect leader Ren's wife. As the emperor was still in seclusion, everyone was spending New Year's Eve in the Empress Dowager's palace. There weren't many people, only a dozen or so, and one of them was Princess Jining. Many years had passed, but she didn't seem to have changed in the slightest. She was still as exquisite as ever, and her skin was snow white to the point of seeming transparent. It had been almost 7 years since she last met Shenlang. At that time, she looked like she was 16, and now, she still looked like she was 16. Today, on New Year's Eve, her face was full of smiles, as if nothing had happened. It was as if the little princess who used the dagger to cut Ji Xian's throat was not her. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the Empress Dowager distributed red envelopes to everyone. Everyone looked happy and harmonious. Eldest Princess Ji always had a smile on her face as if the misfortune of the past 30 years did not exist. It was desolate in Qian capital. Shenlang's army firmly controlled the city. Zhao Lin and Ying Wuchang had prepared a list of more than 200 people. Including those who were implicated, there were more than 2,000 people. Within a few days, these 2,000 people were all beheaded. This was Shenlang's revenge against the new Qian kingdom. Of course, this was already considered a very light punishment. Every change of dynasty killed more people than this. What really terrified Qian capital was the upcoming situation. The confrontation between Great Yan and Great Qian kingdom. The decisive battle, was the scene from 30 years ago going to happen again? The Great Qian Empire and the Great Yan Empire had a decisive battle. Then, Jiangli died suddenly. In the end, the Great Yan Empire's million-strong army killed their way into Qian Kingdom, burning, killing, and looting. It was like the end of the world. Therefore, even though it was New Year's Eve, the entire Qian capital was as cold as a cellar. People didn't even have the mood to cook. Soon, the Great Yan Empire would cleanse Raging Tide City with regret of the dragon. Once Raging Tide City was destroyed, the Great Qian Empire would be destroyed. What would be the fate of Qian capital? It was said that third Princess Ying's son had been adopted into the Ying family and would soon be conferred the title of King of the Great Ying Kingdom. It would be best if there was no war. Everything was fine as long as they were alive. At this moment, the Chu nation was in full swing. Regret of the dragon had destroyed Stupa Mountain, causing the floating sea to flood into the Chu nation. 3 counties were submerged, and hundreds of thousands of people were affected. More than 10 days had passed. The flood had finally receded, and the disaster relief was coming to an end. Fortunately, Xianxia had dispatched nearly 2,000 Snow Eagle cavalrymen at the first possible moment, saving the lives of countless victims. Otherwise, the number of casualties this time would be uncountable. Currently, tens of thousands of people were still living in tents, but they celebrated the New Year's Eve with vigor. There was meat and wine on every table. The king of Chu, Sunan, and Zhao Lin were celebrating the New Year in the area where the victims gathered. Fill it up, fill it up, fill it up, cheers, cheers, everyone should have seen it clearly now. The great Yan Empire claims to be the rightful ruler of the world, but does it care about the lives of the people? Don't they know that the destruction of Stupa Mountain will cause the floating sea to overturn, drown the Chu nation, and make countless people homeless? They know, but they still did it. That's because they treat us like ants. However, His Majesty Xianxia is different. He immediately sent the most elite aerial troops over. Lord Sunan, how many aerial troops does our great Qian Empire have? Sunan replied, about 2,000 in total. Now that these 2,000 aerial troops are all in the disaster area, what does this prove? Our Majesty Xianxia is the true benevolent and righteous monarch, the ruler of destiny. Those people in the Yan capital speak of benevolence and righteousness, and love the people like their own children. But what happened in the end? They did such despicable things, and His Majesty Xianxia has never said a good word about them. He has never praised himself, but in order to protect his people, he did his best. With such a monarch, we are all blessed and proud. Long live His Majesty Xianxia, long live, long live. I wish His Majesty Xianxia a boundless longevity. I heard that the Yan capital even started a countdown to the destruction of the Raging Tide City. They want to wipe the Raging Tide City off the face of the earth? Ha 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 ha, tui. Who was the first to play with regret of the dragon? It's our Majesty Xianxia. Others might not be able to do anything about it, but His Majesty Xianxia might be able to extinguish it with a piss. The refugees all responded with a roar. Suddenly, someone said to Yu, isn't it disrespectful of you to say that His Majesty Xianxia needs to piss? His Majesty is like a god, why would he do something so vulgar? As soon as he said that, everyone turned to look at him with a strange look in their eyes. Brother, you are still too childish. It's true that His Majesty is like a god, but once he gets vulgar, it's beyond your imagination. What can a person like him not do? Back then, in the Qian capital, Yingguang had released countless destructive goo worms. Just as the army of several tens of thousands was about to be annihilated, His Majesty Xianxia had stepped forward and devoured hundreds of billions of goo worms all by himself. After that, he had calmly appeared in front of everyone naked. If not for Princess Duo La hurriedly draping a robe over him, he would probably still be naked for an entire day. In the heavenly manner, Xianxia accompanied Ming Yuanxian and the children to celebrate the New Year. The number 3 in the sky was especially eye-catching. This was the countdown to the destruction of the Yan capital. It changed every day, without any deviation. The flying snake army and the self-destructing jellyfish army that Xianxia brought were all hidden under the sea, without a trace. After the New Year's Eve dinner and read packets, the children forced themselves not to sleep. They wanted to stay up all night. Nana, now that the Ying family has been destroyed, the fake Chong King is panicking. He is trying his best to curry favor with the Yan capital, but the crown prince of the Great Yan refused to meet him. We can just send an army to destroy the fake Chong King's army and let you take back the throne. Xianxia asked, what do you think? Aruna Nana shook her head. I don't want to go back. I don't want to be the queen anymore. Moreover, before you and the Great Yan Empire decide a victor, everything is empty. Just wait for Zhuangzhuang to grow up. At this moment, Arezwang was setting off fireworks with his sisters and sister. He was only 9 years old, but he was already 1.7 meters tall. He looked like an adult, and his martial arts skills were frighteningly high. When he turns 16, I will pass the throne to him. I want to travel around the world with the big fool, Aruna Nana said. Huh? Travel around the world with the big fool? Aren't you afraid of getting lost? Xianxia pushed Ning Yuanxian in his wheelchair as they strolled around the garden. This was the good thing about Paradise Manor. It was like spring all year round. Even though it was New Year's Eve, the temperature was still more than 10 degrees Celsius. It was not cold at all. There were even many flowers and plants in the manor. Child, if you weren't Emperor Jiangli's son, how would you be now? Ning Yuanxian suddenly asked. Shen Lang said, then I would have no enemies in the world. I would just wait for death and travel around the world with Mulan. Ning Yuanxian said, the next battle is about to begin. Are you ready for the next one? Shen Lang said, I'm not ready this time. The next battle would be the northern expedition to the Yan capital. They would eliminate their second-last enemy, the Great Yan Emperor. Shen Lang said, I've always heard that the Great Yan Emperor has a dragon. It seems like it's not just a legend. Recently, the Great Yan Empire has been using the regret of the dragon. After the collision of the flaming dragon comet, many powers seem to have been unlocked. Ning Yuanxian said, at least 30 years ago, the Yan capital didn't have the power of the regret of the dragon. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the sudden death of Emperor Jiangli. The Yan capital would have used the regret of the dragon to cleanse itself. Shen Lang said, Father-in-law, ever since the flaming dragon comet collided with this world for the last time, the great Yan Emperor has been in seclusion. What do you think he's doing in the Forbidden Tower? Ning Yuanxian said, what do you think? Shen Lang said, he wouldn't be awakening a dragon or comprehending an enormous dragon, right? Ning Yuanxian said, what you're saying is too advanced. I don't understand it anymore. Shen Lang sighed again. It was a pity that he had gone to the pyramid on the snowy mountain in the ruins of the lost nation too early. That was because the rune was too mysterious. Shen Lang could really comprehend a lot from it. This kind of comprehension was very important. The most basic level was sensing the history of the dragon, its power, its destruction, and its anger. A deeper level would allow one to comprehend the formation of the regret of the dragon and the principle of destruction. A deeper level would allow one to comprehend the spiritual resonance between man and dragon. These were all very important, even epic moments. They would determine one's fate and the structure of the world. One should be mentally and intellectually prepared. In the end, Shen Lang went there hastily, comprehended it hastily, and ended it hastily. At this moment, the children suddenly shouted. 10, 9, 8, it was the official new year. It was almost the first day of the first month, and the children were counting down. 3, 2, 1, 0, the countdown in the sky changed from 3 to 2. The countdown to the Yan capital's destruction was right on time. It's the new year, it's the new year, hundreds of children cheered excitedly. Then, countless fireworks shot into the sky. Not only in the heavenly manor, but also in the furious Tide City. Even the sea was lit up with fireworks to celebrate the new year. Actually, the furious Tide City had never paid much attention to the new year, let alone fireworks. The countdown in the sky was just too eye-catching. People couldn't help but pay attention to the new year. Hearing the children's cheers, Shen Lang's mind went into a reverie. There were only 2 days left. When the time came, the Yan capital would use many regret of the dragon to destroy the furious Tide City and Liizhou Island. Should he move Ning Yuanxian and the hundreds of children away? If he moved them, where could they go? The furious Tide City was already the safest place. Shen Lang closed his eyes and started to simulate the battle once more. Could I, Shen Lang, intercept all the regret of the dragon in the sky at once? Not a single one could fall and explode. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the furious Tide City and the great Qian Empire. I can do it, I can definitely do it. The first day of the first month, the second day of the first month, the countdown in the sky above the furious Tide City turned to 1. There was only 1 day left before the Yan capital would destroy the furious Tide City. But the world didn't understand. Even the people of the furious Tide City didn't understand. At this crucial moment, Shen Lang didn't seem to have any intention of moving the main forces back to the furious Tide City. The 50,000 new Great Qian soldiers were still in the Qian capital. Even the 30,000 Hell soldiers that had just pledged loyalty to Shen Lang were in the Qian capital. There were a total of 2,000 Stupa Mountain special warriors. After the disaster relief, 1,000 entered the Qian capital and 1,000 entered the furious Tide City. This meant that the furious Tide City only had 1,000 special warriors, and they had just surrendered. The rest of the main forces weren't here, they really didn't understand. His Majesty Xianlang's actions were too unfathomable. This is the first battle between the Great Yan Empire and the Great Qian Empire. The Yan capital is going to raise the Raging Tide City to the ground. You should gather all your troops and weapons at the Raging Tide City and prepare for a war that will destroy the entire empire. But you didn't even have any troops. Are you abandoning your foundation, north of the Yan capital? Rumble, a huge crack appeared on the ground, and a huge door opened. Swoosh 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 swoosh, one by one, the ultrasonic flying beasts flew into the sky at an extremely fast speed. This crack looked very much like the ancient airbase near Mt. Jingang. Below the huge crack was an endless abyss. The caves on both sides of the cliff were the nests of the ultrasonic flying beasts. Every ultrasonic flying beast here was bigger than Dachao. They were nearly 50 meters long and had a wingspan of 50 meters. Every ultrasonic flying beast had a long horn on its head. Of course, it wasn't a real horn, but a nightmare stone receiver. It was a bit like an antenna. The special knights relied on this to control every ultrasonic flying beast. Moreover, every ultrasonic flying beast in the Great Yan Empire had a special scale armor on its body. It didn't grow on its body, but was embedded on its body piece by piece. These scales could withstand most ancient crossbows, as well as fire attacks. They were practically invulnerable to swords and spears. Hoo, countless ultrasonic flying beasts flew to an altitude of 5,000 meters and gathered in a formation. A total of 1,000, this number was already very shocking. Xianlang had won Dachao, and it made the entire Stupa Mountain's aerial army completely speechless. In every battle, Dachao almost fought against 100 enemies alone. What kind of combat power did 1,000 ultrasonic flying beasts have? It was simply unimaginable. It should be able to destroy all the aerial armies in this world, and it could also destroy more than hundreds of thousands of ground armies. Then, boom 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 boom, on the other side of the ground, an even bigger crack appeared, spanning a few miles. Hoo, 4 super behemoths flew out from inside. They were still ultrasonic flying beasts, but they seemed to have mutated. Their bodies were especially huge, at least twice the size of the other ultrasonic flying beasts. These 4 mutated flying beasts carried a huge object and flew into the sky. Dragon Force Launcher, sure enough, it was as Xianlang had imagined. The Great Yan Empire's so-called super long-range strategic strike was not launched directly from a few thousand miles away, but from a super high altitude. Moreover, this draconic power launcher had also been modified. Compared to Xianlang's draconic power, it was smaller, about half the size. However, the launcher's diameter was larger, and the amount of dragons regret it could fire was also larger. Not only that, the Great Yan Empire's regret of the Dragon Force was also different. First of all, they were bigger and more powerful, but they were also lighter. Stupa Mountain and Xianlang's regret of the dragon was about 40 to 50,000 kilograms each, but the Great Yan Empire's regret of the Dragon Force was only about 20,000 kilograms, but it was 1.5 times more powerful than the ordinary regret of the Dragon Force. Hoo, the first super dragon force in the sky, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, in the end, a total of 13 super dragon force launchers were hoisted into the sky. The last time they destroyed Stupa Mountain, Yan capital only used 5 super dragon force launchers, and fired 5 waves. This time, Yan capital actually used 13 super dragon forces, a total of 50 super dragon forces, to destroy Raging Tide City. In order to destroy Dark Castle in the Southern Sea, Yan capital did not use their super dragon force. But this time, to destroy Raging Tide City, they used 1,000 supersonic flying beasts, and each of them was equipped with a special warrior, one that was even stronger than Stupa Mountain. In the eyes of Yan capital, Xianlang's Great Qian Empire far surpassed Stupa Mountain. That was why even though Raging Tide City did not have many defenders, Yan capital still used 10 times the force they used to destroy Stupa Mountain. All of the super dragon forces were assembled. The Crown Prince of the Great Yan Empire personally came to see them off. Just as Xianlang had expected, the commanders of this super army were Princess Ji Xian, the new Prince Lian, and eldest Princess Ji, the wife of the sect leader. The Crown Prince frowned. He did not want the eldest princess to participate in this battle. His aunt's resentment was too strong, not only towards Stupa Mountain or the Great Qian Empire, but also towards the Great Yan Empire and the Ji family. The crown prince looked at Princess Ji Xian and said, "Finish the battle quickly, and ensure that all targets in Raging Tide City are destroyed. Including the underground laboratory, the arsenal, the shipyard, the castle, and everything else." Princess Ji Xian said, "Understood. It will be more thorough than destroying Stupa Mountain. Everything in Raging Tide City will be erased from this world." The crown prince said, "Then, go." The crown prince gave the order. Yan Capital's Super Dragon Force officially set off. The 13 Super Dragon power launchers were hidden at an altitude of 19,000 meters. They could not be seen at all. If necessary, they could fly even higher. The supersonic flying beasts were also at an altitude of 13,000 meters. They could not be seen. This was the effect that Xianxia wanted. It was as if the attack from the 9 heavens had been reduced to ashes before Xianxia could react. Silently, the destructive force of the Flame Capital flew south towards the Raging Tide City. This was probably the most bizarre battle of them all. Everyone knew when the battle would begin, but it seemed to have nothing to do with the people in Raging Tide City. Previously, when Stupa Mountain had attacked Raging Tide City, the army had at least gone up to the city walls to observe the battle and prepare for defense. This time, the new Great Qian army did not even go up the city walls. They did not issue any missions either. After Ren Tianxiao led the 1,000 special warriors into Raging Tide City, he first received treatment from Shenlang. Not only did he receive medication, but he also received surgery. He even had to enter the ancient dragon box. However, he did not have a mission either. That's strange. Ordinary soldiers are useless against Yan Capital's super army, but the special warriors of Stupa Mountain will definitely be useful. Why are you not sending us? In that case, Emperor Shenlang, are you going to fight the battle against the Flame Capital City alone? The countdown in the sky was still at 1. However, there was another countdown in everyone's mind. There were still 3 hours before Yan Capital would destroy Raging Tide City. 2 hours. 1 hour. At this time, almost everyone in Raging Tide City stopped working. They walked out and looked up at the sky, waiting for the final number to change. Because when that 1 turned to 0, Yan Capital would use the super regret of the dragon to cleanse the land and wipe Raging Tide City off the face of the earth. It was 11 p.m. on the 2nd day of the 1st month. There was still an hour before the destruction. That's right, Yan Capital's super regret of the dragon would be cleansed at night. However, at this time, all the bells rang. This was an order. Everyone in Raging Tide City was to enter the underground defenses. Even though Shenlang was confident that he could intercept all the super regret of the dragon in the air, everyone had to hide underground just in case. They were really unwilling, but everyone who heard the bell still consciously entered the underground air raid shelter. Then, Shenlang carried the dragon sword on his back and flew into the sky on Big Chow. He closed his eyes and his boundless mental energy spread out to monitor the entire sky. After receiving the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's spiritual inheritance, he was already very familiar with the use of mental energy. In the open sky, his mental energy could easily monitor an area with a radius of tens of thousands of meters. If there was a regret of the dragon or an enemy aerial invasion, he would be able to sense it immediately. He looked at his watch. It was 11:59 p.m. There was less than a minute to the final moment. It was really ritualistic. When the 1 turned to 0, Yan Capital's attack would begin. If he guessed correctly, the Yan Capital's super army should be less than 150 miles away from the Raging Tide City. However, they were in the sky and it was night time, so they couldn't be seen at all. The word 1 in the sky above the Raging Tide City was still glaring with a blood-red light. Countdown, 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, the countdown ended, the 1 in the sky turned to 0. Yan Capital's destruction had officially begun. Time's up. Ji Xian looked at her watch. Time's up. Prince Xian Lian looked at his watch. Super regret of the dragon, the attack on the Raging Tide City officially begins. Princess Ji Xian placed her hand on the ancient token ring and turned it gently. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 19,000 meters in the air, the 13 nightmare stones of super draconic force all responded and flashed brightly. Fire! Princess Xianxia's will burst forth as she suddenly pressed the ancient token ring on her finger. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the 13 super regret of the dragon shot out from 19,000 meters in the sky. At this time, 150 miles away from the raging Tide City. The 13 super regret of the dragon shot out blue flames and sped up in the sky until it reached 10 times the speed of sound, 3,000 meters per second. The 13 super regret of the dragon drew a beautiful arc in the sky like a meteor shower. In the sky that was as dark as a curtain, it was especially eye-catching and breathtaking. 150 miles, 150,000 meters. To the super regret of the dragon, it only took 50 seconds. The 13 super regret of the dragon was enough to destroy everything in the raging Tide City. Each super regret of the dragon had an explosion radius of more than 3,500 meters, even 4,000 meters. In the sky, Princess Xian and Prince Xianxia. Princess Royal looked at the 13 meteor-like super regret of the dragon. The raging Tide City, this strange city, was finally going to be destroyed. This city shouldn't have existed in this world. It should be erased more than Stupa Mountain. Princess Royal shuddered. When Stupa Mountain was destroyed, she could feel it from the control room, but she couldn't see it. This time, she could finally see the Hell's Lotus bloom. Can we see the destruction of the raging Tide City from here? Princess Royal asked. Xian said, we can see the flames from 150 miles away, but the moment the Hell's Lotus blooms, the raging Tide City will disappear. Then, the three of them held their breaths and waited for the moment of the explosion. At this time, Xianxia was in the sky 20 kilometers above the raging Tide City. It's here, it's here. He opened his eyes and saw 13 meteors flying in the sky 30,000 meters away. This scene was so beautiful that he couldn't get tired of looking at it. The moment was finally here. I didn't stop your flame capital from shooting the fake regret of the dragon at my army. I didn't stop you from shooting the super regret of the dragon at Stupa Mountain either. Everything had been for this moment of performance. Now, it was time to witness a real miracle. Dachao, fly up, fly up. Xianxia ordered. Then, Dachao welcomed the 13 super regret of the dragon and flew up. The distance between Xianxia and the 13 super regret of the dragon got closer and closer. 30,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 1,000 meters, time's up, great wisdom king, it's time to prove your spiritual soul. Xianxia, it's time to prove your spiritual soul. Immediately, boundless spiritual energy burst forth from Xianxia's mind, and through the magnification of the heart of the dragon, it drilled into the dragon's sword and was magnified once again. Boom boom boom, it was as if a silent spiritual bomb had exploded. Instantly, the space within a 10,000 meter radius was enveloped by a special spiritual energy. Freeze! The 13 super regret of the dragon flying from Flame Capital were all frozen in the air by Xianxia. This was a true miracle. Note, I didn't sleep for more than 4 hours last night. This chapter was written while drinking coffee. I'm going to rest and prepare for the next chapter. Brothers with monthly votes, please support me, please. Of course, the so-called freezing didn't mean that Xianxia had used the ancient king's ring, heart of the dragon, sword of the dragon, and mental energy to freeze the 13 super regret of the dragon in the air. He wasn't that powerful yet. He wasn't Magneto. To be more precise, he had shut down the tail flames of the 13 super regret of the dragon, causing them to lose their mobility. With this set of equipment, Xianxia could shut down all weapons with the Nightmare Stone installed. But freezing was much more powerful than shutting them down. After the 13 super regret of the dragon were frozen by Xianxia, they all fell from the sky. This time, the Raging Tide City's special warriors were put to use. They sprinted over. Whoosh 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 whoosh, under the acceleration of gravity, the super regret of the dragon smashed into the ground one after another. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud sounds. Don't misunderstand, it wasn't an explosion, but a giant crater. After all, this was a fall from tens of thousands of meters above ground. The sound was definitely shocking. But Xianxia had chosen a good place to intercept them. It was a large farmland with almost no houses. At most, he had smashed some flowers and grass. The Raging Tide City's special warriors rushed over. 2 or 3 of them worked together to carry the super regret of the dragon away. Almost instantly, the 13th super regret of the dragon disappeared without a trace, entering the Raging Tide City's secret base. What was so special about Flame Capital using the super regret of the dragon? It could only be described in one word: majestic. It was like this on Stupa Mountain. More than 20 super regret of the dragon were fired in a short period of time. It was the same in the Raging Tide City. Fire! 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 Princess Xianxia spun the ancient command ring in her hand again and again. 13 super regret of the dragon were fired continuously. A total of 52 super regret of the dragon were fired in a short minute. Hence, in the dark night sky, wave after wave of the super regret of the dragon flew towards the Raging Tide City. After some calculations, these super regret of the dragon could completely wipe out everything within 2,000 square kilometers. Not just the buildings in the Raging Tide City, but also the fleet at the port. A true carpet bombing. If this really exploded, it would definitely be the world's most wondrous scene. Even in the modern history of war on Earth, there would not be such a magnificent scene. An entire 2,000 square kilometers of land was engulfed in flames. However, 20 to 30,000 meters away from Raging Tide City, Xianxia unleashed his psychic power again and again, intercepting them again and again. In the past, he had intercepted them without much understanding of the principles behind it. Now, he had a more thorough understanding of it. This kind of interception still relied on the Dragonheart device, but it required Xianxia to use his powerful mental power to organize the energy inside, and then release it through the dragon's word and amplify it. Bang! The sudden burst of power was like a giant net in the air, instantly shutting down all the nightmare stone installations of the super regret dragon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the dragon's remorse had fallen from the heavens. They came crashing down one after another, riddling the farmland of Raging Tide City with holes. In just a few minutes, all the super regret of the dragon had entered Master Lang's secret warehouse. I've really struck it rich. Even a transport captain wouldn't do something like this. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Last time, in order to steal a mere super regret of the dragon, Xianxia fought with Ying Wuming, Ying Guang, and sect leader Ren for half a year, and in the end, he only managed to steal 2. But this time, there were 52 super regret of the dragon at once, and he suddenly became rich. No, I, Xianxia, am going to become arrogant. With so many super regret of the dragon, I can shoot them wherever I want. 300 miles north of Raging Tide City, Princess Xian, Prince Lian, and the eldest princess of the Ji clan fell into a deathly silence. What was going on? A minute passed. And there was no explosion. 2 minutes passed, and there was no explosion. 3 minutes passed, and there was still no explosion. Xianxia originally planned to simulate an explosion. For example, when Yingwuk attacked, he had Raging Tide City detonate a large number of explosives to simulate the explosion of the super regret of the dragon, making the other party think that the attack was a success. But this time, Xianxia really couldn't simulate it. 52 super regret of the dragon, this explosion would definitely be earth-shattering. The area of the explosion exceeded 2,000 square kilometers, spanning over 100 miles. It was like a super earthquake, and could be seen clearly even from 300 miles away. Why didn't it explode? Princess Ji clan's eldest princess asked. No one answered. Why didn't it explode? Princess Ji clan's eldest princess said angrily. After a long while, Princess Xian said, Xianxia can intercept it in the air. As soon as these words came out, the people around were stunned. So, awesome, even the super regret of the dragon could be intercepted? Even the ancient interceptor can't intercept such a dense barrage of super regret of the dragon, right? Xianxia can actually intercept 52 super regret of the dragon by himself? That's impossible. If he has this ability, why didn't he use it before? Prince Xian Lian said, when his army was on a northern expedition to Tianjing, I threatened him to throw his army into the super dragon's remorse. I wanted to test if he had the ability to do so. In the end, he didn't intercept it. Later on at Stupa Mountain, he could have intercepted it. Princess Ji clan's eldest princess said, if he had intercepted the super regret of the dragon at Stupa Mountain, He could have saved the entire Stupa mountain and gained everyone's loyalty. Why didn't he do that? Xian said, because he doesn't care about the lives of those people. He only cares about those who are loyal to him. After a long while, Princess Xian said, "Go, return to Yan capital as fast as possible and report to the crown prince that the worst-case scenario has happened. Our super regret of the dragon has all been intercepted." Immediately, 2 special warriors rode on ultrasonic flying beasts and flew towards Yan capital. Next, a general said, "Your Highness, do we continue with the attack on Raging Tide City tomorrow?" Princess Xian said, "Of course. But this way, we need to escalate the battle. Otherwise, it won't look good. Send out the reserve army." Following Princess Xian's order, signal flares were fired into the sky, relaying towards the Great Yan Empire. More than 2 hours later. Whoosh 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 whoosh, one by one, the snow eagles suddenly flew into the air. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. In the end, 10,000 snow eagles gathered in the air and flew towards Raging Tide City. 3rd day of the first month, noon. Someone in Raging Tide City looked up at the sky. Huh? Why is that 0 still there? Didn't Yan capital claim to use the super regret of the dragon to cleanse the land? Didn't they say to carry out a destructive attack? Our Raging Tide City is fine now, not even a single house has been destroyed. Yan capital sure knows how to brag. Hurry up and get rid of that 0 in the sky. Don't embarrass yourself. However, 300 to 400 miles to the north of Raging Tide City, an unprecedented scene appeared. 1,000 ultrasonic flying beasts and 10,000 snow eagles gathered in formation in the air. This was an unprecedented scene. This was what it truly meant to blot out the sky and cover the earth. It was a dark mass that stretched for hundreds of li. As they flew over, it really looked like a huge dark cloud was moving in the sky. This would be the largest air attack in history. Last night, the super regret of the dragon had failed, but the Great Yan Empire could not lose face. Hence, they had to organize an even more magnificent attack. The mission is very clear. According to our intelligence, Raging Tide City has a total of 10 super sky fortresses, dozens of airships, and 1,000 snow eagles. Each of them is a special force warrior. Our 1,000 ultrasonic flying beasts need to eliminate all the aerial forces of Raging Tide City in the shortest time possible. Leave none alive. Then, 10,000 snow eagles will carry out an air attack on Raging Tide City with nightmare stone bombs. This is the largest air attack since the formation of the Great Yan Empire's aerial forces. Try to aim at the most valuable targets. Once all the aerial forces of Raging Tide City are eliminated, what's left is the anti-air firepower. Raging Tide City's anti-air firepower is the most concentrated. They have countless nightmare stone anti-air machine guns, ancient giant crossbows, and so on. But the ultrasonic flying beasts can destroy all the anti-air firepower. The snow eagles can boldly dive and attack. Princess Xian said, "Next, 100 snow eagles will conduct an intensive pre-battle test. The target is that small island." Yes. 100 snow eagles flew towards the small island, then began to dive and drop. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 100 nightmare stone bombs were hurled down like raindrops. Boom, 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 boom. Moments later, the entire island was completely engulfed in flames. The island spanning a few thousand meters and densely packed rocks were all blown to pieces and razed to the ground. If Xianxia saw this, he would be shocked. He had the Hellfire Bomb, which was already very powerful. But the Nightmare Stone Bomb in Yan capital was even more powerful. What was the principle behind the explosion? The snow eagles did not carry much weight. Including the riders, it would not exceed 600 kilograms at most. But this Nightmare Stone Bomb weighed no more than 40 to 50 kilograms, and each snow eagle could carry 10 of them. Even Xianxia's Hellfire Bomb was not as powerful as a 40-kilogram bomb. At most, it was as powerful as a grenade shell. The Great Yan Empire's 40-kilogram bomb was more powerful than the Raging Tide City's 50-kilogram Hellfire Bomb. In other words, the Snow Eagle army was going to throw 100,000 Nightmare Stone Bombs. Were they going crazy? This scene was even grander than the explosion of 52 Super Regret of the Dragon bombs. The Great Yan Empire was really going all out to fulfill its promise. But Shenlang's bragging had to be fulfilled, and Yen capitals as well. The Great Yen Empire had already declared that they would wipe the raging tide city off the face of the earth on the third day of the first month. If they could not do it, wouldn't they lose face? Move out, end the battle before the sun sets. With Princess Xianxia's order, the unprecedented aerial army flew south. Wherever they flew, they cast a huge black shadow that covered the sun in the sky. Raging Tide City, 250 kilometers. Your Highness, we've discovered the Raging Tide City's hot air balloon. Destroy it. With Princess Xianxia's order, a supersonic flying beast rushed over like lightning and shot out fiercely. In an instant, the hot air balloon was smashed to pieces. Your Highness, we've discovered the Raging Tide City's airship. Destroy it. Another supersonic flying beast rushed over and easily destroyed the Raging Tide City's airship at an altitude of 16,000 meters. The supersonic flying beasts of the Great Yen Empire were more mature and seemed to have been strengthened. Their supersonic attacks had a longer range. The most effective attack range was about 700 meters, but the limit could reach more than 1,000 meters. This attack range was really heaven-defying. This meant that all the anti-air firepower of the Raging Tide City was ineffective. Even the launch range of the miniature dragon power was more than 1,000 meters. But even if more than 100 miniature dragon power were fired at the same time, it would not be able to form a concentrated attack. The supersonic flying beasts were too mobile. They could easily dodge such sparse firepower. Currently, the most effective anti-air firepower of the Raging Tide City was definitely the Nightmare Stone machine gun. It could instantly shoot a storm of anti-air bullets into the sky, truly covering an area. But due to gravity, the effective range of the Nightmare Stone machine gun was very difficult to exceed 1,000 meters. This meant that the supersonic flying beasts would be destroyed before they could hit them. This was because the supersonic flying beasts' supersonic waves were area attacks and not point attacks. Just like that, the unprecedented aerial army of the Great Yen Empire continued to fly south without any resistance. All the airships and hot air balloons along the way were easily destroyed. At this moment, a general suddenly said, "Your Highness, Shenlang intercepted our Super Remorse Dragon last night. What if he uses the Super Remorse Dragon to attack us now?" Princess Xian glanced at him and said, "That won't happen. Your Highness, our aerial army is about to enter the airspace of Liuzhou Island. Liuzhou Island is 5,000 square kilometers. Of which, the Raging Tide City area is about 1,300 square kilometers. All of them are our main attack areas." Of course, the Raging Tide City area was not that big. But with the countless workshops and barracks, it was more than 1,300 square kilometers. At this moment, all the ordinary citizens of Liuzhou Island had been moved away. The entire island was either filled with workers or soldiers. Aerial army, regroup. Following Princess Xian's order, the Great Yen Empire's 10,000 Snow Eagle Legion and 1,000 supersonic flying beasts regrouped in the air, assuming a battle formation. "Your Highness, there is no aerial army in the direction of the Raging Tide City." Princess Xian could not help but frown slightly. Shenlang only had 1,000 aerial army in his hands. They were the main force guarding the airspace of the Raging Tide City. Why were they not mobilized? Was he going to rely on the anti-air firepower on the ground? She looked at the sky. There were less than 3.5 hours before sunset. Supersonic flying beasts, attack. Destroy all aerial army and anti-air firepower in the Raging Tide City. Immediately, the 1,000 supersonic flying beasts accelerated to the limit, exceeding an astonishing 500 kilometers per hour. Like giant fighter jets, they tore through the air and flew towards Liuzhou Island, towards the Raging Tide City. At this moment, there was still no aerial army in the Raging Tide City. Princess Xian had a bad premonition in her heart. Shenlang had an aerial army, but he did not use it. Why? Did he really hope to use the Super Remorse Dragon to attack the aerial army of the Great Yen Empire? That was simply daydreaming. He would wake up from his dream soon. 1,000 supersonic flying beasts followed the coastline and continued to move south, approaching the Raging Tide City. They were getting closer and closer. 150 kilometers, 100 kilometers, the Raging Tide City was still quiet. Not only did the Snow Eagle Legion not move, but the super remorse dragon fortress also did not move. What was Shenlang trying to do? And at this moment, the sea to the west of the raging tide city suddenly flared up. Then, a dark fog and a huge dark cloud suddenly rose into the sky. It was also 100 kilometers wide. What? What was this? Dark clouds descended from the sky. How could they rise from the sea? The Great Yan Empire's supersonic flying beasts were very cautious. They immediately slowed down. Disperse, disperse. 1,000 supersonic flying beasts suddenly dispersed. Continue to maintain contact with this dark cloud. Do not approach it, and do not enter it. Then, the Great Yan Empire's supersonic flying beasts and the dark cloud confronted each other in the sky, at a distance of 20,000 meters. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, hundreds of huge jellyfish flew out from the dark cloud. It was really beautiful. Their flight in the sky looked exactly the same as in the sea. As they flew, they constantly grew bigger and bigger. 50 meters in diameter, 100 meters in diameter, 150 meters in diameter. These super jellyfish were like huge umbrellas, flying toward the Great Yan Empire's supersonic flying beasts. Attack, attack. Following an order, 100 supersonic flying beasts attacked at lightning speed, directly rushing in front of these super jellyfish. Distance of 1,000 meters, 500 meters, supersonic spraying. Whoosh 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 whoosh, powerful supersonic waves shot out violently. It seemed that these super jellyfish were slow and extremely weak. They were like big balloons, completely unable to stop the supersonic flying beasts. However, when the supersonic waves attacked, their bodies actually quickly split into small jellyfish, forcibly flying toward the supersonic waves. Boom! The supersonic waves directly hit the body of the split jellyfish and suddenly exploded. This small jellyfish was turned into ashes, but it completely neutralized the supersonic waves. Damn, they actually have this trick. Next, these 100 super jellyfish continuously flew toward the supersonic flying beasts. Attack, attack, attack. Following an order, the supersonic flying beasts continuously launched attacks on these super jellyfish. However, the result was the same. They could not fight back at all. Every time, a small jellyfish would split out as cannon fodder, blocking all the supersonic waves. In this way, these 100 giant jellyfish directly flew into the supersonic flying beasts formation of the Great Yan Empire. Disperse, 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 all the officers desperately ordered. These 1,000 supersonic flying beasts desperately dispersed, distancing themselves from these super jellyfish. However, it was too late. Boom, 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 these 100 super jellyfish suddenly exploded in the air one after another. There were no flames, no shockwaves. There was only the terrifying neurotoxin. After each super jellyfish exploded, a neurotoxin fog instantly swept across the air. All the space within a radius of 3,000 to 4,000 meters was filled with neurotoxin. These supersonic flying beasts of the Great Yan Empire were awesome. Their bodies were covered with scale armor, completely invulnerable. However, they could not completely defend against the neurotoxin of these lost jellyfish. In an instant, they directly stiffened in the air, as if they were frozen, and all the nerves in their bodies were paralyzed. Then, one after another, the supersonic flying beasts directly fell from the air, forcibly smashing into the sea. Bang, 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 what a strange and magnificent scene. One after another, the super jellyfish continuously exploded. Countless supersonic flying beasts continuously fell. Seeing this scene, Princess Xian, Prince Lian, and the others were completely stunned. What the hell is this, Shenlang, where did you get these jellyfish from? It was too strange. They looked so fragile and had no offensive power at all. They could only self-destruct. However, it was completely inexplicable. This doesn't look like something from the Eastern world. This posture was really suffocating. Princess Xian's heart was bleeding. The sky full of supersonic flying beasts desperately flew, trying to escape the range of these super jellyfish's self-destruction. However, there were no flames, no light, and even these neurotoxins were transparent and colorless. They were completely unable to prevent all this from happening. After a full quarter of an hour, the 100 super jellyfish self-destruction ended. the nightmarish scene finally ended. Princess Xian began to count. Only 400 of the 1,000 supersonic flying beasts were left. A total of 600 were all hit by the neurotoxins and fell into the sea. Every supersonic flying beast was incomparably precious, and 600 were lost in an instant. Of course, they did not know that these supersonic flying beasts were only paralyzed. Xianleng could not bear to kill them and wanted to keep them as his own. At this moment, these 600 supersonic flying beasts had all sunk to the bottom of the sea. What should they do next? There were still 400 supersonic flying beasts left. Should they continue the attack on Raging Tide City? Everyone's eyes looked at Princess Xian. She was the commander-in-chief of this war, and she had the highest decision-making power. Prince Lian was only an assistant, and even a witness of this war. At this moment, there were less than 3 hours before the sun set. In other words, there were less than 3 hours until the moment of destruction promised by the Great Yan Empire. If they withdrew, then the Great Yan Empire would go back on its words. However, if they continued the attack, who knew what other terrifying things Xianleng had hidden in ambush? Your Highness, these jellyfish have self-destructed, and the dark clouds in front have dissipated. It seems that Xianleng's secret trump card has been used up. Princess Xian turned a deaf ear to these words. At the side, Prince Lian said, "The dignity of the empire is greater than the heavens. Destroy Raging Tide City at all costs." At this moment, in the direction of Raging Tide City, the super fortress rose into the sky, and so did the army of 1,000 snow eagles. The general of the Great Yan Empire said, "Your Highness, Xianleng's aerial army has risen into the sky. They want to use their air power and anti-air firepower to stop our army of supersonic flying beasts. This just proves that Xianleng has exhausted his limited abilities." Princess Xian looked at him coldly. This was too childish. Perhaps this was Xianleng's smokescreen. He was afraid that the Great Yan Empire would not continue the attack, so he let the super fortress and the army of snow eagles rise into the sky to lure the Great Yan Empire to attack. However, Prince Lian was right. The Great Yan Empire had no other choice. Should they retreat at this time? The pressure of public opinion was too great. The zero in the sky was still there, and it was extremely glaring. If Xianleng had really used up all his trump cards, only the anti-air firepower of Raging Tide City and the army of 1,000 snow eagles would be a match for the 400 supersonic flying beasts. They would be easily wiped out. After struggling for a few minutes, Princess Xian finally gave the order. Continue the attack of the supersonic flying beasts. Everyone, disperse and fight separately. Destroy the aerial army of Raging Tide City and the anti-air firepower of Raging Tide City. Yes. Then, the 400 supersonic flying beasts of the Great Yan Empire completely dispersed. They were no longer in a dense formation, but like lone wolf fighter jets, they flew towards the sky of Raging Tide City. Please don't let there be any more ambushes. Please don't let there be any more ambushes. Princess Xian and Prince Lian kept praying in their hearts. The 400 supersonic flying beasts kept approaching Raging Tide City. 50 miles, 30 miles, 20 miles. This was good news. Princess Xian instinctively felt that the danger came from the sea. As long as they entered the airspace of Raging Tide City, they should be safe. Moreover, these supersonic flying beasts were more than 10,000 meters in the air. There should be no weapons in Raging Tide City that could hit them. They're in, the generals of the Great Yan Empire at the side cheered in ecstasy. This was because the first supersonic flying beast of the Great Yan Empire had flown into the airspace of Raging Tide City. Next, it was time for the Great Yan Empire to perform. The 400 supersonic flying beasts were enough to destroy all the aerial forces and anti-air weapons of Raging Tide City. 400 supersonic flying beasts were enough to crush everything into pieces. However, at this moment, a strange and breathtaking scene appeared once again. Whoosh 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 whoosh. From the surface of the sea, streaks of light suddenly burst out as fast as lightning. Thousands of Lost Empire flying beasts shot out from the sea and flew into the air. Each of them was nearly 100 meters long. They suddenly shot up to 1,000 meters in the air, then flapped their wings and flew high up into the sky. 3,000 flying snakes pounced towards the 400 supersonic flying beasts of the Great Yan Empire. Their flying speed was actually not fast and was far inferior to the supersonic flying beasts. However, after flying for a certain distance, their bodies twisted and suddenly shot out. In an instant, their speed exceeded 100 meters per second. After 7 or 8 shots, these flying snakes all reached an altitude of more than 10,000 meters. The supersonic flying beast riders of the Great Yan Empire roared angrily, "There's no retreat. We can only fight. 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 We're the kings of the sky. We're invincible." Faced with such agile flying snakes, the 400 supersonic flying beasts of the Great Yan Empire did not retreat. Instead, they fiercely charged forward. "We're invincible. We're invincible." The 400 flying beasts suddenly shot out supersonic waves. "You strange flying snakes. I don't care where you're from. In front of my supersonic waves, you can only be crushed into pieces." However, at the same time, these flying snakes of the Lost Empire suddenly shot out lightning. The lightning was hundreds of meters long. Although the supersonic wave attack was fast, the lightning was faster. It arrived in an instant. High-voltage lightning of tens of thousands of volts struck the bodies of these supersonic flying beasts. At this time, the scale armor and the invulnerability were all useless. After being hit, these supersonic flying beasts instantly twitched and stiffened. Then, they fell from the sky. Almost instantly, the trump card of the Great Yan Empire, the supersonic flying beast army, was completely annihilated. Note, I'm finally done. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to lie down. I hope I can sleep for 5 hours and don't wake up halfway. Brothers who have monthly votes, remember to vote for me. Let me get through this period. I'm very grateful to everyone. Everything happened too quickly. At this time, any orders were useless. They could only watch helplessly as everything happened. 10 flying snakes attacked one ultrasonic flying beast. Bang, bang, bang. Bursts of fire appeared in the sky. The flying beasts that were struck were on fire. They were completely paralyzed and fell to the ground. It was common knowledge that even if a single individual was struck by lightning in the air, it would not form a circuit and would not cause any damage. However, when these flying snakes attacked, they were shrouded in black fog. Wherever they flew, the black fog followed. Moreover, the black fog was always connected to the ocean. They were the best conductors. Therefore, even if they were in the air, after these supersonic flying beasts were hit by the tens of thousands of volts or even hundreds of thousands of volts of high-voltage lightning, they immediately froze. In less than a quarter of an hour, one by one, the charred flying beasts fell into the sea, completely silent. Not a single one of the Great Yan Empire's trump cards were left. Xian Lian Prince, Princess Ji Xian, and Princess Ji Cheng looked at this scene and lost all their reactions. It was a heart-wrenching pain. After obtaining this batch of flying beasts, the Great Yan Empire had never used them. They were almost completely secretive. They were prepared as a trump card. In the end, they were completely annihilated without any results. What should they do next? What should they do? 1,000 flying beasts had been annihilated. What should they do with the remaining 10,000 snow eagles? They were still carrying 100,000 nightmare stone bombs. Should they carry out a suicide attack at all costs? Princess Ji Xian was caught in a difficult choice. Next, she could choose to retreat immediately. The 10,000 snow eagles should leave and escape as soon as possible. Of course, she could also order the 10,000 snow eagles to rush into Raging Tide City at all costs and throw all the nightmare stone bombs. Of course, it was impossible to completely destroy Raging Tide City under such circumstances, but at least it was not without gains. At least it would not make the countdown to the Great Yan Empire's destruction a laughingstock. However, in that case, the 10,000 snow eagles would almost be annihilated. Just a few seconds later, Princess Ji Xian ordered, "All snow eagles, attack. Attack freely." Everyone was shocked. This meant that all 10,000 snow eagles would be annihilated. Was the Great Yan Empire's reputation so important? Did you hear my order? All the Snow Eagle Legion, attack. Then, the 10,000 Snow Eagle Legion began to charge crazily, covering the sky as they flew toward the raging Tide City. Moreover, there were no longer any formations or formations. They were completely free to attack. In an instant, the entire sky turned black, as if countless locusts were flying over. This Princess Xian was really ruthless. Even if she had to pay a huge price, she still wanted to launch an airstrike on raging Tide City. This tactic was really a headache. It would only take 10 minutes for the 10,000 Snow Eagles to charge into raging Tide City. Then, they would drop nightmare stone bombs at an altitude of 5,000 meters. What would be the result? The Flying Snake Legion charged forward at top speed, and they would be able to wipe out more than half of the Snow Eagle Legion before they entered raging Tide City. Next, Xianxia still had 1,000 special warriors. If they were to wield the Nightmare Stone machine gun, they should be able to wipe out the remaining half. However, if the Empire of Great Yan's army of 10,000 Snow Eagles was completely disorderly, there would always be some who would slip through the net. According to Xianxia's calculations, the result would be the same every time. The Empire of Great Yan would have at least 1 to 2,000 Snow Eagles enter the sky above raging Tide City and drop 10 to 20,000 Nightmare Stone bombs. Of course, due to the chaos and the interception of the air defense of raging Tide City, there would probably be a few thousand Nightmare Stone bombs falling on raging Tide City. It was impossible to completely wipe raging Tide City off the face of the earth, but it was definitely possible to blow it up. There was no telling how many houses, factories, and laboratories would be blown into ruins. Even the great castle of raging Tide City might be blown up. The power of the Empire of Great Yan's Nightmare Stone bombs was too shocking. Of course, everyone in raging Tide City had entered the underground fortifications. There would not be many casualties under this level of bomb. However, if raging Tide City was blown into ruins, it would be a loss of face. It was precisely because of this that Princess Xian did not care about the cost. Even if all 10,000 Snow Eagles were to die, she had to complete this air attack. Even if they could not completely destroy raging Tide City, they had to at least destroy it on the surface. The dignity of the Empire of Great Yan was inviolable. The threat from Yan capital was about to come true. What should they do at this time? Of course, even if all of this really happened, Xianxia would still be victorious. Not only did he obtain 52 Super Regret of the Dragon, but he might also obtain 1,000 ultrasonic flying beasts and annihilate 10,000 Snow Eagles. As for the price he had to pay, it was just that raging Tide City would be blown up into a mess. But was Xianxia willing to do this? He was not. Then, he sighed softly. Sometimes, he was really helpless. There were some favors that he really did not want to owe. With Princess Xian's order, 10,000 Snow Eagles with 100,000 Nightmare Stone bombs rushed towards raging Tide City. Everything went more smoothly than expected. The powerful Flying Snake army seemed to have gone blind at this moment. They could not stop the Snow Eagles and could only circle around in place. What was going on? And the 1,000 special warriors of Xianxia were the same. They rode on the Snow Eagles and circled in the air. They had no intention of intercepting them at all. Was Xianxia crazy? Were they just going to let raging Tide City be flattened? However, all of the shock was put aside. The 10,000 Snow Eagles of the Great Yan Empire charged desperately towards raging Tide City. In less than 10 minutes, they succeeded. All 10,000 Snow Eagles rushed into the sky above raging Tide City. Next, it was time for the great destruction. Everything was much smoother than expected. They originally thought that there would be 70% casualties and at most 3,000 Snow Eagles flying into the sky above raging Tide City. They did not expect that all 10,000 of them would successfully break through. Drop the bombs, drop the bombs, drop the bombs. The commander of the Snow Eagle army shouted loudly. Incomparably excited, incomparably excited. They did not know what had happened. This destruction plan was supposed to fail, but they did not expect it to succeed. 100,000 Nightmare Stone bombs were dropped in an orderly manner. They could carry out a carpet bombing of the entire raging Tide City and ensure that every target was destroyed. Throw, throw. With the commander's shout, the 10,000 Snow Eagle Knights began to throw. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, it was as if there was a metal storm in the sky. 100,000 nightmare stone bombs poured down crazily and smashed into the sky above Raging Tide City. Explode, be destroyed, the strange and bizarre Raging Tide City shall be completely destroyed from this world. It was still very strange. During the process of the 100,000 nightmare stone bombs falling, the Raging Tide City's anti-air firepower did not play any role. The enemy's flying snake army and the special warriors of Raging Tide City did not attack either. Instead, they were still circling not far away. What was the meaning of this? Were they completely crazy? Boom, 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 an earth-shattering explosion. Flames spread for hundreds of miles. It was the largest bombing in history. It was simply breathtaking and magnificent to the extreme. It made one's hair stand on end. The 10,000 Snow Eagle Knights of the Great Yan Empire looked at this scene greedily and even reluctantly. They had never seen such a grand scene before. They wanted to see the Raging Tide City reduced to ruins after the flames dissipated. But it was a little strange, this earth-shattering explosion scene was a little fake and a little fake. What was the meaning of this? It was like a big explosion scene that was connected to computer special effects. Go, go, go. The commander of the Snow Eagle Army could no longer care about the results. He immediately gave the order to leave. It would be best if they could escape after completing their mission. Although Princess Xianxia was prepared to wipe out the entire army, Xianlang's side was out of their minds. They allowed him to blow up the Raging Tide City and let him escape. Why not leave? The 10,000 Snow Eagle Army flapped their wings and flew high into the sky. They were about to escape from the Raging Tide City. In their field of vision, the Raging Tide City was still shrouded in countless flames. This scene was still shocking, but it was still a little fake. Ha 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 ha, at this moment, a sharp laughter suddenly rang out. Then, the 10,000 Snow Eagle soldiers of the Great Yan Empire suddenly woke up. In an instant, everything around him changed. They had clearly successfully launched a surprise attack on the Raging Tide City just now. They had clearly thrown 100,000 nightmare stone bombs. Why did it become like this now? When they opened their eyes, they were clearly above the sea more than 100 miles away from the Raging Tide City. They were surrounded by the 3,000 Flying Snake Legion. Not only that, the 10,000 Snow Eagle soldiers of the Great Yan Empire clearly remembered that they were flying separately. Why were they all crowded together now? Also, what happened to the 100,000 nightmare stone bombs? Then, they saw it clearly, it was a torrential downpour. The 100,000 nightmare stone bombs were now smashing into the sea like raindrops. They had yet to explode. Illusion. Everything just now was an illusion. The 10,000 Snow Eagle soldiers of the Great Yan Empire thought they were flying towards the Raging Tide City, but in fact, they were flying further and further away. They even flew into the encirclement of the Flying Snake Legion. They were really walking into a trap. Not only were the people of the Great Yan Empire stunned, but the people of the Raging Tide City were also completely stunned. What was going on? What the hell was going on? Were the 10,000 Snow Eagle soldiers of the Great Yan Empire planning to defect to the enemy? Or were they courting death? Of course, there was only one reason. The lost demon mother. In this world, only she had such a powerful mental strength that could envelop the entire sea and sky. In the past, in the ruins of the lost nation, her mental strength alone enveloped the entire ruins. Anyone who entered would not be able to escape. The powerful Skeleton Legion was trapped alive for more than 10 years. The mental illusions that she created could even trick tens of thousands of people, let alone 10,000. At that time, in the ruins of the Lost Nation, the octopus that she controlled was clearly only 100 meters in size. In the end, the illusion that she created was an entire castle hall. The enormous octopus that was 1,500 acres in size scared the hell out of the Skeleton Legion. They did not dare to fight at all. Now that she had regained her body, her mental strength would only be stronger. When the battle broke out, she was already here. At the crucial moment, she helped Xianlang. However, this lost demon mother was not easy to deal with. It was not easy to owe her a favor. That was why Xianlang sighed. Of course, the mental illusions created by the lost demon mother were useless against some people. For example, Princess Xianxia. Her martial arts cultivation was too high, and so was her mental cultivation. There was also Princess Royal Ji. She was saved by Gang 1, so she was very immune to mental attacks. However, they could only watch helplessly as the 10,000 Snow Eagle Legion fell into the mental illusion trap. They could not wake them up one by one. This really made him want to vomit blood. They watched as their own army was bewitched by ghosts and took the initiative to enter the trap of Shenlang's Flying Snake Legion. The battle was already very tragic. They did not expect that there was still more to come. The 10,000 Snow Eagle warriors of the Great Yan Empire looked at everything in horror. It was so crowded. 10,000 Snow Eagles were squeezed into a ball. And they were surrounded by the densely packed Flying Snake Legion in front and behind them. What should they do? What was going on? At the same time, these flying snakes revealed strange and ferocious smiles. The commander of the Snow Eagle Legion suddenly drew his sword and roared, "Kill, for the glory of the Great Yan Empire, kill!" Then, the 10,000 Snow Eagle soldiers behind him suddenly drew their swords and charged toward the Flying Snake Legion. This was very brave and very shocking, but it was all meaningless. These 3,000 flying snakes were already prepared. They suddenly shot out lightning from their mouths. Clap, 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 clap. Then, the most amazing scene appeared. Thousands of lightning bolts intertwined in an instant and exploded with a shocking light. The 10,000 Snow Eagle soldiers of the Great Yan Empire were all shrouded in the black fog. Before they could attack, they were directly struck by lightning, and their bodies emitted balls of flames. This terrifying lightning easily penetrated every corner of the black fog. As long as it was within the black fog, it would be a conductor. No matter where the 10,000 Snow Eagles hid, they could not escape. Clap, 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 frantic lightning struck down incessantly. The huge black fog connected the sea and the sky, stretching for dozens of miles. It really looked like a small devil's triangle. The mottled lightning was like a cracked net. In just a few minutes, the black fog disappeared, and the 3,000 flying snakes also disappeared. They burrowed into the sea. The 10,000 Snow Eagle soldiers of the Great Yan Empire also disappeared. They were floating on the sea, burning fiercely. Shenlang's heart was also bleeding. The ultrasonic flying beasts could withstand the lightning of the flying snakes, and only fainted and fell. However, these Snow Eagles could not withstand it. They were directly electrocuted and burned to ashes. What a pity. A total of 10,000. If all of them were captured, it would be another powerful aerial legion. Of course, the one who was really bleeding was Princess Xianxia. The 1,000 ultrasonic flying beasts were completely annihilated, and there was still a process of battle. The destruction of the 10,000 Snow Eagle soldiers was completely humiliating. They were really like moths flying into a flame, and were slaughtered in an instant. After a long while, Princess Xianxia said coldly, "Which prince of the Lost Empire? Please show yourself." At this moment, countless amounts of seawater surged and condensed into a figure. She smiled sweetly and said, "Princess Xianxia, I am ashamed to see you. I will not show myself." Then, the lost demon mother looked at Shenlang and said, "You owe me a favor, Your Majesty Shenlang." As expected, Shenlang said, "I'll remember it." At this time, the sun was about to set. All the legions sent by the Great Yan Empire to attack Furious Tide City had been annihilated. Shenlang looked at the zero countdown in the sky. It looked especially ironic. Once the sun set, the zero would also disappear. Shenlang said, "Princess Xianxia, I'm very sorry." The Great Yan Empire's boast fell through. Princess Xianxia was silent. Shenlang said, "New Prince Lian, you said it yourself. If I don't retreat from China and return 1.5 million square kilometers of land to the Ying clan within a month, the Great Yan Empire will launch a destructive attack on me. Where is the destructive attack now? Princess Xianxia, Prince Lian, there's not much time left. There's at most 15 minutes before the sun sets. I'm really a little impatient. Didn't you say that you want to completely wipe out Furious Tide City? Where is it? What are you doing with the countdown? You scared the hell out of me. Motherf asterisk Ker, aren't you, Shenlang, too petty? You're the emperor of Great Qian. Do you need to be so petty? Shenlang said, "Princess Xianxia, don't give up until the last moment. I believe you can do it." you can definitely do it. There's still 15 minutes left. Come and destroy me. Come and destroy Furious Tide City. The lost demon mother couldn't take it anymore. Its body made of seawater dissipated, unwilling to listen to Shenlang's shameless words anymore. Princess Xian said, "Shenlang, you really make me gasp in amazement. For the sake of this battle, you've actually prepared so thoroughly. Impressive, impressive." Shenlang said, "Sister Xian, you're a joke. Apart from being awesome, the key to this glorious victory is that I'm very popular. I've also maintained a super friendly relationship with the girls from other races and forces. Therefore, there are people who stood up for me at the critical moment." Bang! An explosion sounded on the calm surface of the sea, and a mass of spray appeared out of nowhere. This was the lost demon mother expressing her dissatisfaction. She couldn't stand Shenlang's shamelessness anymore. Shenlang said, "Sister Xian, there's still 15 minutes until the sun sets. You obviously don't have any big moves left, so the Great Yan Empire is destined to lose face. Of course, that's nothing. I'm a magnanimous person. I won't hold it against you for attacking my Furious Tide City." Princess Xian was full of disdain. "Let me go? How shameless. How can the Furious Tide City keep me here? Is it Chou Yao or Ren Tianxiao? Neither of them together are a match for me." Of course, if the lost demon mother joined in, they might be able to keep Princess Xian here. However, the lost demon mother clearly didn't have any intention of attacking. After intercepting 52 super regret of the dragon last night, Shenlang had used up all his mental energy. He really couldn't release any powerful energy whirlpools now. Shenlang continued, "Sister Xian, why don't you go back to Yan Capital and report? I'm not asking for much. I just want Yan Capital to announce to the world that the Great Qian Empire exists and is on equal footing with the Great Yan Empire. Of course, as the ruler of the Great Qian Empire, I can be half a rank lower than the emperor. After all, the Eastern world can only have one emperor. Also, the 1.5 million square kilometers of the New Qian Kingdom belongs to the Great Qian Empire. The Chang Kingdom and the San Barbaric Tribes Danan Kingdom are also members of the Great Qian Empire. The entire Eastern world, 4.5 million square kilometers, belongs to the Great Qian Empire. Next, I will send this new map to Yan Capital and ask for the Great Yan Empire's recognition." Shenlang was definitely asking for an exorbitant price, the kind that no one would even be able to bargain with. In the eyes of Yan Capital, the entire Eastern world, including the Northern Militant Kingdom, belonged to the Great Yan Empire. But now, you, Shenlang, want to take away 4.5 million square kilometers? And you want to be on equal footing with the Great Yan Empire? Back when Emperor Jiangli led 1 million troops to conquer Yan Capital, the Great Yan Empire did not recognize the Great Qian Empire and continued to call itself the Great Qian Kingdom. If the Yan Capital agreed to Shenlang's request, how could we still be considered the Eastern Empire? Wouldn't we be the laughingstock of the world? Princess Xian suddenly calmed down and said slowly, "Your Majesty Shenlang, you never know how to hide your smugness. The sun is indeed setting. There are only 9 minutes left until the Yan Capital's final countdown. If we can't wipe the raging Tide City off the face of the earth in these 9 minutes, the Great Yan Empire will lose all face and prestige. However, the Great Yan Empire is supreme and inviolable. For this goal, we are willing to pay any price. Your Majesty Shenlang, you actually intercepted 52 of our super regret of the dragon in the air. This is very impressive, and even shocking. Now, you must have hidden these super regret of the dragon deep underground, right? And you intend to keep them for yourself. But I forgot to tell you something. Even if these super regret of the dragon are seized by you, we can still detonate them from afar." The moment these words came out, Shenlang's expression changed. Everyone's expression changed as well. Princess Xian said, "Your Majesty Shenlang, I have to thank you to a certain extent. If they were just launched from afar, these super regret of the dragon can indeed wipe the raging Tide City off the face of the earth. However, many of your secret laboratories are deep underground. All the important people of the raging Tide City are also hidden in the underground fortifications. Even if the super regret of the dragon explodes, they will still be able to survive, and your secret laboratories will still be preserved. But now, Your Majesty Shenlang has hidden these super regret of the dragon deep underground. If they are detonated, what will the result be? The entire Raging Tide City, the entire Liuzhou Island, will be completely torn apart. The hundreds of thousands of people you have hidden underground will all die. All your secret underground sieges and secret underground laboratories will all be destroyed. This is the true destruction of the Raging Tide City. This is the most thorough. Shenlang laughed coldly. Big Sister Ji Xian, don't scare me. I've never heard of the super regret of the dragon being remotely detonated. Also, if you can do this, why didn't you do it just now? Why did you sacrifice 1,000 supersonic flying beasts and 10,000 snow eagles for nothing? Why bother? Princess Ji Xian said, that makes a lot of sense. Since I can detonate these super regret of the dragon from afar, why should I sacrifice 10,000 snow eagles? That's because the price of detonating the super regret of the dragon from afar is too high, even more than 10,000 snow eagles. But I have no other choice now. The dignity of the great Yan Empire cannot be violated. Yan Capital's promise must be fulfilled. We said we would wipe the Raging Tide City off the face of the earth, and we must do it. Your Majesty Shenlang, you are from the Jiang clan, and I am from the Ji clan. Our super regret of the dragon is somewhat similar, but there are also differences. For example, our super regret of the dragon and dragon power are bound. Not just any super regret of the dragon can be placed on any dragon power and fired. Therefore, as long as we self-destruct the super dragon power launch system, the bound super regret of the dragon will also self-destruct. This is the procedure set by our Ji clan. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Then, Princess Ji Xian rode on the supersonic flying beast and rose to a height of 19,000 meters. There were 13 super dragon power launch systems there, suspended in the air by 4 mutated supersonic beasts. Chase, chase, chase. Following Shenlang's command, the Wyvern Snake Legion charged forward, reaching a height of 19,000 meters, intending to destroy the super draconic power launchers. However, when they were more than 1,000 meters away from Princess Ji Xian, she suddenly pulled out her sword and slashed at the air behind her. In an instant, a dazzling light swept across the sky. Dozens of flying snakes were directly cut in half at the waist and fell to the ground. Princess Ji Xian was actually so strong? Her martial arts were really amazing. In a short moment, Princess Ji Xian flew to the Super Dragon Power Launch System in the air. Her delicate body lightly leaped and landed on the Super Dragon Power Launch System. Then, she twisted the ancient token ring. She cut her wrist, and a mist of blood gushed out. Her mental power surged out. She officially activated the Super Dragon powers. Self-destruction sequence and issued a self-destruction command to the bound super dragon's regret. This entire process consumed a great deal of mental power and martial strength. She quickly twisted the dozens of special switches on the super dragon power. At this time, more than 2,000 flying snakes were still desperately flying over. Finally, all the self-destruction sequences were activated. Princess Ji Xian said coldly, "For the dignity and authority of the great Yan Empire, no matter the cost. Destroy Raging Tidewater." Princess Ji Xian suddenly slapped the Super Dragon Power self-destruction switch. Immediately, a shocking light flashed, and the Super Dragon Power launch system in the air instantly turned into ashes. Shenlang, to a certain extent, I still have to thank you for intercepting and stealing these Super Dragon's regret and hiding them underground. Now that they have been detonated, the destruction of your Raging Tidewater will be even more thorough. At this time, the sun was setting. The final moment had come. The great Yan Empire still had to fulfill its promise, even if it had to destroy the incomparably precious Super Dragon Power launch system in the air. Boom, boom, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Suddenly, a shocking green flame burst out from the bottom of the sea, like a flower of hell blooming. A huge fissure was torn open on the surface of the sea, and a giant mushroom flame rose into the sky. The first super dragon's regret exploded, turning everything within a radius of 3,500 meters into ashes. Princess Ji Xian's delicate body trembled. This was only the first. There would be a second, a third, and a fourth. The entire Liuzhou archipelago, the entire Raging Tidewater, would completely disappear, buried at the bottom of the sea. And yet, apart from the explosion of the first super dragon's regret in the open sea, everything else was silent. No more super dragon's regret exploded. Princess Xian was shocked. What exactly happened? It didn't matter where Shenlang hid the super dragon's regret, no matter how deep he hid it, it was useless. Once the super dragon's power launcher self-destructed, the signal would be able to penetrate all barriers and directly detonate all the super dragon's regret. Why did it fail? Shenlang laughed heartily. Sister Xian, this is indeed shocking. The Great Yan Empire's final trump card. Who would have thought that the seized super dragon's regret would explode? I almost buried the entire raging tidewater. But it's a pity that I hid these super dragon's regrets in a place that no one would think of. It can block any signal. The one that was detonated just now, I hid it at the bottom of the sea on purpose. I wanted to verify if your Ji clan had the ability to do so. Where did Shenlang hide the seized super dragon's regret? Within the ancient prison, there were several layers of barriers that could block all signals. The Great Yan Empire wanted to detonate them from afar? That was a fool's dream. At this time, the sun had officially set. The zero countdown timer above raging tidewater had completely disappeared. This battle was completely over. The incomparably powerful and awe-inspiring Great Yan Empire had been defeated. Note, still over 15,000 words updated. Dear benefactor, support me with your monthly votes. I'm going out for a while, then I'll rest for a while before continuing to write. Princess Xian looked at Shenlang's shameless face. She wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. Naturally, it was not because she vomited blood. When she self-detonated the super dragon powers, she lost quite a bit of blood. Some of it splattered on her face. Shenlang, you're really full of schemes. She could not imagine where Shenlang could hide the super dragon's remorse. The signal transmission between the super dragon powers and the dragon's remorse could penetrate any obstacle. Why did the remaining dragon's remorse not explode? However, it was meaningless no matter how unwilling Princess Xian was. Her final trump card had failed. She had lost this battle. She watched helplessly as the countdown timer on the horizon disappeared. At the same time, the rest of the flying snakes darted toward the other super dragon power launchers. Crack, 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 the flying snakes spat lightning with all their might. The mutated flying beasts carrying the super dragon power's launchers roared. Smoke began to rise from their bodies before they fell from the sky. 1 body, 2 bodies, 3 bodies, 4 bodies, the remaining 12 super dragon power's launchers were shrouded in black mist and fell into the sea. Bang, 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 the instant they crashed into the sea, huge waves surged. Princess Xian returned to the sky above Raging Tide City again. You're strong, you're awesome. Shenlang said, Your Highness, go back and tell this grievous news to Great Yan's crown prince. I hope he's broad-minded and won't vomit blood. Princess Xian ignored him. Instead, she shouted, Is a prince from the Lost Empire really not coming out to meet us? The surface of the sea was silent. The lost demon mother seemed to have left. Shenlang said, Prince Lian, I welcome you to Qian capital. We'll negotiate a truce. The new Prince Lian ignored Shenlang as well. Princess Xian looked at Shenlang and said slowly, The Jiang family once betrayed the human empire and colluded with the demons from the Lost Empire. That was the case in the ancient world, and it's still the case now. What right do you have to fight for the throne with the Ji family? Shenlang said, Xian, you can't do this. You can't be jealous of Queen Medusa and slander her just because she is more beautiful than you. Then, Shenlang said seriously, Xian, go back and tell the crown prince of Great Yan. I want peace, not war, so let's find a time to sit down and talk about it. He has lost this battle. Therefore, the Great Yan dynasty must acknowledge the existence of the Great Qian Empire. I look forward to both of us finding a third region and completely delineating the eastern world's territory. The north will belong to the Great Yan while the south will belong to the Great Qian Empire. Our two empires will mind our own business. Princess Xian said faintly, Shenlang, if the Great Yan Empire wins this battle and razes the Raging Tide City to the ground, that would be the best outcome for you, because the Great Yan Empire's reputation will be preserved. But now, Yan capital has lost all its dignity. We have no other choice but to use other methods, more extreme methods, to regain our dignity. Goodbye, Your Majesty Xianlang. Princess Xian, Prince Lian, eldest Princess Ji, and the others left on the ultrasonic flying beasts. It was not that Xianlang did not want to keep them, but he really could not. Especially Princess Xian, her martial arts were too powerful. After Princess Xian left, Xianlang ordered, salvage the ultrasonic flying beasts. These were all treasures. Please don't die, please don't die. There were also 12 super dragon power launchers. After being attacked by the Flying Snake Legion, they fell from the sky and smashed into the sea. They fell from a height of 19,000 meters. Throughout the entire process, thousands of flying snakes desperately held them up. They fell from a height of 19,000 meters. Logically speaking, they should have been smashed into pieces. However, that was not the case. At the critical moment, thousands of flying snakes entangled these super dragon power launchers and slowly let them fall into the sea. Therefore, they were still intact. This time, they really struck it rich. One super dragon's regret exploded, but there were still 51 left. One super dragon power launcher was destroyed, and there were still 12 left. The strategic balance that Xianlang dreamed of was about to arrive. Up, up, up. With a series of orders, the Flying Snake Legion dragged the ultrasonic flying beasts back to the ground one after another and locked them in the large iron cages that Xianlang had prepared. This time, the Great Yan Empire sent 1,000 ultrasonic flying beasts. In the end, there were still nearly 100 of them. Xianlang only captured 931 of them. However, if all of them could be saved and successfully modified, then they would really strike it rich. Xianlang would suddenly have a top-notch air force. After an entire day, these more than 900 ultrasonic flying beasts and 12 super dragon power launchers were all transported back to Raging Tide City. Not only that, even 48 mutated ultrasonic giant beasts were dragged back to the ground from the sea. There was no time to celebrate victory. Just like what Princess Xian said, the Great Yan Empire was the ruler of the world. This failure to destroy Raging Tide City would cause huge political consequences. Therefore, Yan capital would think of all ways to restore the empire's dignity. Otherwise, the vassal states of the Great Yan Empire would have disloyal thoughts. Otherwise, the other states would suspect that the Great Yan Empire was on the verge of collapse. They couldn't even destroy Raging Tide City. This time, it was as though Xianlang had given Yan capital a tight slap in the face. If they wanted to restore their dignity, Yan capital had to break one of Xianlang's arms, or even worse. In the past, the Great Yan Empire couldn't destroy Qian capital, Wuchu, and Yu Kingdom because it was a celestial empire. These countries were once its vassal states, and the people of these countries were also the citizens of the Great Yan Empire. However, now that Great Yan was slapped by Xianlang, they couldn't care less. Yan capital would definitely not let this go. They would definitely carry out the cruelest revenge, and their target should be Qian capital. Therefore, Xianlang didn't have much time. If they wanted to stop Yan capital's revenge, they had to regain the strategic balance. They had to have a huge strategic deterrent to Yan capital. Therefore, the resurrected legion of flying supersonic beasts had to be modified immediately. As for the super draconic power launcher, it had to be repaired immediately. Yan capital, Princess Xian entered the Great Hall. Great Yan's crown prince was studying an ancient scroll. He needed to devote himself to it. Xian stood there, waiting quietly. After a while, Great Yan's crown prince opened his eyes and said, "You're back? Thank you for your hard work." Princess Xian knelt on one knee and said, "Brother, we lost." Great Yan's crown prince's hands trembled. Lost? How was that possible? The intelligence work on Raging Tide City had been done to the extreme. Xianlang had no army that could resist the legion of flying supersonic beasts. Although the fact that Xianlang could intercept the super dragon's regret was shocking, Yan capital had expected it and responded immediately. Why did they lose? Princess Xian said. The most extreme thing happened. Xianlang was indeed able to intercept the super dragon's regret. Moreover, he did so with his own strength. The special equipment and abilities recorded in the ancient records were all on him. Great Yan's crown prince's face twitched slightly. Princess Xian said, of course, even so, we could have achieved a complete victory. The key is that Xianlang colluded with the descendants of the Lost Empire in the west and received support from the Lost Empire's army of sea demons. Caught off guard, our legion of flying supersonic beasts and the Snow Eagle army were completely annihilated. This is the battle report. At the last moment, I tried to detonate the super remorse of the dragon that Xianlang had hidden from afar, but all of them failed. He had hidden all the remorse of the dragon in a very special place, a place with an absolute energy barrier. Great Yan's crown prince received the battle report and read it carefully, over and over again. It was a heart-wrenching pain. They had lost 52 super dragons regret, 1,000 flying supersonic beasts, and 10,000 snow eagles. Yingguang, Stupa Mountain, and Xianlang had fought for a few years, but they had never suffered such losses. However, Great Yan's crown prince did not care about these things. The greatest loss this time was Great Yan's dignity. Xianlang felt like a slap to his face. It was a slap to Yan capital's face. How would public opinion develop next? Not long ago, Yan capital had completely wiped Stupa Mountain and Dark Castle from the face of the world. They had shocked the world and established supreme authority, declaring that Yan capital was supreme and inviolable. However, with this defeat, the authority that they had painstakingly built up as the overlord was gone. There was a balance in the hearts of the nations and the people of the world. In everyone's hearts, although Xianlang's Great Qian Empire had repeatedly created miracles, it was still weak compared to the Great Yan Empire. The Eastern Orthodoxy was still the Great Yan dynasty. However, the balance was slowly slipping in the Great Qian Empire's favor. This man is truly omnipotent. Amazing, amazing. Great Yan's crown prince clenched his fists and stopped trembling. A few years ago, Ying Wuming represented Stupa Mountain at the Transcendental Forces meeting. It was a slap to my face, Great Yan's crown prince said, that's why Stupa Mountain was wiped out. This time, Xianlang's slap was even more intense. The entire world seemed to be able to hear this crisp sound. How many people will be celebrating? How many people will be shouting, "Long live Xianlang"? How many people will be secretly wondering if the Great Yan Empire is no longer supreme and invincible? Princess Xian said, Father, can you come out of seclusion? Once he comes out of seclusion, he will be like a blazing sun. All of the darkness, all of the demons and monsters will be annihilated. Great Yan's crown prince shook his head and said, if I have to come out of seclusion for this matter, I'm not qualified to inherit the Great Yan Empire. Then, Great Yan's crown prince sat down and said slowly, summon the officials for a small meeting. 2 hours later. An emergency meeting was being held in the Great Hall of the Flame Capital's palace. There were only a few dozen people present. However, they were all important officials of the Great Yan Empire. There were also representatives from the Heaven-Piercing Temple and the Heaven-Punishing Pavilion. Great Yan's crown prince said, we lost the battle at Raging Tide City. The hall was silent because the important officials already knew about it. Great Yan's crown prince said, Ji Xian, read the entire battle to the officials. Understood. Ji Xian said. Then, she read the battle report that was thousands of words without missing a single word. Great Yan's crown prince said, my ministers, what should we do next? Xianlang wants to negotiate with the Flame Capital. He wants me to acknowledge his Great Qian Empire. Moreover, he wants to divide our territories. The north belongs to Great Yan, and the south belongs to Great Qian. He even wants to be on equal footing with Great Yan. How preposterous. Xianlang has no sense of shame. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The officials of the Great Yan Empire snorted angrily. Your Highness, we should take the initiative to attack public opinion and eliminate the negative impact of the defeat at Raging Tide City. If necessary, we can invite the White Jade Capital's envoy to visit the Flame Capital. We can secretly plot internal strife in China, the officials suggested. However, they knew very well that it was pointless. This was because the Great Yan Empire had no choice. However, this decision was too big. They could only let Great Yan's crown prince make the decision. Great Yan's crown prince raised his right hand and said slowly, Xianlang wants to negotiate? Dream on. The Great Yan Empire's dignity is inviolable. Pass down my decree. Gather 1,000,000 soldiers and attack China. Invade Qian capital. Sweep through China's 1,000,000 square kilometers with lightning speed. Kill every traitor who dares to resist the Great Yan Empire. Use bloody facts to tell the other countries that the Great Yan Empire is still the ruler of the world. Great Yan's crown prince's voice was like thunder. It resounded in the great hall and reverberated. Yes, Your Highness. The officials kneeled and kowtowed. Prince Lian said, Your Highness, after we conquer China, are we going to make it the Great Yin Kingdom, or, Great Yan's crown prince said, make it the Great Yan Empire's territory. Kill anyone who dares to disobey. If killing 1,000,000 is not enough, kill 2,000,000, 3,000,000. In short, the Ji clan is going to take over the land that the Jiang clan has ruled for centuries. Xianxia slapped someone in the flame capital. I'm going to chop his body in half and cut him in half. As the flame capital's decree was issued, the entire Great Yan Empire and the entire world trembled. China, Wu, Chu, and Yu nation did not even have time to celebrate their victory. They were already in a state of panic. The citizens of China were scared out of their wits. Was the scene from more than 30 years ago going to happen again? Were 1,000,000 soldiers going to invade China to burn, kill, and plunder? Were corpses and blood going to flow like rivers again? If that was the case, they would rather not win the Battle of Rafttide City. Xianxia was not prepared for a decisive battle with the flame capital because his strength was too weak compared to the Great Yan Empire. Although the Great Yan Empire had failed in their attempt to destroy Raging Tide City, they had displayed astonishing strength. The super long-range strategic strike easily launched 52 super Regret of the Dragon. They sent out 1,000 powerful flying beasts with supersonic speed. The Snow Eagle army numbered in the tens of thousands. Xianxia had hellfire shells, but the nightmare stone bombs of the flame capital were more powerful. Most importantly, the Flying Snake army of the Lost Empire could protect Rafttide City, but they could not protect the Qian capital. This was because they could not leave the sea and could not go deep into the land. Therefore, although the Lost Empire of Queen Medusa kept winning, they could not occupy any surface cities of the ancient Eastern Empire. This was because she belonged to the Ocean Empire. Half of the Lost Empire cities were under the sea. No army of the Lost Empire could leave the sea. Although the super self-destructing jellyfish could fly into the sky, it was still a jellyfish. The Flying Snake army was more like a powerful electric eel. They were all marine creatures. Moreover, there might be a giant dragon in the Forbidden Tower in the Great Yan Imperial Palace, and the Great Yan Emperor who had not come out for a few years. Therefore, there was no next war in Xianxia's plan. After stopping the Great Yan Empire from destroying Rafttide City, he would sign a truce with the Flame Capital and force them to acknowledge the existence of the Great Qian Empire. There would be no continuous wars in the future. There would only be one decisive battle. Once the Great Qian Empire's scientific civilization and ancient civilization had truly achieved nirvana, when the Great Qian Empire's new army had reached 500,000, and most importantly, Xianxia had found the dragon that his father, Jiangli, had left behind for him. When that time came, he would attack the Flame Capital and fight to the death with the Great Yan Emperor. Therefore, now, he had to force the Flame Capital to admit defeat and sign a truce. They would acknowledge the existence of the Great Qian Empire and its 4.5 million square kilometers of territory. Therefore, he needed to balance the situation. After the Battle of Rafttide City ended, Xianxia did not rest for even a minute. He desperately tried to repair the super dragon power he obtained. As long as he had the ability to deal a strategic blow to the Great Yan Empire, the Flame Capital would obediently return to the negotiating table and admit defeat. Otherwise, it would expand the war until victory. The super dragon power that he obtained did not cause too much damage, so Xianxia quickly repaired one of them. However, he realized that he did not have the authority. Even with the ancient king's ring, he did not have the authority to fire it. Next, he went to the ancient prison and took out a super dragon's regret and placed it on the Raging Tide City's dragon power firing device. Then, he realized that it could not be fired. Moreover, Xianxia could not activate this super regret of the dragon. This was fatal. A very bad situation had occurred. The Jiang clan's regret of the dragon was different from the Ji clan's. As the Jiang clan's Xianxia, he did not have the authority to fire the super dragon's regret, nor could he detonate it. This was fatal. This meant that he had obtained these strategic weapons for nothing. This meant that Xianlang still could not deal a strategic blow to the great Yan Empire. If that was the case, he would not be able to stop the Flame Capital's revenge. In the Flame Capital Palace, how far will the battle go? Princess Xian asked. Great Yan's crown prince said, charge into the capital and occupy the entire country. Princess Xian said, what about the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms? Great Yan's crown prince said calmly, in a year, father will come out of seclusion. When that time comes, Wrath-Tide City, Xianlang, the Lost Empire, and the Devil's Triangle will all be gone. Princess Xian said, I understand. Great Yan's crown prince said, also, the million-strong army attacking China is only in name. It will take too long to gather a million-strong army. Gather the Tongtian Temple and Execution Pavilion's secret army, the Great Yan Empire's secret army, 20,000 snow eagles, and 3,000 supersonic flying beasts. All of them must be gathered in half a month. Within 20 days, charge into the country, and occupy the capital within a month. We must take down the capital with a thunderous momentum. Only then can we shock the world and offset our loss in the Wrath-Tide City battle. Princess Xian said, can Xianlang use our super dragon's power and regret of the super dragon? If he can, the consequences will be unimaginable. This means that he can deal a strategic blow to the Great Yan Empire at any time and any place. Great Yan's crown prince said calmly, impossible. It was indeed impossible. The Great Yan Empire had seized countless ancient Jiang clans' regret of the dragon. The Zhu clan's secret base was only a small part of it. Flame Capital had spent more than a decade and still could not crack the Jiang clan's regret of the dragon. Even little Princess Jining's help was useless. This was because the activation of the regret of the dragon required not only bloodline authority but also willpower. Great Yan's crown prince said, there are only two types of regret of the dragon in the Eastern world. The ancient Ji clan's regret of the dragon and the ancient Jiang clan's regret of the dragon. Since 17 years ago, we have been trying to crack the Jiang clan's regret of the dragon. We have used more than 3,000 scholars and tried everything, but all of them have failed. We have spent 17 years and still could not crack it. Xianlang only has a few days. Can he really crack the Ji clan's regret of the dragon? Within a month, we will invade the capital, occupy the country, and kill 1 million of them. The Great Yan Empire's prestige as the overlord will be preserved. Over at the Great Yan Empire's side, millions of soldiers were gathering. This was just a show for the world. The ones who were gathering quickly were the Punishing Sky Pavilion, the Tongtian Temple, and the Great Yan Empire's secret army. The total number would not exceed 250,000. However, among these 250,000 soldiers, more than 50,000 were aerial soldiers. Especially the Great Yan Empire's secret army, which carried all kinds of secret weapons of the ancient Ji clan. Just the army of 3,000 flying beasts with supersonic speed was completely undefeatable. Even if the Great Qian Empire tried its best, it would not be able to stop Flame Capital's attack. The only hope was for Xianlang to crack the Ji clan's regret of the dragon. Once it was done, all of Flame Capital's attacks would be for naught. All of their revenge would be empty talk, and all of their plans would be ruined. They could only swallow the bitter fruit of their defeat at the Raging Tide City. However, the Great Yan Crown Prince was right. Flame Capital had spent a whole 17 years and still could not crack the Jiang clan's regret of the dragon. The time left for Xianlang would not exceed 20 days. To protect the fruits of victory, to protect Qian Capital, to protect the Great Qian Empire's prestige, and to give Flame Capital another slap in the face, Xianlang had to create another miracle. Although this miracle did not seem as magnificent, it was much more important than winning the Raging Tide City. It had a much deeper meaning. As long as he cracked the Ji clan's regret of the dragon, the Great Yan Empire would not be able to invade any inch of the Great Qian Empire's territory for a long time to come. For the next few days and nights, Xianlang was in the ancient prison, using all of his wits to crack the Ji clan's regret of the dragon. It was too difficult. Xianlang tried all sorts of methods, but all of them failed. He could not find any answers in all the ancient books. He pinned his hopes on the ancient scroll left behind by the ancient king of the Jiang clan, but to no avail. However, this seemed to be normal. It was obviously impossible to use the Jiang clan's civilization to crack the Ji clan's strategic weapon. It was like trying to use the Soviet Union's code to crack the American nuclear bomb. How was that possible, then? Xianlang sighed again. He had gone to the Lost Nations pyramid ruins too early. Understanding the dragon could crack everything, including the Ji clan's regret of the dragon. However, the difficulty of understanding the dragon was far greater than cracking the Ji clan's regret of the dragon. It was not a strategic weapon at all. To put it more bluntly, if he completed the dragon's understanding, he would be able to create the dragon's regret. Not only that, but he would also be able to control the ancient dragon, and so on. It was almost as if he had mastered the highest power in this world. Xianlang even suspected that the Emperor of Great Yan had gone into seclusion in the Tower of Taboo a few years ago to understand the dragon. If he understood it earlier than Xianlang, the consequences would be disastrous. It would be equivalent to him mastering the ultimate power of this world first. Xianlang sat cross-legged in the first cell, facing Crown Prince Xianxia as if he wanted to gain some wisdom from him. Ancestor Xianxia, you are the smartest person in the ancient Jiang clan. Please give me some inspiration. Time passed day by day. Xianlang still had no idea how to crack the Ji clan's regret of the dragon. He made no progress. What the hell was this? He had thought that the so-called dragon's regret was just an ancient strategic killing weapon that could be used easily. Who knew that it was divided into different systems? Meanwhile, in the Flame capital, a powerful secret army was quickly assembling. 5 days, 10 days. 13 days passed. The Great Yan Empire's 250,000 secret army was about to finish assembling and would soon invade China. It was unstoppable. Xianlang took the time to talk to the lost demon mother for an hour. In the end, she was completely sure that neither the flying snake army nor the super jellyfish could go deep into the land or leave the ocean. The lost demon mother said, "Your Majesty Xianlang, you said to borrow the army for a month, but we will help you to protect Fury Tide City from invasion for the rest of the time. As for the war on land, we can't do anything." Then, the lost demon mother said, "Also, Your Majesty Xianlang, I advise you to give up on saving China and Qian capital. Go and accomplish your ultimate goal. Otherwise, you will fall behind the Ji clan. I can feel that a powerful force is quickly gathering in the far northwest. If the Ji clan succeeds, then the Jiang clan will lose their chance forever, and the Lost Empire will be completely finished." There was too much information in that sentence. Xianlang nodded. He understood what the lost demon mother said. She wanted him to give up everything, disregard the life and death of Qian capital, and immediately pursue the ultimate power and prepare for the final battle with the Great Yan Emperor. However, if he gave up Qian capital and allowed the Great Yan Empire to invade China and occupy Qian capital, then Xianlang's backbone would be broken. Absolutely not. Xianlang entered the ancient prison again and arrived in front of Prince Xianxia's fossil. There must be a way to crack the Ji clan's regret of dragon. There must be a way. As long as he cracked it, the predicament in front of him would immediately be solved, and this battle would be a real victory. Not only that, as long as he cracked the Ji clan's regret of dragon, then he would also be able to deal a devastating blow to the Ji clan in terms of strategic competence. There must be a way, and he must think of it from a higher strategic point of view. He couldn't use the Jiang clan's thinking to crack it. A higher direction than the ancient Jiang clan and the ancient Ji clan. What could be more supreme than these two royal families? Suddenly, Xianlang found an inspiration. An inspiration from beyond the heavens. Yes, he found it. Note, I'm finally done writing again. I'm going to sleep. Begging for monthly votes, begging for support. Thank you very much. In the ancient Eastern world, what was more supreme than the two royal families of the Ji clan and the Jiang clan? There was only one, and that was the highest totem of the ancient civilization, which was the male with a human face and a snake body. To be honest, Xianlang did not even know what species he was. Medusa was a female with a human face and a snake body, but the Lost Empire led by Medusa was the enemy of the human countries. However, the entire ancient ruins of King Kong Peak was a city of faith and a city of sacrifice. The entire huge city of the mountain was dedicated to a totem. If Xianlang did not guess wrong, the human face and snake body totem was not only the belief of the ancient Jiang clan, but also the totem of the ancient Ji clan. In that case, he would have the highest authority, directly surpassing the Jiang clan and the Ji clan. Yes, this was the principle. Shenlang left the ancient prison and returned to the Fury-Tide city. Your Majesty, most of these ultrasonic flying beasts can be saved because their vitality is too strong. Grand Scholar Twain said, they can even wake up on their own without any treatment. Shenlang had previously ordered not to kill these ultrasonic flying beasts. Once they were captured, they would become the main air force of the Deqian Empire. Most of them were paralyzed by the neurotoxin of the super jellyfish, and some were struck down by the flying snake's lightning. Unexpectedly, after only 48 hours, without any treatment, they woke up on their own. But after waking up, they immediately fell into a very brutal state, desperately struggling and attacking. Bang bang bang. The ultrasonic waves in their mouths spat out wildly, and they frantically pulled at the iron cage with their claws. Creak. The sturdy iron cage was bent and twisted, and it actually wanted to rush out. And it immediately attacked anyone it saw, completely unable to be tamed. As a last resort, Grand Scholar Twain could only shoot the neurotoxin again to put it down. Of course, it did not completely faint. It could see, but its whole body was powerless, and it lay there. Your Majesty, be careful. Grand Scholar Twain said. Outside, Qiu Yaoer and Princess Dola were ready at any time. Once this ultrasonic giant beast attacked Shenlang, they would instantly kill it. Each ultrasonic behemoth had a horn on its head, and inside it was a nightmare stone device. It was specially used to control the ultrasonic behemoths, and it could also command them to cooperate in battle. It was very advanced. When Shenlang first encountered Big Chow, it was also very fierce and directly attacked Shenlang. However, as soon as Shenlang's ancient king ring touched the horn on its head, everything changed. Big Chow was immediately tamed. This feeling was like a Bluetooth connection, and he directly obtained control. Therefore, Shenlang wanted to recreate that feeling again. The ultrasonic beast in front of him was too big. Even if it was lying on the ground, its head was more than 3 meters high. Shenlang carefully climbed up. It immediately revealed a ferocious gaze and once again launched an attack on Shenlang. However, its entire body was paralyzed by the neurotoxin, and it could not move at all. After climbing to the top of its head, Shenlang's hand, which was wearing the ancient king ring, gently touched the sharp horn of the ultrasonic behemoth. In an instant, a burst of light flashed, as if an electric current had suddenly struck out. Roar. The ultrasonic flying beast let out a roar. Even if it was knocked down by the neurotoxin, it still wanted to get up and attack. It failed. Shenlang could not obtain control of the ancient king ring, nor could he connect with the nightmare stone device in the brain of this ultrasonic flying beast. Shenlang said, the nightmare stone device of these ultrasonic flying beasts has been modified. It was modified by the Ji clan, so we can't obtain the authority for the time being. Suddenly, many people present revealed a disappointed look. How powerful were these ultrasonic flying beasts? There were more than 900 of them. Once they could control them, they would directly have a top-notch air force. They would not be so passive when facing the air force of the Great Yan Empire. One Big Chow was loved by everyone, and now there were more than 900 Big Chow at once. Now, they could not control them. It was really heartbreaking. However, Big Chow was a little depressed recently. It originally thought that it was the most awesome, that there was nothing it couldn't do. Therefore, it could be said to be evil, crazy, cool, and awesome. Every day, it would either fly to an altitude of more than 10,000 meters, trying to compete with the sky, or go deep into the ocean to catch turtles, or show off in front of a group of snow eagles. As a result, this time it suddenly saw 1,000 ultrasonic flying beasts, and every one of them was exactly the same as it. No, it was not just the same. Every ultrasonic flying beast in the Great Yan Empire was fiercer, stronger, and larger than it. Especially the 48 mutated giant beasts responsible for transporting the super dragon power. They were several times bigger than it. Feeling that it was no longer unique, Big Chow was depressed for 2 days. Next, it began to work hard. Every day, it desperately ate and trained with all its might. It practiced rapid ascent, rapid dive, and rapid ejection of ultrasonic waves. Not only that, it also had to constantly embed scale armor on its body. It also wanted to be invulnerable. Of course, Xianxia also tried to let Big Chow and the captured ultrasonic flying beasts come into contact and surrender. The result was a complete failure. The two were completely in a mess, wishing to immediately kill each other. Big Chow was very loyal. The captured Great Yan Empire's ultrasonic flying beasts were also very loyal. They had no intention of surrendering. Xianxia understood that this was a system. The Jiang clan's system and the Ji clan's system were completely different. But there was no doubt that the Abyss Air Force Base in the ancient square belonged to the ancient Jiang clan. Those ultrasonic flying beasts also belonged to the Jiang clan. It was just that they were stolen by Jishur. Moreover, the nightmare stone device in their brains was modified and control was taken away. Xianxia said to Twain and to Shuez, "Get ready for surgery. Open the captive ultrasonic flying beast skulls and take out the nightmare stone device inside. See what modifications Jishur has made. If necessary, transform all the nightmare stone devices in their heads back." Grand Secretary Twain and the others said, "Yes." Xianxia and Chou Yaoer rode Big Chow and left Raging Tide City, flying towards the ancient ruins of Vedra Peak. Not only was Big Chow silent, Chou Yaoer also fell into silence. "Xianxia, I'm very unhappy," Chou Yaoer said. Xianxia could understand Chou Yaoer's displeasure. She was originally like a female overlord, almost invincible. But now, a group of people stronger than her appeared. Ying Wuming, Ning Han, Ji Xian, and so on. Of course, there might be various reasons, but Chou Yaoer was still unhappy. If she didn't become stronger, she would rather die. Chou Yaoer didn't say anything. She had already made up her mind. No matter what price she had to pay, as long as there was a chance, she must become stronger and once again return to the top of the pyramid of the world. Big Chow's flying speed was very fast. In less than a day and a night, it had already flown above the ancient ruins of Vedra Peak. After Stupa Mountain was destroyed, the southern Dark Castle was also razed to the ground. Half of the people were killed, and the other half surrendered to the Great Yan Empire. As a result, the ancient ruins of the southern sea region were basically destroyed. The ancient ruins were first violently exploited by Stupa Mountain, then ravaged by Xianxia. It was already on the verge of collapse. Now that the Great Yan Empire had used repentance of the dragon to cleanse it, it was basically done for. The entire ancient ruins had collapsed, and all the secret laboratories and libraries inside were violently exploited. After the repentance of the dragon was blown up, the ancient energy core was used to blow up the interior. This kind of violent exploitation was a terrible waste. 80% of the precious materials and resources would be destroyed, and no more than 20% could be taken away. However, the Great Yan Empire would rather blow it up and destroy it than leave it to Xianxia. As a result, the entire ancient ruins of the southern sea region were deathly silent. How prosperous was this place in the past? It was even more important than the headquarters of Stupa Mountain. At its peak, there used to be 350,000 people stationed here. Now, tens of thousands of scholars, countless resources, and countless strategic resources had all gone to the Great Yan Empire. The remaining 80% had sunk to the bottom of the sea within a few thousand li. Of course. Strictly speaking, one of the main culprits of the destruction of the ancient ruins was Xianxia. This was the empire of the Jiang clan. That wastrel. That was why the saying was true. As long as it was a war, there was no justice. War meant destruction. Chou Yaoer suddenly said, "Stupa Mountain is too frivolous, and Yingguang is too frivolous." Xianxia understood what Chou Yaoer meant. You had painstakingly excavated a huge ancient ruins, so of course you had to make a fortune in silence and develop it behind closed doors for 20 to 30 years. However, in just 4 years, you could not wait to come out and show off, eager to dominate the world. This was probably a misconception. After excavating the ancient ruins, the 4 years of development surpassed the previous 100 years. This made sect leader Ren and Yingguan feel that they were already very powerful, strong enough to challenge the order of the Eastern world. Little did they know that the truly powerful White Jade capital had been silently developing for many years. Why would the White Jade capital declare that as long as there was snow, it would be within its sphere of influence? Because places with snow would be completely frozen, and there would not be as many geological disasters, so these ancient ruins could be more completely protected. And in the Great Yan Empire, who knew how many ancient ruins he had excavated? Who knew that he had a trump card? Yinguang and sect leader Ren were indeed like nouveau riche. The ancient ruins of Vajra Peak were currently desolate. There was not even half an army left. The ancient ruins' energy had been completely exhausted, and it had become a dead zone. Even the door could not be opened. Shenlang used the ancient king ring to open the door, but there was no response. It was probably completely exhausted, and there was no way to enter. "Let's enter from the bottom of the sea," Cho Yaoer said. The ancient ruins of Vajra Peak were connected to the ancient ruins of the Southern Sea. Moreover, the ancient ruins of the Southern Sea had already been destroyed and were riddled with holes. Shenlang and Cho Yaoer dove into the sea and found a crack. They swam in and entered the ancient ruins of the Southern Sea. As expected, they had all been destroyed and reduced to rubble. Countless beautiful libraries, secret warehouses, and secret laboratories had all been destroyed. Because the people of the Ji clan knew that the ancient ruins belonged to the Jiang clan, Shenlang could easily open every secret library and secret laboratory. However, the people of the Ji clan had to use all their strength to crack them. Therefore, those that could be exploited violently would be exploited violently, and those that could not be exploited violently would all be destroyed. They did not want Shenlang to obtain them. The special passage leading to Vajra Peak from the ancient ruins of the Southern Sea had also been completely destroyed and collapsed. At this time, it was almost impossible to use force to clear a passage, as it was dozens of kilometers long. Moreover, the special passage was made of very special materials that were harder than any rock. But to Shenlang, this was not a problem at all. He could directly use his spiritual power to form an energy vortex to attack. Energy vortex. It suddenly swept out, and everything within dozens of meters was reduced to ashes. Shenlang released the energy vortex 10 times to clear a path through the special passageway that spanned dozens of miles. He successfully entered the Vajra Peak's ancient ruins. The ancient ruins were still in good condition, as it was above sea level, and the explosion of the Great Yan Empire did not spread here. However, because all the energy had been exhausted, there was no light here, and one could not see their fingers in front of them. There was also no oxygen, so it was not suitable for survival. But to Shenlang and Cho Yaoer, it was not a problem. Shenlang had the ancient king's ring, and Cho Yaoer had the nightmare stone and the oxygen device. They walked up the ancient ruins of Vajra Peak. The mountain was about 5,000 meters above sea level, and the divine temple was at the top. The interior of the mountain was a city, and the densely packed houses were all fake. They were all empty houses used for sacrificial ceremonies. Strictly speaking, the entire city was dedicated to this human-faced snake totem. Finally, they reached the top of the mountain and arrived in front of the divine temple. The door of the divine temple was tightly shut, and the energy vortex above it had disappeared, because the energy of the entire ancient ruins had been exhausted. Moreover, the door of the divine temple was made of ancient materials, and it was extremely sturdy. There was no way to force it open. Even the nightmare stone war saber could not leave a mark on it. But Shenlang could open it, and only Shenlang could. He gathered his spiritual power and released an energy vortex. He did not immediately shoot it out, but instead carved it on the door of the divine temple. Then, he passed through the energy vortex and entered the divine temple. Cho Yaoer was waiting outside. Shenlang once again saw this gigantic totem, as well as the last king of the ancient Jiang clan who was kneeling before it. He should be Xianxia's grandson or great-grandson. He was the one who witnessed the great destruction of the ancient world. Hence, at the last moment, he chose to come before the totem statue and watch the destruction of the entire ancient world. At this moment, it was still a complete fossil, and Shenlang's ancient king's ring was taken from its hand. Of course, the only main body in the divine temple was this huge statue with a human face and a snake body. It was dozens of meters tall. Wild, mysterious, powerful, and brutal, these were the characteristics of this human-faced snake statue. Shenlang had tried to get something from it before, even if it was just a fingernail. At that time, Shenlang had been immersed in the power of the ancient human's blood fossil. When he had obtained the first Zhang's regret of the dragon, he had mixed his own blood with the ancient human's blood fossil, and mixed it into the color of the sun. Only then did he succeed in activating the regret of the dragon. Of course, he did not need it anymore, because he had obtained the ancient king's ring. So when Xianlang first saw this human-faced snake statue, it was like he had found a treasure, and he immediately wanted its blood fossil. Now that so much time had passed, Xianlang had become more knowledgeable. His vision had greatly changed and improved, and he had even begun to comprehend the Dragon Dao. So this time, he had come, with only one goal. He wanted to open a hole in the human-faced snake totem and chisel out a bag of blood fossil. Huh? Even after so many years have passed, you, Xianlang, are still as promising as ever? Xianlang sat down in front of the human-faced snake totem statue, closed his eyes, and pondered. Was it a pure statue? The kind that could be replicated? Carved out of stone? No, because Xianlang had already felt a powerful energy aura. Then was it a fossil? It should be, but that was not right. If it was a fossil, it meant that it had lived before, and it was in a human-faced snake state. That meant that it was very ancient, even more ancient than the ancient times. It was completely the ancestor of the ancient human empire. If that was the case, then why was it in the Jiang clan's divine temple? This was not the capital of the ancient Eastern Empire. This was only a frontline city against the Lost Empire. The ancient Ji clan had already taken the throne, so why did the right to worship belong to the Jiang clan? This was the fossil of the ancient human ancestor. Then there was another explanation. This was indeed the totem of the ancient humans. And it was indeed the fossil of the human ancestor. When it was alive, it was in a human-faced snake state. But it was only one of the ancient human totems. Xianlang found it strange from the start, because it seemed very fierce, domineering, and terrifying. Eastern humans were peaceful and introverted to a certain extent, so the ancestral totem that they believed in should also be peaceful and noble. Then this human-faced snake totem before him should be the god of war. The ancient humans believed in several totems, perhaps the god of wisdom, the god of war, and so on. And this area was the frontline city of the ancient empire against the lost empire of the West, so it was very normal to worship the god of war here. Yes, this explanation was very reasonable. But no matter what, it was still one of the ancient human totems, and its authority was definitely above that of the Jiang clan and the Ji clan. So to break the Ji clan's dragon's regret, he only needed its blood fossil. Next, Xianlang needed to think of a way to open a hole in its body. This was the most difficult part. He pulled out the ancient nightmare stone war knife and slashed down. Failure, the indestructible ancient nightmare stone war knife was directly smashed into pieces. He took out the nightmare stone device, shot out plasma flames, and burned this god of war totem. Still failure, not to mention the fact that it did not burn any wounds, even the burned areas were cold. The temperature of the plasma flames was extremely shocking. Next, Xianlang was going to use his trump card. Release the energy vortex. He gathered his spiritual energy, organized the energy vortex equation, raised the dragon sword, and shot it out. The powerful energy whirlpool fiercely struck the body of the human-faced snake totem. It still failed, and it was completely unharmed. What the hell was this? How strong was Xianlang's energy vortex? Any material would be turned into ashes. But when it hit the god of war totem, it actually did not react. This human-faced, snake-bodied totem fossil was too strong. Next, Xianlang kept trying. Your head is so hard, but your chest might not be as hard. The second energy vortex directly struck the snake-bodied man's chest. Bang, still unharmed. The third energy vortex hit the stomach, but it still failed. The fourth energy vortex attack, still failed. The fifth, sixth, seventh, in the end, Xianlang released 10 energy vortexes, but they all failed. They could not hurt the human-faced snake man at all, not even a strand of his hair. The energy whirlpool was already the strongest energy that Xianlang could control. What to do? I only want a little of your blood fossil, even if it's only 10 milliliters. Next, Xianlang carefully scanned the human-faced snake totem's body. He found a very strange place. He did not wear a ring, and there were no signs of rings on his fingers. Of course, he was the god of war, an ancient totem. He did not need to wear a ring at all. But after Shenlang's careful analysis, he was surprised to find that the ring finger on his left hand was a little strange, as if it was different from the rest of his body. Although it was a fossil, the rest of his body seemed to have turned into stone, and the ring finger seemed to be carved out of stone, like a statue. Energy vortex. Shenlang aimed at his left hand and unleashed an energy vortex attack. Bang! The ring finger on the God of War's left hand fell to the ground and disintegrated before Shenlang's eyes. However, the rest of his fingers were unharmed. This was too terrifying. What did this mean? This God of War wore a ring, and even after becoming a fossil, he still wore a ring, but someone had cut off his ring finger and taken it away with the divine ring of war. Moreover, the God of War had carved a fake ring finger out of stone. If not for Shenlang's ability to unleash energy vortexes, he would never have discovered this. This was definitely a crucial matter, and it might even be related to some great conspiracy or secret. Who was it? Who cut off the God of War's ring finger, and who stole his ring? Was it something that happened in the ancient times? Or was it something that happened after this world? Shenlang could not imagine what kind of authority this person would wield if they obtained the ancient God of War's finger and divine ring. What kind of power would they wield? Unimaginable. Could it be the Emperor of Great Yan? No, it wasn't him. If it was him, there wouldn't have been a situation where he couldn't launch the Zhang's Regret of the Dragon. Then, there wouldn't have been a situation where Zhu Shi couldn't launch the Zhang's Regret of the Dragon even after researching in a secret base overseas for more than 10 years. Shenlang only wanted to obtain some of his blood fossils to decipher the Zhang's Regret of the Dragon. He did not expect to stumble upon such a huge conspiracy. What kind of person was this? Who dared to break the finger of an ancient human totem? This was your belief, your ancestor. Moreover, this person was very powerful. Even Shenlang's energy vortex could not cut a hole in this God of War. Yet, this person could directly cut off his finger. However, he had to put this conspiracy aside for now. Right now, the most important thing for Shenlang was to dig out some of the God of War's blood fossils. That was the most important thing. His ring finger was cut off, which meant that there was a wound. That was a good thing. Shenlang took out the dragon sword and dug at the spot where the God of War's finger had been cut off. In the end, he still failed. F***ck, is your body really that strong? Even the inside of the wound is indestructible. Even my dragon sword can't do anything to you, following which, Shenlang tried everything he could. He burned the wound with plasma flames and used the energy vortex, but all of them failed. He could not cut open the wound just now. Now that there was a wound, he could not even scrape off a single bit of the blood fossil. At this moment, Shenlang was even more impressed by the great conspirator. You're the best. You can even cut off a god's finger. However, what should Shenlang do now? He did not have much time left. The Great Yan Empire's army was almost done gathering and was about to invade China. This time, the Flame Capital would no longer be gentle and refined. He would not pretend to be benevolent and righteous. He would go on a killing spree and kill hundreds of thousands of people, perhaps even more. This was all to protect his position as the overlord, to redeem his reputation and to break Shenlang's waist. God of War, my ancestor, the ancient totem, I only need a bit of your blood fossil to decipher the Zhang's Regret of the Dragon. I want to save hundreds of thousands, millions of people. At this moment, swoosh, a figure suddenly darted in. Shenlang was shocked. This was the ancient ruins of Mount Jingang, an environment completely unsuitable for human survival. This was an ancient temple, and the entrance was embedded with Shenlang's energy vortex. Anyone who touched it would immediately be smashed into pieces. Even Chou Yaoer could not pass through. Until now, apart from Shenlang, no one else could pass through the energy vortex. Who was it? Passing through the energy vortex as if it was nothing? Was it that amazing? He took a closer look and realized that it was someone familiar. Princess Reningying. No, after the Nirvana transformation, Shenlang did not know who she was, nor did he know what race he was. Before the Great Yan Empire used the Regret of the Dragon to cleanse the land, Reningying disappeared without a trace. Her martial arts skills were beyond Shenlang's understanding. A grandmaster was directly smashed into dust by her. At this moment, she had changed even more. Even her face could not help but change. Also, the bone spurs on her back were almost a foot long. Her eyes were even more inhuman. "Ying, it's me, Xianlang, your fiancé." Xianlang said carefully, "What are you doing here?" Ren Ying looked at him with her inhuman eyes. Instantly, Xianlang felt as if he had been cut by a knife, and his face was stinging. Xianlang said again, "Ying, we are engaged, so can I ask you for a favor? Do you see the broken finger on this statue? Can you help me scrape off a layer of powder and a layer of blood petrification? Okay? Huh? Xianlang, you are really shameless. Wherever you go, you will be able to live off a woman." Ren Ying walked over and took away Xianlang's dragon sword. She easily scraped off a layer of powder from the god of war's broken finger. "Damn, you are the best." Even Xianlang could not scrape it off with his energy vortex. Ren Ying, it was as easy as scraping dust off a wall. This power was boundlessly strong. Then, Ren Ying placed the dragon sword and the god of war's blood petrification in Xianlang's hands. Just like that, it succeeded? "Let's go." Ren Ying spat out. She pushed at Xianlang, and Xianlang floated out of the temple and appeared outside the door. Also, the energy vortex embedded in the door of the temple had disappeared without a trace. Note, updated 15,000. Although I only slept for 4 hours, my mental state is better than yesterday. Brothers with tickets, please give them to me so I can feel better. It's been 19 days this month, and I've written a total of 300,000 words. I've adjusted my schedule recently, and I'm reporting a very bizarre psychological feeling. From April 25th to May 15th, I slept at noon every day, and woke up at 6 p.m. to write. Day and night were reversed every day, and I didn't go out for a full 20 days, nor did I go downstairs. It wasn't a pitiful feeling, but a very fun feeling. I didn't go out for 20 days, and then I started to complain in my heart. It was a feeling of discomfort and unwillingness. Why do I have to do this? Why do I have to stay at home every day? I want to go out, I want to play, I feel that going out is so precious, that it must be fun outside. Then I tried to force myself to adjust my schedule, sleep at 12 p.m., and wake up at 9 a.m. Wouldn't it be great to have 9 hours of sleep? Actually, at most 4 hours, even if I took sleeping pills and melatonin, I would wake up n times, and I would even remember every dream clearly. Of course, that wasn't the point. After waking up at 9 a.m., I started writing hard. Because my mental state was extremely bad, my writing speed was very slow, and I only finished the first chapter at 2 p.m. But I adjusted my schedule, and I had time to go out. Even if I was extremely sleepy, I wanted to go out, I wanted to go out and play. So, I went out. It's been more than 20 days, I finally went out, and I was so happy. Then, after adjusting my schedule, I realized on the second and third day. Why am I going out? It's not fun outside at all, and even if I can go out, I don't know what to do. There are no good movies, no appetite to eat, and I can't go out like other gods. Usually, when I look up, it's dark outside the window, but now, it's daytime outside the window. Then, I feel so depressed, so miserable. There's no place I want to go, and there's nothing I want to do. Damn it, I'm not going out, I'll stay at home. Why do I need to adjust my schedule, sleep during the day, write at night? It's pretty good. Also, I need to report the progress of the book, it should end in less than 1,000,000 words. After finishing this book, I'll be free. I can sleep and play as I want. But when that time comes, I might fall back into that state where there's nothing fun, right? But at least after finishing this book, I won't have to fight for the monthly votes. Writing 15,000 words a day wasn't very tiring, but what was really tiring was fighting for the monthly votes. It was already late this month. The 10th place on the monthly votes list was in danger. When they were about to finish the dungeon, they could stop fighting. But now, he had to grit his teeth and endure. Brothers, begging for monthly votes. In the last 10 days of this month, help me hold the 10th place. I still tried my best to write every day. The benefactor also gave me a little push. Thank you, everyone, please. Where had Reninging been all this time? Why had she come to the ancient ruins of Vedra Peak, and why had she come to this temple? Furthermore, her memory was indeed blank. Not only did she not remember who Shenlang was, she did not even remember anything at all. She seemed to be relying on her instincts. She was kind to Shenlang, and this kind of kindness was also instinctive. So was it a coincidence or a necessity that she had come to the ancient ruins of Vedra Peak? At first, Shenlang felt that it was a coincidence, because it was truly a coincidence. Moreover, she did not seem to have any reason to come here, so why did she wait until more than an hour after Shenlang had gone in before entering? But after some thought, Shenlang determined that this was not a coincidence. She seemed to have found Vedra Peak by relying on her instincts or ancient memories, but she did not find what she was looking for. In the end, when Shenlang used the energy vortex to blast away the fossilized finger of the snake-bodied man, some of the energy aura had leaked out. Or perhaps the door of the temple had been closed the entire time, and Shenlang had opened up an energy vortex, causing the energy aura inside to leak out. Ren Yingying had followed this energy aura and burrowed in. So what was she doing inside? What was her goal? This was completely unknown. Cho Yaoer had originally been sitting cross-legged outside the door waiting for Shenlang, but now she had already stood up, and the sword in her hand was half drawn. Seeing that Shenlang had come out safely, Cho Yaoer said, "I saw her, and she also glanced at me." Shenlang said, "Don't provoke her." These were his absolute words, because the current Ren Yingying was like a newborn baby. Her memories were blank, and she was completely relying on her instincts. Her likes and dislikes were also very random. Right now, she was indeed kind to Shenlang, but her emotions were not fixed. As long as she felt the slightest threat or disgust, she might be filled with destructive impulses. Unfortunately, Sect Master Ren was dead, and no one knew Ren Yingying's secret, especially about the so-called number one goo in the world in her body. What exactly was going on? "Let's go back," Shenlang said. Turning back to look at the ancient temple, Shenlang and Cho Yaoer left and returned to Raging Tide City. Once again, he arrived at the ancient prison, as the 51 super dragons' regrets were hidden here. Shenlang carefully took out the blood fossil of the man with a human face and a snake body. He had been in a hurry. This was the first time he had looked at the blood fossil carefully and found it strange. Previously, in the secret base of the Zhu clan, the blood fossils of the ancient humans were really like stone powder, gray in color. But the blood fossil powder in front of him was actually transparent, like a diamond that had been crushed. As expected of one of the totems of the ancient Eastern Empire, its status was close to that of a god. Shenlang cut his finger and dripped his blood into the fossilized blood powder. Something strange happened. The fossilized blood powder directly dissolved, and then the blood also changed. Previously, when Shenlang's blood was mixed with the fossil blood of the ancient human, it was as bright as the sun. But this time it was completely transparent and colorless. However, this transparent and colorless liquid seemed to be different from clear water. It was thicker than water. Shenlang was stunned. In his mind, a sun-like color was even more awesome. Pure and transparent didn't seem cool at all, right? But its authority was even higher than the sun-like blood. Shenlang gently dipped his finger in a little bit of the transparent blood mixture, and then smeared it on the words Great Yin Empire's super regret of the dragon. Would it work? According to Shenlang's deduction, the probability of success should be more than 70%. This was because both the Jiang clan's regret of the dragon and the Ji clan's regret of the dragon belonged to the human empire. They were both the same weapon, but they were two different systems. This was similar to the hydrogen bomb of the United States and the Soviet Union. Although they did not belong to the same research system, they were still hydrogen bombs. Even if the activation method was different, if you directly detonated it with an atomic bomb, they would definitely explode. The Ji clan believed in this man with a human face and a snake body, and so did the Jiang clan. Their bloodline talent was definitely the highest. As expected, as soon as Shenlang smeared the blood mixture on his finger on the words Dragon's Regret, it immediately lit up. Previously, the words Regret of the Dragon had been glowing with a green light, but now it was completely transparent. Then, the familiar dragon roar sounded again. As expected, Shenlang directly activated the Great Yin Empire's super Regret of the Dragon, and directly seized the highest authority. Ancient humans were really simple and direct. Next, Shenlang tried activating the remaining 51 super Regret of the Dragon. All of them succeeded, without any exception, and directly seized all the authority. "Take one out," Xianxia said. Without another word, Chou Yao immediately carried a super regret of the dragon. Xianxia returned to Raging Tide City. Not only was it not enough to decipher the Ji clan's regret of the dragon, he also had to decipher their super dragon power launcher. This was not difficult at all. Using the mixed blood, he easily seized the highest authority of the super dragon power. This was because this thing was not created by the Great Yan Empire, but was excavated from the ancient empire. After deciphering the super regret of the dragon and super dragon power, there was only one item left, the transportation vehicle, which was the mutated ultrasonic flying beast. This was a failure using the mixed blood of Xianxia and the man with the snake totem. It was not that the authority was not high enough, but the nightmare stone device in these mutated beasts was not high enough, and could not accept this kind of authority. "Your Majesty," Grand Secretary Twain said, "the Great Yan Empire's super dragon power and super dragon's regret were all excavated by the ancient empire. Moreover, they belonged to the ancient Ji royal family. However, these ultrasonic flying beasts are not from the ancient empire." This was something Xianxia knew. These ultrasonic flying beasts were stolen from the abyss of the ancient Jiang clan by the Great Yan Empire. Grand Secretary Twain said, "We just opened the heads of 3 ultrasonic flying beasts and removed the nightmare stone device in their brains. We found that it has been modified. It should be the work of the Great Yan Empire scholars." Next, a nightmare stone device appeared in front of Xianxia. Grand Secretary Twain said, "It's a pity that we only have one ultrasonic flying beast here. We can't bear to open its head, so we can't remove the nightmare stone device." Da Chao was originally watching from the side with great interest. At this moment, he suddenly shrank back and almost wanted to escape immediately. Grand Secretary Twain said, "Otherwise, we can clearly find out the difference between the 2 types of nightmare stone devices. The Great Yan Empire has gone through those modifications. In that case, it will be much easier to modify them. Of course, I already have a general idea." Grand Secretary Twain said, "The ancient empire implanted the nightmare stone device into the brains of the ultrasonic flying beasts. It gave them commands and carried out control, relying on a type of energy wave. According to my deduction, the Great Yan Empire should also have an ancient ring similar to His Majesty's, which can continuously release a type of energy wave from afar. And the nightmare stone device in the brains of the ultrasonic flying beasts is responsible for receiving this type of energy wave. Once it is compatible, they will be obedient and accept any orders. But once the energy wave is not compatible, it will stimulate them. It will make them feel very uncomfortable and painful, so they will become manic." He was indeed a top-notch scholar. In just a few days, he had understood the principle so thoroughly. Grand Secretary Twain said, "After that, we studied 2 ultrasonic flying beasts from the Great Yan Empire that had awakened. At that time, His Majesty was not by his side. After they woke up, they were also full of vigilance and hostility, but they did not have a strong desire to attack. These ultrasonic flying beasts are very intelligent. They were completely modified, bred, and cultivated by the ancient humans. So even though they obey the orders of their masters and fight for them, their attributes are full of friendliness towards humans." Xianxia understood this point. They were like police dogs. Once they received orders, they would immediately pounce on criminals and attack them. They appeared very fierce. However, under normal circumstances, when they encountered ordinary people, even though they would not obey orders and would not eat food given by ordinary people, they would still feel close to them. This was something that was stored in the genetic memory of dogs after thousands of years of domestication. It was the closeness towards humans. Previously, the reason why the 2 ultrasonic flying beasts from the Great Yan Empire that had just awakened were full of hostility and started to attack should be because of the ancient king's ring in His Majesty's hand. It was constantly releasing some kind of energy wave from a distance. After the nightmare stone in their brains received it, they immediately determined that they were enemies and attacked. So, it is very simple to seize control of these ultrasonic flying beasts from the Great Yan Empire. You just need to modify the nightmare stone in their brains to be exactly the same as the nightmare stone in Big Chow's brain. That way, they will be able to receive the energy wave from His Majesty's ancient king's ring. As soon as these words came out, Big Chow immediately wailed at Shenlang. It looked very pitiful. The meaning of its wail was very clear. Do I really have to open its skull? Shenlang stepped forward, patted its head lightly, and said, look at your useless face. Of course, there was no need to open Big Chow's skull. Shenlang could use his X-ray eyes to scan the nightmare stone in its brain. About a few minutes later, Shenlang completed the scan. Sure enough, the Great Yan Empire had tampered with the nightmare stone in the brains of these ultrasonic flying beasts. A total of 15 secret metal circuits were modified, and the crystals were moved in 9 places. The most important thing was to change a certain blue crystal into a red one. Shenlang immediately drew up a blueprint and marked out every single change. After Grand Secretary Twain took the blueprint, he almost understood it at a glance. The extent of their modification is very small, but the result is the opposite. After this modification, the originally peaceful energy wave will immediately become high-frequency energy wave that stimulates their brains, making them manic, furious, and full of the desire to attack. This is a relationship of two absolute opposites. Once it is friendly to the Great Yan Empire, it will definitely be hostile to the Great Qian Empire, and vice versa. For example, once Big Chow sensed the Great Yan Empire's ancient king's ring, it will immediately be enraged and feel hostile. This person was really a genius. In the research of the Nightmare Stone, he had already surpassed Shenlang. Next, he came to the front of an unconscious ultrasonic flying beast, pointed to the top of its head, and said, Your Majesty, there is a wound here. Although the Great Yan Empire used scale armor to cover it up, we still discovered it. In other words, all their heads have been cut open. Next, we can follow this wound and cut open all their heads. Then, we can take out the Nightmare Stone device inside and modify it. We can change it back to the ancient Jiang family's model. In this way, they will obey our orders. Shenlang asked, Is it fast? Grand Scholar Twain said, If I were to personally modify a Nightmare Stone device, it would take about 3 minutes. But if I were to open the skull of every supersonic flying beast, take out the device, and transplant it again, it would take about 3 hours. Awesome, this speed is simply against the natural order. Shenlang said, Do it immediately. First, modify the 4 mutated ultrasonic giant beasts. I will use it immediately. Yes. Grand Secretary Twain said. Next, Shenlang and Grand Secretary Twain worked at the same time. One was a scientist, and the other was a doctor. They used the Nightmare Stone war knife to open the head of the mutated ultrasonic giant beasts, took out the Nightmare Stone device, modified the Nightmare Stone device, and then implanted it again. This was probably one of the most delicate operations. Other than Twain and Shenlang, no one else could intervene at all for the time being. After a full 12 hours, the operation was completed. 2 people completed the surgical modification of 8 mutated ultrasonic flying beasts. Although these mutated ultrasonic flying beasts were huge, the Nightmare Stone device in their heads was exactly the same as other ultrasonic flying beasts. All of them were taken out, modified, and then reimplanted. As for the suturing of the head wound, Shenlang was very advanced in this area. Instead of sutures, he directly used suture nails. Wound infection, anti-inflammatory? That was completely impossible. The bodies of these ultrasonic flying beasts were extremely strong. There was no need for that at all. The next step was to try to awaken the mutated ultrasonic flying beasts after the modification to see if they had changed sides. Ready. Release. Scholar Twain fiercely twisted the special Nightmare Stone device and directly stimulated the brains of these mutated giant beasts, causing them to wake up instantly. Its huge body shook violently, and then it suddenly opened its eyes. After a moment, its eyes seemed to fall into confusion and full of vigilance. However, the previous mania and hostility had disappeared. Shenlang stepped forward and used the ancient king's ring in his hand to gently touch the horn on the top of its head, which was the Nightmare Stone receiver. Suddenly, the ancient king's ring shook slightly and released a burst of light. This ultrasonic mutated giant beast also shook violently, and then suddenly looked toward Shenlang. In an instant, that familiar feeling came again. It was really like a Bluetooth connection, directly gaining control. But the ultrasonic flying beasts were not machines. They were living beings, and intelligent creatures at that. They clearly felt that the Shenlang in front of them was not the master who controlled them before. It seemed to have gone through a small struggle. Then, it chose to obey. This was, after all, the result of countless years of training. Putting aside all emotions, it only obeyed the special energy waves in its brain. The energy waves continuously released by Shenlang's ancient king's ring, after being received by the nightmare stone device in its brain, turned into a very pleasant thing, as if it was stimulating some excitement center in its brain. This mutated giant beast let out a pet-like cry, and then its huge head drooped to the ground. It was directly tamed. Next, Shenlang successively awakened the remaining 11 mutated ultrasonic flying beasts, and without exception, he gained control of all of them. Ready, up, 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 this was really a huge project. The Super Dragon Power Launcher and the Super Dragon's Regret were all hung under the necks of the 4 mutated ultrasonic flying beasts. These 4 mutated giant beasts had to take off at the same time, maintain the same height, and maintain the same speed. This was difficult even for modern aircraft to achieve, but they managed to do it without any difference. The ancient human empire was really amazing, relying on the nightmare stone device in its brain to achieve unified coordination and command. However, Shenlang decided to develop a special super sky fortress specifically in charge of long-range strategic strikes. He didn't want these mutated giant beasts to do this anymore. Huff, 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 these 4 mutated giant beasts hung on the super dragon power and directly flew to a height of 19,000 meters. Then, under Shenlang's command, they directly flew towards China. From today onwards, Shenlang's Great Qian Empire also had super long-range strategic strikes. Great Yan Empire, put away your arrogance. 15 days. In just 15 days, the Great Yan Empire had gathered a secret army of 250,000. With just a command, they could kill their way into China and carry out the cruelest revenge on Shenlang's Great Qian Empire. The Great Yan Empire's prestige was inviolable. Of course, even with the Great Yan Empire's powerful mobilization power, it was impossible to gather all 250,000 secret armies in half a month and then march south in unison. The Great Yan Empire, the Great Jin Kingdom, the Execution of Heaven Pavilion, and the Tongtian Temple's 4 secret armies gathered and set off separately. Then, they gathered in China and finally killed their way into China. The Great Jin Kingdom attacked from the west, the Execution of Heaven Pavilion attacked from the east, the Great Yan Empire's secret army attacked from the north, and the Tongtian Temple's army also attacked from the northwest. Compared to the Wu, Chu, and Yu countries, the Chinese people obviously didn't have as much confidence in Shenlang. They were completely on tenterhooks. It's over, it's definitely over, the scene from 30 years ago was going to repeat itself. China was going to be destroyed again. This time, who knew how many people would die under the Great Yan Empire's iron hooves? Many people had already heard the news. For the sake of the Great Yan Empire's prestige and to teach Shenlang and the Great Qian Empire a bloody lesson, the Great Yan Empire would go on a killing spree this time. They might even kill millions. This was because Shenlang had given Yan capital a huge slap in the face at Furious Tide City. In the beginning, the Chinese people still hoped that Shenlang would create another miracle. They hoped that the mysterious and powerful army of Furious Tide City would fly into China to protect them. However, none of them came from the direction of Furious Tide City. Even the 80,000 troops that Shenlang deployed in China didn't make any moves. They didn't march to the border between China and the Great Yan Empire. They didn't have any intention of defending the country at all. This time, the Chinese people lost all hope and started to flee. Some of them fled to the Wu, Chu, and Yu countries, some to the Liang Kingdom, some to the Jin Kingdom, and some directly to the Great Yan Empire. This was considered as defecting to the enemy. In China, there were 2 kinds of voices that were unprecedentedly fierce and opposed. One side thought that Emperor Shenlang would definitely create another miracle and protect China. On the other hand, the other party believed that Shenlang was indeed a jinx. The entire Jiang clan was a jinx. Over 30 years ago, Jiang Li's destruction brought about a calamity of annihilation to all the citizens of China. Now, it was his son's turn again. I told you that when you voted, you should never choose Shenlang. You should choose Emperor Ingguang. Do you regret it now? Do you know fear now? Xianlang only knows how to brag, he only knows how to talk big. The great Yan Empire's army will be here soon. Where is Xianlang's army? Didn't he say that he wanted to protect his people? Where is he? He's a jinx, a scourge. It's a pity that Emperor Yingguang is dead. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this mess today. As for the other side, they firmly believed that Xianlang would definitely act to save them. You bunch of good-for-nothings don't deserve to be the people of the great Qian Empire. Your backs have been broken. You're all useless. When the great Yan Empire's million-strong army attacked the Wu, Chu, and Yu countries, how passionate were the people of the Chu and the state of Yu? Were they afraid? Even the king of Chu personally fought against the great Yan Empire's army. Wasn't the situation even more hopeless than today? What happened in the end? Emperor Xianlang won. In the Battle of Dingyuan City, he wiped out the 650,000 soldiers of the great Yan Empire's western army and protected the peace of the Wu, Chu, and Yu countries. The opposing sides couldn't convince each other, so they chose to vote with their feet. The people who believed in Xianlang and the Jiang family continued to stay at home and in China. Those who didn't all fled. Most of them entered the enemy's territory and tried to become the people of the great Yan Empire. Of course, even those who believed that Xianlang could create a miracle were terrified and uneasy in their hearts, because the scene from 30 years ago was too painful. Perhaps the people of the Wu, Chu, and Yu countries had witnessed Xianlang's miracles and received Xianlang's protection, but the people of China hadn't. Therefore, in general, the entire China was still in a state of panic, pessimism, and fear. South of Yan capital, hundreds of thousands of troops were gathering, including 20,000 Snow Eagle troops, 3,000 supersonic flying beasts, 100,000 secret troops, and even 20,000 Iron Blood troops of the Yinyuan Association. There were about 150,000 troops in total. The commanders of the 150,000 troops were still Princess Ji Xian and Prince Lian. Great Yan's crown prince said, "After we kill our way into China, end the battle quickly and occupy China within a month." Understood. Great Yan's crown prince said again, "When we pass through China's provinces, don't hold back. Use the most intense methods to shock the world and deal a destructive blow to the great Qian Empire's prestige." Understood. Let's go. Kill our way into China and occupy the entire country. At his command, the 150,000-strong army marched southward majestically and pounced toward China. The Tongtian Temple sent out 25,000 monk soldiers this time, and the Tongtian Temple master personally led them. Among the transcendental forces in the world, no one hated Xianlang more than the Tongtian Temple. In the Battle of Tianyue City and the Battle of Dingyuan City, the Tongtian Temple lost more than 30,000 super monk soldiers in the hands of Xianlang. The Tongtian Temple was not as powerful as Stupa Mountain. The entire Tongtian Temple's secret army did not exceed 70,000. Of course, after the two battles, although the Tongtian Temple hated Xianlang to the core, they did not want to provoke him anymore. They did not want to fight against Xianlang either. However, the Tongtian Temple could not go against Yan capital's orders. It could only choose between the great Yan Empire and Xianlang. Naturally, the Tongtian Temple chose to stand on the great Yan Empire's side. Although the great Yan Empire lost the Battle of Furious Tide City, in the Tongtian Temple's eyes, the great Yan Empire was still far stronger than Xianlang. Moreover, for the transcendental forces, they were facing a huge change that they had not seen in centuries. The Sky Sea Pavilion was gone, and Stupa Mountain was destroyed. The Xiankong Temple was too arrogant, hypocritical, and detached. Therefore, the Tongtian Temple's time to rise had come. The Tongtian Temple's master also received news that the crown prince of the great Yan Empire was dissatisfied with the Execution Heaven Pavilion's master. He had also interfered in the battle for the Execution Heaven Pavilion's successor. Young Master Ji Wulian and Princess Ji Wushuang were reconcilable enemies. In that case, as long as the Tongtian Temple displayed its loyalty, the great Yan Empire would support the Tongtian Temple. As long as the Yan capital spilled some strategic resources, the Tongtian Temple would become a few times stronger. Moreover, the Tongtian Temple's master received even more shocking news. His Majesty the Emperor was about to come out of seclusion. Once he did, he would grasp the ultimate power of this world. At that time everyone in the world who defied His Majesty the Emperor's will, no matter what faction, country, or person, would be annihilated. There was even a rumor that there was an ancient dragon in the Forbidden Tower in the Great Yan Empire's palace. After the fire dragon comet crashed into the world and died, the dragon gradually awakened. The emperor had been trying to understand the dragon and control it during his seclusion for the past few years. Once he succeeded in becoming one with the dragon, he would be invincible. The emperor only needed to move a finger and all his enemies would be crushed to pieces. It was under such special circumstances that the Tongtian Temple decided to make one last gamble. If they did not succeed this time, they would not have another chance in the future. When the emperor came out of seclusion, he would unify the world and destroy all his enemies. When that time came, the Tongtian Temple would not have the chance to show their loyalty even if they wanted to because the emperor had no enemies. Since we've chosen our side, let's not turn back. This is the Tongtian Temple's last chance. If we miss it, we will never be able to rise again. The hatred between Xianxia and the Tongtian Temple is as deep as the ocean. We are irreconcilable. How many blood debts does he owe to the Tongtian Temple? This time, we attacked from the Great Qian Empire's northwest border. Xianxia's main force is still in China, which is thousands of miles away. We've killed our way into China, but we have no opponents. China's in Yuan City is 30 miles ahead. The border cities of any country were basically far away. The state of Yu's in Yuan City, the Chu nation's Ding Yuan City, and China's in Yuan City. After Xianxia defeated Yinguang and took control of China, the city lord of Yuan, Li Hongtu, pledged his loyalty almost immediately. This was not opportunism. People in border cities were more hot-blooded, and deep down, he was biased toward the Jiang family. Back then, when all of China cast their votes, and Yuanqing's support for Xianxia was also the highest. At this time, Li Hongtu, the city lord of Yuan, led 50,000 troops to guard the city. From the beginning to the end, he did not ask for help from China because he felt that if Emperor Xianxia wanted to save Yuan City, he did not need to ask for help. If he did not save Yuan City, asking for help would be useless, and he would leave it to fate. He would let the whole world see the hot-blooded people of Yuan City and the Li family of Yuan. Lord Count, the monk soldiers of the Tongtian Temple are coming. Li Hongtu, the Count of Yuan of China, had already seen tens of thousands of Tongtian Temple monk soldiers rushing over like a tide. They were less than 20 miles away from Yuan City. Outside Yuan City, however, was a flat plain without any obstacles. Elder Kongyi of the Tongtian Temple roared, "The Great Qian Empire's in Yuan City is just 20 li ahead. Let's charge in and kill them all. Let's avenge the dead of our Tongtian Temple. Let's avenge them. Kill, kill, kill." The Tongtian Temple monk soldiers cultivated the evil cultivation techniques of the Great Tribulation Temple and had undergone bloodline modification. They no longer had the detachment and benevolence of monks. They were even more extreme than the Great Tribulation Temple monk soldiers in the western regions. Their eyes were bloodshot and filled with cruelty and bloodthirst. 25,000 people charged madly. As long as they entered China's territory, they would go on a killing spree. Take revenge on Xianxia, Great Yan's emperor. Do you see this? Do you know how loyal the Tongtian Temple is to you? 25,000 cruel monk soldiers were getting closer and closer to Yuan City. At this moment, whoosh, from beyond the clouds, a dragon's remorse flew over like a meteor. In just a few seconds, the super dragon's remorse crashed into the Tongtian Temple monk soldiers. Boom, 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 there was a burst of light brighter than the sun. There was a destructive energy, and a shocking hell's flower bloomed. There was a super long-range strategic strike. The Great Yan Empire's northwestern army that attacked China was completely destroyed. The Tongtian Temple's last secret army was completely destroyed. Note, benefactor and everyone, don't stop your monthly votes. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the authentic Gingjiu 20,000 yuan tip. Thank you for Yellow Wind Speechless and Macui's 10,000 yuan tip. This time, super regret of the dragon's attack was really fast. There was no warning at all. From the moment it was launched to the moment it exploded, it took less than 30 seconds. Then, everything within a 3,500-meter radius disappeared. The Tongtian temple monk soldiers, who had been aggressive and majestic just a moment ago, seemed to have evaporated into thin air. The location of the explosion was about 11,000 meters away from Inyuan City. At this distance, there was no longer any lethality. However, one could feel an unprecedented shock. After a long while, everyone at the scene regained their vision. Then, a strong shockwave swept over. The scorching wind that blew on their faces was actually very painful. The hair on their faces also felt like it was being burned. Actually, it didn't feel like hell on earth because it didn't look bloody or cruel. There was a huge crater at the center of the explosion. There was nothing inside. All the corpses had been reduced to ashes. Only at the edge of the explosion could one see densely packed charred corpses. Their original faces couldn't be seen at all. Following the strong shockwave, these charred corpses were directly crushed and scattered on the ground. Inyuan City Lord, China's Earl of Inyuan, Li Hongtu, looked at everything in shock. He had long heard of Regret of the Dragon and knew that His Majesty Shenlang loved to play with it. However, he also knew that Regret of the Dragon had a range of no more than 250 kilometers. How far was Raging Tide City from here? It was at least 16,000 to 17,000 kilometers, maybe even more. In the end, Regretful of the Dragon exploded outside of Inyuan City, killing all of the ferocious enemies. Of course, Dingyuan City was still very far from Raging Tide City. However, later on, everyone knew that it wasn't Regret of the Dragon but the impact of a comet in the sky. However, this time it was definitely Regret of the Dragon. When would Inyuan City become so awesome? So powerful? So powerful that His Majesty Shenlang had to use Regret of the Dragon to save it? We are country bumpkins who have never seen the world. His Majesty Shenlang, you let us see the world's most amazing scene in one go? We won't be able to go back in the future. Immediately, Inyuan City Lord Li Hongtu knelt on the ground and kowtowed, Your subject Li Hongtu pays respect to Your Majesty Shenlang. Long live, long live, long live. The soldiers on the walls of Inyuan faltered for a moment before kneeling down in an orderly manner. Long live His Majesty Shenlang. Long live His Majesty. His Majesty Shenlang is awesome, awesome. Your Majesty Shenlang, when will you give us another speech? Let's all go and listen to your bragging. One of the men roared fiercely. Everyone glared at him. This soldier was an idiot. As Shenlang's substitute, Mira went to every county and every city to give a speech before the voting began. As Anyuan City was a remote city, it was almost the last to speak. The population of this city was very small, but 10,000 people came to the speech, breaking all previous records. Moreover, people from other places also covered their faces even if they came to listen to Mira's speech. Only the soldiers and citizens of Anyuan City dared not to cover their faces. This directly infuriated Ingguang, and he wanted to settle the score after the event. The decree had even been drafted. In the end, Ingguang was already dead before it could be carried out, and Shenlang had already charged into Beijing. That idiot said, You guys don't know this, but when His Majesty Shenlang was giving his speech, I was standing at the front. I didn't understand what he was saying, and I didn't dare to ask. I just felt my body heat up, and I felt that this person was good at bragging. I didn't expect this pretty boy to be good at bragging and even better at killing. Before he could finish, General Li Hongtu slapped him to the ground and he fainted. Damn it, who asked you to tell the truth? After a while, Shenlang finally appeared. He slowly descended on his big car and appeared in front of Inyuan City and tens of thousands of people. This was the first time Li Hongtu had met Shenlang. Just as he had said, Earl Li Hongtu was indeed a country bumpkin. The natural environment of the cities at the northwest border was harsh, and this Li Hongtu had not been loyal to the Jiang clan for a long time. More than 40 years ago, this city didn't belong to China yet. About 39 years ago, Li Hongtu only pledged his loyalty to the Jiang family. Of course, not long after, His Majesty Jiangli died suddenly, and this land was annexed by Jin Nation at first, then inexplicably returned to New China. In short, this place was high and far away from the emperor, and Li Hongtu's family was the owner of this land for hundreds of years. Moreover, this land was very barren, and there wasn't much money to be made from it. The people were tough, and they had always been on the fringes of power. After seeing Shenlang, Li Hongtu knelt down again, and his whole body prostrated on the ground. Subject Li Hong to greet your majesty. Long live, long live, long live. Shen Lang said, Count on Yuan, please rise. Count on Yuan, Li Hong to kowed out again and said, from now on, the On Yuan Li family will be loyal to the Jiang family generation after generation. We will never change our allegiance until death, and we will never regret it. The Tongtian Temple's 25,000 monk soldiers were almost completely wiped out, and only 100 survived. They were the Tongtian Temple's master, his special warriors, and a few elders. As they were riding snow eagles, they were further away from the center of the explosion. That's right, there were only a few dozen people riding snow eagles. This was even poorer than Shen Lang previously. It couldn't be helped. The last rank transcendent force wasn't a joke, it was really poor. After the dragon's remorse exploded, the Tongtian Temple's master's mind also went completely blank, and he lost all ability to react. Was it gone just like that? The Tongtian Temple's last secret army was gone just like that. The Tongtian Temple's achievements over 20 to 30 years only amounted to 70,000 secret troops. In the end, all 60,000 of them were wiped out by you, Shen Lang. His entire body was completely numb, and he couldn't feel any pain. After a few minutes, the Tongtian Temple's master slowly came back to his senses after hearing countless people in On Yuan City cheering for him. Then, boundless pain assaulted him like a tidal wave. Only then did he clearly feel that everything that happened just now wasn't a dream, but something that really happened. My secret army of 25,000? I didn't even start fighting? They were all wiped out. The Tongtian Temple's master looked at Shen Lang and roared furiously, Shen Lang, why? Why? The Great Qian Empire's main force and the Execution Heaven Pavilion's army are closer to Raging Tide City. My army is so far away from Raging Tide City, so why did you attack me? Why did you attack me? Shen Lang picked up the Nightmare Stone sound wave amplifier and said, I'm sorry, but the Tongtian Temple is the weakest. Even if I kill all of you, there won't be any consequences. The last rank transcendent force is worthless. The moment he said that, the Tongtian Temple's master nearly vomited blood. You destroyed my Tongtian Temple army, and now you want to trample on my dignity, Shen Lang, you said, Tongtian Temple, I know it wasn't easy for you. Previously, the few transcendent forces accepted my father's call and formed a joint martial army to destroy the Great Tribulation Temple. However, because of the Great Yan Empire, these transcendent forces drew a clear line between them and my father. Only the Tongtian Temple was close to my father. In the end, there was a drastic change. His Majesty Jiangli suddenly died, and the Tongtian Temple quickly changed their stance. You tried your best to curry favor with the Great Yan Empire and trampled on my Jiang family. Without my father, Jiangli, your Tongtian Temple would have been annihilated by the Great Tribulation Temple. My father has done you a great favor. However, at the crucial moment, you betrayed us without hesitation and trampled on my Jiang family. However, I don't blame you for this. In order to survive, I had no choice. Also, after the Tongtian Temple survived, you immediately changed your direction and cultivated the Great Tribulation Temple's evil cultivation method in an attempt to become stronger in a short period of time. I don't care about that. Your cultivation of evil cultivation method has nothing to do with me. I'm not like my father, who is born righteous and has to care about this and that. However, this is between me and the Great Yan Empire. Why is the Tongtian Temple interfering? Why are you so proactive? Look at the Xianxia Temple. The Great Yan Emperor's decree has been issued, but you're just being perfunctory. Who does the Tongtian Temple think you are? I'm competing with the Great Yan Empire for hegemony. How dare a nobody like you join the fray? If I don't beat them hard and break them, I'll beat them up. The Tongtian Temple ranks last, so why did you stay in a corner obediently? Why did you come out to show off? To be honest, I didn't purposely destroy the Tongtian Temple. It was just a coincidence. Initially, the Tongtian Temple's master was only in pain because his secret army of 25,000 soldiers was instantly wiped out. The Tongtian Temple was almost empty now. Right now, Shen Lang's words were practically stabbing right into his heart. This was simply like stepping on a corpse 10,000 times after killing someone. Before he could say anything, Elder Kong Yi, who was next to him, couldn't help but shout, "Shenlang is alone. Kill him, kill him." Dozens of furious Tongtian Temple special warriors rode on snow eagles and charged toward Shenlang ferociously. A moment later, Shenlang released an energy vortex, whoosh, an energy vortex with a diameter of 3 meters swept out. In an instant, the Tongtian Temple special warriors that were charging toward him were all reduced to ashes. They didn't even have time to scream before they died. In Liang, this country had a long history. It had been several hundred years. The grudges between it and China could not be finished even in a few days. First of all, it was a small country that received China's protection for a long time. It could even be called a subsidiary country of China. However, more than 100 years ago, a prodigal king appeared in China and suffered a few major defeats. As a subsidiary country, Liang immediately turned hostile and joined forces with the Great Jin Kingdom, Wei Kingdom, and others to take a bite out of China. They cut off 5 counties and directly turned it from a vassal state to a duchy. From then on, the relationship between the Liang family and the Jiang family changed from allies to enemies. After Shenlang's grandfather succeeded the throne, China endured hardships and developed for decades. The country became strong and prosperous. Then, Shenlang's father, Jiangli, ascended the throne. China instantly rose like a blazing sun in the sky, unstoppable. In less than a decade, they defeated more than a dozen countries around them. All the countries that had previously bullied China and attacked China were beaten up so badly that they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. A total of 11 countries had completely disappeared in the long river of history and became a part of the Great Qian Empire, including Liang and Wei. The Great Qian Empire was less than 1 million square kilometers, but its territory soared to nearly 4 million square kilometers. Of course, after Jiang Li's sudden death, the Great Qian Empire also fell apart. Some of the countries that were previously destroyed were completely destroyed, while some recovered, such as Liang. After Jiang Li's death, the Great Yan Empire's coalition army invaded China, burning, killing, and robbing. Who was the cruelest in this coalition army? It was the Liang army. It was less than 10,000 people, but they committed unforgivable crimes. Under the Liang army's butcher knife, countless Chinese souls died. It could be said to be a blood feud. Since then, Liang also became the most loyal dog of Yan capital. In order to curry favor with Yan capital, Liang country did almost everything. Actually, with Liang country's constant groveling for decades, Liang country was upgraded from a duchy to a kingdom, and Lord Liang became King Liang. Of course, from the moment monarch Liang became a prince, the value of the Great Yan dynasty's royal title dropped sharply. King Chu, King Jin, King Wu, and King Yu were all disdainful. Did Liang country deserve to be on equal footing with us? This time, Great Yan Empire did not ask Liang country to send troops to attack China. This made King Liang very sad. Daddy Great Yan is going to war without me? Is it because Liang country is not professional enough? Of course, King Liang was thinking too much. Speed was the most important thing in war. Great Yan's crown prince wanted to invade and occupy Qian capital within a month, so he needed a powerful secret army. However, Liang country did not have a secret army. Even so, the kingdom of Liang had to serve the Great Yan Empire with all its might. Liang country was located between China and Great Yan Empire. When Great Yan Empire's main army attacked China, they could pass through Liang country or not. In the end, King Liang desperately requested that Great Yan Empire's army pass through Liang country and give Liang country a chance to perform. When Great Yan Empire's crown prince saw how filial King Liang was, he could not bear to disappoint him, so he agreed. After the 150,000-strong secret army was assembled, they traveled at a shocking speed of more than 150 kilometers per day. This was only because of the burden of the ground troops. Otherwise, the aerial troops could travel 1,000 kilometers per day. In short, after a few days, Princess Ji Xian and Prince Lian led the 150,000-strong main army to Liang country's border. The next day, the army would enter Liang country. Then, it would take them 2 days to pass through Liang country's territory and attack China. As for the loyal dog King Liang, he had already reached Princess Ji Xian's army 5 days in advance. He was more than 500 kilometers away. Tomorrow, Great Yan Empire's 150,000-strong army would enter Liang country. King Liang was very excited. Tomorrow, the Great Yan Empire's army would feel the Liang country's boundless loyalty. 150 kilometers away from the border, the state of Liang had built an unprecedented magnificent military camp. It was magnificent and had everything one could think of. There were even fake mountains and fish ponds. Countless delicious dishes had already been prepared. Liang country's crown prince personally led 50,000 soldiers to the military camp to receive Princess Xianxia and the Great Yan Empire's army. The military camp would be immediately demolished after one night. The military camp spanned more than 10 square kilometers. Although the houses inside were made of wood, they were still very beautiful. It was almost like a temporary palace. It was just for the Great Yan army to stay for one night. The 50,000 soldiers led by Liang country's crown prince would become a guard of honor to welcome the arrival of the Great Yan Empire's army. The next day, Princess Xian and Prince Lian led the 150,000-strong main army and advanced at full speed again. They were getting closer and closer to Liang country. Princess Xian said, "King Liang, we are here to fight. We are here to suppress China. Don't go overboard, and don't be extravagant and wasteful." King Liang said, We won't. At this time, Liang country's crown prince had already led 50,000 soldiers. They were dressed neatly and wore bright armor as they welcomed the Great Yan Empire's army. Liang country's crown prince rode on a snow eagle and looked at the 50,000 soldiers on the ground. It was as if he had measured them with a ruler. This was probably the largest guard of honor in history. "Everyone, the Emperor of Great Yan sympathizes with us and did not send us to battle. However, the Liang country must show our sincerity. Xianxia is a clown. How dare they provoke the heavenly country of Great Yan? They are destined to die a horrible death. The Great Yan Empire's army is destined to be victorious in their invasion of China." At this moment, a snow eagle scout flew over and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, Great Yan's army is only 10 miles away from us." Liang country's crown prince shuddered. He shouted, "Long live Great Yan! Long live Great Yan! Long live the Emperor of Great Yan! Long live Great Yan!" Following that, the 50,000 soldiers cheered in unison. "Long live Great Yan! Long live Great Yan! Long live the Emperor of Great Yan! Long live Great Yan!" Their voices shook the heavens and resounded through the clouds. They could be heard clearly even from 10 miles away. King Liang, who was 10 miles away, immediately smiled in satisfaction. Princess Xian said, "King Liang, you've gone too far." King Liang said, "Not at all. This is the children's filial piety. Their loyalty to the Empire of Great Yan is indescribable." The Empire of Great Yan's 150,000-strong army continued to advance. Meanwhile, at the border of Liang country, 50,000 soldiers in bright armor were cheering constantly. "Long live Great Yan! Kill our way into Chan capital! Long live Great Yan! Kill our way into Chan capital! Long live the Emperor of Great Yan! Long live Great Yan!" The crown prince of Liang rode on his snow eagle and looked on in satisfaction. However, he still felt a little regretful. Great Yan did not send Liang country with them when they invaded China. Otherwise, they would have burned, killed, and looted again. More than 30 years ago, when the newly restored Liang country followed Great Yan's allied army to invade China, the memories were still vivid in his mind. How satisfying and joyful. He had struck it rich. At this moment, the two envoys in bureau at the side suddenly shouted, "Your Highness, look! Look! What's wrong? Is Princess Xian here?" The crown prince of Liang asked. Then, he looked toward the horizon. Instantly, he was so frightened that he shivered in his dreams. What was that? A beautiful meteor seemed to be flying toward them from the horizon. It was only tens of thousands of meters away. Was that the remorse of the dragon? What was the Empire of Great Yan doing? Where was the remorse of the dragon aimed at? There was no need for the remorse of the dragon to attack China. Moreover, it was so far away from China. Shortly after, the crown prince of Liang realized that something was amiss. The remorse of the dragon was heading toward him. "Your Highness, run! Run! The envoy of Liang country urged the snow eagle to rise into the air and flee. The crown prince of Liang felt chills run down his spine. The Liang country's 50,000 soldiers on the ground continued to shout. Long live Great Yan! Kill our way into Qian capital. Long live the Emperor of Great Yan! Long live Great Yan! Swoosh, 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 the remorse of the dragon shot toward them at a speed of more than 3,000 meters per second. It left a stunning trail in the air. In less than 10 seconds, it was above the 50,000 soldiers. They finally realized what was going on and were shocked. What should they do? Should we stand still, or should we run? There was no need to run. They could not escape. The 50,000 soldiers of Liang stood where they were, stunned. The super remorse of the dragon descended. Boom, 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 boom. Light brighter than the sun exploded again. The stunning Hell's Lotus bloomed again. The Liang country's 50,000 soldiers, lined up neatly, were completely wiped out from the ground. They were completely annihilated. Their bodies were crushed and their bones crushed. The crown prince of Liang, the envoy of Liang country, and the other important officials tried to flee, but it was too late. A terrifying shockwave swept toward them, bringing with it a temperature of more than 10,000 degrees Celsius. In an instant, they and their snow eagle mounts were burnt to a crisp. Then, they were swept away by the shockwave and turned into nothingness. 10 miles away, Princess Xian, Prince Lian, and King Liang watched the scene unfold before their eyes. It was even to the extent that they'd clearly seen how the crown prince and the ministers of the Liang kingdom had fled and how they'd been obliterated. The Hell's Lotus and the mushroom cloud that rose thousands of meters into the sky were also clearly visible. A moment later, a powerful, scorching storm swept toward them, scalding Princess Xian's beautiful face. There was dead silence. All the legions came to a halt. The 3,000 supersonic flying beasts, the 20,000 snow eagle army, and the hundreds of thousands of secret ground troops all stopped. They watched as the mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A long time later, King Liang began to howl in pain. My son, my prince, my army, my Liang country. King Liang had never tasted any bitterness since he started his business. Hundreds of thousands of great Jin's people were destroyed, and Guang's Qian country was also destroyed. Every time the Great Yan Empire attacked Shenlang and Shenlang, Great Qian Empire, Liang country never suffered any losses. This time, he could only watch as the super regret of the dragon exploded in his territory. He could only watch as his crown prince, his ministers, and 50,000 soldiers were annihilated. His hair stood on end, and his body went cold. What happened? What exactly happened? There was only one remorse of the dragon in Shenlong's Fury-Tide city. Did he transport the dragon power launcher all the way to Liang country and launch the only remorse of the dragon? Shenlang had seized dozens of the Great Yan Empire's remorse of the dragon, but they were Ji family's remorse of the dragon. Shenlang could not activate them, nor could he launch them. A moment later, a supersonic flying beast desperately flew from the west and rushed directly in front of Princess Xian. Your Highness, 18 hours ago, a super regretful dragon exploded in the west of Qianguiyuan City, which is also the territory of the Great Jin Kingdom. The 25,000 special monk soldiers of the Tongtian Temple were all annihilated. These words immediately shattered all of Princess Xian's fantasies. The worst and most terrifying thing had happened. The straight-line distance from here to Qianguiyuan City was more than 7,000 miles. In just 18 hours, Shenlang had launched 2 remorse of the dragon. What was this? This was a super long-range strategic strike. There was only one Jiang family's remorse of the dragon left in Fury-Tide City. Where did these 2 come from? There was only one explanation. Shenlang had officially deciphered the Ji family's remorse of the dragon and obtained control of the mutated supersonic flying beast, super dragon power. In other words, he had completely mastered the super long-range strategic strike. What should they do next? Prince Lian and Princess Xian looked at each other in shock. This was too terrifying. How could this be? Our Great Yan Empire had used thousands of scholars and used more than a decade to crack the Jiang family's remorse of the dragon. But you, Shenlang, have only used half a month to crack the Ji family's remorse of the dragon. Are you a genius? Or a devil? This had nothing to do with mathematics. It had nothing to do with intelligence. This was a type of authority that could not be cracked. How did you, Xianlang, do it? What should we do? Prince Lian asked. Xianlang is not far away. The super dragon power and mutated behemoths are within a few hundred miles. Should we capture him? Princess Jixian said, can't you tell? If we act rashly now, the third and fourth remorse of the dragon will come crashing down on our army. Of course, Prince Lian could tell. That was why he did not give the order to capture Xianlang. Moreover, it was a few hundred miles away. Xianlang was riding on a supersonic flying beast. They could not catch up. Princess Jixian said, disperse the army and stand guard. Prince Lian, stay here. Do not make any moves or provoke him. Xianlang is a lunatic. If he is provoked, he will really use the remorse of the dragon to cleanse the land. I will return to Flame Capital to request for an edict. Alright, Prince Lian said. Princess Jixian rode on the supersonic flying beast and sped towards Flame Capital. In just a few hours, Princess Jixian's supersonic flying beast landed in the palace and rushed into the Great Hall. At this moment, the Crown Prince of Great Yen stood in front of a large map in a daze. He did not move. Princess Jixian stepped forward and said, Your Highness, Xianlang has neutralized our Ji's remorse of the dragon. In just a few hours, he launched 2 missiles and destroyed the Tongtian Temple's army, the Kingdom of Liang's 50,000 soldiers, the Crown Prince, and the officials of the Kingdom of Liang. The Crown Prince was like a statue. He stood there motionlessly. Princess Jixian said, Brother, Xianlang has neutralized our remorse of the dragon. What should we do next? Should we continue the war against the Great Qian Empire? If our army dares to advance, the remorse of the dragon will be launched continuously. It might even land on the Great Yen Empire's territory. Xianlang has already mastered the ability to launch super long-range strategic strikes. Moreover, we are the ones who gave it to him. Finally, the Crown Prince of the Great Yen Empire said slowly, I know. Then, he leaned forward and hit his forehead on the map on the wall. Bam, bam, bam. His voice was filled with pain. He said hoarsely, This is so painful that I want to die. It really makes me want to vomit blood. Note, dear benefactor, please don't stop typing. Please don't stop your monthly votes. Vote for me? Is it better now? Kowtow. There was no need for Princess Jixian to report. The Crown Prince of Great Yen already knew. The Tongtian Temple must have reported to Yen Capital first, then to Princess Jixian. Of course, there was still some hope in the beginning. For example, Xianlang had fired the only remorse of the dragon in the Fury Tide City's inventory. Because it was truly unbelievable. What right did he have to do that? Thousands of scholars from the Empire of Great Yen had spent decades and still could not crack the Jiang clan's remorse of the dragon. They even concluded that the Jiang clan belonged to the Jiang clan, and the Ji clan belonged to the Ji clan. The authority was innate and could not be cracked. However, a few hours ago, Xianlang had fired the second remorse of the dragon and wiped out 50,000 soldiers from the Kingdom of Liang. All hopes were dashed. Xianlang did this to tell Yen Capital that he had fired the Ji clan's remorse of the dragon. Once the Ji clan's remorse of the dragon was cracked, the supersonic flying beasts would be cracked as well. The Great Yen Empire's Crown Prince did not think that they would be able to stop Xianlang because the Nightmare Stone had been modified by the Great Yen Empire scholars. Xianlang now had a top-notch air force and a long-range strategic strike force. The funniest thing was that all of this was given by the Empire of Great Yen. Of course, the Empire of Great Yen still had more remorse of the dragon than Xianlang, but was that meaningful? Currently, Xianlang still had 49 super regret of the dragon in his possession. Including the one he originally had, he had a total of 50. It was a pipe dream to destroy the Empire of Great Yen with these 50. However, it was more than enough as a strategic deterrent. No matter where the Empire of Great Yen sent its troops, there was no way they could fight a single remorse of the dragon. There was one more thing that disgusted Yen Capital. Xianlang could intercept the Empire of Great Yan's remorse of the dragon at any time because he relied on his own men. The Empire of Great Yen could also intercept the remorse of the dragon, but they relied on ancient intercepting devices. Although there were a dozen of them, they were fixed. It was a very passive situation. What was more disgusting was that once the remorse of the dragon was fired, it would be intercepted and seized. Princess Xian said, "Brother, what should we do next?" What else could they do? They could only retreat. However, if they were to retreat just like that, they would truly lose face. What did the people of the world think of him, the crown prince of Great Yin? They had just suffered a huge loss in the Battle of Furious Tide City, and they had wanted to take revenge. However, they were beaten back before they could even charge into China's territory. Was this still the Great Yin Empire? Was this still the overlord of the Eastern world? The awe-inspiring might of destroying Stupa Mountain was instantly wiped clean. Moreover, the emperor was in seclusion, and the crown prince had been managing the affairs for the past few years. Many people thought that the crown prince was indeed incapable. Look at how fast Xianxia had risen in power in the past few years. It was all because of the crown prince's incompetence. How could such a crown prince be qualified to inherit the Great Yin Empire? The crown prince of Great Yin knew what to do, but he could not give the order. He could not take this lying down. Couldn't swallow it? It was normal for a good-for-nothing rich kid to say such things. However, Great Yan's crown prince was almost 50 years old. Moreover, he was responsible for the country. Was it not childish for him to say such things? As a true descendant of the royal family, the crown prince could tolerate Ing Wuming, but he couldn't tolerate Xianxia. This was because no matter what Ing Wuming did, his surname was Ing, and his reputation as a traitor could never be washed away. Xianxia's surname was Jiang. Since ancient times, the surnames Jiang and Ji were the most valuable surnames in the world. Princess Xian said, "Brother, do you want to see father?" Great Yan's crown prince shook his head and said, "We can't. This decision can only be made by me. We can't drag father into it." Princess Xian said, "Then, should we retreat now?" Great Yan's crown prince said, "Block all news. Just say that the Great Yin Empire is experimenting with new weapons. Seal the Tongtian temples and Liang's mouths. Our new weapon experiment this time didn't cause any casualties." Princess Xian said, "The world won't believe it." Great Yan's crown prince said, "Whether they say it or not is up to us. Whether they believe it or not is up to them." Princess Xian said, "Understood." Great Yan's crown prince said, "Station the army in place and maintain deterrence against China. Also, continue to gather the army in Flame Capital. Make it a 1,000,000-strong army. Make it look like a mountain is bearing down on us. We can't show that we're frightened and afraid to advance. Instead, we have to make it look like the frontline army has stopped and is waiting for the main army to catch up." Princess Xian said, "Understood." Great Yan's crown prince said, "Let Prince Lian depart for China and negotiate with Xianxia." Princess Xian said, "To what extent? What are the conditions?" Great Yan's crown prince said, "Just talk nonsense. Drag it out. We'll talk about it for a year or so." Princess Xian understood. Her brother's intention was clear. He wanted to drag it out but not compromise. He wanted to drag it out until her father came out of seclusion. When that happened, the world would be set in stone, and all evil spirits would be destroyed. Raging Tidewater, Xianxia's new weapon, the combination of ancient civilization and technological civilization, and the intercepting dragon's regret would all be useless. Once her father came out of seclusion, it would mean that he had grasped the ultimate power of the world. "Go," Great Yan's crown prince said, "Prince Lian will talk to him. If he can't drag it out, you'll talk to him personally." "Understood." Princess Xian said. As the Flame Capital's decree was issued, the 200,000-strong secret army immediately stopped in their tracks and stood guard. They continued to threaten and intimidate China from 3 directions. Then, the calls for a decisive battle in Flame Capital grew louder. The so-called 1,000,000-strong army gathering previously was fake, but this time, it was for real. Countless soldiers rushed over from all directions. It was as if half the world's army was going to attack China again. However, Prince Lian secretly disappeared from the army and appeared in the Qian Imperial Palace. "Prince Lian, we've been meeting more frequently recently," Prince Jin said with a smile. His tone was sarcastic. The young Prince Lian was extremely displeased. Whether it was in China or Stupa Mountain, he was fierce and domineering. It was as if he had the power of heaven and earth. this time he was too cowardly. Therefore, all diplomacy was built on the strength of the nation and on the outcome of the war. Prince Lian said, "Prince Jean, are you going to continue mocking me? Or are you going to start negotiating?" Prince Jean said, "Prince Lian, His Majesty told me a few things. Let me tell you." Prince Lian frowned. He had originally planned to use the delaying tactic. They would first talk about the ownership of China's 1.5 million square kilometers. Then, they could talk for a year and a half without any results. When both sides were exhausted, they would pretend to compromise and reluctantly agree not to use military force to solve China's problem. As for retreating, then they would have to discuss it after a year. In any case, the Great Yan Empire was extremely powerful. The army could gather for a year and a half. As for recognizing the Great Qian Empire, recognizing Shenlang as the Great Qian Emperor, signing a truce agreement, stop dreaming. There would be no results even if they talked for 3 to 5 years. Prince Jean said, "His Majesty said that Flame Capital is definitely planning to use the delaying tactic and will not start the formal negotiations. They are prepared to talk about the Great Yan Empire for a year." In order to save time for both sides, His Majesty directly gave an ultimatum. First, Great Yan Empire retreats immediately. The deadline is 10 days. The Great Qian Empire cannot have more than 50,000 soldiers within 500 miles of the border. Second, Great Yan Empire must immediately sign a truce agreement with the Great Qian Empire. Third, Great Yan Empire must announce to the world that China's 1.5 million square kilometers belongs to the Great Qian Empire. Fourth, Great Yan Empire must unconditionally release Princess Jiangning, who is also His Majesty's elder sister, the little Princess Jining that you all speak of. Fifth, Great Yan Empire must unconditionally release His Majesty's sworn brother, the dreamy Cloud Lake. After Prince Jean finished speaking, he handed over a piece of paper and said, "It's all written here. Prince Lian, go to Flame Capital now and hand it to Great Yan's crown prince to sign." Prince Lian was immediately furious. This was too much. This was too much. Was this still a negotiation? Shenlang, you are too arrogant. What do you think the Great Yan Empire is? A defeated country. Even now, the Great Yan Empire is still the overlord of the Eastern world and far more powerful than the Great Qian Empire. Prince Jean sighed and said, "Prince Lian, these conditions are not unreasonable at all. His Majesty didn't even ask you to acknowledge the Great Qian Empire or the Great Qian Emperor." Prince Lian said coldly, "What if we don't agree? What does His Majesty Shenlang plan to do? Is he going to fire the regret of the dragon at our army? Does he think that the Great Yan Empire doesn't have the regret of the dragon? Does he think that we don't dare to fire the regret of the dragon at the capital cities of the Wu, Chu, and Yu nations? Don't forget that we have far more regret of the dragon than you do." Prince Jean sighed and said, "Are you trying to be more ruthless?" "That's right, His Majesty Shenlang can't split himself and we don't have as many regret of the dragon as you do. The most His Majesty can do is protect the raging tide city from the regret of the dragon. If you attack the Chu, Wu, state of Yu, and the Qian Empire at the same time, we won't be able to do anything. At most, we can use the regret of the dragon to retaliate. Either way, you can't destroy the raging tide city and we can't destroy the Yan capital." Prince Lian said, "I'm afraid that His Majesty Shenlang's 50 regret of the dragon is not enough for revenge." Prince Jean laughed coldly and said, "Then I would like to ask Yan capital, do you acknowledge the Great Qian Empire?" Prince Lian said, "Of course not. There is only the Great Qian Kingdom in this world. There is no Great Qian Empire." Prince Jean said, "In other words, the Yan capital's official attitude is that the Wu, Chu, Yu, and Qian empires still belong to the Great Yan Empire?" Prince Lian said, "Of course. There is only one empire in the entire Eastern world, and that is the Great Yan Empire. There is only one dynasty, and that is the Great Yan dynasty." Prince Jean said, "Then the Yan capital is really awesome to throw the regret of the dragon at your own country." Prince Lian's face twitched when he heard this. The Yan capital would never be able to avoid this. "You want to declare the Wu, Chu, and Yu empires as enemies? Then you have to acknowledge the Great Qian Empire. If you don't acknowledge the Great Qian Empire, then the Wu, Chu, Yu, and Qian empires will be the vassal states of the Great Yan Empire. You can send troops to quell the rebellion, but you want to throw the regret of the dragon? Then do you still want the legitimacy of the Great Yan Empire? Jun Jin's words could not be more correct. The Great Yan Empire was truly amazing to be able to throw the remorse of the dragon at its own territory. But Xinlang is different. The Great Qian Empire only has 5 vassal states, Wu, Chu, Yu, Chang, and Nan. Other than the 4.5 million square kilometers, the rest are all enemy states. There is no nuclear non-proliferation treaty in the Eastern world. Of course, the regret of the dragon is not a nuclear bomb. This means that Xinlang has the right to throw the regret of the dragon, but the Great Yan Empire does not. Prince Lian said, "Do we have to use the Great Yan Empire's name to throw the regret of the dragon?" Prince Jin said, "Don't use the Great Yan Empire's name? Are we going to use the Great Qian Empire's name to throw the regret of the dragon at the Chu royal capital and then accuse the Great Qian Empire of throwing the regret of the dragon? Although this world is absurd, if it is that absurd, then the so-called legitimacy of the Great Yan Empire will be gone." Prince Lian said coldly, "The Great Yan Empire values legitimacy, but does Xinlang's Great Qian Empire not value legitimacy? If he throws the regret of the dragon at the Great Yan Empire, how can he unify the world in the future? How can he become the so-called ruler of the Eastern world? This young Prince Lian is really bold. He dares to say anything." Prince Jin sighed and said, "This is where the problem lies. His Majesty does not want to become the ruler of the Eastern world, nor does he want to unify the world. His only goal is to have no enemies in the world." Prince Lian could not help but curse in his heart. This is the crux of the matter. The Great Yan Empire wants to unify the world, so it must be righteous. However, Xinlang does not care. He is fearless because he wants revenge. Whether it is the kingdom of Liang, the kingdom of Jin, or even the Great Yan Empire throwing the regret of the dragon, he does not feel the slightest pressure. This is because he does not care about the people of these countries. It does not matter if they hate him to the point of death. At most, they will be enemies for the rest of their lives. At most, I will add a few more names to my list of enemies. However, the Great Yan Empire cannot do this. He can throw the regret of the dragon at the Raging Tide City because it is an overseas territory that has never belonged to the Great Yan Empire. Everyone there is an outsider and an enemy. He can also throw the regret of the dragon at Stupa Mountain because there are no commoners there. It is a transcendent force. However, if you dare to throw the regret of the dragon at any of the cities of the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms, the people of the Great Yan Empire and their righteousness will all be gone. After all, on the official map of the Great Yan Empire, these countries belong to the Great Yan Empire. Of course, the Sand Barbaric tribe and the Chang kingdom are not part of the Great Yan Empire's territory. However, the Great Yan Empire can throw the regret of the dragon at these 2 places. I, Xinlang, will not feel the slightest bit of heartache. The Sand Barbaric tribe is vast and sparsely populated. If you throw the regret of the dragon there and kill 1,000 people, I will consider it a win. Most importantly, the Sand Barbaric tribe was almost completely wiped out by Zhu Hongxue. There is no longer a complete force left. It is basically a barren wasteland. As for the Chang kingdom, you are welcome to blow it up. Aru Nana has not taken over the Chang kingdom yet. It is still the territory of the rebels. Prince Jin said, "Prince Lian, go back. His Majesty did not give you much time. It is only 10 days. If you do not retreat within 10 days and do not compromise, the next regret of the dragon will fall on the heads of the Great Jin Kingdom's army." Prince Jin, who was thousands of miles away, was furious. You, Xinlang, did not throw the regret of the dragon on the heads of the Heaven Execution Pavilion or the Great Yan Empire's army, but on the heads of the Great Jin Kingdom's army? My army has not charged into China yet. Ever since you, Xinlang, succeeded the throne, the Great Jin Kingdom has not taken advantage of you, has it? Prince Jin waved his hand and said, "Prince Lian, I am very busy. You can go back now." "Go back," Prince Lian gritted his teeth. He took the thin piece of paper, mounted the ultrasonic flying beast, and flew back to the flame capital. A day later, the Great Yan Crown Prince held the piece of paper and looked carefully at the 5 conditions on it. He was about to explode in anger. Prince Lian, you asked me to delay you for a year and a half, but you came back in one day? Your Highness, there are 9 days left before Shenlang throws the regret of the dragon at the Great Jin Kingdom. Prince Lian said, he said that if the Great Yan Empire is powerful enough, they can throw the regret of the dragon at the Wu, Chu, Yu, and Qian kingdoms. Hooligan, scoundrel, bastard, the crown prince of the Great Yan dynasty stood in front of the map. This was the map of the Great Yan dynasty. The 4 kingdoms of Wu, Chu, Yu, and Qian were all clearly marked on the map. Moreover, in any official document, the 4 kingdoms were all vassal states of the Great Yan dynasty. Throwing the regret of the dragon at any city in the 4 countries was equivalent to throwing it at one's own territory. Moreover, in the Great Yan dynasty's official map, the current China still belonged to the Ying clan. The Great Qian kingdom that Shenlang mentioned only consisted of the Liezhou archipelago. That was the real enemy territory. The Great Yan crown prince searched the entire map, but he could not find a place where he could throw the regret of the dragon. Prince Lian said, Shenlang also said that if you want to throw the regret of the dragon at the Chang kingdom or the San primitive tribe, he would welcome you even more. The Great Yan crown prince gritted his teeth. Those 2 godforsaken places were barren. What was the use of throwing the regret of the dragon? What right did he have? Could Shenlang do whatever he wanted? And his hands and feet would be tied. Of course, it was not as if the Great Yan Empire had never thrown the regret of the dragon. For example, in order to intimidate Guang, Yan capital had fired the regret of the dragon at Huanlu City and then framed Shenlang. However, that was a barren land after all. It was just an oasis in the desert. It did not matter if it was destroyed. Moreover, if it really came to a critical juncture, it did not matter if it was the capital of the Chu kingdom, the capital of the Wu kingdom, or the capital of the Yu kingdom. As long as it could achieve its goal, it did not matter if the target was a commoner or not. But now, had it come to a critical juncture? No, it was all about fighting spirit. Most importantly, if Shenlang really threw the regret of the dragon at the Great Jin kingdom again, Great Yan would definitely retaliate. If they gritted their teeth and fired the regret of the dragon at the state of Yu, Shenlang would definitely fire it at the Great Yan Empire without hesitation. Both sides would start firing wildly at each other. Whose loss would be greater then? Of course it would be the Yan capital. Whether it was in name or in reality, the Yan capital would be greater. Shenlang only had one focus, and that was the raging Tidewater city. The other areas might be of nominal value to Shenlang, but they did not have much practical value. Alright, let's say the Great Yan Empire really threw the regret of the dragon at the capital of the state of Yu and killed hundreds of thousands of civilians. What then? Would the people of the state of Yu betray Shenlang out of fear? No way. Instead, they would become even more united against a common enemy. They would unite under Shenlang's command and fight to the death against the Great Yan Empire. At this moment, Prince Lian sighed and said, Your Highness, we have shoes, but Shenlang is barefooted. In this world, the barefooted is not afraid of the barefooted. What should they do next? Shenlang was a lunatic. If he said he would throw the regret of the dragon, he would definitely do it. Moreover, the Great Jin kingdom and the Jiang family had a deep feud. Shenlang probably wanted to throw the regret of the dragon at the Jin kingdom. Since we know that Shenlang will throw the regret of the dragon at the Jin kingdom's army in 9 days, is it possible to capture him? The Crown Prince of Great Yan said, Should we mobilize all our experts to surround Shenlang in the air and capture him? Princess Ji Xian came in front of the map and said, Royal brother, the Great Jin kingdom's army is stationed in these few regions, and the super regret of the dragon has a firing range of about 500 kilometers. This means that Shenlang could appear at any point within a few 100,000 square kilometers. How many aerial troops do we need to search for him within a few 100,000 square kilometers? Furthermore, he is no longer powerless. His energy whirlpool attack is something that almost no one can resist. The Crown Prince of Great Yan immediately found the words ridiculous. Encircling the Great Jin kingdom in an airspace of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers? That was completely wishful thinking. That was right. The 4 mutated ultrasonic beasts were huge. If they had the super dragon power, they would be even more conspicuous. However, that was at an altitude of 19,000 meters. If they were hidden in any of the clouds, one would not be able to find them even if they died. It was even harder than finding a needle in a haystack. At this moment, a sigh rang in the air. The emperor, who had been silent for a few years, finally spoke. "Crown Prince, come here." The Crown Prince of Great Yan's body trembled. Then, he walked toward the Forbidden Tower. The Forbidden Tower was an absolute forbidden ground. Apart from the emperor, no one was allowed to enter, including the Crown Prince. Therefore, he immediately knelt outside. "Father, I've disappointed you." The emperor sighed and said, "Yes, you've disappointed me. However, I'm not disappointed because of the defeat at the raging Tidewater City. You did nothing wrong in this regard. Xianxia was able to dispel our Ji family's regret of the dragon. That's because he's powerful. We can't pin our hopes on the enemy being weak. Crown Prince, I'm disappointed in you because you haven't been decisive in the past few days. After Xianxia dispelled the Ji family's regret of the dragon and gained the ability to strike from a super long distance, you've already lost this battle. Why are you still delaying?" The Crown Prince said, "I can lose, but the Great Yan Empire can't. I can embarrass myself, but I can't embarrass the Great Yan Empire. If we compromise with Xianxia and sign a truce, what will become of the Great Yan Empire's dignity? That's what I think. If we keep delaying until you emerge from your cultivation in seclusion and master the ultimate power, we can easily wipe out Xianxia, his raging Tidewater City, and all our enemies from this world. Then, the Great Yan Empire will have never lost." The Great Yan Emperor sighed softly again. "Crown Prince, after Jiangli's death, the Great Yan Empire has dominated the world. That's why you've become so arrogant. You view your reputation as more important than the heavens. You keep saying that the Great Yan Empire's dignity is inviolable," the Great Yan Emperor said. "Those words are meant for others to hear. Why do you take them so seriously? Reputation, reputation? Do you know how many times the Great Yan Empire had to compromise when Jiangli was at his peak? Jiangli destroyed more than a dozen countries, and those countries were all vassal states of the Great Yan Empire. Wasn't I 10 times, 100 times more humiliated than you are now?" Back then, Jiangli said that the Great Tribulation Temple was an evil spirit in the world. He led a martial army formed by several transcendent forces to attack the Great Tribulation Temple. Even the execution sky pavilion went. How could I have any dignity then? Back then, when the kingdom of Liang's monarch came to the flame capital, he cried and begged for mercy. 3 days later, Jiangli destroyed the kingdom of Liang and annexed it. How could I have any dignity then? In terms of humiliation, do you even have a 10th or 100th of the humiliation I had back then? Xianxia's aura is shocking now. How could he compare to Jiangli back then? That's the true blazing sun in the sky. He had the aura of an emperor. The people of the world were loyal to him. There were even people in the flame capital who secretly submitted to Jiangli and sent the Zhu clan there. Back then, Jiangli didn't just humiliate me. He completely tore off my dignity. The entire world said that he was the emperor of the East. But what happened in the end? He died, and I won. I became the supreme emperor. Is there anyone in the world who thinks that I was humiliated back then? They will only think that I'm unfathomable and mysterious. So what if it's a momentary loss? You clearly know that I'm about to come out of seclusion and that I'm about to grasp the ultimate power. Why are you still so calculative about your dignity? You've been too stable as the Crown Prince for the past few decades. You've been too beautiful. The Crown Prince of Great Yan kowtowed and said, "Father, I have another idea. If we can delay Xianxia, he won't have the energy or time to do other things. When that time comes, the ultimate power that you will grasp will be unique." He was not frightened by the emperor's rebuke. He immediately trembled and kowtowed to beg for forgiveness. Instead, he insisted on voicing his opinion. This made the emperor very happy. It was normal for the Crown Prince to care about his dignity. After all, he was the ruler of the world and had never suffered. Naturally, he was dignified. Although the Great Yan's emperor had inherited the throne, he had always been in a life-and-death struggle with Jiangli. In fact, he had almost lost the throne. He could be considered as a ruler who had conquered the world. Hence, he did not care too much about his reputation. In history, which of the founding emperors had not suffered setbacks and humiliation? My son? What conditions did Xianlang set? The emperor asked. The crown prince read out all 5 of Xianlang's conditions. The emperor said, it's not too much. Xianlang is very pragmatic. You should learn from him. The crown prince was stunned. Was the condition not too much? In his opinion, it was already very harsh. It was like skinning the great Yan Empire's face. Agree to it, the emperor said, agree to all of his 5 conditions, except for the second one. The crown prince was stunned. The second condition was the truce agreement. To him, it was the least important. The first condition was to retreat. Moreover, the Great Yan Empire's troops were not allowed to go within 500 kilometers of China's borders. This was a very humiliating condition. Yet, he actually agreed to it? The third condition was for the Great Yan Empire to announce to the world that the 1.5 million square kilometers of China belonged to Xianlang. The fourth and fifth conditions were to release Princess Jining and the Dream Cloud Lake. Although these were small matters, it was too humiliating. The emperor said, this is an imperial decree. You can't disobey it. The crown prince cowed out and said, yes, your majesty. Note, I can't think of anything to ask for votes again. I still kowtow and say respectfully, benefactor, I want it. Thank you, book friend, 141216192128672, handsome little star, for your 10,000 yuan tip. The strongest son-in-law in history. The strongest son-in-law in history. Father, when will you come out of seclusion? Great Yan's crown prince asked. Soon, the emperor replied. Great Yan's crown prince said, Father, did everything end after you came out of seclusion? Yes, the emperor said, everything will end after I come out. The crown prince of Great Yan sighed with a complicated expression. His father had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few years, and the crown prince had been in charge of the Great Yan Empire's court affairs. Although he was a little anxious to some extent, it felt good to be in control. Once his father came out of seclusion and mastered the world's ultimate power, the crown prince would return to his former position. No one knew a son better than a father. The emperor said, when everything ends, the empire will be completely in your hands. You'll have to rely on yourself for your future development. Great Yan's crown prince immediately knelt and kowtowed. May you live a long life, father. The emperor said, it's true that I live a long life, but after I'm done with the world, I'll have to do my own things. Great Yan's crown prince suddenly asked, Father, what's the world's ultimate power? The emperor said, do you feel the power of regret of the dragon? Great Yan's crown prince said, of course. The emperor said, this ultimate power is countless times more powerful than regret of the dragon. It can destroy a small room, a city, or a nation. It can change the rain and snow in the 9 heavens, and it can tear apart the 9 oceans at the bottom of the sea. Great Yan's crown prince said, I understand. I'll take my leave. The Empress Dowager was bidding her final farewell to little Princess Jining. Naturally, Jining should be called Jiangning. She had been raised by the Empress Dowager since she was carried from the battlefield. Everyone knew that she was the Empress Dowager's darling. The Empress Dowager was almost 100 years old. Her hair was completely white, but her skin was not very wrinkled. She did not seem to be in a good state of mind. She was currently combing Jining's hair. Little girl, although I can't bear to part with you, your younger brother wants to bring you back. After all, you're related by blood, the Empress Dowager said. He's my older brother, Jining emphasized. In fact, Jining was really the elder sister. Although no one knew what exactly happened when the Empress of Deqian gave birth to the 2 children, according to the known news, Princess Jiangning should have been sent down by Sir, so even if she was only a few minutes older, she was still the elder sister. However, after the age of 16, she seemed to have stopped growing. Now, she was the same as Xianlang. She was already 30 years old, but she still looked like she was 16. Naturally, she had to be called little sister. Seeing Jining's happy face, the Empress Dowager complained, little heartless girl, are you so happy that you're leaving? Does grandma not treat you well? Little Princess Jining only smiled and didn't say anything. The Empress Dowager said, girl, I've seen a lot of things. Do you know what women like us should do if we want to be happy? Jining just looked at herself in the mirror and smiled sweetly. She didn't reply. The Empress Dowager sighed and said, "That's a man's business. Let's not care about it. Let's just live our own lives." Jining still didn't say anything. Instead, she carefully tidied up her hair. This was also her usual behavior in the Great Yan Empire. No matter what others said, she would just smile without saying a word. Following the Yan capital's decree, the million-strong army that was gathering completely dispersed. Following that, the 200,000 troops that were already at the border of China all retreated. Moreover, according to the agreement made by Xianxia, the number of troops within 1,000 miles of China's border could not exceed 50,000. Then, the Great Yan Empire announced to the world that it recognized the Great Qian Empire. Its territory included the original Nuqian kingdoms 1.5 million square kilometers and the Liezhou archipelago. Even though the imperial decree didn't admit defeat and there was no truce agreement. However, the whole world was still completely stunned. The Yan capital was terrified just like that. "You're the overlord of the world, the emperor of the East. You've just been slapped by Xianxia and we're about to gather millions of troops to take revenge. In the end, you were slapped by Xianxia again and you retreated dejectedly." The whole world was in an uproar. Did this mean that the Great Qian Empire under Xianxia had won the first round of the battle between the Great Yan Empire and the Great Qian Empire? Did this mean that the status of the Great Yan Empire as the rightful ruler was slightly shaken? The citizens of the Great Qian Empire naturally celebrated this victory with all their might and even praised it to the heavens. Long live His Majesty Xianxia. Long live His Majesty. This was the empire of Great Yan, yet he had defeated it and forced it to compromise. Was the world going to change? In the ultimate battle for the position of the Emperor of the East, was the balance of victory already slipping towards His Majesty Xianxia? How many years had it been? His Majesty Xianxia had only returned from the Western world for 5 years and he had already achieved so much. Of course, at this time, the Great Yan Empire still didn't recognize the existence of the Great Qian Empire. However, the Great Qian Empire's Bureau of Military Affairs and the Imperial Secretariat released the map of the Great Qian Empire to the whole world for the first time. On this map, the Great Qian Empire had a territory of 4.5 million square kilometers. The capital of the Great Qian Empire, the capital of the Fury capital. Alright, the name of the capital of the Great Qian Empire was strongly requested by the Bureau of Military Affairs and the Imperial Secretariat. They felt that the name Fury Tide City was a nice and majestic name. Moreover, it brought about a new direction and meant future development. However, if it was used as a capital, the name Fury Tide City was not high enough. Hence, it was changed to Fury Capital. In the Great Qian Empire's territory, there were 5 vassal states: Wu, Chu, Yu, Chang, and Nan. Even though the Great Yan Empire did not acknowledge it, the countries and citizens of the world had already acknowledged it. It was useless for Xianxia to claim that the Great Qian Empire was the Great Qian Empire. It was useless even if he destroyed Yingguang and took back the Qian Empire's homeland. However, after the small battle with the Great Yan Empire, everyone acknowledged it. That was because the Great Yan Empire seemed to be powerless to change the situation. The Great Yan Crown Prince said that he wanted to occupy the capital and swallow the whole country, but he failed to do so. This meant that the Great Yan Empire could no longer stop the establishment of the Great Qian Empire. The historians of all the countries in the world wrote a great deal about this incident and even treated it as the day when the Great Qian dynasty was truly established. After the Great Jin Empire's prince retreated, he let out a long sigh and almost collapsed to the ground. It was finally over. Everything was finally over. Over the past few days, he was the one who was under the most pressure. If the Yan capital did not agree, Xianxia's regret of the dragon would come crashing down on the Great Jin Empire. This was ridiculous. Xianxia was fighting with the Great Yan Empire, but the regret of the dragon was going to destroy the Great Jin Empire. However, there was no such thing as reason in this world. Ningjing was upright in everything he did. Hence, it was the same for his surveillance of the world. During Ning Yuanxian's reign, the Black Water Group was a pure secret service organization. It made people shudder. It was like a hell. After Ningjing came to power, many people thought that since a wise ruler was in power, the Black Water Group should be banned. The Supreme Court and the Imperial Censorate were enough. In the end, not only did Ningxing not ban it, but he also promoted the Black Water Group. He openly monitored the officials, the people's livelihood, and was in charge of domestic and foreign intelligence. Even Governor Yan Yi was promoted to the deputy of the Privy Council. He finally got rid of the title of the head of the Secret Service and became one of the important officials of the state of Yu. At this time, he came to the prison with a food box to visit someone, Zhu Hongzhu. This name sounded very old. He used to be a very influential person in the state of Yu. He was Ning Yuanxian's prime minister, the prime minister of the cabinet, and the prime minister of the state of Yu for more than 20 years. He had been in prison for 3 years. However, this influential figure seemed to have been completely forgotten. No one had ever come to interrogate him. Even Ningxing didn't ask about him. After the deputy of the Privy Council, the Black Water Group's Governor Yan Yi walked in, he placed 3 dishes and a pot of wine on the table. For the past 3 years, Zhu Hongzhu had been completely isolated from the world. He did not even know what had happened. He was almost 90 years old, but his complexion was still very good. This person paid attention to his health and had a good mentality. Seeing Yan Yi's official robes, Zhu Hongzhu was slightly surprised. Then, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Lord Yan Yi. You have finally left your title as a lackey and become an important official of the state of Yu." Yan Yi smiled and said, "Elder Zhu, you are mocking me, mocking the state of Yu. You must think that the people of the state of Yu are living in poverty. That's why I, the Black Water Group's governor, can openly enter the Privy Council. You must think that the government of the state of Yu has been completely abandoned. That's why there is such an absurd thing. Wasn't that the case? What was characteristic of a dynasty's final years? That was the arbitrary appointment of officials. That was why during the final years of the Southern Ming dynasty, the streets of Jinling City were full of governors. During the period of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, Tianjing was even more impressive. Yan Yi said, "This time, I am here to bid farewell to Elder Zhu. I will temporarily resign from my position as the Black Water Group's governor." Zhu Hongzhu was stunned and said, "Oh? Why?" Yan Yi said, "I am going to be transferred to the Qian capital. The Black Water Group in the new capital does have a framework, but it is not very formal. That's why I am going to the Qian capital to be the Black Water Group's governor. I need to establish a complete team in a short period of time. I am really anxious and feel that I am not capable enough. However, the King of Yu trusts me and recommended me to His Majesty. Such a vast and mighty favor of the Emperor makes me feel grateful. I can only do my best until my death." Zhu Hongzhu was stunned when he heard this. The information in this sentence was too much. Yan Yi, as the Black Water Group's governor of the state of Yu, could actually be promoted to the Qian capital? And he was even given the title of the Privy Council's vice-envoy? Today, my Qian Empire can be considered to be truly established. The Secretariat has already been moved to the Qian capital. The Privy Council is still in the new capital. Yan Yi said, "Because we need a large number of officials, we need to transfer them from Wu, Chu, Yu, and Qian. I am not talented, but I am also on the list." Zhu Hongzhu was silent for a long time. After a long while, he said, "Oh, you are showing off to me?" Yan Yi laughed loudly and said, "Yes. It is not good for me to show off to others because I have to maintain the dignity of an important official of the Qian Empire. However, in front of you, I can show off to my heart's content. Lord Zhu Hongzhu, you once reached the highest position, which was the Great Yan Empire's Minister of One Department and the Prime Minister of the State of Yu, right? In terms of the empire, our positions are almost the same." Zhu Hongzhu sneered and said, "Since when can the Qian Empire be mentioned in the same breath as the Great Yan Empire? Ridiculous." Yan Yi handed over a map. "Our Qian Empire has just fought a war with your Great Yan Empire. We have a complete victory. This is the territory of our Qian Empire. It has a total of 4.5 million square kilometers." Yan Yi said, "After deducting the northern militant and some random foreign tribes, your Great Yan Empire only has a little more than 7 million square kilometers. Originally, there were 5 kingdoms, and 4 of them belonged to the Qian Empire. Zhu Hongzhu, you must be thinking that the people of the state of Yu are in dire straits after years of war and His Majesty Ningxing has just ascended to the throne, right? I'm very sorry, but at this time our state of Yu is extremely prosperous. The entire country's grain production has increased by 70%, and the national treasury's taxes have increased by 90%. It is unprecedentedly prosperous. The people of Yu are dressed better than ever, and the food they eat is also unprecedentedly good. It is much better than when you, Zhu Hongzhu, were in power. And the Zhu clan of the Flame capital that you treat like a celestial being? I'm very sorry, but they don't have much of a presence. His Majesty has just slapped the Crown Prince of Great Yen a few times and made him admit defeat. As for the Zhu clan of the Flame capital? His Majesty doesn't care about them. Zhu Hongzhu, I know what you're thinking, and what you're waiting for. You're waiting for the Empire of Great Yen to achieve complete victory. Then, you'll be able to stand tall in front of His Majesty and look down on him as a victor. That's why you're living strong. But I'm very sorry. You've been forgotten. Even as a loser, you've been forgotten. Even I can't find the sense of accomplishment of a victor in you. Take care of yourself and wait for the final battle between His Majesty and the Empire of Great Yen. Wait for His Majesty to unify the world. Do you still remember His Majesty's words? One day, he'll make you, Zhu Hongzhu, kneel before him and offer Zhu Ning to Crown Prince Jin Muzong as a concubine? Zhu Hongzhu, forget about that because His Majesty will definitely not remember it. Moreover, Miss Zhu Ning is not fit to be Crown Prince Jin Muzong's concubine. She's too far away. Not far from Raging Tide City, in Paradise Manor. Brother. Little Princess Jiangning said timidly. Her big eyes were filled with anticipation and joy. She hadn't changed at all. She still looked like a 16-year-old. When Xianlang saw her, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was the resonance of their bloodline. She was still as pure as ever. Her snow-white skin was almost transparent, perfect and flawless. Xianlang walked forward and carried her. He spun her around and said, "Little Ning, you're much better now." Jiang Ning said, "After you opened the dragon box, I stayed inside for 2 hours every day. My body got better and I could see the sun outside." Xianlang pinched her ear and said, "Do you have horns on your head and bone spikes on your back?" "No." Jiang Ning said, "Brother, it's so beautiful here. What can I do here?" Xianlang said, "You've read a lot of books, haven't you?" Jiang Ning nodded. There was almost no one in this world who was more well-read than her. She was almost as well-read as Mirror and Zhu Ning. Xianlang said, "Then you'll be a teacher here. The children will call you Auntie." A group of children came out and called little Princess Jiangning Auntie. Jiangning saw her baby at first glance. She was really special. She didn't look like a little person from the mortal world at all. She fell in love with Paradise Manor the first time she saw it. It was too beautiful, too free, and too warm. Xianlang said, "Next, someone may come to see you. He is my brother-in-law, Jin Muzong." Of course, you don't have to feel pressured at all. If you like him, then you like him. If you don't like him, then you don't like him. Little Princess Jiangning was stunned. She couldn't help but blush. She said, "A blind date? Interesting, very fun." Although they didn't take the initiative to say it, whether it was Jin Xue and his wife, or Xianlang, they all had this idea. Therefore, they had been waiting for little Princess Jiangning to return. Moreover, her body had gotten better. This was even better. Although her diabetes was not completely cured, it was completely under control. Jin Muzong, who had become thinner and more handsome, walked into the room. He was really nervous. He was already very nervous the last time he went on a blind date with Zhu Ning. He didn't know why he was even more nervous this time. As a result, after entering, he found an even more nervous little Princess Jiangning. She was really beautiful. She was so pure and flawless that she didn't seem like a real person. Then, for some reason, Jin Muzong immediately stopped being nervous. My name is Jin Muzong. My name is Jiangning." The two of them fell into silence. Jin Muzong racked his brains. He felt that since he was a man, he had to take the initiative. "I know you. Little Princess Jiangning said, you and my brother wrote a lot of books together, but the books after Battle Through the Heavens were all written by you. Jin Muzong said, what do you think of the writing? Little Princess Jiangning said, it's not as good as my brother's, but it's already very good. It's a new theme, very bold. However, I still like more literary things. Of course, good looks and literature don't conflict. I hate those kinds of words that pretend to be profound and desperate. That's not profound, it's just tearing apart the reader's inner fear. Yes, I think so too. Jin Muzong said, really good literature should be in a very normal, real-life atmosphere. In an instant, the two of them communicated without any barriers, completely like friends who hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years. They chatted for a whole 4 to 6 hours. Oh, time's up. Jin Muzong said reluctantly, I have to go back because I only took half a day off. Little Princess Jiangning said, that's a pity. Next time when you're free, you must remember to come to me. Jin Muzong nodded desperately. Little Princess Jiangning said, by the way, are you not writing any more in the future? Jin Muzong said, I'm too busy. I won't have time to write for the next 10 to 20 years. Little Princess Jiangning said, how about this, if you have any ideas, tell me, and I'll write it. Anyway, I have a lot of time. Okay. Jin Muzong said happily. After returning to the big castle of New Chao City, Jin Muzong fell into busy work again. It was not until dinner time that he had some leisure time. Duchess Su Pei asked, Fatty, how was the blind date? I heard it was very, very good. You talked about everything and chatted for a whole few hours. Your brother-in-law was embarrassed to ask, he also wanted to marry her. Jin Muzong was silent for a moment and said, Little Ning is very perfect. She is like a person who has not been polluted at all, pure and flawless. She will probably be the most perfect heroine in my book. Su Pei frowned and said, speak human language. Jin Muzong said, she is too perfect, and all her development came to a halt at the age of 16. So although she is very smart, she is still a child at heart. I will go and play with her when I have time. We will write a book together. But I can't marry her. Su Pei said loudly, why? Your brother-in-law wholeheartedly wants to marry you. He loves you so much. All these years, he hasn't been engaged because he wants to marry little Ning to you. Little Ning is good and good. Don't tell me you two won't be happy after you two get married? Jin Muzong said, not really, but I can't marry her. If you want us to get married, she will agree and she will not be unhappy. But, in her heart, she wants to be a carefree person. I can't destroy her beautiful heart. Su Pei's eyes turned red and she cried, then are you not going to get married for the rest of your life? Are you going to let the Jin family be the last? Jin Muzong said, Mother, don't worry. I will get married. I will listen to you and father's arrangements. Find me a daughter of a rich family. Remember, she must be beautiful and have a good figure. She can't be too gentle, it's best if she is shrewd. Also, if necessary, she can beat me up. Of course, it's best to be generous, because I may marry Zhu Ning as a concubine. Huh? Su Pei was completely stunned. It was as if she was meeting her son for the first time. Your father is so honest, and you look even more honest than him. Why do you look like a scumbag now? You learned it from your brother-in-law? But isn't your brother-in-law handsome? Jin Muzong said, Mother, why are you looking at me like that? I only recently saw my true colors. It's also the first time I know what I want. Hurry up and arrange it. It's best if I can go on blind dates within a month and settle my marriage. Of course, there is one thing. In the future, Xiaoning will be my sister. I will visit her every 2 to 3 days and we will probably discuss literature until midnight. I can't let my wife be jealous in this aspect. No, it's okay to be jealous, but you can't be unreasonable. Mother, what are you doing? Jin Muzong realized that his mother was reaching for the wooden staff. I'm hitting you, Su Pei said. Then, without saying a word, he started beating up Kaneki Satoshi. Jin Muzong said, Why? Why are you hitting me? Su Pei said, it's your fault for maturing overnight. I wasn't prepared at all. Weren't you cute when you were fat and stupid? Then, Su Pei gave him another beating. Jin Muzong was speechless. Brother, Shen Lang finally saw dreamy Cloud Lake again. He had aged more than 20 years. Half of his hair was white and he was sitting in a wheelchair. Both of his legs were fractured. However, deep down, he still had a romantic and elegant temperament. He always had a cynical smile on his face. Behind him, a woman was pushing his wheelchair, and beside her stood a 10-year-old child. This woman was very beautiful. Her beauty was unimaginable. Brother, this is your sister-in-law, Su Mei, Dreamy Cloud Lake said awkwardly. Shen Lang was shocked and said, This is Su Mei? The past of these two was too awkward. Su Mei was the daughter of a marquis in the Yan capital. She was already engaged to marry the son of a duke in the Jin nation. In the end, Yun Mingze accidentally hooked up with her, and the two of them got married. Of course, Dreamy Cloud Lake only treated it as a one-night stand. However, when the woman returned home, she immediately broke off the engagement. She said that she and Dreamy Cloud Lake had already pledged to be together. Everything had been done and she was no longer innocent. Immediately, the reputation of the Su family was tarnished. The Duke in Jin was also furious and brought a lawsuit to Yan capital. Su Mei's family first reported Dreamy Cloud Lake to the emperor. Then, they sent people to smash Dreamy Cloud Lake's family. This Su Mei was also shrewish. She directly moved into Dreamy Cloud Lake's house. She acted as if the rice was cooked and he had to marry her whether he wanted to or not. In the end, Dreamy Cloud Lake, this scumbag, ran away and was transferred to Tianyu City to be the empire's ambassador. Su Mei smashed Dreamy Cloud Lake's house. She even set fire to Dreamy Cloud Lake's house and beat up Dreamy Cloud Lake's family members. Then, she left in a huff. She claimed that if she saw Dreamy Cloud Lake again, she would break his legs and castrate him to get rid of a scourge for the people. Then, this Su Mei completely disappeared from everyone's sight. However, when she left the Su family, she was already pregnant. She gave birth to her son alone. When Dreamy Cloud Lake was arrested and imprisoned, she was the only one who dared to visit him. Brother, was your leg broken by sister-in-law? Shen Lang asked cautiously. Dreamy Cloud Lake said awkwardly, No. Su Mei said, When I wanted to break it, it was already too late. His leg had already been broken by the great Yan Empire. Your Majesty, let me tell you. This is all his retribution. He has harmed so many women in the past. Now that he is paralyzed in a wheelchair, he should be obedient. This woman was really shrewish. However, her gaze towards Dreamy Cloud Lake was filled with boundless love. Brother, I think you are not cut out to be an official. You have read a lot, and your calligraphy is good. You play the zither well and draw well. From now on, you can teach the children how to play the zither and draw in this paradise manner, Shen Lang said. Dreamy Cloud Lake nodded and said, Okay. Then, he hesitated to speak. Shen Lang said, Brother, I really don't have that. Su Mei was puzzled and asked, What are you two talking about? Why don't I understand? Of course, she did not understand the gazes of these two scumbags. Dreamy Cloud Lake asked if there were any brothels in the furious capital. Shen Lang was very apologetic and said that there were no brothels in the furious capital. The two of them met again, and they were still bosom friends. Shen Lang did not apologize. Dreamy Cloud Lake also kowtowed and said something along the lines of Long live your Majesty. At this moment, Gila rushed in from outside. Brother, there's a letter. It's from sister-in-law. Shen Lang was stunned. Then, he quickly rushed over, took the letter, and opened it. It was indeed Mulan Darling's handwriting, and the first line was very urgent. Husband, come quickly, come quickly. It's urgent. Note, I slept well for the past 2 days, so I got carried away. In the end, the demon of insomnia came last night, and I only managed to fall asleep at 6 in the morning. Therefore, this chapter was updated late, and I can't afford it. I'm going to lie down and rest for a while to prepare for the next chapter. Can I still ask for monthly votes? Thank you, everyone. Seeing the first sentence of Mulan's secret letter, Shen Lang's whole body suddenly trembled, and then his whole mind was filled with Mulan's figure. Not only that, but even his ears rang with Mulan baby's voice, as if this letter had a voice. There was even an incomparably familiar feeling in his body, and the hair on his body stood up. The familiar feeling when he was intimate with Mulan baby came back to his heart. How many years had it been? Almost 7 years. Shenlang, Mulan, and Xingyi baby had been separated for a whole 7 years. Recently, not only Shenlang, but even his parents-in-law did not dare to mention the names of Mulan and Xingyi. Even though when they left the Devil's Triangle, the letter left behind clearly stated that ancestor Luo took away Mulan and Xingyi. But Shenlang's mind could not help but think that Ning Han had also been to the Devil's Triangle. What if Mulan and Xingyi were not taken away by ancestor Luo, but by Ning Han? Of course, this possibility was actually not possible, because Ning Han appeared again and fought with Shenlang, and then disappeared without a trace in the explosion of regret of the dragon. But Shenlang still could not help but let his imagination run wild. As time passed, this kind of imagination became more and more intense, and finally he did not dare to think about this matter at all. Now he finally knew her whereabouts, and finally saw her handwriting. Shenlang could not help but burst into tears, and his heart trembled slightly. He looked at every word she wrote almost greedily, and after a long time, his eyes fell on the next line. We found Long's whereabouts. This was the second sentence of Mulan's secret letter, and it directly made Shenlang shiver. That's right, Mulan directly used Long's pinyin, because this way no one could understand it. This world did not even have English, let alone pinyin. When he saw the second sentence, Shenlang understood what darling Mulan had been doing all these years. He had been complaining about ancestor Luo. Even if they took Mulan away, they should be back soon. Even if they let Mulan and Xingyi practice martial arts, they should have time to go home, right? Of course, ancestor Luo had once been Chou Yaoer's teacher, and she had always been like this. She would always wander the world, constantly searching for ancient ruins, and almost no one knew where she was. Now, everything was clear. She was looking for that dragon, the dragon that Emperor Jiangli had left for Shenlang. Of course, neither ancestor Snail nor Mulan knew that Shenlang had obtained Emperor Jiangli's will. Perhaps to their knowledge, Shenlang was completely unaware of the existence of dragons. After all, who could be sure that Shenlang would definitely enter the tomb of the ancient Jiang clan? It was clearly written in Emperor Jiangli's will that he had obtained the dragon egg more than 30 years ago and hatched it. But even a dragon was very weak when it was hatched and needed time to grow. Jiangli did not have time, so he had his shadow follower Ghost Noon take the dragon to the Western world. But where exactly was that dragon? Emperor Jiangli did not know, but his will said that Ghost Noon was in Fiery Flame City. And now, ancestor Snail and Mulan had actually found the dragon's whereabouts. Next was the third sentence, love, love, love your Mulan. This was an important matter that had to be said 3 times. Previously, it had been said twice, but this time, it had been said 3 times. Next was a seal, a unique seal that could completely prove that this was Mulan's secret letter. It could not be faked. Because this seal was carved by Shenlang, it was a very intimate gift. Mulan had never used it before, and this was the first time she had used it to show her identity. Then what was the design of this seal? It was a triangular shape, with 3 sides surrounded by city walls, namely the Azure Dragon Gate, the Vermilion Bird Gate, and the Xuanwu Gate. Only the other city gate was missing. At that time, because of this seal, Mulan was not satisfied and acted like a spoiled child with Shenlang for a long time. Therefore, this was definitely Mulan's personal letter. Who brought the secret letter? Shenlang asked. After a moment, 2 people arrived in front of Shenlang. The person in the lead was a tall and mighty Western man, a person that Shenlang could not have imagined. Debus's uncle, Count Austin Rousseau. Oh no, he should now be called Marquis Austin Rousseau. He suddenly pulled out his big sword and knelt on one knee in front of Shenlang, saying, "Foreign subject Austin Rousseau pays respect to the Supreme Emperor of the East. Long live His Majesty." Surprisingly, he was speaking in perfect Chinese. The other person was Eunuch Talon. He knelt on both knees and kowtowed, "Slave Talon pays respect to the Supreme Emperor of the East. Long live His Majesty." Shenlang stepped forward and pulled Marquis Austin up, then gave him a Western hug. "Dear Uncle Austin, long time no see." Austin looked very honored and also gave Shenlang a big hug, saying, "Dear Your Majesty, long time no see. The entire Russo family misses you every day." "Xianlang, my dear aunt, how is she?" "Very well." Marquis Austin said, "Thanks to Your Majesty, I know such a good wife. Now I have 2 sons and a daughter. I am very grateful for the gifts Your Majesty has given my children. It is the greatest blessing of their lives." In the past, eunuch Talon would have done everything he could to flatter Xianlang. But now, after being pulled up by Xianlang, he quietly bowed and stood to the side. Marquis Austin was half his master, and he could not interrupt when his master was speaking. "Xianlang, Uncle Austin, have you seen my wife and children?" Marquis Austin said, "It is a great honor. I have seen the Empress and His Highness the Crown Prince. No words can describe the beauty of the Empress and the wisdom of the Crown Prince. There is one thing I need your forgiveness for. Our Russo family has built on the original site of the Empress city. It will become your temporary palace in the west, and it will completely belong to Her Majesty the Empress." The so-called Empress city was the small base Xianlang had developed in the west. It was at the southern end of the Jade Tide Peninsula. About a month and a half ago, the Empress and the Crown Prince paid a visit to the Russo family. They wrote a secret letter and entrusted us to deliver it. This is undoubtedly the greatest affirmation and trust in us. Marquis Austin said, "Brooke came to deliver it herself, but she felt that it was her duty to serve Her Majesty the Empress in the West, so I came to deliver it." In fact, the letter could have been delivered by Talon, but the Russo family, in order to show their respect and importance, had the family's number 2 mission, Marquis Austin, personally deliver it. Of course, Marquis Austin had never seen the contents of the letter from beginning to end. Although Xianlang was burning with anxiety, he still greeted Debus and her child. Although he had never met them, the child was still Xianlang's flesh and blood. Next, Xianlang held a welcoming banquet for Marquis Austin. There were not many people attending, but the standard was very high. In addition to Xianlang himself, there were also the crown princes of 2 kingdoms, the queen and the crown prince of 1 kingdom. This made Marquis Austin feel great satisfaction. The Western world was very particular about such things. In banquets of the Xiluan dynasty, the most he could come into contact with was the duke. Moreover, he could not even be the guest of honor at a banquet of this level. But in this banquet, he was the absolute guest of honor. He was accompanied by a prince-level aristocrat. This was something he could boast about for the rest of his life when he returned to the Xiluan dynasty. What was certain was that in the future, no matter what occasion he attended, he would casually talk about tonight's banquet as the glory of his life. After all, in the Xiluan dynasty, the hierarchy was too strict. After learning that Xianlang had just won a war against the Great Yan dynasty, Marquis Austin became even more excited. He was even more excited than the Russo family's victory. "Sir Marquis, this is the territory of the Great Qian Empire." Marquis Suaxian said, "A total of 4.5 million square kilometers, 5 vassal kingdoms, and a total population of more than 100 million. Marquis Austin exclaimed, "Oh my God! How is it so prosperous?" Marquis Suaxian said, "We are currently in the furious capital. Strictly speaking, it is not the capital of the Great Qian Empire. It is only an industrial base. Our real capital is in the Qian capital. It is a huge city with a population of more than 1.3 million. The palace alone is more than 9 square kilometers. You are welcome to visit our Qian capital when you have the time." Marquis Austin said, "That would be my greatest honor." Then, he quietly stood in front of the map and said, "Respected Prime Minister, may I ask if this vast territory in the north is our greatest enemy, the Great Yan Empire?" "First of all, I am not the Prime Minister. I am only the honorary Prime Minister of the Great Qian Empire. The real Prime Minister is in the Qian capital, and he is also a prince." Marquis Suaxian said, "Also, you are right. Apart from the Great Qian Empire, the rest of the territories on this map belong to the Great Yan Empire. However, I believe that the next time you visit, the Great Yan Empire will no longer exist. His Majesty will become the only emperor of the Eastern world." Marquis Austin said, "That would be the greatest honor of our Russo family because it means that a real prince will appear in our Russo family." Marquis Suaxian said, "I am also very eager to meet His Highness Loki. I sincerely hope that he will come to the Great Qian Empire in the next few years." Marquis Austin said, that is exactly what we are thinking. When Loki is 10 years old, we will send him to the great Qian Empire to learn. The wisdom of the East is indispensable. That His Highness Loki, these two mentioned, was Debus' son, Loki Jiang Russo. He used the name Jiangli in the Western world and had two surnames, Jiang and Russo. Sua Xian pretended to be indifferent and said, Marquis, I heard from our diplomatic mission in the Xiluan Empire that the conflict between the North and the South is becoming more and more intense. Marquis Austin said, yes, it is all because of the arrogance and incompetence of the North. Under the rule of Deputy Empress Helen, the South is united. Whether it is the people of Xiluan or the people of the Quita tribe, we are united under the authority of the Deputy Empress. Everyone has dignity, freedom, and passion to live and work. Our population is 1.3 times that of the North, and the taxes we pay are 1.6 times that of the North. However, the South does not receive the respect we deserve. Marquis Sua Xian said, isn't His Majesty Sauron known for his fairness? Marquis Austin said, my dear lord, people are always biased. It is too difficult to be truly fair. There are too few people like His Majesty Jiang. Marquis Sua Xian said, that is a pity. You should know that the South and the North are treated equally in the great Qian Empire. Our Prime Minister, Prince Sha Jin, is a sand barbarian. There is also Princess Aruna Nana you met. She is from the Chang Kingdom. There is also Grand Secretary Twain. He is a white man who has just been conferred the title of Viscount because of his great contributions. Marquis Austin said, really? What about Lord Twain? Marquis Sua Xian said, he cannot leave his laboratory for anything. He will be extremely anxious if he is away from his laboratory for more than 2 hours. Then Marquis Sua Xian said, I am very sorry for the unfair treatment your country has received in the South. If necessary, the great Qian Empire is willing to intervene fairly. Damn it, this sentence smelled too much of a conspiracy. Then, Marquis Austin and Marquis Sua Xian whispered to each other as if they were the closest of friends. Marquis Austin was originally the purest of nobles in the North. Although he was from the South, he was very discriminatory towards the Quita tribe. Now, he kept saying that they were from the South. After that, Shenlang and Grand Secretary Twain researched day and night, experimenting again and again. Their target was the ancient intercepting device. This time, after the Great Yan Empire compromised, it meant that the Stupa Mountain territory belonged to Shenlang. Even though it was now empty, and the only ancient intercepting device there had been completely destroyed by the Great Yan Empire, Shenlang had people transport back some of the wreckage and used it to reverse engineer the ancient intercepting device. Shenlang wanted to leave Raging Tide City and meet up with Mulan in the west to search for the dragon. But before that, he had to ensure the safety of Raging Tide City. Of course, the lost demon mother would still stay in the waters around Raging Tide City. Her mental power was too powerful. Previously, she could envelop the entire ruins of the lost nation, and now, she could envelop the waters around Raging Tide City. In addition to the Flying Snake Legion and the army of more than 900 tamed supersonic flying beasts, Raging Tide City was completely impregnable. But once Shenlang left, no one would be able to intercept the regret of the dragon. Of course, the probability of the Great Yan Empire launching the regret of the dragon at Raging Tide City was very small, but they still had to be on guard. As for intercepting the regret of the dragon, Shenlang could do it through the artificial intelligence system and the dragon power launcher. This was because although the regret of the dragon was fast, its flight path was very fixed. Through precise calculations, it could be intercepted in advance. But even though he had this calculation ability, the others in Raging Tide City did not. However, Grand Secretary Twain had come up with a new concept, the entanglement and locking of the regret of the dragon's energy. Then, according to this theory, he planned to modify the 3 Super Dragon power launchers into intercepting devices. Of course, it was only a theoretical state, and there was still a long way to go before it succeeded. But Shenlang was running out of time. Big brother, we don't have much time left, little Princess Jiangning said. I've calculated, we have less than a year at most. For the past few years, the Great Yan Emperor has been in seclusion. There really is a giant dragon under the Forbidden Tower. Ever since the Fire Dragon comet crashed into this world and completely disappeared, this dragon has had a heartbeat. Big brother, this is the picture I've drawn in the past few days. It completely reflects the heartbeat of the giant dragon and its energy level. Little Princess Jiangning handed over a thick piece of paper. It was densely packed with relevant curves. Shenlang was completely stunned. He looked at his twin sister in disbelief, even though she kept calling him Big Brother. I'm a very, very sensitive person. Little Princess Jiangning said, it's precisely because I'm too sensitive that I can't be exposed to wind, dust, or even sunlight. When the dragon's heart beats, others can't hear it, but I can feel it. Big Brother, after you opened the dragon box for the Great Yan Empire, I stayed in there for 2 hours every day. My body gradually recovered. Jiangning said, but in the dragon box, not only can I hear the heartbeat, but I can also feel its energy aura. It's getting stronger and stronger. Its heartbeat is also getting faster and stronger. When its heartbeat reaches a certain level, it will wake up. Little Princess Jiangning said, that's why the Great Yan Empire compromised. The day the emperor comes out of seclusion is the day the giant dragon awakens. When the day comes, the emperor will ride the dragon, and all enemies in the world will be annihilated. How powerful is the regret of the dragon? However, it's made from the dragon's marrow. Once the giant dragon awakens, there will be more than thousands of regret of the dragons. Our great Qian Empire will also be gone. According to my monitoring of its heartbeat, it will wake up in a year at most. After a long while, Shenlang said, Little Ning, did you tell anyone about this? Jiangning said, not only did I not tell anyone about it, but I didn't even think about it when I was in the imperial palace of the Great Yan Empire. It was only when I returned to Raging Tide City that I recorded the data and started to calculate it. I didn't leave a single word in the imperial palace, and I didn't say anything to the Empress Dowager either. Little Princess Jiangning was indeed similar to her baby in some aspects. She was extremely intelligent, sensitive, and possessed special mental strength. After Shenlang finished looking at her drawings, he memorized all of them in his mind and then burned them with fire. Don't tell anyone. You don't have to worry about this anymore. You can live a carefree life. Shenlang rubbed her head and said, by the way, what do you think about Jin Mutsong? Jiangning said, if you want me to marry him, I'll marry him. I quite like him. He's probably the cutest person I've ever met. Hearing this, Shenlang sighed softly in his heart. Jiangning was too special. She was extremely intelligent, but her puberty stopped at the age of 16. Not only her body, but also her emotions. I won't force you to do anything. Everything is up to you. As long as you're happy, it's fine, Shenlang said. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside, followed by Kaneki Satoshi's shouts. Ning Ning, quick, quick. I only took 4 hours off. I made an outline for my new book. There are a few key points that I can't decide on at once. Let's discuss. Then, Jin Mutsong rushed in. Brother-in-law. Jin Mutsong was stunned. I am here to look for Ning Ning. Shenlang said, you guys go ahead. Then, he walked out. After that, Kaneki Satoshi and Jiangning talked non-stop about the outline of the new book. Their heads were almost touching. They were like the closest friends, but they didn't feel like a couple. The key was that little Princess Jiangning was too much like a pure and flawless little girl, even though she wasn't young anymore. So, after seeing her, Jin Mutsong decided to protect and accompany her for the rest of his life like his brother. The lost demon mother still didn't show her true face in front of Shenlang. Even when they bid farewell, she didn't show up. Her body was still made of seawater. Your Majesty Shenlang, don't worry. We remember the ancient memories and the alliance more clearly than you do, the lost demon mother said. But you don't have much time left. We don't have much time left either. I can feel the energy gathering in the sky to the west getting stronger and stronger. It's getting scarier and scarier. Even I am trembling. The sky to the northwest that the lost demon mother was talking about should be the sky above Yan capital. She was even more different from ordinary people, and her perception of energy auras was even more acute. So, if you have any tricks up your sleeves, use them quickly. The lost demon mother said, otherwise, if it really comes out, your great Qian Empire will be finished. We, the descendants of the lost empire, will be finished too. The demon triangle won't be able to stop it. Xianxia sighed. I knew it. When the fire dragon comet hit the ground and disappeared, I knew that history was about to change. But I didn't expect that moment to be more important than I thought. Lost Demon Mother, I need to leave for a while. Can you help me protect the Raging Tide City? The Lost Demon Mother said, I've said it before. We remember the ancient memories and the alliance more than you do. You can go without worry. F***ck, what are you talking about? What do you mean by go without worry? However, the Lost Demon Mother must be doing this on purpose. Although they were allies, she still bore a grudge. That night, Xianxia bade farewell to Chou Yaoer. Then, he left Raging Tide City on Big Chow and flew toward the west. Darling Mulan, I'm coming. Xinyi, I'm coming. And that unknown dragon, I'm coming. For Xianxia, the situation was very clear. The great Yan Emperor had been cultivating in seclusion in the Forbidden Tower all these years for one thing. The enlightenment of the dragon. Not only did he want to awaken the dragon, but he also wanted to understand the dragon and control it. Xianxia's deduction was correct. The rise of the Great Yan Empire coincided with the appearance of the fire dragon comet. Of course, when did the dragon hatch in the Great Yan Empire? Why was it in a coma? He had no idea. But to him now, he had to find the dragon that belonged to the Jiang clan in the shortest amount of time. Perhaps in the future, when the scientific and ancient civilizations combined and developed to the extreme, they would possess the ultimate power. However, at least for now, the dragon was the ultimate power in this world. Just look at the power of the dragon's regret. If Xianxia couldn't find the dragon left behind by Jiangli, the Great Qian Empire would be destroyed once the emperor rode the dragon. His dream of having no enemies under the heavens would be completely shattered. When that happened, there would be no safe place in the world. Once the dragon was in control, the Great Yan Emperor would not only unify the Eastern world, but the entire planet. Xianxia kept flying on Big Chow. Raging Tide City was more than 30,000 miles away from the Western world. Even Big Chow had to stop and rest a few times. However, he was not alone on this journey. The trade between the Eastern and Western worlds had been going on for several years. He could see merchant fleets from both sides along the way. After 3 days and 4 nights, Xianxia finally appeared in the sky above the Western world. He once again saw the familiar Saltpeter Island, which was also the breeding island of the Amazon Empire. After 5 years, Xianxia finally returned to the west. Saltpeter Island had changed greatly. It had become a huge quarry. It was densely packed with people. The island was filled with houses, and there was even a large pier with more than a dozen ships anchored there. Every ship carried the flag of the Great Qian Empire. Even the troops stationed on the island belonged to the Great Qian Empire. His subordinates were too outstanding. They did many things well even without his orders. Unknowingly, his Great Qian Empire's influence had spread across tens of thousands of miles of ocean. Queen Ida of the Amazon gave birth to a daughter for him. Xianxia really wanted to meet her, but he didn't have the time. He could only sigh and continue flying towards Jade Gold City. Soon, Xianxia flew over the Jade Tide Peninsula and saw the new imperial city. This used to be his base in the Western world. It was named after Milan. Now, it had changed so much that it had become such a big city. There should be at least 200,000 to 300,000 people, right? Moreover, the buildings here were built in harmony, making them look especially beautiful. The pier here was even busier. Half of the flags were of the Xiluan Empire, while the other half were of the Great Qian Empire. Moreover, the entire sky above the imperial city was filled with the flags of the Great Qian Empire. The troops on the city walls were also wearing the armor of the Great Qian Empire. Another few hours passed. Xianxia rode Big Chow and finally arrived in the sky above Jade Gold City, above the castle of the Russo family. Baby Mulan, I'm coming. He first circled a few times in the sky to warn the people below. Then, he landed. As soon as he landed, a woman, with a young man and a child, rushed towards him. The young man ran a few steps and stood on the spot. He looked at Xianxia with teary eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Fa. Father." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, he said with a trembling voice, Xinyi. Little Yi, you've grown so big. Note, benefactors, please support us. Please give us monthly votes. Kowtow, kowtow. Bow, bow, bow. Xinyi should be around 9 years old now. His nominal age was around 10, but he looked like a 13 or 14-year-old youth. His height was almost 1.7 meters, and he was really tall. Although his face still had the childishness of a child, in the future, this kid would really be more handsome than Shenlang. However, Shenlang's mind was filled with the image of Xinyi when he was a child. When they separated, he was only around 2 years old. When he was born, he was smarter and more cunning than any other baby. He could understand human language when he was just born. However, because he tortured Mulan half to death when he was just born, Shenlang was very childish and blamed him. When he was still a baby, he rarely hugged him. At that time, Shenlang doted on Shenmi the most. He often hugged Shenmi with his left hand and Shenli with his right, while Xinyi stood on the ground crying. After Mulan transformed, she was also very busy. She was fighting outside almost every day. Therefore, when Xinyi was a baby, it was Bing-er who took care of him. Bing-er's catchphrase was, "What are you doing? Why are you treating a wild baby like this?" Therefore, in Shenlang's memory, Xinyi was crying most of the time. He was hugging his parents' legs and rolling on the ground. He was the kind of crying without tears. In short, when Xinyi was a child, he was smart and cunning. He was rolling on the ground. That was the impression Shenlang had of him. But now, he had grown so big. He was calm, obedient, sensible, mature, and wise. For a moment, Shenlang felt uncomfortable. He had accidentally missed out on Xinye's growth. This was his son, and he should be the child he loved the most. Shenlang went forward and hugged him. He said softly, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy has almost missed out on your growth. In the blink of an eye, you are already so big." Xinyi was slightly embarrassed. After a while, he said, "All these years, Mommy has always been with me. So you have never been absent." Just from this sentence alone, it made one's heart ache. What made a child who wasn't even 10 years old say such mature words? After a long time, Shenlang finally let go of Xinyi, and then he held Xinye's face in his hands as he said with a smile, "Looks like I'll have to give up the title of the most handsome man in the world in a few years." Xinyi smiled awkwardly. This child had really changed a lot. "Your son pays his respects to father." Another young boy at the side knelt down on one knee in a formal manner. Shenlang stepped forward and picked him up. "Loki, you are my little Loki, right?" Shenlang laughed. "Yes, I use the same name as my grandfather," the little boy said proudly. This was the son of Shenlang and Debus, Rocky Jiang Russo, who was almost 6 years old this year. To be honest, he looked a little similar to Xinyi, even though one looked Asian and the other looked Western. Little Loki's hair was golden and his eyes were like sapphires. He was as beautiful as a doll. Not only that, but looking closely at Shenlang, he looked like a lot of people, like Shenlang, like Debus. The mature and beautiful Duke Debus knelt down and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." Shenlang smiled and said, "I'm not the Emperor yet." Debus gently stepped forward and snuggled into Shenlang's arms, saying, "Xinyi, who do you think Brother Loki looks like the most?" Xinyi said, "Aunt Helen." Shenlang took a closer look and found that it was true. This little Loki really looked like Helen. This child was a man with 1,000 faces. He looked like so many people at the same time. Duke Debus said, "So now in this world, Her Majesty Helen is probably the one who loves him the most." When Loki was young, Helen would come to see him 3 times a year. After Loki was 5 years old, he was taken to Queen City to live for half a year. Perhaps he had forgotten his mother. Loki kissed his mother's cheek and said, "My dear mother, you will always be the person I love the most in the world." Debus said, "What about your father?" Loki said, "Father is the person I admire the most in my life." This young man really knows how to talk. No wonder he was named Loki. "Little Yi, where is your mother?" Shenlang asked. Xinyi said, "She and the patriarch have been patrolling outside and told me to wait for father here." my love, let's go in first. I've already prepared a family feast, and I've also prepared the most delicious beef for your flying beast, Duke de Bus said. Then a few Quita warriors approached carefully and invited Da Chao to go and enjoy his lunch. It was indeed just a small family feast. Only Shenlang's family, Marquis Austin's wife, and the 3 children of the ruins, the youngest of whom was still in swaddling clothes. His wife was a Quita beauty. Back then, Marquis Austin had married her in order to be loyal to Vice Empress Helen. I have already met Marquis Austin, but he will be staying in the Great Qian Empire for a while. He might have to visit Tianjing and other places, Shenlang said. Marquis Austin's wife said, that's great. I have been looking forward to the Great Qian Empire's treasures for a long time. When Austin returns, he can tell me and my children about it as if we had been there before. When my daughter grows up a bit, I will also go to the Great Qian Empire. It would be best if my children can study there for a while. Unknowingly, Shenlang had become the Russo family's greatest backer and pride. Especially in this world, the East was more advanced and powerful than the West. As a Quita, Austin's wife's family had always felt inferior. But because of Shenlang's existence in the Great Qian Empire, their status seemed to have been elevated to a higher level, allowing them to face the pure nobles of Shiluan as equals. This was a very mysterious feeling. So it wasn't just the Russo family, but also Austin's wife's family. Whenever they talked about the Great Qian Empire, they would always talk about the Great Qian Empire. How was the Great Qian Empire? Moreover, the entire family was learning Chinese, and there were already plans to send some of their children to the Great Qian Empire to study. Shenlang wanted to have a private talk with Xianxia about Jean Mulan, the Luo ancestor, and that giant dragon. But he couldn't be too biased. Since he was already here, there was no rush. No matter what, de Bus was still his wife in the West. Especially Loki, who was his son. He had completely missed Xianxia's time of growth, and it would be good to make up for it with his other children. At this time, Shenlang discovered that Xianxia was very quiet, but he didn't seem cold. Instead, he seemed very close. His expression and gaze were likable and trustworthy. Moreover, Shenlang's position in Duke Deborah's mansion was very high, and he was the absolute master. At the very least, at this dining table, Shenlang was sitting on the main seat, Xianxia was sitting on the left, and Deborah was sitting on the right. In other words, Xianxia's position was not only above Loki, but also above de Bus. Of course, Shenlang didn't care about these details. This was all arranged by de Bus, and she was a pure political creature. Moreover, although Xianxia sat ramrod straight, he was very free and at ease. On the other hand, little Loki, although less than 6 years old, was completely meticulous. His aristocratic etiquette was impeccable, and he also tried his best to show off in front of Shenlang. This reminded Shenlang of Shenli, who was also meticulous and always tried his best to show off in front of his father. But the two were fundamentally different. Shenli's character was very similar to his uncle, Ningjing. He wasn't extremely smart, and he did everything by the book. On the other hand, Loki in front of him was much smarter, and his mouth was much sweeter. Of course, this was just a matter of the child's personality. Both were very cute. It was just that this little Loki might need guidance, or else he might really become a god of deceit when he grew up. While eating, the family chatted at the table. This was obviously the Shiluan dynasty, but they were all speaking Chinese. Your Majesty, do you remember how much gold and silver you took with you when you left the Western world more than 5 years ago? Duke de Bus laughed. Shenlang, I remember it was a lot, and I almost emptied the Russo family's treasury. Yes, Your Majesty. Duke de Bus said, now that 5 years have passed, do you know how much my treasury has? Shenlang shook his head, I don't know. Duke de Bus said, I'm very sorry, I don't know either, because it's really too much. I didn't even have time to build the treasury. I don't know how many times the gold and silver you took with you back then have been earned back. Austin's wife said, it's not just the Russo family, even my family is already worried about money, because it's really too much. My father often says that the past few decades have been wasted on making money. Money is almost the most insignificant thing now, so our family has to pursue more meaningful things. Shenlang could imagine the de Bus family's wealth at this time. Because she almost completely monopolized the trade between the East and the West, this was an astronomical amount of wealth that was completely unimaginable. "Oh, right, Your Majesty," Duke de Bus said. "Now, the Great Qian language has become the second official language of the Jade Wave province. There are more than 100,000 Easterners in the Empress City, and more than 50,000 in Jade Gold City. Even in our Jade Wave province's army, 1/3 of them are flying the Great Qian Empire's flag." Shenlang was stunned. "Are the northern nobles willing to do this? Are the Shiluan imperial court willing?" Duke de Bus sneered. "So what if they are not willing? Our Loki is a prince of the Great Qian Empire, so he has the authority to have an escort force of no more than 30,000 people. About a month ago, I signed an agreement with the Great Qian Empire's Privy Council, preparing to import a fleet from the Great Yan Empire, all armors and howitzers, as Prince Loki's escort fleet." Shenlang really didn't know about this matter. Perhaps he knew, but after a brief glance, he temporarily put it at the back of his mind, not paying too much attention to it. However, the close relationship between the Great Qian Empire and the West far exceeded Shenlang's imagination. The Great Qian Empire's crafty officials were desperately trying to infiltrate the entire West using Loki's identity. "Your Majesty, I heard that the Great Qian Empire is training a new army, and it is an unprecedented one?" Duke de Bus asked. Shenlang, "Yes." Duke de Bus said. "This time, Uncle Austin went to the Great Qian Empire with a request. We want to send 10,000 people to the Great Qian Empire for training and become our new Russo army." Shenlang, "I personally have no objection, but what about the Shiluan Imperial Court and Helen's side?" Duke de Bus said. "I think the Shiluan Imperial Court doesn't have much of a say in this matter, because this new army is also Loki's guard." Shenlang could see that his wife already had greater ambitions. Of course, this kind of ambition was not a bad thing for Shenlang. After eating, Duke de Bus said in a low voice, "My love, I know you have a lot of things to discuss with His Highness, but can you please give me some time at night? Your poor Debose has been waiting for more than 5 years." In the study, there were only 2 people, Shenlang and Xinyi. Xinyi went straight to the point. "After the ancestor took me and mother away from the Great Devil's Triangle, he began an unprecedented travel career. As we cultivated, we traveled the entire world. Father, you can't imagine how many places we have been." Shenlang, "Then what is your usual means of transportation?" Xinyi said, "Most of the time we use flying beasts, and a small portion of the time we use ships." "Flying beasts?" Shenlang was stunned. "Was it actually so advanced?" Xinyi said. "Yes, the ancestor had many flying beasts. I have ridden more than 19 kinds of flying beasts. I also have a supersonic flying beast like the one you rode." "Very smart, very powerful, right?" Shenlang smiled. "This time, I have seized nearly 1,000 supersonic flying beasts. I originally wanted to give you one." Xinyi said, "The ancestor took us to fly constantly and left constantly. We almost never stayed in one place for more than half a month. At first, we didn't know the ancestor's purpose. Later on, we found out that he was looking for a dragon. It was the dragon that grandfather left for you." Shenlang, "I have already read your grandfather's will. I know the existence of that dragon. His personal attendant, Ghost Noon, brought this dragon to the West." "Little Yi, have you heard the name Ghost Noon mentioned by Ancestor Luo?" Xinyi said, "I have. Ghost Noon is grandfather's shadow. His face can never be seen clearly. He is always hidden in the shadows. I heard that he is a man with 1,000 faces. Even if you have seen him before, the next time he appears, he has already changed his appearance. So even if you have seen him before, you won't remember him." Shenlang couldn't help but be stunned. He really didn't know about this secret. Xinyi said, "Ancestor Luo only knows that this dragon was brought to the West. But he doesn't know where it is exactly. But one thing is for sure. As the dragon grows up, the amount of energy it needs will become greater and greater. It is impossible to grow just by eating. It will definitely devour a powerful energy source. The ancestor used this theory to find this dragon." Shenlang, "Be more specific." Xinyi said, "Father, you know that the West has a lot of volcanoes, much more than our world. Some of them can be seen, but some are at the bottom of the sea. So the ancient lost empires thought of a very special way to suppress the volcanoes. Shenlang, the ancient energy cores suppress the volcanoes and devour energy at the same time. Xingyi said, yes, Ancestor Luo has a very detailed data. It clearly states that the ancient energy cores have reached their limits and are about to explode. Once they explode, the volcanoes will erupt, causing tsunamis and earthquakes. Shenlang was very clear about this. When the nightmare volcano exploded, it triggered a chain of reactions. From the north to the south, more than 10 energy cores exploded and volcanoes erupted. Xingyi said, but in recent years, these volcanoes that were supposed to erupt did not erupt. The ancient energy cores that were supposed to explode did not explode at all. Shenlang's eyes narrowed. This is interesting. Xingyi said, Ancestor Luo determined that this dragon has entered a rapid growth period. So it needs to devour energy constantly. Only a powerful energy core and a powerful volcano will be enough to satisfy its appetite. So it has been searching for those energy cores that are about to explode and those volcanoes that are about to erupt. Based on this theory, we followed the data and tried our best to catch up to it. Shenlang, and the result? Xingyi said, we can completely feel its existence because all the volcanoes we have been to have cooled down. The ancient energy cores that were supposed to explode have all disappeared without a trace. Obviously, they have all been devoured by it. But we still haven't seen it. Father, do you remember the solar eclipse a year ago? How could Shenlang not remember? When the solar eclipse arrived, the ghost city was opened, and Shenlang received the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's spiritual inheritance. I remember that day. Shenlang said, when the total solar eclipse happened, I thought to myself, were you all also looking at the same sun at the same time? I missed all of you very much at that time. At this time, Xingye's eyes were red as he recalled his mother's situation. She cried and begged Ancestor Luo to let her go home, even if it was just to see her husband and parents. Xingyi said, at that time, my mother and I missed you the most. We missed Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, Big Sister, and Little Brother. We really wanted to fly back to see you. But it was also at that time that we saw that giant dragon for the first time. Shenlang, you saw it? Xingyi said, to be precise, we didn't see it because it was very, very far away. At that time, we were on the top of an island. When the total solar eclipse occurred, the day suddenly turned into night. Then, in the distant northeast sky, we saw a light shadow flying across the sky, like a comet, dragging a long shadow behind it. Ancestor Luo said that it was a dragon. Shenlang, how far away was it at that time? Xingyi, according to our calculations, it should be around 9,000 miles. Shenlang said, so the two of you entered the Western world? Xingyi, at that time, the solar eclipse was too short. The sun came out very quickly. We only saw the giant dragon's coordinates for a moment. After that, it kept moving. Then, we chased after it as fast as we could. Shenlang, and then? Xingyi said, we still couldn't find any trace of it. But a few months ago, a series of explosions occurred in a region of the sea a few thousand kilometers away. The explosion of a giant ancient energy core, the eruption of a volcano, and the resulting tsunami were all seen clearly by us even from 1,000 kilometers away. Shenlang, does this mean that the giant dragon's devouring has come to an end? Xingyi replied, that's what the founder said as well. The giant dragon is a greedy creature. In the past few years, all the volcanoes in the Western world that were about to erupt and all the giant energy cores that were about to explode were all devoured by the giant dragon. Clearly, it has devoured enough and is going to hibernate to undergo a transformation. According to our ancestors' theory, before the dragon completes its transformation, even though it is already strong enough, it is still very cautious and cunning. It won't let anyone discover its tracks. Once it completes its transformation, it will feel that it is invincible and will openly descend upon the world. So, that giant dragon is about to appear, and it will use an earth-shattering method to descend upon the world. Xingyi said, it's precisely because of this reason that my mother brought me to Beijing City. She also sent someone to send a letter to China, asking you to come over and tame this giant dragon because it belongs to our Jiang family. Shenlang, then, have you been in Beijing City all this time? Yes. Xingyi, because our ancestor and mother felt that I am not strong enough, the following games are not suitable for me. They asked me to wait for you in Beijing City. During this period of time, Mother would come back every once in a while. But according to her deduction, you will be coming soon. So, she had been staying in Beijing City for the past few days to see you. But a few days ago, there was a strong earthquake in the northwest. Our ancestor and mother were worried that it was the giant dragon descending upon the world, so they had to rush over. That's why they were unable to receive you here. Shenlang nodded and looked at Xinyi. Little Yi, you have really matured a lot. This makes me feel very guilty. You are not even 10 years old, but you are already more mature than others who are 16 or 17 years old. This is really, Xinyi, father, what do you think of mother? Shenlang, she is the love of my life. She is the most adorable woman in the world. I think so too. Xinyi, her beauty is unparalleled, and her kindness is also unparalleled. But what do you think of his cooking? How about sewing clothes and other common life skills? Ugh. Shenlang, it's a long story. Xinyi, and ancestor Luo is even worse than mother in this aspect. So, after we were 6 years old, I started to take care of the three of us. Because of mother's cooking, I really can't eat anymore. Ha 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 ha. Shenlang, your father's cooking is very good. Xinyi, I know. Mother is full of praises for it. So, she often tries to recreate your recipes from memory, but, father, when a child starts to worry about the daily lives of two peerless beauties from the age of 6, I think any child will grow up. Xinyi, at the very least, your cooking must be good. You must know where to set up the tent so that you can sleep more comfortably. You must also know how soft or hard a bed is. Huh? Shenlang understood. How did his Xinyi grow so quickly? Because his mother and ancestor Luo were both idiots in certain aspects of life. Actually, Mulan was still fine. When the two of them went out, Mulan took good care of Shenlang. Other than cooking and sewing, she could do everything else. Little Yi, I will go find your mother tomorrow. Shenlang, oh right, there is something I want to ask you. Xinyi, father, please ask. Shenlang, are you interested in inheriting the Deqian Empire? If you are, you will be the crown prince. If not, I won't force you. Xinyi, I am. Shenlang nodded and patted his shoulder. That's good, that's good. You are much better than me in this aspect. Your father only has one goal, and that is to have no grudges against the world. But when I achieve this goal, the collateral is to unify the world. At that time, you will be all grown up. Your father will hand everything over to you and your mother to live happily. Shenlang looked at Shenlang. Alright, but I hope you can bring Aunt Bing Er along. Because you can't cook for every meal, and you don't know how to sew clothes, right? Shenlang patted Xinya's shoulder and said, Son, I think what you said is very reasonable. Then, Shenlang looked at his son who was almost 1.7 meters tall and said, Little Yi, you have grown so tall and matured faster than others. Have you met a girl you like? Xinyi, father, I am not even 10 years old yet. Do you think this topic is appropriate? Shenlang, pretend I didn't say anything, pretend I didn't say anything. That night, Shenlang slept in Debus' room. She had become the most obedient and wild cat. And she only said one thing, she wanted to have a daughter and keep her by her side forever. Just from this sentence alone, Shenlang could sense a lot of things. Debus was carrying out some very dangerous premeditated plans. In her mind, perhaps Loki would not only become the prince of the Deqian Empire. Helen was still unmarried, and it seemed that she would never marry in her life. Moreover, she loved Loki very much. Debus had always emphasized that Loki looked very similar to her Aunt Helen. So, in the future, she wanted Helen to adopt Loki as her son and then inherit her position as the vice-emperor. Even when the Deqian Empire became stronger, she planned to help Helen seize the throne of the Xiluan Empire and let Loki become the emperor of Xiluan. Of course, this was very difficult because although Loki was Helen's nephew, he did not have any Xiluan Empire bloodline. But at least for now, the Russo family's attitude was very clear. Not only did they not promote the reconciliation between the North and South, they were constantly tearing apart the opposing relationship between the North and South of the Xiluan Empire. Moreover, he was thinking of ways to continuously increase his military strength. Regarding all this, Shenlang was not willing to promote it, but he did not intend to stop it. He did not have this ambition, but he could not stop Debus from having this ambition. Moreover, he was very unhappy with Sauron Emperor. In the middle of the night, suddenly, a snow eagle descended from the sky. It was Debus' first confidant and also her teacher, Count Baiting. Some time ago, there was a violent earthquake in the northwest. Mulan and Ancestor Luo suspected that a giant dragon was about to be born, so they immediately chased after it. Count Baiting also followed. Your Excellency, the birth of the giant dragon completely burned down the entire Rest City. The entire Rest City was completely reduced to ruins. More than 200,000 people inside were all annihilated. Note, it involves a new plot, so it took a long time to plan. Brother, if you have a monthly ticket, please give it to me. It's quite dangerous at the end of the month, so please help me. I recommend my friend's new book, Traceless Secret War. It is a spy war book. Just one sentence from Baiting Count was enough to shatter anyone's naive fantasies about dragons. Many people would think that dragons were noble, tolerant, loving, and mysterious. Of course, they were indeed noble and mysterious, but they also meant destruction. There were dragons in both Eastern and Western legends. Although dragons in Eastern legends were not benevolent, they possessed the magnanimity of gods and soared above the 9 heavens. As for dragons in Western legends, they represented fire, death, cruelty, and coldness. No one knew which type of dragon Zhongli hatched, because the definition of these two types of dragons was completely based on Earth's legends. But at least this dragon was very cruel, terrifying, and incomparably powerful. A city with a population of more than 200,000 was definitely considered a big city, but it was easily destroyed by it. More than 200,000 people were turned into ashes. This was more terrifying than any dragon's regret. There were no flying mounts in Baijin City. Ancestor Luo brought more than 10 with him. When Baiting Count landed on the ground, Shenlang and Duke Debus had already walked out of the room. He couldn't help but be startled. He then knelt on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." At this moment, Baiting Count's attitude was much more respectful than a few years ago, even though he had already respected Shenlang many years ago. It could be seen how important strength was. Baiting Count was a true gentleman, but it was inevitable that his attitude would change. Previously, he respected Shenlang because he was Vice Empress Helen's younger brother. Now, his attitude was respectful because Shenlang had the true Deqian Empire behind him. Shenlang said, "Baiting Count, please explain in detail." "Yes, Your Majesty." Baiting Count said, "About half a month ago, this piece of land was already abnormal. There were frequent earthquakes, so the Empress and Ancestor Luo felt that this might be related to the descent of dragons. So, the Duke sent more than 10 of the strongest warriors under my leadership to follow the Empress to the northwest to find the source of the earthquakes." Shenlang nodded. This deduction was very reasonable. After a dragon swallowed enough energy, it would fall into a period of sleep and complete its transformation. Once the transformation was complete, it would split open the ground and emerge. Normally, it would choose to sleep underground or in the depths of the sea. When it woke up, it tore a huge crack in the ground and caused an earthquake. Baiting Count said, "We flew all the way, looking for the source of the earthquake, but we found that it was getting more and more frequent. In the end, there was a strong earthquake near Xianxia City, so we flew there as fast as we could. But when we were less than 100 miles away, we saw an unprecedented scene." Speaking of this, Count Baiting felt like he was suffocating and trembling. It was obvious that the scene had brought unprecedented shock to his soul. At that time, a beam of light suddenly burst out from the ground, and then the entire sky and earth were engulfed by terrifying green flames. We couldn't see anything, not even the silhouette of the giant dragon. We could only see the earth-shattering explosion, the terrifying energy that could destroy heaven and earth, and the monstrous flames that instantly enveloped the entire resting city. Even if we were hundreds of miles away, we could still see it clearly. Shenlang was surprised. Wasn't it a dragon spitting fire in the sky? No. Baiting Count said, "We were too far away, so we couldn't see it clearly. And it was night time, the only thing we saw was the flames that could destroy heaven and earth, just like the regret of the dragon used in the Eastern World War." Shenlang couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. This giant dragon was much stronger than the one in Game of Thrones. Bai Ting Count said, "We flew as fast as we could, but when we were a few dozen miles away, all the mounts stopped. They didn't dare to get close, they couldn't even fly, they were completely squatting on the ground, shivering. We had no choice but to get off our mounts and run on the ground. By the time we reached Xianxia city, even the flames had been extinguished, because there was nothing left to burn, all the rocks had melted, the whole city was not only in ruins, but also filled with magma. As for the people in the city, they were all turned into ashes, only the slightly intact corpses at the edge of the city were burnt to ashes. When we got there, it was snowing, but it wasn't real snow, it was just white ashes." "Shenlang, what about Mulan and Ancestor Luo?" Bai Ting Count first bowed towards a direction and said, "Your Highness." It turned out that Xinyi was here. This count baiting was really meticulous. After bowing to Xinyi, Bai Ting Count said, "The Queen and Ancestor Luo continued to chase that giant dragon, because the places it flew past, the ground was all roasted, there are very obvious traces." "Shenlang, Sir Bai Ting, you have worked hard, we will leave immediately." Then Shenlang quickly returned to his bedroom, wearing the ancient armor. "Father." Xinyi showed a pleading look, he wanted to follow. "No, you stay here." "Shenlang, although you are strong enough, in this situation, you are still too young." Duke de Bus said, "Your Majesty, I will go with you." "No, you also stay in Baijin City." Shenlang said, "That's an ancient super ferocious beast. Although it was hatched by my father, Jiangli, it hasn't been tamed yet. Any one of its breaths could turn people into ashes, so you absolutely can't take the risk. However, I'm different, I have protective measures." After wearing the armor, Shenlang rubbed Xinye's head, then he rubbed Loki's head, then he rode on the ultrasonic flying beast, flew into the sky, and flew towards Rest City. As for Bai Ting Count, he also rode on Xinye's ultrasonic flying beast, because it was fast enough. Looking at Shenlang disappearing in the sky, Loki suddenly asked, "Brother, does that dragon belong to our family?" Xinyi said, "Yes, it belongs to our Jiang family." Loki immediately looked at Duke de Bus and said, "Mother, does Emperor Sauron have a dragon?" Duke de Bus shook her head, "He doesn't." The eyes of Loki, who was not even 6 years old, suddenly lit up. He suddenly had a thought. Sauron did not have a dragon, so how could he be an emperor? Duke de Bus stepped forward and picked up her son. "I have read many ancient books, the Jiang family was already a royal family in ancient times. You and Brother Xinyi must restore the glory of your ancestors, and create a foundation that is even more glorious than your ancestors." The words she said no longer had the taste of the West, it was pure Eastern words. Xinyi glanced at his aunt, then at his younger brother. He had stayed here for a long time, so he knew more clearly about Aunt de Bus's thoughts. Shenlang and Bai Ting flew all the way towards the northwest. Rest City is about 3,500 miles away from Baijin City. It is a peninsula and can be considered a city-state. For a long time it was loyal to the Xiluan dynasty, but after the Second Xiluan Empire, it became an independent city-state and had a very cold relationship with the Xiluan dynasty. Shenlang asked, "Why?" Count Bai Ting said, "Because they are incomparably devout believers in the God of Light. This is a very ancient religion. When the Xiluan Emperor went south, they already existed in the extreme north continent. When the Xiluan Empire was the first empire, it was still the state religion of the Xiluan Empire. But after the Second Xiluan Empire, our belief system has undergone a huge change. It is no longer pure. Our belief system is diverse, and many people don't believe in gods anymore." Shenlang knew this, the belief system of the Xiluan dynasty was indeed very chaotic. Count Bai Ting said, "There is a group of people who can't stand it, so they gathered together and left the Xiluan continent. They came to the so-called horizon and built a city, named Rest City. Therefore, this group of people is extremely devout to the God of Light. They are always beneficial to the Xiluan Empire, and we are not too willing to provoke them. Regardless of this city, Rest City is indeed the most beautiful city in the Xiluan Empire." Count Bai Ting said, "Of course, it is not as dreamy as the Queen City, but it is full of dignity, solemnity, and a little bit of holiness. Because the whole city is built with white marble, which means the light of the God of Light. This is the most artistic city, unfortunately, it is completely destroyed. Shenlang said, I am very sorry. Count Baiting wanted to say something but stopped. Shenlang said, Sir Baiting, if you have something to say, just say it. Count Baiting said, the strength of the great Qian Empire makes us very happy. It also made the Russo family rise like a star, making us the richest province. But there is an undercurrent in the Blue Wave province, and even the whole south, that makes me a little uneasy. Shenlang said, are you talking about the North-South rift? Count Baiting said, yes, your majesty. When Emperor Sauron first ascended the throne, the relationship between the North and the South gradually became closer, and the contradictions and conflicts also became smaller and smaller. This is almost entirely due to Her Majesty Helen's efforts. But with the rapid rise of your great Qian Empire in the east, there seems to be a huge force pulling the Russo family away from the Xiluan Empire. Pulling? This word was very accurate. The great Qian Empire was like a planet in the universe, constantly rising, and its mass was getting bigger and bigger. The gravity it produced was also getting stronger and stronger, creating a huge gravitational pull on the nearby planets. Once the gravitational pull exceeded a certain level, it could even tear the nearby planets apart. In the past, the Russo family often said that the East belongs to the East, and the West belongs to the West. Great Qian belongs to Great Qian, and Xiluan belongs to Xiluan. But now, the Russo family did not say this at all, and began to collectively learn the Eastern language. Vice Empress Helen is also very confused about this. Count Baiting said, she is very, very fond of Loki, so for the past year or so, she has been bringing Loki with her. Recently, you wanted to come to the west, so Duke de Bus brought Loki back to Jade Gold City. As soon as this was said, Shenlang heard more meaning. Helen could see Duke de Bus's ambition, so she wanted to stop all this, but she could not be too obvious, so she thought of a way to personally train Loki, wanting to instill in him some kind of correct philosophy, so that he would deviate from de Bus's ambition. My respected Majesty, in the past few years, I have constantly heard of your great achievements, but what I admire even more is that you have no desire for power, you are free and unrestrained. Count Baiting said, so, you must be able to understand the painstaking effort in saying these words. Shenlang asked, then, are there many people who have the same idea as de Bus? Count Baiting said, there are very few people who have the same idea as her, but there are many who have the same position as her. This is because as long as the conflict between the North and the South continues to be created, the centrifugal force will become greater and greater. The entire South will desire a fair position, and they all hope that Her Majesty Helen can become the ruler of the empire. However, Her Majesty Helen does not have children, so Prince Loki became the closest person to her. Although he does not have the blood of the Xiluan dynasty in his body, the Vikings do not care about this, because the Vikings are not Xiluan people. And in the entire South, the Vikings are the most numerous. Right now, Her Majesty Helen is in a very difficult situation. She has been constantly promoting the status of the Vikings, promoting their official positions, titles, and so on, but as the conflict between the North and the South intensifies, the higher the status of the Vikings, the greater the centrifugal force. Shenlang said, Sir Baiting, I know your confusion. But I can't promise you anything now, because it is too early. Also, I have a conflict with His Majesty Sauron. This conflict is not big, and can be reconciled, but I think, or should I say, I am worried that this conflict will evolve into an irreconcilable one. You mean? Count Baiting was surprised. Shenlang said, yes, do you think you will let it go? Count Baiting shook his head. Although he did not understand His Majesty Sauron, if this dragon appeared in the west, then he would probably not be willing to give it up. He would definitely see it as a mythical beast of the Xiluan dynasty. Shenlang said, but this dragon belongs to my Jiang family, right? Count Baiting said, of course, I have heard from Ancestor Luo that this dragon was hatched by your father, so it belongs to the Jiang family. One day later, Shenlang finally flew to the sky above Resting City, and then he was completely stunned by the scene before him. This destruction was too thorough. This city was huge enough, but now it had completely melted, and the ground was full of dried magma. The entire city, which stretched for dozens of miles, was not flattened, but melted into a twisted ruin. There were not many corpses, only tens of thousands, and all of them were burnt black. They were running at the edge of the city, and then they were burnt to ashes while running. There were 200,000 to 300,000 people in the entire rest city, and the rest were completely turned into ashes. It should have drilled out from the bottom of the sea. Bai Ting said. Shen Lang patted Da Chao and said, "Let's go into the sea." Da Chao suddenly dived down and drilled into the seabed to the west of Rest City. Sure enough, at the bottom of the sea, there was an incomparably huge crack. Shen Lang clicked his tongue. He could not imagine how big this dragon was. Because this crack was too shocking, it was like an endless abyss. Why did it destroy Rest City? Was it intentional? Or was it simply destroyed? Next, Shen Lang searched Rest City for about half an hour. The way this dragon was destroyed was very similar to Regret of the Dragon, and the high temperature it produced was astonishing. "Let's go," Shen Lang commanded. Then, the two of them followed the traces left by the dragon and headed north. No wonder Mulan and Ancestor Luo would continue to chase, because the traces were too obvious. Even if they were a few thousand meters in the air, they could still see it clearly. There was a scorched track on the ground, which was caused by the terrifying heat when the dragon flew past. When we arrived, the ground was even a little red. Bai Ting said, "That's why the Empress and Ancestor Luo decided to continue chasing, and told me to return to Baijin City to report, because she was worried that you would come in the next few days." Shen Lang nodded. The two of them continued to follow the tracks on the ground, heading north and north. Where was this dragon going? After flying for 2 days and 2 nights, following this track, they had already tracked for almost 10,000 miles. They still did not find the dragon, nor did they meet Ancestor Luo and Mulan. Shen Lang continued to follow the tracks left by the dragon, and continued to chase. Suddenly, the tracks of the scorched ground disappeared. This was too strange. Why did the tracks that extended for more than 10,000 miles suddenly disappear? Wasn't this the end of the continent? This was not the ocean. This was still the continent, and the scorched marks of the dragon didn't gradually fade, they were still very obvious. Whether it was the mountains or the ground, all the trees were burned, all the rocks and soil were also burned red and then cooled down. Why did it suddenly disappear? Also, this was just an ordinary land, there were no abyss, no caves, and no cracks. The dragon couldn't have drilled into the ground here. Could it be that the dragon suddenly rose to the sky, and flew very high, so it didn't burn the ground? Why did this happen? Before this, it had been flying at the same altitude, why did it suddenly rise to the sky? Where was Mulan? Ancestor Luo? This is too strange. If the dragon rose to the sky here, then Ancestor Luo and the Empress would also chase here. They must have left a letter, or left some words on the ground. They knew we would definitely catch up. Bai Ting said. Yes, this was very strange. There were no marks left in this area, and there were no words. Where did Ancestor Luo and Mulan go? Of course, Shen Lang shouldn't be too worried about their safety. According to Xinyi, Mulan was already strong enough, and Ancestor Luo was even more powerful. Her cultivation might be even higher than the Ren sect leader. But why did they suddenly disappear? Shen Lang continued to fly at low altitude, releasing his powerful mental power to search every area here. He wanted to see if Ancestor Luo and Mulan left any words behind. But he didn't find anything at all. Why did this happen? Mulan and Ancestor Luo, they must have left some words. Shen Lang returned to the original place, back to the place where the scorched marks of the dragon disappeared, and opened his X-ray vision. Sure enough, he found it. Mulan left some words here, and it was very obscure. This area was roasted by the dragon, so the entire ground was melted, and then solidified into a special rock. There didn't seem to be anything special on the surface. But Mulan used flames to write on it, and it was a flame made from a special metal. Under normal vision, there was no difference at all, but under the X-ray vision, the words were very clear. Husband, hurry back to Baijin City, hurry back, the dragon's next target is Baijin City. Love your lawn. Even at this time, Mulan still used the word love. But the content was very creepy, and Mulan's handwriting was very sloppy, obviously written in a hurry. Also, she probably couldn't tell that Shenlang had already come to Baijin City, she could only make a rough guess. The dragon's next target was Baijin City? Why? Why? Did it have a target to destroy these cities? Why Baijin City? It didn't make sense. Mulan must have been very pressed for time, so she didn't even have time to write a reason. Since Mulan was certain that the dragon's next target was Baijin City, why didn't she go back? Baijin City was Duchess de Bus's territory, and there were tens of thousands of Easterners there. Xinyi was also in Baijin City. Therefore, it was certain that Mulan and Luo Patriarch had encountered an urgent matter here, and they couldn't go back. In that case, who could make a top-tier elite like Luo Patriarch so anxious? The answer seemed to be on the verge of being revealed. The White Capital. Shenlang smelled the scent of a conspiracy, a shocking conspiracy. Why did the dragon want to destroy Baijin City? Was someone guiding it? At least until now, it was impossible for anyone to control the dragon. It was too powerful. According to Shenlang's deduction, Great Yan's emperor would need a few years to comprehend the dragon art before he could control the dragon. What should he do next? Should he head north and continue searching for Mulan and Luo Patriarch, or should he head south and return to Baijin City? Shenlang quickly came to a conclusion. Even if Mulan and Luo Patriarch encountered the people from the White Capital, their lives would not be in danger. On the contrary, Baijin City was in grave danger. De Bus was there, and both of Shenlang's sons were there. The scene in Anxi City was too terrifying. If the dragon wanted to destroy Baijin City, no one would be able to resist. Go, go, go. Let's return to Baijin City immediately. Shenlang said, Count Baiting, I'm afraid my prediction has come true. Someone wants to use the dragon to destroy Baijin City. Count Baiting's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Then, both of them rode on their ultrasonic flying beasts and headed south at full speed toward Baijin City. Faster, faster, faster. Not only did they have to save Baijin City, but Shenlang would also be able to meet the dragon face to face. However, Shenlang's comprehension of the dragon art had not been completed. Or rather, he had only completed a part of it. The two ultrasonic flying beasts flew like lightning, and they did not rest at all. At this moment, Count Baiting suddenly said, Your Majesty, we are surrounded. Shenlang saw it. Swoosh 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 swoosh, countless flying beasts appeared in front of him, behind him, left, and right. Moreover, they were very unfamiliar flying beasts with snow-white bodies. May I ask if you are His Majesty Shenlang? A woman's voice was heard. Shenlang said, Yes, you are? The woman said, His Majesty Sauron invites His Majesty Shenlang for a chat. Sauron? The powerful Xiluan Empire Emperor. Previously in the Queen City, Sauron and Helen met and had a duel. Helen lost. Helen was very powerful, but she was far from Sauron's opponent. Sauron had fought with Queen Medusa before. Of course, that was not the key point. At that time, Shenlang was also in the Queen City. Helen asked Sauron to apologize to Shenlang. Because Sauron said that Queen Medusa would either die or kneel down to become his queen. Sauron refused, but seeing that Shenlang was Helen's younger brother, he was willing to confer him the title of Duke of the Xiluan Empire. Shenlang refused. He did not even appear in the queen's palace. He left directly and did not say goodbye to Helen. Therefore, he had not officially met Sauron, but he had completely felt the other party's arrogance. Shenlang would remember this hatred and would definitely take revenge. Shenlang said, I'm very sorry, the Xiluan Empire is too far away. I'm very busy and can't go. The woman said, Your Majesty Shenlang, His Majesty Sauron is nearby. It will be very soon. Shenlang narrowed his eyes and nodded, Lead the way. The woman waved her hand, and suddenly hundreds of aerial troops lined up, surrounded Shenlang, and flew towards the east. Soon, Shenlang saw a palace. The palace of the Xiluan Empire. This was a castle on the peak of the mountain, or even a palace. This mountain was very tall, and the peak was covered in pure white snow. However, the castle on the peak was indeed built with red rocks, so it looked especially stunning. Above the white snow, the Red Palace. This should be the famous Red Palace of the Xiluan Empire. Your Majesty, His Majesty Shenlang of the Deqian Empire is here, the woman said. Instantly, the door of the Red Palace opened. Hundreds of aerial cavalry landed on the small square of the Red Palace and lined up. After a while, another group of cavalry galloped out. The leader should be a prince of the Xiluan Empire. Your Majesty Xianlang, good day. The prince of the Xiluan Empire said, His Majesty ordered me to come and welcome you. Xianlang said, Good day, Your Highness. Everything is simple, I can only stay for 15 minutes at most. Okay, Your Majesty Xianlang. The prince of the Xiluan Empire said, Play music. The music of the Xiluan Empire sounded. Hundreds of cavalry pulled out their sharp swords and pointed them towards the sky. Because Xianlang was the emperor of the Deqian Empire, the other party still gave him the highest diplomatic etiquette, but everything was simple. The prince brought Xianlang to the door of the Red Palace. Creak. The door of the palace, which was originally cracked open, was now completely open. Your Majesty Xianlang, please come in. Emperor Sauron is waiting for you inside, the prince of the Xiluan Empire said. Xianlang walked in. Immediately, he saw a majestic back at the end of the palace. This was Emperor Sauron. He was known as the greatest and strongest king of the entire Xiluan Empire after Xiluan I. Emperor Sauron said slowly, Your Majesty Xianlang, I trust you have been well. Xianlang said, Your Majesty Sauron, I trust you have been well. Emperor Sauron still did not turn around. He said calmly, Your Majesty Xianlang, between the two of us, who do you think is the real emperor? Note, please give me monthly votes and support. Thank you, everyone. To be honest, the moment Xianlang saw Sauron's back, he immediately flew over with an energy vortex. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. First of all, Sauron was the king of a country and could not be murdered. Xianlang could kill him, but it needed to be an open battle. It could not be a private murder. If Sauron or Xianlang died here, then the two countries would be completely irreconcilable from then on. They would fight until the last drop of blood was shed. There was also another reason. Xianlang realized that he couldn't kill him, even if he relied on the powerful energy whirlpool. This was an intuition. Not only was Sauron's martial arts too high, but the key was that the energy aura on his body was a bit strange, mysterious, and bizarre. Not only did he defeat Helen, but he also won the duel with Queen Medusa. Of course, Queen Medusa was already very weak at that time, and she was not using her original body. Your Majesty Sauron, that dragon was hatched by the Jiang family, Xianlang said. Sauron was silent in the face of Xianlang's words because there was no way to prove Xianlang's words. You said that this dragon was hatched by Jiangli, and Jiangli asked someone to bring it to the Hope World? What evidence did you have? However, as the king of a generation, Sauron would not say such immoral words. This was because he knew in his heart that this dragon was indeed hatched by the Jiang family, no matter how he found out. Moreover, he felt that he was extremely powerful, so there was no need for such sophistry. Your Majesty Xianlang, but this dragon grew up in my Western world. It devoured the volcanoes of my Western world, the ancient energy core of my Western world, and it devoured the beasts of my Western world. Sauron said, As for the grace of life and nurture, what do you think, Your Majesty Xianlang? Huh? Of course, the grace of life was not as good as nurture. It was like a pair of parents who did not care about their child anymore. However, the other pair of parents took care of the child for more than 10 or 20 years, treating him as their own and taking good care of him. When the child grew up, it was the adoptive parents who had to be filial. Therefore, Sauron's words were very difficult to break, but how could it be difficult for Xianlang? Your Majesty Sauron, this dragon is not a child, nor is it a pet. It is almost half a god. It is at the top of the food chain of the whole world, so in its eyes, the whole world is a hunting ground, and the whole world is prey. Xianlang sneered and said, just like how His Majesty Sauron went hunting in the mountains, would he care if this area was the tiger's territory or the lion's territory? Sauron laughed and said, Your Majesty Xianlang, your tongue is indeed unparalleled. Damn it, you're a man, don't say such things. Following that, Sauron said, Your Majesty Xianlang, if you wish to visit the Xiluan Empire, please send out an application through your diplomatic group. I will be very honored to invite you to visit and give you the highest courtesy. However, as an emperor of a generation, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to suddenly enter my Xiluan Empire? For example, I'm sure you would feel offended if I suddenly appeared in the Chang kingdom. Shenlang said, first of all, my Daqian Empire has a complete territory in the Xiluan dynasty. I have the right to visit at any time. Of course, I have no right to enter the Xiluan Empire. However, I have an invitation letter from Deputy Empress Helen, so I have the right to visit. I believe that the Foreign Affairs Minister under Deputy Empress Helen has the right to send me an invitation. Sauron fell silent again. This should be the Xiluan Empire's pain. Although the Xiluan Empire had been unified, the rift between the north and the south had intensified. Deputy Empress Helen also had an entire team in the Queen's city. Of course, Sauron the Great did not have much of an opinion about Deputy Empress Helen. She was a true patriot, and the one who worked hard to close the rift between the north and the south was herself. The one who worked hard to widen the rift between the north and the south and create conflict was the Southern Interest Group led by Duke de Bus. This interest group was very large. Not only were there Xiluan people, but there were also many Quita people. This was because the Russo family monopolized the trade between the east and the west. This was an astronomical amount of wealth. Once people obtained wealth, they would definitely not be willing to give it up. The annual taxes paid to the Xiluan imperial court made this kind of resentment even more intense. Why did these rentiers think that he still had to pay taxes to the north? He had clearly paid taxes to Deputy Empress Helen in the south. Therefore, Sauron the Great really wanted to directly block the trade between the east and the west. Your Majesty Shenlang, if I ask you to return to the Daqian Empire at this time, you probably won't go back, right? Sauron the Great said. Shenlang, Your Majesty Sauron, if I ask you to apologize to me for your disrespectful remarks about Queen Medusa, would you? Sauron, of course not. Shenlang replied, of course I won't. Sauron, Your Majesty Shenlang, that would mean a duel, a different kind of duel. Shenlang said, yes, it's a battle for this primordial dragon. Sauron, and a duel may mean the defeat or even death of one's side. Shenlang said, that's unavoidable, so no one should complain about it. Sauron's words were very clear. He would never give up on this ancient dragon. With a dragon, he would be the true son of heaven and could even rule the whole world. By the way, this is the new flag of my Xiluan dynasty. What does Your Majesty Shenlang think? Sauron said. Shenlang raised his head and saw that there was a huge flag in the hall. Sure enough, Sauron the Great even changed the imperial flag for this dragon. One should know that this flag had been used for more than 800 years. When Xiluan was the Second Empire, the flag did not change. Even when Xiluan was established a few years ago, the flag did not change. Now, it was changed. On the original basis of the flag, a dragon was embroidered, occupying most of the area of the flag. It became the new base of the imperial flag. Next, it was probably to make up history books. At least a few hundred years ago, this dragon was related to the Xiluan family. Decades ago, Sauron found a way to hatch the dragon egg, and in these 2 years, Sauron tamed this ancient dragon. Anyway, it was just to make it up. In that case, farewell. Shenlang said. Send off Your Majesty Shenlang, Sauron said. Then, the prince of the Xiluan Empire stepped forward and sent Shenlang out with complete etiquette. From the beginning to the end, Great Emperor Sauron never turned around, nor did he face Shenlang. He was truly incomparably arrogant. Perhaps, even now, he still felt that he was the absolute favored son of heaven, the chosen one. Let's go. Shenlang once again rode on the ultrasonic flying beast, flew away from the Red Palace, and accelerated towards Baijin City. Shenlang stayed in the Red Palace for exactly a quarter of an hour. By Ting, Count, so in some aspects, you worry too much. Shenlang, many of the things you worry about will not happen, because there will be bigger things to replace them, things that are worse. Bai Ting, Count, fell into silence, even pain. Shenlang, Lord Bai Ting, you don't want to see the north and south completely split, and you don't want to see the south become an independent empire, right? You are a retainer of the Russo family, so Loki is your future master, but you also don't want to see Loki become the emperor of the South Xiluan Empire, right? Bai Ting, Count, yes, Your Majesty. I don't want to see the Xiluan Empire split, and I don't want the Russo family to become a royal family in such a way. That is immoral and dishonorable, even if my family might be promoted to a duke by then. Shenlang, then, are you willing to see Sauron take away my dragon? Bai Ting, Count, of course not. That dragon belongs to the Jiang family. Shenlang, then, are you willing to let someone use this dragon to destroy Baijin City? Bai Ting, Count's face twitched. If someone really does that, then he will be the eternal enemy of the Bai Ting family. Both of them did not make it clear. However, Baijin City was the center of trade between the east and the west, and it was also the main camp of the Xiluan Empire. Once Baijin City was destroyed, who would benefit the most? Without a doubt, it would be Sauron. If Sauron did that, then Count Bai Ting would be very disappointed. Just because there was a force in Baijin City that wanted to leave the Xiluan Empire, you want to kill nearly 1 million people in Baijin City? Then, both of them continued to increase their speed and flew towards Baijin City with all their might. Please don't make it in time. Please don't let anything happen to them. As they got closer to Baijin City, Count Bai Ting became more and more terrified. He was afraid that when he flew above Baijin City, he would see a city that had been melted and burned, and countless people had been turned into ashes. 1 day and 2 nights later, Shenlang and Bai Ting, Count Bai Ting, returned to the sky above Baijin City. The city was still as prosperous as before, and it was even more prosperous than before. The noble district on the hillside was still as beautiful as before, but the commoner district was a little messy because there were too many people, and the smell was not very pleasant. Moreover, there was an impetuous atmosphere in the city, and that was the smell of money. The entire Baijin City had an astonishing amount of wealth because of the trade between the east and the west. Almost every road was filled with gold coins, and the Russo family had almost become the richest family in the Xiluan Empire. According to inference, the amount of gold in Baijin City accounted for 1/8 of the entire Xiluan Empire, or even more. Shenlang and Bai Ting, Count Bai Ting, swooped down and landed on the square. Duke de Bus and Xianxia immediately came to greet them. Shenlang's gaze shifted elsewhere as he felt a little puzzled. Why was he confused? Because he did not see Helen. Now that a few days had passed, the news of Shenlang's arrival in the Xiluan Empire should have spread to the Queen's city, and Helen should be rushing over. Moreover, Ancestor Luo and Mulan had visited the Queen's city before, and they had given her 3 flying beasts. Shenlang did not say anything, but went straight into the study room. Xiaoyi, we did not see your mother or Ancestor Luo, but we saw the words she left behind. Shenlang said, she said that the giant dragon's next target was Baijin City, and she asked me to come back quickly to save it. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Shenlang said, Xiaoyi, during your exploration, did you meet anyone from the White Capital? Xingyi sank into his memories, and then said, about a few years ago, there was an especially fair woman, her whole body was as white as snow and ice. She invited Ancestor Luo and my mother to visit the north. The north? That was the White Capital. As long as there was snow, it was the White Capital, and it was the White Jade Capital's sphere of influence. The White Capital had invited Shenlang before, but Shenlang did not go. However, after Duke de Bus heard Shenlang's words, she was like a mother beast, and her eyes lit up with hostility. The giant dragon is coming to destroy Baijin City? Why? It must be the enemy's plot, it must be. Shenlang said, Brooke, where's Helen? De Bus said, Your Majesty, we did not inform Her Majesty Helen of your arrival immediately. I was worried that she would ask you for something very troublesome. Shenlang completely understood de Bus's words. Helen was a patriot, and she had been adventuring her whole life. Originally, she was not willing to come back. The reason why she returned to the Xiluan Empire was to protect the interests of the South from being harmed, and even more so for the unification of the Xiluan Empire. The North wanted to enslave the South, and Helen was absolutely unwilling. However, the South wanted to completely break away from the Xiluan Empire, and become an independent empire, and Helen was even more unwilling. Once Shenlang arrived, she would definitely ask Shenlang to persuade de Bus to stop this action of tearing the North and the South apart. Shenlang said, let's put Helen's troubles aside for now. Saving Baijin City is more important. First, we have to assume that the giant dragon destroying Rest City, and then Baijin City, is not a coincidence, but a shocking plot. It must be a plot. Duke de Bus said, and it is a plot from the Xiluan Empire. Someone wants to erase Baijin City from this world. Shenlang said, if it is a plot, then what did they rely on to make the giant dragon destroy the city? I don't think that someone has already controlled the giant dragon. More accurately, what attracted the attention of the giant dragon, or was it hostile? Gold, an astronomical amount of gold. Duke de Bus said, in the ancient legends, don't dragons love gold and gems the most? Rest City also has the most gold. This was true. Rest City believed in the god of light, so there were churches everywhere in the city, and there were sculptures everywhere. Moreover, these churches often had golden roofs, and these sculptures were often made of gold. After the people of Rest City earned money, most of it was exchanged for gold, and then offered to the god of light. And the gold in Baijin City was much more than that in Rest City. After all, 1/8 of the gold in the entire Xiluan Empire was in Baijin City, and the daily trade was a sea of gold and silver. This sounded very reasonable. In many books, dragons were greedy, and wanted to possess all the gold and gems. But that was only a legend in some of the books. Shenlang said, Xiao Yi, these years you should have read a lot of books. Did Ancestor Luo give you the books? Xingyi said, yes, Ancestor Luo said that this giant dragon belongs to our Jiang family, so we must go deep into it. Shenlang said, then what do you think, if the enemy wanted to use the giant dragon to destroy Baijin City, what do you think they would use? Xingyi fell into deep thought, and then began to recall the books he had read. He kept thinking. Shenlang said, don't worry and say it boldly, it doesn't matter if you are wrong. Xingyi said, Father, actually in the ancient times, the Lost Empire was attacked by the giant dragon. Then they have been looking for something that could restrain the giant dragon, and wanted to create a dragon-slaying weapon. Shenlang said, in the end, did they create it? Xingyi shook his head and said, not completely, but they found a direction. At this time, Duke de Bus walked out with Loki in her arms and said, Your Majesty, you must be hungry, I will go cook for you, foie gras okay? Shenlang said, okay. She was really an extremely smart woman, she knew when to advance and when to retreat. Shenlang and Xingyi were about to talk about the most important secret, and they did not ask her to avoid it, but she still took the initiative to leave. Shenlang said, what direction? Xingyi replied, it's a very strange substance, it's constantly releasing a destructive dark energy that can kill anyone, no matter how deep it's hidden, it's useless. Even if there's a thick wall between us, it's still able to release terrifying energy to kill. This was uranium, of course, not just uranium, there were other radioactive substances with strong nuclear radiation. His son was really outstanding, even more outstanding than he had imagined. He even knew about uranium and radioactive substances, it showed how many books he had read all these years. This feeling was very strange, Shenlang felt proud and guilty at the same time. His son grew up so quickly, and was so outstanding, but it was not because of his education. At that time, the Skeleton Party found some uranium in the ruins of the ancient Lost Empire, and it was not the original uranium ore, but the refined uranium, although the purity was still not high enough to make a nuclear weapon. What was the most difficult thing to make a nuclear bomb? Purification. If the purity was not high enough, the fission would not occur, and the thermonuclear reaction would not occur. Therefore, the ancient Lost Empire should not have succeeded. In the ruins of the Lost Empire, the highest purity uranium that Shenlang found was probably not more than 1%, which meant that it was not even enough to make a nuclear reactor, let alone a weapon. Xingyi continued, I think there must be a reason why the ancient Lost Empire was looking for this substance, wanting to make a dragon-slaying weapon. Maybe it was because the giant dragons were especially sensitive to this substance, and it was a negative one at that. If someone wanted to use the giant dragons to destroy Baijin City, they only needed to put this substance that the dragons hate, or even think is dangerous, in Baijin City. Shenlang looked at his son and said, Little Yi, you are a genius, you guessed correctly, no, you guessed correctly. Then, he took out a pen and drew the atomic structure of uranium on a piece of paper. This substance is called uranium, we found it in the ruins of the ancient Lost Empire. Of course, no one knows what it is, and no one knows of its danger, except me. Shenlang said, Little Yi, do you know Guang? Xingyi said, I do, he is the biggest traitor of our family. Xianxia said, he is already dead, and he died very miserably. He died to this uranium. Xianxia's eyes immediately lit up, and he looked at his father with admiration. Only his father knew about this substance that no one else in this world knew, and he could even use it as a weapon to kill people. Xianxia said, this time I went to the ruins of Rest City. Everything there was melted, and it seemed like all the gold had disappeared. It indeed gave people the illusion that the giant dragons were attracted by the gold, and that was why they destroyed Rest City and took away all the gold. However, I felt the aura of uranium in the ruins. This is a very, very powerful substance, and it is almost impossible to wash away. The giant dragons burned the city and melted the whole city, but the aura of uranium was still very obvious. Of course, no one in this world could feel its energy aura, except for me. So, your judgment is correct. Someone threw uranium into Baijin City, and it released an incomparably shocking energy aura that attracted the giant dragons. Xianxia said, and the giant dragons hate this kind of energy aura very much, and even feel that it is dangerous. Its goal is to destroy the uranium, but once it starts to destroy, it will destroy the whole city. Xianxia said, Father, are we going to look for this kind of uranium next? Xianxia said, I am going to look for it, not us. From now on, you and Aunt Debus, as well as Loki and the others, will have to stay in the deepest basement, just in case. Xiaoyi said, Father, but I want to go with you. Xianxia said, no buts, hurry up. Next, Xianxia looked for Duke Debus and said, can you evacuate everyone in Baijin City? Duke Debus thought for a while and said, I can, but it will take a few days. Xianxia said, start deploying. Duke Debus said, yes, I will immediately start assembling the army, and then evacuate everyone far away from Baijin City. I hope there is still enough time. Next, following Duke Debus's order, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Baijin City began to assemble. This woman was really ambitious. Just Baijin City alone had hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The whole city immediately became restless. Why did the army assemble? And why did they assemble such a large number? Was war going to break out? Could it be that the Northern Army was going to attack? After the army assembled, Duke Debus's mansion began to plan the evacuation mission. This was an incomparably huge project, because the entire population inside and outside Baijin City had already exceeded 1 million. The size of the city had more than doubled from a few years ago. Originally, outside the northern city wall was a large area of empty land and hills, but now it was also within the city limits. The evacuation of millions of people was about to begin. Moreover, they could not bring any valuables, gold or jewels, they could not bring anything. One could imagine what kind of resistance they would face. The entire evacuation process would be incomparably chaotic. Moreover, once the giant dragons started to burn the city, it meant that the astronomical wealth would completely evaporate, and the Russo family's hundreds of years of operation would vanish in a puff of smoke. Xianxia rode on the ultrasonic flying beast and flew at a low altitude. He released his powerful spiritual power, and together with the X-ray eyes and the AI, he scanned every corner of the ground. If there were any radioactive substances, it would be very obvious in Xianxia's field of vision. Count Baiting followed behind Xianxia. On the ground, there were more than a few thousand top-notch warriors. They were constantly staring at the two people in the sky, desperately chasing after their traces on the ground. Baijin City was really too big. Xianxia's search was very difficult, because he could not let go of even a foot of ground. For something like uranium, as long as it was the size of a fist, it could release an astonishing amount of energy. 2 hours passed. 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, the mass evacuation of Baijin City had already begun. As expected, the people were panicking, and the whole city was in a state of panic. However, the degree of resistance from the people was much smaller than expected, because the tragedy at Rest City had already spread. Although money was important, life was more important. Countless merchants and tycoons could not bring away gold and silver, because there was too much of it. They could only lock it in the underground treasure room. Under the expulsion and guidance of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the people of Baijin City began to evacuate. Cries shook the sky. It was like doomsday. Every corner of the city was filled with people. Moreover, it was night time, so the evacuation was even more difficult and chaotic. In the city that spanned tens of miles, there were torches everywhere. They were even denser than the stars in the sky. Xianxia continued to search with all his might. Uranium, 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 where are you? This city was really too big. Searching for a fist-sized uranium was really like looking for a needle in a haystack. And at this moment, suddenly, the ground began to tremble. The sky began to tremble. Inexplicably, a hot wind blew. It was scorching hot. The giant dragon was here, it came from the north. Xianxia looked towards the north. It was still dark, and he could not see anything. However, Xianxia knew that it was coming. Because its flying speed was too fast, the entire air was trembling, as though a hurricane was blowing. Moreover, the marks on the ground were even more obvious. The ground in the north seemed to be burning out of nowhere. Regardless of whether it was the forest, the rocks, or the soil, they all seemed to be horribly scorched. They immediately turned red and spread rapidly. The straight, 100-meter-wide flaming tunnel instantly spread downwards at a speed of a few hundred meters per second. This scene was too breathtaking, too terrifying. Countless people in Beijing City instantly raised their heads and looked towards the north. Everyone could feel the aura of destruction. Bang 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 bang, the trembling of the ground became more and more intense. The hurricane in the sky became fiercer and fiercer, and hotter and hotter. The giant dragon was still hidden in the darkness and could not be seen at all. It was getting closer and closer. 300 miles, 200 miles, 100 miles, one could tell just by looking at the traces of burning on the ground. Bang 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 bang, the trees and rocks on the ground could not withstand such a terrifying high temperature. They did not even burn, but directly exploded into shocking flames. It had not even started to attack, but it was already filled with such destructive power. At the same time, bang 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 bang, suddenly, from a corner of Beijing City, fireworks were released. Strange green flames shot towards the sky. Then, a powerful radiation energy was suddenly released. Uranium, someone put the uranium in the fireworks and then released it into the sky. In an instant, the sky was filled with fireworks exploding in the sky. Xianxia roared angrily. He pointed to the corner and said, "Someone, go and catch them, catch them." Following Xianxia's order, Count Baiting rode his ultrasonic flying beast and chased after them. The thousands of warriors on the ground chased after them crazily. At the same time, the giant dragon was suddenly enraged. It opened its eyes for the first time. In an instant, two shocking rays of light suddenly lit up in the dark sky. It was as if two suns were hanging in the sky, burning fiercely. On the ground, countless forests and houses were instantly set ablaze. Boom 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 boom, the soaring flames instantly burned thousands, tens of thousands of meters away. Before it even started to attack, it already had a destructive effect. Then, the giant dragon sped up and flew in the direction of Beijing City where the uranium fireworks were released. The whole city began to tremble. All the air was trembling. This was because the giant dragon began to gather energy. It was about to explode. It was about to destroy everything. Once it started to attack, its power would far exceed that of regret of the dragon. The hundreds of thousands of people who were evacuating on the ground felt as if it was the end of the world. They were extremely terrified and desperately knelt on the ground. It was too late, too late. Once the giant dragon started to attack, the whole city would be destroyed. Debus, Xingyi, and little Loki would not be safe even if they hid underground. Xianxia couldn't care less. He rode the ultrasonic flying beast and flew over to the giant dragon. "Da Chao, are you afraid? Are you afraid? Da Chao, I know you are afraid, but you are unique, unique. Let's witness a miracle together." Xianxia rode the shivering Da Chao and flew toward the giant dragon in the darkness. In the darkness, only the giant dragon could be seen slowly opening its mouth. It was as if a hellish abyss had opened. There were endless flames inside. The green flames were exactly the same as the flames in the center of regret of the dragon after it exploded. Just this mouth alone was enough to swallow several supermarkets, and it was enough to swallow a big house. Moreover, the surrounding air instantly became cold. This was because the giant dragon had swallowed all the heat around it. The giant dragon was about to start breathing. It was about to attack. And Shenlang rode Dachao and flew toward its big mouth with all his might. He was like a little bird flying into a hellish cave. When he was 100 meters away from the giant dragon's mouth, Shenlang suddenly raised the dragon box in his hand and roared, "Giant dragon, I am the son of Jiangli. Do you see this dragon box? This is the place where you were born. Note, I have finally finished writing. Please give me monthly votes and support. Thank you, everyone." In fact, the dragon box that Shenlang held up also contained the aura of uranium. Ranamernina at that time, in order to harm Guang, Shenlang gave him a fake dragon egg that contained uranium. At the last moment, Shenlang handed over the dragon box. The fake dragon egg exploded inside the dragon box, and countless radioactive substances splashed on the inner wall of the dragon box. Although it was cleaned countless times, it was still very difficult to completely clean it. However, the remaining radioactive substances were very little. Most of it was the dragon's energy. For a dragon, this was like a baby's nest. It should be very, very warm. Everyone has a childhood. Even the most vicious people have the softest spot in their hearts. Dragons were no exception. It easily smelled the scent of Shenlang's dragon box. It was too familiar, too intimate, and it even had all kinds of memories in its mind. The dragon had very few memories because its days were too monotonous, and it was devouring almost every day. Therefore, the memory of when it was just hatched was unforgettable. Of course, humans' memories before the age of 5 are very vague. It's almost like there's no memory at all, only a vague feeling. It was the same for dragons. It only had memory fragments that flashed back. But soon, the dragon smelled the energy aura that it hated the most. It was also dangerous to the dragon race. As expected, it was very sensitive. The amount of uranium in the dragon box was almost negligible. Even Shenlang couldn't feel it, but it could still clearly feel it. Immediately, its eyes revealed boundless anger. Shenlang said loudly, "Dragon, I understand your sensitivity and hostility towards uranium. You want to completely destroy it from this world. But can you completely destroy it? That resting city has been completely melted by you, but the aura of uranium still exists. It was originally only a small spot, but now it's everywhere. As long as there is uranium in this world, you want to destroy everything. That dragon box, it was your nest when you hatched, it was your swaddling clothes, it was your home when you were a baby. Now, it's also contaminated with the aura of uranium. Do you want to destroy it as well? Dragon, I know you can understand me. I also know you have memories and feelings. Do you know who I am? Do you remember my father, Jiangli, the one who hatched you?" Shenlang kept shouting. The dragon's eyes flickered as it sniffed Shenlang's scent. Too familiar. The scent released by Shenlang was too familiar. It was the scent of the same kind. Why is this happening? This was because the dragon's heart contained the dragon blood marrow, the ancient king's ring, and the dragon's sword, all of which were related to dragons. In particular, the dragon heart had completely fused with Shenlang's body, making Shenlang's aura very similar to that of a dragon. The dragon slowly closed its eyes. Shenlang said, "I know that you can understand what I'm saying. I know that you don't care about the millions of people in this city. To you, they are just like ants. As long as the aura of uranium appears, you will destroy the entire city. Aren't you falling into someone else's trap? Aren't your noble dragon race being used by lowly humans? In the future, if they want to use you as a weapon to destroy a city, doesn't that mean they only need to place uranium there? Don't tell me that wherever there is uranium, you can completely destroy that place, including this dragon box, the place where you were born?" The dragon opened its eyes again and glanced at the dragon box in Shenlang's hand. An incomparably familiar feeling surged. When it was hatched, it opened its eyes hazily and saw the first face, the first voice, and the first time it was fed. This dragon box was not only its home, it was also its toy. When it was young, it could play this game for days and nights without any worries. Until one day, the situation changed drastically, and the young dragon fell into a state of unrest. Then, the dragon looked at Shenlang, feeling the familiar aura on him. After a while, it flapped its wings and kept rising into the sky. It flew directly to a height of tens of thousands of meters and then disappeared without a trace. Xianlang was shocked. He left just like that, so suddenly? I'm very happy that you didn't destroy Baijin City. But what's more important is our next communication. If you leave suddenly like that, where can I find you? At this moment, an incomparably deep voice rang out in Xianlang's mind. Come to me with what I lost. This voice did not come through his ears, but directly evolved into a signal in his mind. It was really amazing. Xianlang could not help but shout, what did you lose? Where can I find you? However, the dragon did not respond at all. Xianlang kept rising into the sky on his dachao, trying to catch up with the dragon. But everything was in vain. The limit of the dachao was 26,000 meters, and then it could not go any higher. However, the dragon could fly in any airspace, even out of the atmosphere. It sounded incredible. After rushing out of the atmosphere, there was no buoyancy at all. How could it fly? The dragon could eject flames and energy by itself. After a while, the dragon completely disappeared from Xianlang's spiritual perception. From the beginning to the end, Xianlang did not see what it looked like. He only saw its two eyes, which were like huge flames. He only saw its open mouth, which was like the abyss of hell, and the moment when the dragon's regret exploded. However, the situation was much better than he had imagined. According to Xianlang's expectations, this enormous dragon should be boundlessly arrogant and brutal. It was completely unreasonable and impossible to stop. However, he did not expect it to be smarter and wiser than he had imagined. At least it immediately recognized the dragon box from which it was hatched, and it smelled the aura of the same kind from Xianlang. Because of this, it directly gave up on destroying Baijin City. Looking at the dark sky in the north, Xianlang could not help but say to himself, you should make it clear. What did you lose? Where should I go to find it for you? After I find it, where should I go to find you? After a long while, Xianlang returned to the sky above Baijin City on his ultrasonic giant beast. At this moment, the whole city was quiet. No one made any noise. Close to 1 million people stood neatly on the open space, on the streets, and on the roofs, looking up at the sky. The scene just now really made them feel what doomsday was. Although no one saw the dragon's appearance, they saw its eyes and its mouth, which was like the abyss of hell. As long as it ejected, Baijin City would be finished, and the millions of people in the city would be finished. The most prosperous trade city in the Xiluan Empire would be reduced to ruins. The Russo family's hundreds of years of foundation would be destroyed. Countless people also saw that at the crucial moment, Xianlang rode the ultrasonic flying beast and flew toward the dragon. He was the one who stopped the dragon from being destroyed. He was the one who saved the millions of people in Baijin City. Xianlang picked up the Nightmare Stone sonic amplifier and said, the evacuation is over. Everyone, go home. After a while, the millions of people in Baijin City knelt down neatly. Long live His Majesty Xianlang. Long live. Long live His Majesty. Long live. Long live the Savior. Long live. There were really all kinds of languages. Some people shouted in Latin, some in Veda, and some in Chinese. Because there were tens of thousands of Asians in the city, and because it was a province of trade between the East and the West, Baijin City was also very popular with Eastern languages. In the end, all the cheers became unified. Long live His Majesty Xianlang. Long live. Long live. Countless people were unwilling to go home and shouted with all their might. Xianlang knew that from this moment on, he had obtained the respect, reverence, and worship of the people in Baijin City. Previously, because of the trade between the East and the West, the people in Baijin City had all become rich. Therefore, they had a huge relationship with Xianlang. However, it was not necessarily loyalty and reverence. Count Beiding had said that there were not many people who had the same thoughts as Duchess de Bus. However, there were many people who had the same standpoint because of benefits. In the hearts of the majority of the people in Baijin City, the Deqian Empire still belonged to the East, while Baijin City belonged to the West. This was a clear distinction. But now, Xianlang had saved the entire city and millions of people. Of course, this was not the most important thing. No matter how great the kindness was, there would be a day when it was forgotten. The most important thing was that the giant dragon was extremely powerful and arrogant. However, His Majesty Xianlang was actually able to make it retreat. What did this mean? Did it mean that His Majesty Xianlang had the ability to control the giant dragon? This was too terrifying and too great. The dragon was superior to the east and the west. Then, would the person who could control the giant dragon also be superior to the world? My Majesty, everything that happened just now was too great. I was so excited that my hair stood on end. Duchess de Bus's voice was trembling. What does this mean? It means that His Majesty is the true Son of Heaven. It means that His Majesty's bloodline can not only rule the East but also the West. From tonight onwards, at least everyone in Beijing City will only be loyal to us and forget about Sauron. Of course, Duchess de Bus was excited. Everything that happened tonight would soon become a political bomb that would explode and spread throughout the entire South, and even the entire Xiluan Empire. Then all the pressure and resistance she was facing would instantly vanish. During this period of time, although de Bus appeared to be very happy, she was under a huge psychological pressure. This was because her vassals, including the most loyal Bating Count, did not agree with her ambition. What made her the most uneasy was Vice-Empress Helen. This was her biggest and only backer in the West. In these 2 years, de Bus's ambition had become bigger and bigger. Therefore, her actions of creating a division between the North and the South had become more and more obvious. If it wasn't for Vice-Empress Helen, Emperor Sauron would have already sent troops to annihilate Beijing City. However, Helen did not agree with her actions at all. She had already talked to her twice. A year ago, she even directly took Loki away from de Bus and personally raised and educated him. This was all so that Loki would be far away from his mother's ambition. Not only de Bus, but little Loki and Xianxia were also very excited. This giant dragon is indeed the dragon of my Jiang clan. It really listens to father's words. Especially little Loki. His eyes were practically shining as he looked up at the sky. He wished that the giant dragon would appear again. After a moment, Bating Count descended from the sky on his flying beast. He knelt down on one knee in front of Xianlang. His gaze towards Xianlang became even more complicated. This was because everything that had happened just now had given him an unprecedented shock. Even his heart was wavering. Could His Majesty Xianlang's flesh and blood really not rule the South? Did you catch them? Xianlang asked. Bating Count said, Please forgive us, Your Majesty. When we caught up to them, they were all dead. Xianlang asked, How did they die? Very bizarre. Bating Count said. He then opened a coffin. Although Xianxia and little Loki were in front of him, he did not avoid them. He felt that these two would inherit great things in the future. A mere shattered corpse was nothing. Xianlang glanced at it. This corpse was indeed very bizarre. Even strange. The entire corpse had been completely shattered into countless particles and scattered around the coffin. In other words, before they shattered, their bodies first solidified. Was this solidified into ice or stone? Then, a group of cavalrymen rushed up the castle. They placed 10 coffins on the ground and opened them. Every corpse inside was the same, completely shattered into particles. Your Majesty, a total of 11 people are all dead. A warrior knelt down and kowtowed. Xianlang did not know this warrior. He should be a vassal of Duke de Bus's fief. However, at least from this moment onwards, Xianlang's position in his heart had surpassed Sauron's. This was because the scene of Xianlang ordering the giant dragon to retreat could be said to be a miracle. Xianlang said, Continue to investigate. How did these people enter Beijing City? Who is the person behind them? Who is it that wants to destroy Beijing City? Yes, the powerful knight replied. At dawn, a snow eagle descended from the sky. The peerlessly beautiful Helen appeared in Duke Rousseau's castle. My dear brother, you're finally here. Helen went forward and gave Xianlang a tight hug. These few days, I've been looking forward to your arrival. Xianlang smiled, Sister, after not seeing you for a few years, you haven't changed at all. You're still as beautiful as ever. Especially this crown, it sets off your face so well. Helen smiled, My dear brother, I hope you don't use up all your praises, because your wife is also in the West. Then, Helen gently hugged Xianxia and kissed him on the forehead. My handsome crown prince, how are you? I'm fine, Aunt. I didn't sleep last night and was already tired, but your kiss made me feel refreshed, Xianxia said. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so good at pleasing women at such a young age. Why are you so serious in front of your father? Helen picked up the sleepy little Loki and held him in her arms. My dear sister, welcome. Debus went forward and kissed Helen's face. There were only 4 people in the study. Little Loki was carried away to continue sleeping. Although Xianxia wasn't even 10 years old, he had the ability and authority to listen to this secret conversation from the side. The first to speak was Duke Debus. Sister Helen, who is the one who wants to destroy my Baijin city? If His Majesty didn't arrive in time, what would have happened? The destruction of my Russo family's several hundred years of foundation isn't a big deal. The key is that millions of people will also be annihilated. She had been speaking in Chinese all along. Even if she was from the Xiluan dynasty, she could still speak in Latin, because the 4 people present could understand. After hearing Debus' words, Helen was silent for a while before saying, I will ask His Majesty Sauron about this matter. Aunt, this dragon belongs to our Jiang family, right? Xianxia suddenly said. The scene last night proved this point even more. Of course. Helen said, this dragon was hatched by my father, and was also brought to the Western world by my father's servant. Of course it belongs to the Jiang family. Xianxia said, but Emperor Sauron of the Xiluan Empire also wants to fight for this dragon, and said this in front of my father. Isn't this an offense to the Jiang family? Yes. Helen said, as the emperor of the Xiluan dynasty, stealing other people's property is detrimental to his nobility and dignity. Xianxia said, then do you think my father has any ambitions towards the Xiluan dynasty? Helen said, no. She was really the kind of person who was born to be the most upright and noble person. The one who had always been full of ambition was Debus, not Xianlang. Xianlang indeed had no interest in the Xiluan dynasty, and he wasn't even interested in the Eastern world. His goal was to have no enmity with the world. If he accidentally unified the Eastern world, it would only be an accessory to having no enmity with the world. And the situation was even more complicated. Duke Debus's ambition was not to usurp the throne, but to make the South an independent empire, with Helen as the emperor and Loki as Helen's successor. Helen didn't want to become the emperor, and she didn't want the Xiluan Empire to split, but could she forcibly deprive Debus of her power, and even imprison her? Absolutely not. Because Debus was not only Xianlang's wife, but also his loyal subject. Most importantly, she was a big shot of the whole Southern interest group. Once Debus was taken down, it would be a huge loss to the whole interest group. The trade between the East and the West really changed everything, creating a large number of powerful interest groups. Then could she cut off and block the trade between the East and the West? No, Helen couldn't do such a cowardly thing. Moreover, the East was her younger brother's Deqian Empire, which was also her absolute ally. Aunt Helen, I have an idea. Lord Xianxia said. Helen said, say it. Xianxia said, as a ruler, one must be far-sighted, but one must also look at the present. At least right now, there is an even closer contradiction between the North and the South, and that is the contradiction between my father and Sauron. He won't give up fighting for my Jiang clan's dragon, which means that one side will lose, and once the fight for the dragon is lost, it will be very difficult to retreat. At the side, Xianlang really didn't say a word, and just stared blankly at his son. Gan Luo became the prime minister at the age of 12, and was passed down for thousands of years, which was also a miracle. But ultimately, it was because of the situation at that time. If the strength of Qin and Zhao wasn't so disparate, even if Gan Luo had a silver tongue, it would be useless. And this son in front of him was really monstrous. When Xianxia was very young, Xianlang already knew that this kid was astonishingly smart. He could understand human language when he was just born. But the posture in front of him was still shocking. A child who wasn't even 10 years old was actually so smart. Compared to Xianlang, Xianxia's appearance of a ruler was really strong. No wonder when Xianlang asked him if he was interested in inheriting the great Qian Empire, he directly said yes. Looking at this posture, you can take over my position at the age of 16, and your father can retire at the age of 30, and travel around the world with your mother. Helen looked at Xianlang. Xianlang said, what little ye said is what I want to say. Besides, there may be even bigger things in the future, and the contradictions in front of us may be long gone. So, let's put it aside for now, and don't hurt our family. Helen, I will not force you to say anything, because you are not only the daughter of the Jiang clan, but also a member of the Shiluan clan. At this moment, there was a sound outside. Your Majesty, the High Priest of the Fire God sect is here to visit. Shenlang stood up and said, then let's stop here first. Next, we will not talk about politics. Shenlang met the High Priest of the Fire God sect, Shelley again. How have you been, beautiful Lady Shelley? Shenlang said. Shelley said, we still maintain the tradition. Shenlang said, as you wish. Shelley took off her cloak and spread it on the chair. Your Majesty, we are shocked by what happened just now. High Priest Shelley said, especially the destruction of the City of Rest. Even though they have always been hostile towards us, the disappearance of this city and the deaths of 200,000 to 300,000 people still makes one shudder in fear. Shenlang smiled and said, Madam Shelley, your fire god church rose up because of the fire dragon comet. Hence, this giant dragon can be considered as your totem in some aspects. Don't tell me that your fire god church doesn't claim ownership over it? High Priest Shelley said, Your Majesty must be joking. What is more important than greed is clarity. Our fire god sect pursues a mysterious power of development, and this giant dragon seems to be too scary for us. Moreover, what happened just now completely proves that this giant dragon belongs to the Jiang clan. Your Majesty is our most noble friend, and we will only feel happy. Then, High Priest Shelley's beautiful eyes flashed, and she said charmingly and mischievously, however, Your Majesty has not fulfilled your promise a few years ago. What promise? Shenlang really forgot about it. High Priest Shelley said, we worship fire, but this giant dragon is still too strong and scary for us. It is completely uncontrollable and full of destructive power. If we let it fly freely, I am afraid that many cities will be burned, and even our fire god sect will be in danger. Therefore, we really hope that Your Majesty can tame this giant dragon as soon as possible. Shenlang said, I have a question, and I want to ask. High Priest Shelley said, Fiery Flame City, right? Shenlang said, yes, the fire god sect is our Deqian Empire's best ally. Until now, there are still hundreds of high priests working in Fury Tide City. I have asked them about Fiery Flame City before, but they know nothing. In His Majesty Jiang Li's will, he asked Shenlang to go to Fiery Flame City to find Ghost Noon. Because this dragon was brought to the Western world by Ghost Noon, and last night, the giant dragon said clearly that it would bring something it lost to find him. The key was what it had lost, and where to find it. If they relied on guessing, it would be too difficult. The most direct way was to find this Emperor Jiang Li's shadow, Ghost Noon. He should know the answer. This was because this dragon was not only brought here, but it had also been taken care of and fed for a few years. Shelley said, I am very sorry, Your Majesty Shenlang. Those high priests' ranks are too low, so they do not know the name Fiery Flame City. Because it has been completely sealed by the Fire God sect, the young high priests do not know. Only the highest level of the Fire God sect knows. Shenlang asked, why is that? Shelley said, the Fiery Flame City is actually an ancient underground city. It's located above the magma, and it has a very unique energy environment. To the Fire God sect, it's an extremely important and secret strategic base. We conduct many experiments there. Do you understand what I'm saying? Shenlang nodded and said, I understand. This Fiery Flame City carries out some unspeakable experiments, so even within the Fire God sect, it is a top secret. Shelley said, yes, we have always been following the blazing dragon comet. The last time it collided, it was in the west, and we obtained a very special item. We studied it for decades, and also conducted experiments for decades. In the end, we did not find anything, and the location of this experiment was Fiery Flame City. Another treasure from the comet's collision, Shelley said, this treasure has a very, very high strategic position in the Fire God sect. Our Fire God sect has invested countless resources to study it, and we have invested thousands of people. But in an experiment more than 30 years ago, a strange and terrifying change occurred. What? Shenlang asked. Shelley said, we do not know what happened either, but an accident occurred in this experiment. The few hundred high priests and scholars of Fiery Flame City all died tragically. In the abyss below the underground city, the magma all froze. That was originally a scorching hot city, but in a single night, it became incomparably cold. The sky was filled with snow, and the city was completely frozen. It was not suitable for anyone to live. Once you entered, you would freeze to death. Xianxia was shocked. So magical? What exactly did the comet's impact bring about? Xianxia asked. High Priest Shelley said, it's a surging mass of matter. I don't know if it's a living thing or energy. Sometimes it's liquid, sometimes it's solid, and sometimes it's gas. It's ever-changing, but most of the time, it's like a flowing crystal, only the size of a fist. Xianxia said, just a fist-sized flowing crystal, and it completely froze the entire volcano. Is that volcano very big? Very big. The magma below is astronomical. Shelley said. This was too bizarre. It was indeed a supreme treasure. High Priest Shelley said, after that, we tried countless times to enter the frozen fiery underground city, but all of our attempts failed. Before we could even get close, we would die. As time passed, we completely abandoned this place, and its name was completely forgotten. This is also our fire god sect's top secret, but this matter is of great importance. We will not hide anything from His Majesty. Xianxia said, thank you for the fire god sect's generosity. Now came the problem. Back then, His Majesty Jiangli asked Ghost Noon to bring the dragon to the west. Their destination was also Fiery Flame City, because it was a secret place, and there was an endless amount of magma. It was the most suitable place for the dragon to grow and devour. However, when His Majesty Jiangli found Fiery Flame City, the Fire God sect had not occupied it and built a secret laboratory. By the time Ghost Noon brought the dragon there, Fiery Flame City had already changed. It became a frozen city, and anyone who went near would be frozen to death. Was Ghost Noon still in Fiery Flame City? There was still one day. If the dragon wanted to hide its powerful flame energy, then this frozen Fiery Flame City might be the best place to do so. The dragon said that it had lost something. What was it? But now, it seemed that if Xianxia wanted to tame this dragon, Fiery Flame City was indeed the key. Especially since there was an ancient treasure inside, which was also brought by the fire dragon comet. Perhaps it was crucial to taming the dragon. Xianxia said, Lady Shelley, I would like to ask you to bring me to this Fiery Flame City. How about it? High Priest Shelley said, of course you can, but I have already said that once you go near that place, you will be frozen to death. Xianxia said, don't worry, I am definitely an exception. He had the ancient king's ring, which could withstand the high temperature and the terrifying cold. High Priest Shelley said, then, we can set off any time. Xianxia said, then now. High Priest Shelley sighed, I originally wanted you to leave me a quarter of an hour, but since you are in such a hurry, let's do it next time. What are you saying? I don't understand. After a while, Xianxia and High Priest Shelley rode on the ultrasonic flying beast and flew towards the north. They were heading towards the mysterious Fiery Flame City to begin the crucial journey of taming the dragon. I have finally finished writing the note. Please benefactors monthly vote, please. Good night everyone. I recommend a book, 9 Dragons Swallowing Pearl, recommended by a certain tycoon. The strongest son-in-law in history. The strongest son-in-law in history. The legendary Fiery Flame City was really far away. Xianxia and High Priest Shelley continued to fly towards the north. They kept flying and flying. In order to avoid another dispute, the two of them had been flying along the coastline. To a certain extent, the Fire God Church was also a relatively poor transcendent force. They didn't have any flying beasts, so the one that High Priest Shelley was riding on was borrowed from Xianxia. But for some reason, she used the excuse that she needed to talk to Xianxia to ride together with Xianxia. Your Majesty Xianxia, I haven't congratulated you for your great victory in the East. High Priest Shelley said, of course, I have to congratulate you for having an unparalleled crown prince. Xianxia said, you see my son? Grand Priest Shelley said, Your Majesty Xianxia, you've underestimated the power of the Deqian Empire. You've also underestimated your own weight. As your closest and most loyal friend in the West, When the Empress and the Crown Prince came to Beijing City, how could we not come to pay our respects? If it wasn't for the important matters, we would have hoped for Crown Prince to visit the Fire God sect. I have met Crown Prince 3 times, and each time, I was more moved than the last. Xianxia said, at least, he is more suitable to be the ruler of a country than me. High Priest Shelley said, that's why I always thought that if my son could be half as outstanding as Crown Prince, I would be very satisfied. Xianxia was startled and said, the High Priest is going to get married? That's really heartbreaking. High Priest Shelley said, Your Majesty, Xianxia's words are the heartbreaking ones. Did you forget what you promised me? Xianxia tried hard to recall and really remembered. He instantly exclaimed, wow, the scenery in front is really not bad. Damn, your way of changing the topic is really bad. High Priest Shelley agreed, yes, it's really beautiful. At this moment, they had already flown about 20,000 miles away from the furious Tide City. They had completely passed through most of the Xiluan Empire's territory. Further north, it was basically covered in snow. Moreover, the surface of the sea had already started to solidify into ice. It was indeed very beautiful. The seawater was about to solidify, but it did not look like it was frozen. Half of it was ice, and the other half was seawater. Under the illumination of the sun, it reflected a dazzling light. Xianxia asked, is this close to the northernmost continent? Grand Priest Shelley replied, that's not it, Your Majesty Xianxia, this place is at least 10 to 20,000 miles away from the extreme north. It was truly unimaginable. The seawater here was completely frozen, but it was still 10 or 20,000 miles away from the northernmost continent. It was impossible to imagine how cold it would be if they went further north. Xianxia, have you explored the northernmost continent? Grand Priest Shelley said, the extreme north is the holy land for all the heroes in the world to explore. Everyone wants to conquer it, but no one has succeeded. Even a great adventurer like Vice Empress Helen gave up on the adventure of the extreme north. Xianxia, is it because of Beijing? Everyone knows that wherever there is snow is Beijing's territory. Once one enters the northernmost continent, it is a complete offense. High Priest Shelley said, that's not the case. I've only heard what you said after I arrived at the Eastern world, I've never heard it before. But at least in the West, Beijing is lonely and arrogant. He never shows himself and doesn't interact with anyone. Thus, they won't stop anyone from exploring the northernmost continent. The only thing that stops heroes from exploring is the terrifying danger and cold. Xianxia, how cold is it? High Priest Shelley said, Your Majesty Xianxia, when we describe the cold, we say that drops of water turn into ice. However, the true coldness in the extreme north is when the air disappears, because it has frozen into blue snow that falls to the ground. This was terrifying. This meant that the temperature was below -200 degrees Celsius. The melting point of oxygen was around -219 degrees Celsius, and nitrogen was -210 degrees Celsius. Once the temperature was below this, all the air would freeze into ice and turn into strange blue snow that fell to the ground. Thus, there was no air. Life couldn't survive in such a low temperature. Xianxia, such a harsh environment has exceeded the limits of any life. No matter how powerful one is, it is impossible to reach the northernmost continent. Grand Priest Shelley said, yes, Your Majesty. Xianxia, then, in the known history, how many people have reached the northernmost continent? Grand Priest Shelley said, in the history of the West? Probably only His Majesty Sauron. This was unimaginable. Why was Sauron so awesome? Even Helen couldn't go to the northernmost continent and didn't dare to. How could he go, Xianxia, which year did Sauron go to and how many continents did he explore? Shelley said, it was very, very long ago. It should have been more than 30 years. That year, he was only in his 20s. Emperor Sauron was already in his 50s. However, this was normal. Xianxia was already 31 years old, and Princess Helen was in her 40s. Grand Priest Shelley said, at that time, the Xiluan Empire was torn apart. When Sauron was still a prince, he set off to the north in front of everyone. He wanted to go to the northernmost continent. He said that once he successfully reached the northernmost continent and took back the sword of the Xiluan Great Emperor, everyone would be loyal to him. He would then become the undisputed emperor of the Xiluan Empire. Shenlang could feel Sauron's tragic mood at that time. At that time, the Second Xiluan Empire had been destroyed for decades. The members of the Xiluan royal family fought for the throne, and there was no sign of it ending. Furthermore, no one had enough prestige to reunite the Xiluan Empire. 800 years ago, the Xiluan Great Emperor obviously foresaw this scene. Hence, before he passed away, he passed the throne to his son. Then, he went to the north alone, returned to his homeland in the northernmost continent, and disappeared with the sword of the emperor. That year, all the nobles of the empire witnessed this scene. The disappearing figure of Xiluan I was old, powerful, lonely, and brave. He disappeared step by step in the heavy snow. Moreover, Xiluan I had left his last words. When the empire was torn apart, any descendant of the Xiluan royal family could take back the sword of the Xiluan great emperor that he left in his homeland in the northernmost continent and return to the capital. Then, he would become the new emperor of the Xiluan Empire. After that, the Xiluan Empire was torn apart more than once. More than one person wanted to accomplish this feat, and ascend the throne based on the last words of the Xiluan great emperor. However, all of them failed. No one succeeded in taking back the sword of the Xiluan great emperor. All of them died halfway. Moreover, the northernmost continent was getting colder and colder. Hence, in the end, everyone in the Xiluan royal family gave up completely because it was a road of certain death. At that time, Sauron, who was in his 20s, was considered a direct descendant of the Xiluan royal family. However, his right of succession was not ranked first. He was ambitious, but he did not have many supporters. Hence, he chose to take this tragic road to his homeland in the northernmost continent, and take back the sword of the emperor that Xiluan I had left there. When he disappeared in the snow, no one was optimistic about him. They all thought that he would definitely die. However, they did not expect that after a few decades, he would come back with the sword of the emperor that Xiluan I had left behind. He became the first hero in hundreds of years to successfully return from his homeland in the northernmost continent. Not only did he bring back the sword of the Xiluan great emperor, but he was also extremely skilled in martial arts. He was so powerful that it was beyond everyone's imagination. He defeated a city alone, went all the way to the south, and became the emperor of the Xiluan Empire. Now that he had a thorough understanding of the situation, Shenlang was even more confused. At that time, the people of Xiluan migrated south because the northern continent was getting colder. After the most tragic migration of tens of thousands of miles, millions of people were left with only 10,000 people. The Xiluan great emperor relied on these 10,000 people to sweep across the entire Vader continent and establish the incomparably huge Xiluan Empire. And in these hundreds of years, the northernmost continent was getting colder every year. Before Xiluan I died, he returned to the old capital and placed the sword of the emperor back in his hometown. After a few hundred years, the temperature of the old capital should have reached a point where there was no air. How did Sauron survive? It was completely unimaginable. Shenlang suddenly said, 1,000 years ago, the Xiluan Empire was in the northern continent, right? Because the weather became cold and the northern continent was not suitable for survival, they made the most tragic migration of the entire race to the south. They followed the ocean and set off towards the unknown south. High Priest Shelley said, yes. Shenlang said, then 1,000 years ago, was it the day that the fire dragon comet appeared for the first time? High Priest Shelley said, yes, Your Majesty, this world is so mysterious, right? Yes, it was too mysterious. When the fire dragon comet appeared for the first time, the Great Yen Empire rose, the northern continent was frozen, and the Xiluan Empire moved south. When the fire dragon comet collided with the Great Emperor for the last time, it completely disappeared, and the situation changed drastically. The birth of the giant dragon. High Priest Shelley said, so, Your Majesty, your mission might be far greater than you think. Don't worry, the Fire God Church will always follow behind you and become your most loyal ally. Shenlang looked at Shelley and asked, what is your mission? High Priest Shelley said, of course, it is to light up the entire world in the darkest hour. Shenlang said, actually, it was not only Sauron who successfully went to the northernmost continent. There was another person even earlier, and that was my father, Jiangli had adventured in the Western world for a long time, but he did not directly return to the Eastern world. Instead, he went to the northernmost continent and found the White Capital. That was where he met Shenlang's mother. Right now, there were many mysteries in front of Shenlang, but it seemed like they were about to be solved. Finally, they were about to arrive. The cold here was shocking, reaching -10s of degrees Celsius. Luckily, Shenlang had the ancient king ring and the heart of the dragon. If not, he would have frozen to death a few days ago. Right now, the sea here was even more beautiful. There were icebergs everywhere, and large areas of the sea were completely frozen. This place has indeed become colder. High Priest Shelley said, I came here a few years ago, and this sea wasn't completely frozen then. Shenlang said, so, Fiery Flame City is close to the northernmost continent? High Priest Shelley said, based on our Fire God Church's theory, Fiery Flame City is the boundary between the Vader continent and the northern continent. Because it is an island, its south is the vast ocean, and its north is also the vast ocean. Another 2,000 miles north of the ocean, and you will see the northern continent, a continent that is completely frozen. Shenlang did not feel anything, because the last few thousand miles were covered in ice and snow. The sea was completely frozen too, and it was impossible to tell whether it was land or ocean. Your Majesty, the island in front is the entrance to Fiery Flame City. High Priest Shelley said. Shenlang was startled, and his eyes lit up. This was a frozen sea, and there was snow everywhere. Not far away, there was a mountain that was blue in color. Under the sunlight, it looked like a huge gem, sparkling and translucent. Your Majesty, that place is too cold, and I can't take it anymore. High Priest Shelley said. Not only could High Priest Shelley not take it, but the two ultrasonic flying beasts couldn't take it either, and they were shivering. This was because the closer they were to the entrance, the lower the temperature. High Priest Shelley said, a few decades ago, there was endless magma beneath Fiery Flame City, so there was snow everywhere. Only this island was as warm as spring, and it was very miraculous. But after that experiment failed, this place became even colder than other places. Shenlang landed on the ice. Dachao couldn't get close anymore, and there were still a few miles to the entrance. Shenlang had to walk there himself. Wait for me here. Shenlang said, and eat something to replenish your energy. Come back. Your Majesty, be careful. High Priest Shelley said, you haven't fulfilled your promise to me. Wow, this scenery is too beautiful. Unbelievable. Shenlang then quickly walked towards the entrance of Fiery Flame City. This place was really easy to walk on. Because it was a frozen sea, there was a lot of snow. But the snow was also frozen solid, and when one stepped on it, it wouldn't go deeper than the back of one's foot. Shenlang wore the ancient king's ring and the ancient armor, and he was in a comfortable constant temperature state. He got closer and closer to the entrance of Fiery Flame City. This was an ice mountain that was a few hundred meters tall. When he walked in, he realized that it was even more beautiful. Because the green trees in the ice could still be seen clearly. This Fiery Flame Island used to be like spring all year round, but because of an accident in the Fire God Sex experiment, it was instantly frozen. That was why the trees in the ice looked so lifelike. It was really hard to imagine what kind of treasure the Fire God Sect obtained from the comet. It actually froze such a huge island and the entire underground city, and it happened in an instant. How much power was needed to do that? Stepping on this island, Shenlang not only discovered the green trees in the ice, but also flowers, butterflies, and birds. They were all frozen at the last moment, and they looked so lifelike. It was definitely an unparalleled treasure. Grand Priest Shelley said that it was a surging crystal. Logically speaking, it should have released an icy cold energy and sealed everything in ice. But in reality, it shouldn't be like that. Instead, it swallowed all the heat, and it kept on swallowing, which was why it instantly froze, and it kept on freezing. Wasn't it a coincidence? The extreme north was the same. It suddenly became cold, and it got colder and colder, and finally, it was completely frozen. It was also very coincidental that when the Fire Dragon comet first appeared, the extreme north was also frozen. Of course, the extreme north's cold lasted for 200 years. The Fire Dragon comet appeared 1,000 years ago, and the emperor of Xiluan brought millions of Xiluan people to migrate across the sea 800 years ago. In other words, in these 200 years, the northern continent became colder and colder, and the old Xiluan Empire kept migrating south. Finally, when they moved to the southernmost part of the continent, they still couldn't survive, so they decisively crossed the sea, and went to the unknown southern world. Xianlang easily found the entrance. It was a stone door, and there was a carving of the divine sex flag on it. Xianlang let the AI check, and the temperature at the entrance of Fiery Flame City was about -79 degrees Celsius. The stone door was also completely frozen, and it was so thick that even explosives and cannons might not be able to break it. But for Xianlang, it was a piece of cake. Energy whirlpool. Waving the dragon sword, the energy whirlpool shot out, and fiercely hit the entrance of the stone door. In an instant, the entrance of the stone door was smashed into pieces. But this gave Xianlang a bad feeling. If Phantom Noon had brought the dragon here, then the entrance of the stone door should have been destroyed, and not so complete. After entering the stone door, the temperature inside instantly dropped. In front of him was a bottomless tunnel, and Xianlang kept walking down the tunnel. The temperature dropped, and soon it was -100 degrees Celsius. Of course, Xianlang was still at a constant temperature, and he almost never had to worry about running out of energy, because the source of energy in the heart of the dragon was the dragon blood marrow. 1,000 meters underground, 2,000 meters, finally, he entered the inner part of Fiery Flame City. This was originally a normal ancient city, but because of the Great Nirvana, the whole world underwent earth-shattering changes, and the sea became land, and the land became the sea, so this city was also buried underground. And the 2,000-meter tunnel was dug by the Fire God sect, because they discovered this ancient Fiery Flame City a few decades ago, and to some extent, it could also be considered an ancient relic. This was the Western world, and all ancient cities should be like the Lost Empire, half under the sea, and the other half above the sea. This city was completely different from the Lost Empire. The whole city was built entirely of brown stone, not gorgeous, but grand, simple, and mysterious. This city was very complete, about a few hundred square kilometers, and even the streets and houses were still intact. But there was not a single ancient human in the city, not even a fossil. The whole city was very organized, and in the middle of the city was a square, and in the middle of the square was a pyramid, about 100 meters tall. Another pyramid. Along the way, Xianlang saw many corpses. All of them were wearing the robes of the Fire God Church. They should be the high priests and scholars that the Fire God Church had sent to this place in the past. As they were running away, their bodies froze and died. Their faces were still filled with fear. The closer he got to the pyramid, the more corpses he encountered. But the furthest they ran was not more than 200 meters, so it was obvious that the experiment was very sudden, and they were frozen in an instant. In the whole city, Xianlang did not find Ghost Noon or Jiangli. Of course, Ancestor Luo said that Ghost Noon was a man with 1,000 faces, so you would never know what he would appear with. But at least he wouldn't wear the Fire God sect's robes, right? Xianlang entered the pyramid, and this was the place where the Fire God sect did their experiments. The temperature here was even more shocking, at -150 degrees Celsius. Almost all the experimental equipment was covered in a thick layer of ice. Xianlang promised High Priest Shelley that if possible, he would help the Fire God sect find the treasure that fell from the Fire Dragon comet. The Fire God sect called it the Hell Crystal. Because it could change into any shape, gas, liquid, solid, and it kept surging, destroying everything. Following High Priest Shelley's map, Xianlang entered the core laboratory of the pyramid. The Hell Crystal that fell from the Fire Dragon comet should be here, right? However, Xianlang did not find anything. The test bench was empty, and there were 15 corpses in the laboratory. All of them were the high priests of the Fire God sect, and their eyes were filled with excitement. This was not right. Shouldn't they be filled with despair and fear? Why were they excited? Was it because they thought the experiment was a success? But where was the Hell Crystal? Where was the supreme treasure? It was completely gone. Of course, the most important mission for Xianlang to come to the ruins was to find Ghost Noon. But after searching the entire pyramid, there was still no sign of Ghost Noon. Xianlang continued to search, and came to the bottom of the pyramid. There was a door here, and behind it was a bottomless tunnel. He knew that the tunnel led to the Sea of Magma. Sea of Magma, this was the name given by the fire god sect, because it was endless surging magma, like an ocean. At this time, the door at the bottom of the pyramid was closed, and it was sealed in ice. Xianxia sent out another energy whirlpool and easily shattered it. Then, he once again entered the bottomless tunnel. This tunnel was even deeper, more than 20,000 meters, and it kept going downwards, making Xianxia doubt his life. The deeper he went, the lower the temperature. Finally, all the air was gone, and the ground was covered in a layer of blue snow. This was the result of all the air freezing into ice. Luckily, Xianxia had the heart of the dragon, and the ancient king ring, so it was still very comfortable. This was the first time he saw such a scene. The air froze into ice, turning into snow. Finally, this long tunnel was over, and he came to the end. Then Xianxia was completely shocked. At the end of this underground tunnel was a boundless abyss, with no end in sight. And below this abyss was a sea of magma. He saw an unprecedented wonder, a frozen sea of magma. Magma was astonishingly hot, at least more than 1000 degrees Celsius, and should have been red. And after solidification, it should have been the color of ordinary rocks, but the sea of magma in front of him was blue. It was a breathtaking blue, and it emitted a strange light. It really was like the ocean, and even the seawater was the color, but it was frozen. This was the most amazing scenery Xianxia had ever seen, even surpassing the ruins of the lost empire in the Devil's Triangle. This sea of magma was much bigger than he had imagined, and what kind of amazing heat energy was contained in it? No wonder Xianxia had Phantom Moon bring the dragon here, because the magma here was enough for the dragon to devour and grow. But he did not expect that something unexpected would happen, and the sea of magma here was frozen. Just what in the world was that hell crystal? To freeze such a huge sea of magma, what was magma? It was the underground energy of a planet, and it was almost endless. When all the volcanoes on a planet were silent, the planet was dead, and the volcanoes were the heartbeat of the planet. What about the extreme north? Was it also because of this? Was it because of the strange hell crystal that devoured all the heat, and caused the entire continent to be frozen? In that case, it was no longer a crystal. It was a life form, a strange and powerful life form that devoured all heat. Even with Xianxia's understanding, he did not know what state this life form was in. What was it trying to do? Devour the heat of an entire continent. What was it trying to achieve? Xianxia could feel that he had come into contact with the ultimate secret of this world, the ultimate truth. Of course, it was only the edge of the truth. This truth was even more important than Xianxia taming the dragon. It was even related to the fate of the entire world. The hell crystal was still devouring, because the magma deep underground should be connected. So, the entire world would continue to become colder. So where was the limit of coldness? Where was the limit of devouring? What would happen once the hell crystal reached its limit? How would it change the fate of the world? Another destruction? Or something else? Of course, it was still a long way off for Xianxia. For him, the most important thing right now was to find Ghost Noon and the way to tame the dragon. Soon, Xianxia found Ghost Noon. He was kneeling in the middle of the sea of magma. Because his body was too small, he was like an ant in the vast sea of magma. Xianxia took a deep breath and jumped from the end of the underground tunnel into the solidified sea of magma. It was a few hundred meters high. When he was about to hit the ground, his ancient equipment reflected a plasma flame, allowing him to slowly descend. The magma was completely hard. It was not even rock, but more like a crystal. It was a complete vacuum, and the temperature was over 230 degrees Celsius. After walking for a few kilometers, Xianxia came before the figure. He was Ghost Noon? Xianxia had imagined his appearance countless times, but when he saw it for himself, he was still completely shocked. Because, he and Emperor Jiangli looked very similar, almost exactly the same. Of course, Xianxia had only seen Jiangli's portrait, but that portrait was very realistic. Ghost Noon was Jiangli's shadow. Even Shuiyin didn't know of his existence. It was equivalent to the relationship between Xianxia and the mirror. One was called the mirror, and the other was called the shadow. But that was normal, that was reasonable. But, he was already dead, Ghost Noon was already dead. He was completely frozen, and he had been dead for decades. Before dying, he knelt on the ground with incomparable respect, as if he had seen Jiangli. His frozen expression seemed to have thousands of words to say. But he could vaguely read, "This old servant greets young master, greets his majesty." His gaze before dying was filled with desire because he didn't know if Jiangli had descendants, or if someone would come to find him. If not, it meant that the great Qian Empire was completely finished. It meant that the Jiang dynasty was completely finished. So, he longed for someone to come. He desperately wanted someone to find him. Shenlang had thousands of words he wanted to ask him, but he couldn't get an answer. But there were some things that didn't need an answer. The dragon and Shenlang had an agreement. It told Shenlang to bring what he had lost to it. What did it lose? That thing was definitely very important, and it couldn't come to take it. It was the thing that Ghost Noon was holding in his hands, Dragon Ball. Shenlang found it. Note, as expected, it exploded again. Do you have to be so miserable? Benefactor, can you still save me? Many thanks, he put it on the table. I'm in so much pain that I wish I were dead. Can I still save it? I really can't afford to add more chapters. That's because I've been updating more than 15,000 words every day. I've used up every last bit of my strength. Any more and I'll die. It's been 24 days this month, and I've updated 375,000 words. It's like walking on the road, carrying a heavy load to the limit, and adding another straw would make me want to collapse. I've gritted my teeth and worked hard until the end of the month, but in the last few days, I can't even maintain my position in the top 10. I'm really unwilling. Sirs, if you still have monthly votes, please don't wait and watch anymore. Vote for me. Help me get through the last few days of this month. Protect the fruits of my hard work, help me. Oh, please, thank you, the strongest son-in-law in history is so painful. Can I still save it? Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. End of chapter 637. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.